Chapter 346. Time had never passed so slowly. Under the pressure of death, everyone was nervous and their hearts were racing. Everyone's eyes were also constantly focused on the situation of the true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier. Every time a layer of the barrier was broken, it seemed to make everyone's heart turn cold. As time passed, the 20 layers of the barrier were completely broken. Yang Kai had quickly condensed a new barrier to protect everyone, making everyone feel extremely grateful. In the surrounding evil spirit spring, there were constantly evil spirits flying around and huge bubbles rising from the bottom. The temperature quickly dropped. The group of people here were all Yuanqi cultivators, and with Yuanqi protecting their bodies, the cold could not affect them at all. But now, those with slightly lower strength had their hair covered in white frost, and were shivering while hugging their arms. Even the breath they exhaled was a white mist. Even those with higher strength could not resist. Everyone present, except for Yang Kai who was indifferent to the cold, no one could ignore it. The surrounding evil spirit spring seemed to contain a cold that penetrated deep into the soul, eroding everyone's warmth at this moment. Dong dong. The movement from the evil spirit spring continued without stopping, and at this moment it was already quite strong, with each vibration causing the high platform to jump several times. Pa pa pa. The surrounding huge bubbles burst one after another, releasing a variety of evil spirits that were both dangerous and gloomy. The true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier was still bursting layer after layer, and Yang Kai's expression gradually became heavy. After a while, suddenly, a series of muffled sounds like a war drum came from the evil spirit spring. After the sound, all the movement disappeared. Everyone was startled and looked at each other with a blank expression. Before they could figure out what was going on, an extremely cold and dense energy suddenly came from the other side. This cold and gloomy was like the cold wind blowing from a snowy mountain that had not melted for 10,000 years, but also like the ghost wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory. Everyone couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Kacha. The true Yang Yuanqi defensive barrier covering the high platform was covered with a layer of ice, a scene that shocked everyone present. He couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. The cold energy and the evil energy were both grinding away at the true Yang Yuanqi's defensive barrier, causing it to disappear at twice the speed. No way. Cheng-Ying opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with bitterness. Originally, they were already on tenterhooks, and it was already difficult enough for them to resist. Now that such a change had occurred in their surroundings, it was clear that they were not going to be given a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding evil chi spring water suddenly rushed towards a certain direction. Even the evil spirits swimming in it were unable to escape. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared over there, swallowing everything in the evil cavern. Countless sharp howls were heard as the numerous evil spirits struggled. Even the people on the high platform were affected by the suction force. Fortunately, they were all inside the defensive barrier and were not sucked in by the evil chi. He only slightly activated his Yuan Qi. This counteracted the suction force. What happened? Chun-Yi frowned as he stared in that direction, only to see that not far from where the evil spirit spring used to be, there was a cold light. This light was not considered bright, but it was able to shine through the ink like spring water. Evil spirit essence. The evil spirit essence contained in the spring. It was the treasure that the old man had wanted before. Unfortunately, he had died before he could see the evil spirit essence appear. Everything was converging towards the evil spirit origin. It was like a heart, letting out thumping sounds as it absorbed energy and gradually recovered. Slowly, the light disappeared. It seemed to have been blocked by the spring water. Layer after layer of the true Yang defensive barrier quickly broke apart. Yang Kai stared towards the source of the light, and was preparing to use another 20 drops of Yang liquid to condense the defensive barrier, when Lung Shan suddenly shouted in surprise. The spring water is receding. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and followed her gaze to the side. Sure enough, they saw some light coming from the side. This was the light that belonged to the evil cavern. The spring water that filled the entire area was quickly flowing towards the spring's mouth, naturally emptying the area. Haha, the heavens help the worthy. Chun-Yi was overjoyed. He had thought that this time it would really be difficult to escape, but at the last moment, the spring water was actually being sucked back in. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before all the spring water around the high platform disappeared. Yang Kai frowned and quickly said, "Once it's safe, leave immediately. I'm afraid something big is about to happen." "What do you mean?" Lung Shan was startled. "Something big is taking shape." Yang Kai's expression sank as he stared in the direction of the spring's mouth. The others did not have a divine sense, and could only feel the huge energy fluctuations coming from the spring's mouth, but Yang Kai could feel them more clearly than anyone else. The nearby spring water, as well as the evil spirits that had not yet died, were all being sucked in and transformed into a kind of evil energy that was slowly condensing. With the evil spirit essence emerging from the spring's mouth as the core, it was slowly forming a body. With such a huge amount of energy gathered, this new thing was likely terrifying to the extreme. A moment later, the surrounding spring water finally receded. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, and everyone immediately leapt off the high platform and flew towards the exit. Finally having a chance to escape, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument Sect, all of them ran faster than a rabbit, hating that they were born with 2 more legs. Yuan Qi fiercely urged herself to use her movement skills, and even some auxiliary artifacts, only wanting to get away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, so he took the lead and flew in front of everyone. Beside him were the 2 Hu sisters. The 2 sisters seemed to have used some kind of mysterious technique, but Yuan Qi seemed to be connected to each other as she effortlessly followed behind Yang Kai. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, a loud roar suddenly rang out from behind them. This roar shook the entire evil cavern, as if a long-imprisoned beast had been released, and was finally able to see the light of day again. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of qi hit them from behind. If they hadn't been so far away, they would have been swept away by this wave of qi. Perceiving the terror of this unknown force, everyone paled and increased the force of their feet. This kind of hurrying was naturally extremely fast. "Over there, the exit is over there." Cheng Ying had always been in charge of scouting the terrain, so he was more familiar with the terrain of the evil cavern than anyone else. Following the direction he pointed, Yang Kai really saw a ray of light a few kilometers away. Quickly turning around, he led everyone in that direction. Everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, wishing they could immediately escape from the evil cavern. However, just as they were about 2 kilometers away from the exit, several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly flew over. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he secretly became vigilant. These Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all exuded thick demonic qi and a ghostly aura. Needless to say, they were definitely not good people. With such a big change occurring inside the evil cavern, it wasn't surprising that nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would be attracted here. But what made Yang Kai depressed was that these masters were actually flying towards him, obviously wanting to investigate the situation inside the evil cavern. The distance between the 2 sides was rapidly narrowing, but the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't put Yang Kai's group in their eyes. Before they even arrived, the leader of this group shouted, "You over there, stop for this old master." Hearing this, everyone's heart sank, and their faces filled with displeasure. Just as they were about to escape, suddenly being blocked like this, anyone would feel uncomfortable. "They're the Demon King's subordinates." Lung Shan's expression changed greatly as she whispered to Yang Kai, "These 4 are all Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. We can't beat them." She was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and would offend these 4 masters, so she hurriedly warned him. Moreover, these 4 were the real evildoers. The evil deeds they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. Even in the ash-gray cloud evil land, these 4 were quite loathsome existences. However, the 4 of them were proficient in joint attacks, so even if they were only Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, they could still contend with a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, so even if they had enemies all over the world, they still lived a comfortable life. What's more, the 4 of them were also the profound Een Ghost King's trusted subordinates. Their tempers were unruly, so if they were displeased, it was possible they could kill everyone here in a single blow. Yang Kai naturally understood the depths of this situation, so when he heard the old man's shout, he hurriedly stopped. Although he was extremely anxious in his heart, there was nothing he could do. The four old men flew forward side by side. They wore clothes of similar styles but different colors. The different colors represented their identities. Demon King, green, yellow, and purple. The blue-robed old man stared at Yang Kai's group with a dignified expression and asked, "Who are you? Do you know what's going on here?" Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "We are from Ghost King Valley and have been here for life experience, so we don't know what's going on." "You don't know?" The blue-robed old man coldly snorted, apparently seeing that Yang Kai was lying. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Just take him and ask him on the way. The green-robed old man frowned. The blue-robed old man nodded, his figure leaping over to Yang Kai's side. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's body instinctively reacted, but he quickly suppressed it. Facing an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage master, everyone here couldn't win even if they put their lives on the line, let alone 4 of them. Acting rashly would only make things worse. The blue-robed old man easily lifted Yang Kai up and didn't seal his cultivation. Seemingly very confident in his strength, the blue-robed old man's figure flickered as he rushed inside. "You go first. When I come out, I'll find you." Kai Yang only had time to shout out to the crowd before the blue-robed old man carried him away and disappeared from sight. Yang Kai. The Hu sisters' beautiful faces suddenly went pale. They were so close to escaping from the evil cavern, so how could something like this happen here? Chapter 347. The blue-robed old man grabbed Yang Kai and quickly rushed towards the interior of the evil cavern, the other 3 following closely behind. The green-robed old man glanced back with a smile, his eyes full of interest. Suddenly, he waved his hand and 2 green lights flew back like spirit snakes coming out of a cave. The Hu sisters had only just shouted when their delicate bodies were hit by these green streaks of light. Immediately after, the 2 sisters simultaneously turned green. This unforeseen event caused them to be stunned on the spot. Hurriedly inspecting themselves, they discovered that they had not suffered any injuries, and their true qi circulation was not hindered in any way. Lung Shan's complexion changed greatly as she cried out in alarm, "Tarsal bone shadow." The Ghost King Valley disciples all turned to look at the Hu sisters again, their eyes filled with sympathy. "What do you mean, what is that?" Hu Jiao asked in a deep voice. Lung Shan's face was extremely ugly, and she was worried. After hesitating for a while, she opened her mouth to explain. "Demons and monsters. One of them is wearing a green robe. This person likes women, so I'm afraid you've been targeted by him. This Tarsus shadow is his unique skill. Once he hits you, he can sense your location at all times. He can even use this skill to affect your mind and make you surrender and listen to him obediently." The Hu sisters' beautiful faces suddenly went pale. Moreover, the color on your body is also a sign of this skill. As long as you go outside, anyone who sees this color will know you've been hit by the tarsal bone shadow. After a pause, Lung Shan continued, "Right now he's going inside to investigate the situation. So he can't split himself up. That's why he left this tarsal bone shadow technique on you. As soon as he finishes his business inside, he'll definitely come looking for you. Even if he doesn't go in person, someone will capture you and give you to him in order to gain his favor. You're in big trouble." Chini also said solemnly. "Is there any way to break this skill?" Hu Jiao asked coldly. "Even an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master may not be able to break this skill. Unless we kill him or find someone stronger." Lung Shan bit her lip. Hearing her say this, the Hu sisters' hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. Yang Kai didn't know about the Hu sisters' situation. However, the 2 beams of green light and the obscene light in the eyes of the green-robed old man were clearly seen by him. The look in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became much colder. The other 3 people seemed to have become accustomed to this small action of the green-robed old man. Their expressions didn't even change. There was no need to talk about it. The few of them just kept flying inside. The flight speed of an immortal ascension boundary master was extremely fast, so it took Yang Kai a long time to reach the cave entrance, but after a short while he was brought back. After returning to the 2 high platforms not far away, Chi Mei and Wang Liang narrowed their eyes and looked forward with a solemn expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring water had completely receded, and in its place was a dark cocoon-like object. On the cocoon, lines that looked like the veins of a human body were crisscrossing, and an indescribable amount of energy was flowing inside them. The entire cocoon was 40 to 50 feet tall. It was incomparably enormous, and its entire body emitted a ghastly and icy cold feeling. The strands of seemingly material evil devil chi seemed to have transformed into numerous tentacles that swam and fluttered outside the cocoon. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Dong dong. A strong throbbing sound came from inside the cocoon, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that could affect one's soul and divine sense, sweeping across the area where Chi Mei and Yang Kai were standing. The blue-robed old man carrying Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quickly formed a few hand seals and stretched out his hand in front of him. This time he managed to block the attack. What is this? The yellow-robed old man's expression became extremely heavy as he stared at the cocoon, a look of confusion on his face. The four of them had profound strength, were not young, and were quite knowledgeable. Although they could feel a huge pressure coming from the cocoon in front of them, and knew that the thing inside was definitely not to be trifled with, none of them could recognize what it was. Such a rich demonic chi was visible to the naked eye. In all their lives, the four of them had only ever seen this from a single person. That was the recently born demon lord. A few months ago, when the four of them followed the profound Een Ghost King to see the demon lord, they had the privilege of witnessing the demon lord's glory. The demon lord's demonic chi had already transcended the level of evil. The profound Een Ghost King had said that this was a demon. A real demon. In front of a demon, all demonic chi was just a small matter. Little brat, I will ask you one last time. Do you know what happened here? If you dare say you don't know, this old master will imprison you here and let you fend for yourself. If you tell me, this old master will let you live. The blue-robed old man put down Yang Kai and looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he glanced at the old man before frowning. This is something hidden in the evil spirit spring. Evil spirit spring? Chi Mei Wang and Liang's expressions changed, and the voice of the green-robed old man suddenly rose by a lot. The four words evil spirit spring were undoubtedly very attractive to them. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and didn't conceal anything, quickly recounting what had happened just now. The more the four old men listened, the more excited they became, their eyes blazing, their original fear of the big cocoon slowly replaced by greed, all of them staring towards it with gleaming eyes. After Yang Kai finished speaking, the four old men's breathing became somewhat unstable. What do we do? The other three looked nervously and expectantly towards the blue-robed old man, waiting for him to make a decision. The blue-robed old man's heart was obviously also filled with turmoil. The evil spirit spring rarely appeared, but every time it did, it would bring with it a treasure that many immortal ascension boundary masters desperately fought over. But this time, the evil spirit spring had actually bred such a treasure, something that far exceeded their knowledge and understanding. The blue-robed old man didn't know if he should gamble his life here. We're not far from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, but we haven't been able to find a suitable energy source. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait. The purple-robed old man obviously wanted to take a risk, his expression eager. And the green-robed old man and yellow-robed old man nodded at the same time, agreeing with what the purple-robed old man said. Since all three of them had such intentions, the blue-robed old man couldn't act arbitrarily. What's more, he himself was also inclined to take a risk. It was just that he had some scruples in his heart. After a moment of silence, the blue-robed old man's eyes flashed and his expression became firm, quickly declaring, "Then let's do it." Saying so, he casually tossed Yang Kai about 1,000 meters away. Before he hit the ground, Yang Kai felt a tyrannical force suddenly erupt from his body. This force was filled with all kinds of sinister malice, and even though Zhenyang Yuan Qi tried to counterattack, he was still unable to offset it. With a few cracking sounds, several of his bones broke, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood mid-air. When he finally landed, Yang Kai was completely motionless, his face as white as a sheet of gold. The blue-robed old man suddenly laughed. "Ha ha, this old master is a man of his word. I'll let you live. Yang Kai glared towards the old man with resentment, his eyes filled with hatred and coldness. How could the blue-robed old man let him live? If it weren't for the Zhenyang Yuan Qi in his body being pure and vigorous enough, that sneak attack just now would have been enough to defeat Yang Kai's Dantian, completely crippling his cultivation and reducing him to an ordinary person. For an ordinary person without strength to stay here, there was no other end but death. Fortunately, they were far enough away that the blue-robed old man didn't know that Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't been crippled. If he were to learn of this, with this old man's vicious nature, he would likely immediately kill him. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Yang Kai quickly sat down cross-legged to meditate, at the same time reaching out and dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid into his mouth to neutralize its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, the sound of a fierce battle rang out. The strength of the Qi Mei and Wang Liang was profound, and when the four of them joined forces, they could be called invincible in the immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, they were fiercely attacking the giant cocoon. A roar came from inside the cocoon, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Immediately, the blue-robed old man's frightened and surprised cry rang out. Sure enough, it's a real demon, a demon spirit. With this shout, the battle became even more intense. It was likely that whatever was inside the cocoon had been forced out by these four people, and was now engaged in a fierce battle with them. For a time, the entire evil cavern was filled with gusts of cold wind as the demonic qi churned. The already dim underground cavern was now plunged into darkness, as if it had been immersed in the underworld. Yang Kai was completely focused on healing his wounds. However, under the influence of the rolling demonic qi, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something in his body that was throbbing incessantly. Even his yuan qi was stirring up. Slightly startled, Yang Kai quickly investigated himself, but after understanding what was causing this reaction to the demonic qi, his expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai slowly diverted a part of his attention to the situation over there. The scene of the battle was extremely fierce, and although Yang Kai could not see what was happening over there, from the sounds coming from the mouths of the demons and demons, he could infer that even though they had taken advantage of the fact that the demon spirit had not fully matured to force it out of the cocoon, the four of them were still unable to gain any advantage, and were instead forced to retreat. The strength of the demon spirit was far beyond their imagination. But in a battle between masters, even if they felt something was wrong, they would not be able to escape in a short time, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on, each of them displaying 10 to 20% of their strength. As time passed, Yang Kai's injuries quickly healed. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the other side. It seemed that Mo Ling had suffered a great loss. At the same time, the other four people exclaimed in unison. Among them, two of them stopped abruptly. It was very short and hurried. Dead. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy. Let's go. The green-clothed old man's shout rang out. He was rather flustered and also somewhat exhausted. Immediately afterwards, the sound of two people's robes fluttering could be heard. Obviously, the two people who were still alive were hurriedly fleeing. The demon spirit did not chase after them, just staying in place and letting out an unwilling roar. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his eyes overflowing with light, his mood fluctuating. The thing in his body was still throbbing, more violently than before, as if urging him to hurry. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took large strides and quickly walked in the direction of the demon spirit. Chapter 348. More than a dozen kilometers away, Ghost King Valley, Treasure Instrument Sect, and the Hu sisters were quickly returning. Why did you all follow us? Hu Jiao'er asked with a wry smile as she ran with her sister. Then why did you come back? Lung Shan didn't answer. Our relationship with him is different. Hu Jiao'er replied, but as soon as she spoke, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Realizing the ambiguity in her words, she quickly added, we've known each other for a long time. Blood Battle Gang and High Heaven Pavilion are close neighbors. Listening to her, everyone understood why Yang Kai seemed so close to them before. It turned out that there was such a relationship between them. If we go back, it's very likely we'll die. Hu Jiao'er's voice became heavy. Lung Shan curled her lips. That's you, we're all from Ghost King Valley. under the jurisdiction of the profound Ghost King. Those monsters won't necessarily try to kill us. Chunyi nodded. That's right, Brother Tao, you shouldn't get involved in this mess. Tao Yang smiled lightly. We're from Treasure Instrument Sect, so we won't die. As long as those 4 old fogies still have some sense, they'll know our value. Yuha. Hu Jiao'er was speechless for a while. How could she not know that this group of people were just finding excuses for themselves? In fact, they just wanted to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved them time and time again. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, if they just left, they wouldn't be able to get over their conscience. But in the face of those 4 great masters, what was the use of these people? Ants trying to shake a tree. As they were running away, suddenly, an earth-shaking roar came from the other side. Then, the green light on the Hu sisters' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The group of people hurriedly stopped and stared at them in surprise. What happened? Hu Jiao'er looked puzzled. Didn't you say that unless that old fogey died, the tarsal bone shadow would break? Everyone was startled. Suddenly thinking of something, all of them looked aghast. How could that be? How long has it been? Chunyi couldn't believe it. Less than half an hour had passed. How could that old fogey have died? But if that wasn't the case, why did the tarsal bone shadow on the Hu sisters suddenly disappear? Those 4, after joining forces, were invincible in the immortal ascension boundary. What kind of danger had they encountered? Why did he lose his life in such a short time? Shwa shwa. 2 silhouettes flew in front of them. Everyone quickly raised their guard and looked up. They saw 2 of the demons and monsters from before quickly approaching them. One was the green-robed old man who had captured Yang Kai, and the other was the purple-robed old man. The yellow-robed old man was no longer among them. Moreover, these 2 people were no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. At this moment, their faces were pale, and dark red blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Many pitch-black auras surrounded their bodies. These auras were like poisonous snakes, coiling around their bodies, making them look exceptionally terrifying. Both of them were severely injured. One of the green-robed old man's arms was dangling by his side, clearly broken. As for the purple-clothed elder's abdomen, there were 5 bloody holes, which looked like they had been caused by someone's fingers. As he ran, bright red blood flowed out, sprinkling all the way. Not seeing any trace of Yang Kai, everyone's heart sank. These 2 looked panicked. They passed over everyone's heads like a whirlwind, not even sparing them a glance. It was as if they had been greatly frightened. The 2 fleeing and panicked expressions of these 2 made everyone's hearts feel even more gloomy. For people had gone in, and within half an hour, 2 had died while the other 2 had fled with serious injuries. The danger over there was not something this group of young people could touch. If they continued to go deeper, they were afraid they would die without a doubt. Moreover, whether Yang Kai was still alive was unknown. It was very likely that Yang Kai had already died. Elder sister. Hu Mei softly called out, looking towards the inside with a firm expression. Hu Jiao'er nodded with a cold expression, not saying a word, and together with her younger sister, the 2 of them rushed in like bolts of lightning. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples glanced at each other before following without hesitation. Yang Kai condensed his yuan qi, his pace neither fast nor slow, cautiously and boldly approaching the battlefield. Not long after, the bodies of the green-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man came into view. Seeing their state of death, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Although these 2 people's individual strength wasn't top-notch, only immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage, Lung Shan had said that the 4 of them together were very powerful. The so-called demon spirit being able to break through their joint attack in a short time and kill 2 of them in one fell swoop showed how powerful it was. The green-robed old man and the yellow-robed old man's deaths were extremely miserable. One of them had half of his body missing and died with his eyes wide open while the other was a bloody mess. Looking at their injuries, it was clear that they had been killed by the demon spirit in a single blow, not even giving them time to react. Not far away, Yang Kai heard a panting sound and quickly looked up. More than 100 feet away, an extremely burly, naked, and wild-looking man was nailed to the ground by a long spear that was more than 10 feet long. The demon spirit. This was the demon spirit that had been bred from the giant cocoon, and was the result of all the evil spirit spring water, and the essence of hundreds of evil spirits. Unlike the demon spirit, this demon spirit had a complete body with 4 limbs and facial features, looking no different from a real person. Only streams of pitch-black aura danced around his body. Every single one of those streams of aura contained extremely terrifying energy. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, the demon spirit just glanced at him faintly, the look in his eyes clearly not taking Yang Kai seriously. At the same time, the several black auras around his body directly swept towards Yang Kai. As the demonic chi surged forward, Yang Kai calmly stretched out his hand in front of him and condensed a layer of true Yang Yuan chi into a defensive barrier in front of him. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk the demonic chi collided with the barrier and only pushed Yang Kai back a few steps, unable to break through it. The demon spirit glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have such a skill. After being stunned for a moment, he actually grinned at Yang Kai. Immediately after, he extended a strong and powerful hand and grasped the spear that was stuck in his abdomen. As he roared, he slowly pulled the spear out of his abdomen. This spear should be the artifact of the 4 evil spirits. By relying on the power of this artifact, they had nailed the demon spirit to the ground, allowing the 2 who were still alive a chance to escape. As the spear was pulled out inch by inch, the demon spirit not only showed no expression of discomfort, but instead wore a ferocious expression of excitement. Blood flowed out of the demon spirit's mouth, but instead of being red, it was a strange purple color. Before the demon spirit could fully pull out the spear, Yang Kai had already acted. With the sound of a chain being swung, an artifact suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, exuding a hot and pure energy that radiated in all directions. Affected by this energy, the demon spirit's body involuntarily trembled, and the black aura wriggling around his body also shrank back. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the sound of the chain in the air became clearer and clearer, and there seemed to be a mysterious power hidden within it, causing the demon spirit to feel great dread. In an instant, the chain completely unfolded, less than a meter long, with a collar at the top. The shape was simple, somewhat like a dog chain. Demon sealing chain. The artifact that Yang Kai had obtained from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream had been nourished with his true Yang Yuan chi in the Dantian until now. It had never had any effect, but this time it actually reacted on its own initiative. If it weren't for the existence of the demon sealing chain, Yang Kai would not have rushed here. The demon sealing chain was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder. It was able to seal the demonic chi of the demon spirit at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, so it was not necessarily impossible for it to seal this demon spirit. When the demon sealing chain completely appeared, the demon spirit, who had never taken Yang Kai seriously, finally panicked, his expression suddenly changing as he cried out in alarm. Pure Yang Supreme Artifact, Demonic Chi Nemesis. While speaking, the demon spirit's hand that was holding the spear suddenly pulled it out and, ignoring his own injuries, used all his strength to throw the spear towards the demon sealing chain. With a sharp sound, the spear broke through the barrier of space almost instantly and strangely appeared in front of the demon sealing chain. However, this blow, which was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and earth, actually hit thin air. The demon sealing chain suddenly became golden, and the spear penetrated it without any hindrance. The next moment, with a flash of golden light, the demon sealing chain appeared around the demon spirit's neck, wrapping around it. With a sizzling sound, the demon spirit seemed to have been doused with boiling water, his body constantly emitting white smoke. The dark demonic chi around his body was also quickly suppressed into his body. Screams rang out as the demon spirit's huge body rampaged, both hands holding the demon sealing chain, trying to break it open. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. Instead, his hands were scorched white smoke, and he screamed again and again. The demon sealing chain flickered and flickered. The dark demonic chi around the demon spirit's body was also sometimes visible, and sometimes suppressed. The 2 were obviously in a desperate struggle. Yang Kai's face was calm as he quickly retreated, a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect this demon spirit to be able to speak. He had witnessed the formation of this demon spirit with his own eyes. It was formed from the essence of the evil spirit spring by gathering the essence of the spring water, and hundreds of evil spirits. A demon spirit like this should not have any cognition. It could be said that his mind should be blank, only instincts. But he could see at a glance that the demon sealing chain was the nemesis of the demonic chi. This situation was obviously not right. Yang Kai's expression flickered, not knowing how to explain everything in front of him. The battle between the demon spirit and the demon sealing chain did not last long. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the winner was decided between the two. The demon sealing chain completely suppressed the demon spirit's demonic chi, and the demon spirit no longer resisted, allowing his body to emit white smoke. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. There was not the slightest panic or fear of dying, but instead a strong interest and a strange light in his eyes. "Boy, I am the demon General Mungo. You dared to hurt a strand of my soul. This king will remember you. If there is a chance in the future, this king will personally capture you and make you beg for death." Chapter 349. After the New Year's Eve, the outside world was bustling with noise and excitement. When the Hu sisters rushed over, all they saw was a scene of devastation. There were traces of a fierce battle, and on the ground, the corpses of the old men in green and yellow robes were strewn about. Her beautiful eyes darted around nervously as she saw Yang Kai standing not far away. He seemed to be holding a chain in his hand as he stood there motionless, exuding a cold and frightening energy fluctuation from his body. Schwa schwa schwa. The people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect also arrived one after another, and after noticing the strangeness of Yang Kai's body, all of their expressions changed, wondering what had happened to him. However, the current situation was much better than everyone had feared. At the very least, Yang Kai didn't have any obvious injuries on his body, and was still exuding a strong aura of vitality. Obviously, he wasn't dead. After noticing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai also felt the arrival of these people, but he was still thinking about the words the demon spirit had said before he died. It was just one sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Demon General Menggu. This was the name the demon spirit had given him. From this name, it wasn't difficult to infer that he wasn't a newly born demon spirit, but rather someone with a long history. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a name and status. Moreover, this demon spirit seemed to be formed from a wisp of his soul. The four masters of Qi, Mei Wang, and Liang had joined forces and fought with him for less than an incense stick worth of time. 2 of them had been killed, the other 2 had fled with serious injuries, and he had been nailed to the ground by a long spear artifact. After that, he had pulled out the spear as if nothing had happened. If a wisp of his soul was so powerful, how terrifying would it have been if his true body had come here? This person's true strength was far beyond his knowledge and understanding. Yang Kai's heart surged. Fortunately, he was a true demon and the demon sealing chain only reacted to true demons. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do anything to him even after a few dozen years. After Demon General Menggu said those words, seemingly knowing that he didn't have much time left, he directly collapsed without hesitation. All that was left behind was a large mass of cold and surging source chi. This mass of source chi, it was the treasure hidden in the evil spirit spring. At this moment, it had been sucked into Yang Kai's meridians. The demon sealing chain in his hand seemed to have lost its spirituality in this battle. Its entire body was dim and lusterless, no different from a piece of junk. However, Yang Kai could still sense a little bit of life force hidden within it. As long as it was nurtured properly, it would definitely be able to recover in time. After all, this was a treasure left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder. Although it had been there for a long time, it wouldn't be so easily damaged. Faintly sighing, Yang Kai's heart was suddenly filled with boundless lofty sentiments. Today, he had witnessed Demon General Meng Ji's elegant demeanor, and his desire to pursue the peak of martial arts was once again aroused. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai's expression was solemn, but his eyes were still firm. Yang Kai, seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, the Hu sisters didn't know what was going on, so they could only call out softly, "I'm fine." Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the demon sealing chain back into his body. He turned to the crowd and said, I want to find a place to go into seclusion. I know a suitable location. It's not far from here. Chengying quickly said, Take me there. Inside a cave in the evil cavern, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy contained in the evil spirit essence. This place was discovered by Chengying by accident, and it was indeed very well hidden. Moreover, after the evil cavern went through such an unforeseen event, it had become a very dangerous place. After the evil cavern had experienced this time, there were basically no evil spirits around. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all knew that Yang Kai must have obtained some kind of harvest, so none of them were in a hurry to leave. Taking advantage of this free time, everyone also began to refine the evil spirit essences they had obtained. Both Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect had each obtained 2 purifying spirit essences, a total of 40 of them. Evenly divided between each of them, the amount was not small. The Hu sisters had even more, the 2 of them obtaining 5 bottles each. The 2 sisters were both very kind-hearted, and originally wanted to share 1 purifying spirit bottle with each of the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples, but they were all politely refused. Both of them were very satisfied with their harvest this time, so how could they still covet the Hu sisters? After all, this was something that Yang Kai had given them. In desperation, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei no longer tried to be polite. The 2 sisters began to circulate their twin chi shared spirit divine art, allowing them to refine the evil spirit essence several times faster than others. Although they couldn't compare to Yang Kai's speed, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. While everyone was refining the evil spirit essences above the cave, Yang Kai was also doing the same. However, the evil spirit essences that Yang Kai was refining were somewhat different from the others. Even the essence left behind by the soul evil spirit could not be compared to this one. During the refining process, the unyielding golden skeleton pulsed rhythmically, resonating with the energy contained in the evil spirit essence. True Yang Yuan Qi completely retreated back into the Dantian while Yang Kai's whole body was wrapped in black qi, just like Demon General Meng Ji's state before. However, there were still some differences between the two. Meng Ge was obviously able to control his own strength and restrain his demonic qi, but Yang Kai couldn't. His whole body was wrapped in black qi, and only when he opened his eyes would they shine with light. A cold and demonic aura spread out, causing a series of cracking sounds to echo throughout the cave. Soon, the walls of the cave were covered in white frost, condensing into ice. The people guarding outside quickly realized that something was wrong. This cold aura had already penetrated the ground, and was pushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. With a cry of alarm, everyone quickly fled 1,000 meters away before glancing back with lingering fear, only to see that on the other side of the cave, the entire world had been wrapped in a layer of ice. The moisture in the air had condensed into ice, spreading out layer by layer. It was as if this place had been frozen since ancient times. Even though they were so far away, some of the weaker ones were still shivering. Every time they recalled the cold aura that penetrated deep into their souls, they couldn't help but feel horrified. What's going on? Chunyi was puzzled. Why do I feel that this cold aura is so similar to the one from the evil spirit spring? Previously, when they were defending the high platform, everyone had also felt this cold aura once before, but it was far from as clear and terrifying as this one. Will Yang Kai be okay? Hu Mei whispered to her elder sister. Hu Jiao calmly shook her head. This should be the movement he made. As long as the movement is still there, nothing will happen. In fact, she herself wasn't sure, but she could only comfort her sister like this. Lung Shan nodded in agreement. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. I also think he will be fine. TSK. Chunyi smacked his lips. He looked at her mischievously. Junior sister, why do I feel that your words are so sour? Will you die if you don't speak? Lung Shan glared at him. Heh. Chunyi suddenly laughed dryly. Inside the cave, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not affected by the cold aura at all. This kind of cold aura seemed to be very suitable for his current state. Not only did it not make him feel uncomfortable, but it also made him happy. In the past, when Yang Kai used the energy of the unyielding golden skeleton, the feeling he gave off was evil, but now, it was both evil and cold. The two complemented each other, complementing each other, and increasing each other's tyrannical strength. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared, but inside the cave, no one knew the passage of time. When the last strand of origin energy was refined, the energy contained within the origin energy seemed to have become a key. It unlocked the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton that had been sealed for many years. At that moment, the shackles of the unyielding golden skeleton were completely opened. A violent evil chi swarmed out, and the entire cave was instantly shrouded in darkness as the evil chi tumbled. Like a flood dragon, the roar of the evil chi never stopped. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the scarlet in his eyes quickly receded, becoming black and white. At the same time, the various mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton were thoroughly understood by Yang Kai. He understood everything clearly. Wrapped in the evil chi, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai stretched out a finger and slowly touched his forehead, whispering softly like a dream, "Become the demon race." In an instant, his body became a bottomless pit, crazily sucking in the dark evil chi from outside. All of the demonic chi was quite orderly, turning into visible streaks of energy that enveloped Yang Kai's body. In just a breath's time, all the dark evil chi disappeared, and in its place, Yang Kai's body was covered in black lines. These lines were densely packed, and in a strange and inexplicable way, they occupied 90% of Yang Kai's skin, except for his face. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression was calm, without joy or sorrow, and his eyes were cold as ice. However, he could clearly feel that his current state was very different from before. Unlike before, when he was wrapped in black evil chi, even his face couldn't be seen clearly. Now, if Yang Kai didn't take off his clothes, he would look no different from normal. But now the combat strength he could display was much more tyrannical than before. His realm was still the same, without the slightest improvement. That huge mass of evil spirit essence seemed to be the key to opening the unyielding golden skeleton. As Yang Kai stood up, the whole world seemed to tremble, and a constant buzzing sound rang out, giving people the illusion that the world was about to collapse. Moreover, the incomparable demonic chi radiated outwards, and everyone 1,000 meters away from the cave clearly felt it, their eyes trembling violently as they panicked. Gently clenching his fist, a crisp sound rang out. This fist seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai had never felt such a sense of self-confidence, as if even if an immortal ascension boundary master stood in front of him, he would still be able to destroy them. With a wave of his hand, a jet of dark evil chi flew out like a spirit snake, directly drilling into the frozen cave wall in front of him. Under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, this evil chi broke through several dozen meters before slowly disappearing. Not bad, Yang Kai grinned, a somewhat ferocious look on his face. In addition, Yang Kai felt that the vitality contained in his body was unprecedentedly vigorous. Compared to normal, it was at least 4 or 5 times more vigorous. The most obvious feature of a vigorous vitality was its powerful recovery ability. Strength and speed were also linked to the strength of one's vitality. After becoming the demon race, all the vitality in his body seemed to have been activated, and even magnified. Chapter 350. Above the cave, Ghost King Valley, Treasure Instrument Sect, and the Hu sisters all wore anxious and worried expressions as they waited silently. Half a month had passed since Yang Kai had entered retreat, but even now he had yet to appear. On the contrary, the several dozen meters around the cave where he had secluded himself was now completely covered in thick ice. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Could there have been some kind of accident? Cheng-Ying paced back and forth, his big mouth unable to remain silent. As soon as his words fell, he noticed 3 cold gazes directed towards him, causing him to shrink his head back and chuckle awkwardly. Chun-Yi helplessly smiled. Unfortunately, none of us have reached the immortal ascension boundary. If someone had cultivated their divine sense, we could have investigated the situation. Tao Yang shook his head. No, even if we had our divine sense, we wouldn't be able to investigate. I'm afraid this ice can even freeze our divine sense. Listening to him say this, everyone was shocked. All of them became more and more worried. After a long time, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the ice layer that covered a radius of 100 feet. Immediately, the mysterious ice, which seemed to have never melted for tens of thousands of years, burst apart like flour. A figure shot out from the crystal powder that permeated the sky and flew over. Everyone's expression brightened as they quickly greeted him. You finally came out. If you hadn't come out, I'm afraid we would have had to fight our way in to see what was going on. Chen Yi saw Yang Kai land and immediately laughed. Yang Kai simply smiled back. Glancing around at the crowd, he nodded. I've made you worry. Since we've come out, let's leave this place first. The evil cavern is currently not peaceful, Lung Shan said somewhat anxiously. Tao Yang also nodded slightly. The evil cavern had released such a strong energy fluctuation, and even 2 of the Ghost King's demons had died inside. News of the appearance of the demon spirit had also spread. While Yang Kai had been in retreat, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had rushed inside to investigate the situation. If they stayed here any longer, they would definitely be in trouble. About 30 kilometers away from the evil cavern, the group of people stopped. Chen Yi curiously asked, Brother Yang, I saw that the Ghost King's demons had suffered heavy casualties, so how come you're safe and sound? Looking at your expression, it seems you've gained a lot. Hearing his question, everyone cast their gazes over. They were also quite curious about this matter. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Just a small harvest. Those 4 old fogies fought with the thing that came out of the evil spirit spring water. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and I was able to take advantage of it. I was just lucky. This. Chen Yi was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, It is indeed the Tao of good luck. There is actually such a good thing in the world. Tao Yang chuckled and said, Looks like Qi Mei and Wang Liang has given you an opportunity by capturing you. Those few old fellows have really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Haha. Why didn't I run into him? Cheng Ying muttered. Envy was written all over his face. Lung Shan sneered. Unless it's Yang Kai, all of us here will die. Do you think it's easy to take advantage of others? Cheng Ying laughed awkwardly. I was just saying. How could everyone not know that taking advantage of Qi Mei and Wang Liang was more difficult than ascending to the heavens? Although Yang Kai didn't explain in detail, there were definitely some unknown dangers involved. Only he could survive a battle with Qi Mei and Wang Liang. During this time together, all of them had witnessed Yang Kai's strength countless times and knew that they couldn't treat him like an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator. No matter what. Chen Yi's expression became serious as he patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. This time in the evil cavern, my Ghost King Valley owes you many lives. In the future, if Brother Yang needs anything, just say the word. I can't guarantee anything else, but all of us here will do our best to help. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. Even if we have to die 10,000 deaths. All the Ghost King Valley disciples nodded. Tao Yang smiled. Us brothers and sisters are the same. Although we may not be good at fighting, when it comes to refining artifacts, if Brother Yang wants to refine some kind of artifact in the future, just come to my treasure instrument sect and find me. Good. Yang Kai nodded. This place isn't far from Ghost King Valley, Brother Yang. If it's convenient, why don't you come to my sect and play for a few days? Chen Yi enthusiastically invited. He shouldn't go. Lung Shan said indifferently. Junior sister, you're being too unreasonable. Chen Yi's face suddenly became bitter. He wanted to communicate more with Yang Kai, but he hadn't expected Lung Shan to not give him any face. I'm doing this for his own good. What do you know? Lung Shan glared at him. Honored master knows him. If he goes to Ghost King Valley, I'm afraid he won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Chen Yi was shocked. Only now remembering that his honored master Gue Li seemed to have a great grievance with High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. Not daring to mention it again, he turned to Tao Yang and asked, What about you? Tao Yang smiled and said, Even if Brother Chen didn't ask, we still wanted to go with you. I'm quite curious about Ghost King Valley's ghost breeding ground. I wonder if we can go and see it. That's exactly what I was looking for. Chunyi laughed heartily. Then we'll part here. Take care of yourselves. Lung Shan looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Let's go, brother Yang. Two young ladies farewell. Chunyi called out to everyone, cupping his fists towards Yang Kai and the Hu sisters. Take care. Yang Kai returned the gesture, watching the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect people leave together. So the people from the heretical schools aren't that bad after all. When there were only 3 people left, when the 3 of them were alone, Hu Mei suddenly said, those people from Ghost King Valley are all very good. Hu Jiao nodded and said earnestly, good and bad are only relative. Yang Kai stared at her with a dumbfounded smile. Hu Jiao blushed and glared at him. Smelly brat. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. What accounts? Yang Kai looked confused. Glaring at him hatefully, Hu Jiao didn't have the nerve to bring up the previous matter, shaking her head and saying, nothing. Where do you want to go now? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit confused, thinking for a while, but he didn't know where to go. Looking at his empty and confused eyes, Hu Mei couldn't help but wonder. For some reason, the Hu sisters' hearts ached. The powerful and strange man in front of them was no longer as confident and spirited as he had been in the evil cavern. He was like a child who had lost his way, not knowing where to go, not knowing where to go home. Affected by his confusion, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei couldn't help feeling sad. Let's leave the ash-gray cloud evil land first. Hu Jiao quickly changed the subject, really couldn't bear to see him lose his soul. Yang Kai's eyes quickly regained their clarity and firmness. Although he didn't know where to go, the only thing he was certain of was that he had to constantly become stronger. The goal of the martial Tao had always been so clear, he would not be affected by anything. After a pause, asking, where do you want to go? Back to Blood Battle Gang? No. Hu Jiao smiled bitterly. We can't go back until this war is over. Otherwise we'll become a target of gossip. Their Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were implicated because of High Heaven Pavilion, and were forced to participate in this war by those great forces. If they went back at this time, it would only bring trouble to Blood Battle Gang. Then let's go find the others in the gang. Hu Mei proposed. This time there are 50 people from the gang. They should still be fighting in that area. What do you think? Hu Jiao looked at Yang Kai. I'll follow you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. He also wanted to find a place with a lot of people to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Pavilion, especially the whereabouts of Ling Tai Su and Su Yan. Looking at the Hu sisters, he suddenly smiled. But before that, you'll have to disguise yourselves. What do you mean? Hu Jiao frowned. How did you end up being targeted by free and unfettered sect? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Hu Jiao suddenly woke up and coldly said, it's not our fault that we're beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many lechers like you in this world, how could we be so troubled? We didn't provoke anyone, but wherever we go, there will be people thinking about us. It's so annoying. Although they said so, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei had no choice but to listen to Yang Kai's advice. After all, this was the ash-gray cloud evil land. Lechers were more unscrupulous than outside. After dressing up, the two women's stunning faces were finally covered up. They didn't have the right tools on hand, so they couldn't do a good job, but at least they wouldn't attract unwanted attention. The older sister's face was now covered in dust and her hair was a mess, making her look extremely sloppy, while the younger sister's face was full of pockmarks, making her look completely unappetizing. After dressing up, the two sisters glanced at each other and couldn't bear it any longer. Although her face was slightly covered up, her enchanting and exquisite figure could not be hidden no matter what. The three of them traveled together, cautiously avoiding contact with others in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Kai's spiritual energy played a huge role at this moment. Releasing his divine sense, the situation within a 30-kilometer radius was clear at a glance, allowing him to always be able to predict the enemy's movements and take the Hu sisters into hiding before any danger arrived. Without him, the Hu sisters wouldn't have been able to escape from the ash-gray cloud evil land. A month later, the travel-worn trio crossed a few thousand kilometers and finally left the ash-gray cloud evil land. After a month of hiding and fighting, Whether it was Yang Kai or the Hu sisters, both of them were physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, along the way, there were only scares but no real dangers. The most dangerous encounter was when they encountered an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master, who was caught off guard by Yang Kai's soul skill, and was forced to flee. In that battle, Yang Kai was also seriously injured, but under the careful care of the two sisters and the effect of the myriad drug liquid, it only took him 2 to 3 days to fully recover. During this month, the Hu sisters gradually became dependent on Yang Kai and trusted him even more. No matter what Yang Kai said, they wouldn't refute him. Even the aggressive Hu Jiao no longer dared to treat Yang Kai as the little brat from 2 years ago. Many times she and her sister had witnessed Yang Kai's magical abilities, enough to change their perception of Yang Kai. If not for his protection, Hu Jiao didn't know what she and her sister would be like now. Chapter 351. Taifang Mountain was a mountain ridge that stretched from north to south. In this vast land, it wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Originally, this mountain ridge could be considered a beautiful place. The trees on the mountain swayed in the wind, verdant and lush, and the birds chirped and the flowers were fragrant. But at this moment, this entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The south side of the mountain was where the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's forces gathered, while the north side was where the forces surrounding the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land gathered. The two forces looked at each other from across the mountain range, using the entire mountain ridge as a battlefield. Over the past few months, Taifang Mountain had been severely damaged, and there were traces of blood and corpses everywhere. It was unknown how many cultivators had fallen here. This kind of confrontation between the two sides was not uncommon in other places. Taifang Mountain was just a small part of the entire front line. Since leaving the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, the Hu sisters had rushed here because their Blood Battle gang members had been sent here to fight. It was here that they had been chased down by a master and unable to return, forcing them to take refuge in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Along the way, Yang Kai had also learned a lot of useful information from them. The battle at the Taifang Mountain wasn't that important, so there weren't many experts gathered here. In addition to the Blood Group, there were also people from the Storm House, as well as several elites from other second-class forces. All of them were under the command of a first-class family. Xiang family was the surname of this family, because the people here had come from all over the world. Most of them were from second- or third-class forces, so the Xiang family had absolute leadership. Even if some people disagreed, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the Xiang family. After all, the Xiang family's heritage was truly rich. At the foot of Taifang Mountain was a place that was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. There were many simple residences built here, and this was where the cultivator encircling the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land rested. On this day, a man and 2 women had just arrived from outside, looking travel-worn. Before the 3 of them had even approached, they were stopped by a few people in bright clothes who asked them about their identities. These people saw that Yang Kai and the Hu sisters weren't very strong, so they didn't take them seriously. Therefore, he did not take them to heart. Stopping them for questioning was just a matter of routine. However, those few pairs of eyes were constantly looking at the beautiful figures of the Hu sisters. But when they saw their honor, they immediately lost their appetite, and their eyes revealed disgust. Yang Kai looked indifferent. He didn't say a word. On the other hand, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei hurriedly wiped off the disguise on their faces, revealing their original appearances. After wiping her face, although it was still dark, she finally had the grace of a beauty. The few people who were blocking the way stared blankly for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you the young ladies of the Blood Group's Hu clan?" "Yes." Hu Jiao replied indifferently. "So it's you." The leader of the group revealed a joyful expression and said excitedly, "It's great that the 2 ladies are fine. Please come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside and said humbly, "We are just doing our job. Please don't take it to heart." Hu Jiao furrowed her brows. With a lukewarm expression, he was about to pass through with his sister and Yang Kai. The group of people looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and the leader of the group asked cautiously, "Dare I ask these 2 young ladies, this is my friend?" "Oh, since he is the young lady's friend, then it's fine," the leader said with a smile. He didn't question them and let them pass. When the three people entered and disappeared, the leader said with a dignified expression, "Go and tell the young master that the Hu sisters have returned safely. Go quickly." Oh. One of the people immediately flew out. Yang Kai followed behind the Hu sisters, shuttling through the area and soon arrived at the depths. Over there. Hu Meier suddenly shouted in surprise and pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction she pointed, Yang Kai saw a group of people gathered there, but he didn't know what they were talking about. "It's Uncle Lu." Hu Jiao'er also smiled and hurriedly walked over. The group of people on the other side sensed that someone was coming and all of them glanced over. The next moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s stood up shakily and stared at the Hu sisters in a daze, his old eyes full of joy. Guanqi Lu was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master, and a Master of Blood Battle Gang. During the battle with Meng Wuya he had participated in it. However, unlike Long Zai-Tian, Guanqi Lu was extremely loyal to the Blood Battle Gang. As well as a member of the Hu family, he had watched the Hu sisters grow up, so in the Blood Battle Gang, his relationship with the Hu sisters was quite good. "Is it the two young ladies?" Guanqi Lu asked hesitantly. "It's us, Uncle Lu." Hu Jiao'er smiled. "You really came back safe and sound." Guanqi Li's old eyes suddenly burst into tears. The group of people around him also looked at the Hu sisters in pleasant surprise. The two sisters had disappeared for 2 to 3 months, and the last time anyone saw them was when they were being chased on Taifang Mountain. Everyone thought that it would be impossible for them to escape, but who would have thought that after 2 months, they would return to this place in perfect condition? Since the people here had gathered together, they must have a good relationship with each other. Seeing the Hu sisters return, of course they would be happy. There weren't many people in this group, only a dozen or so, but when Yang Kai swept his eyes over them, he recognized all of them. They were either from Blood Battle Gang or from Storm Hall. What's more, Yang Kai even saw Feng Ziki among them. This extremely patriarchal guy had actually been dragged here to fight. The disciples of the two sects came from the same place, and had been forced to participate in this war. So it wasn't surprising that they would gather together. "It's good that you're back. Sect Master can rest assured." Guanqi Lu quickly adjusted his expression and nodded with relief, but after his eyes fell on Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Where have I seen this little brother before?" The Hu sisters suddenly didn't know how to explain. If it was just this group of people who knew Yang Kai's identity, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that there were other cultivator forces nearby. If they were to learn that Yang Kai was from High Heaven Pavilion, things wouldn't end well for them. Feng Ziki gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before quickly stepping forward and lightly coughing, wearing a strange smile, cupping his fists and saying, "Storm Hall's Feng Ziki. This friend looks very much like an old friend of mine. May I ask this friend's name?" "Yang Kai." Yang Kai laughed in his heart, but his face remained serious. "So it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you. Not only does this friend look like an old friend of mine, but his name is also very similar. Haha, don't you think so?" Feng Ziki patted the shoulder of the junior brother next to him. "Yes, it's..." The junior brother nodded helplessly. "Is there a need to be so secretive?" The others also instantly understood the meaning of Feng Ziki's words, each of them wearing strange expressions. Guanqi Lu was an old and experienced man, so after hearing Yang Kai's name, he suddenly realized why this young man looked so familiar. It was him. The group of people had a tacit understanding, but none of them pointed it out. The scene was joyous and harmonious, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that under the smiles and comforts of this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Blood Battle Gang, there was a trace of worry and anxiety. Just as they were talking, Feng Ziki's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes flashing, his mouth curling into a casual grin as he said, "Xiang Chu is here." As he spoke, he stared at the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. The group of people suddenly fell silent. Guanqi Li's face sank, his expression suddenly becoming unpleasant. Looking back, Yang Kai saw that not far away, a handsome young man in bright robes was accompanied by 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This young man strode towards them. His clothes were neat and tidy, and on his face was a refreshing smile. On top of that, his appearance was quite good. One could say he was handsome and elegant. Looking at his appearance, he was probably only 26 or 27 years old. Xiang Chu, the Xiang family's young lord. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so Xiang Chu's identity and status were naturally not low. Just like Bai Yinfeng and Dong Qinghan, they were both leaders of the younger generation. During this past month, Yang Kai had also heard Xiang Chu's name from the Hu sisters several times, but every time he was mentioned, the two sisters would quickly change the subject, not wanting to say too much. Now that he saw him in person and the look in his eyes, Yang Kai finally understood why the Hu sisters didn't like to talk about him. Not only the Hu sisters, but everyone from Blood Battle Gang in Storm Hall also didn't seem to have a good impression of this young man. Only Xiang Chu still wore a gentle smile as he strode over. Standing in front of them, his eyes flashed a gratified light as he called out softly, "Jiao Ermei, you've come a long way, you must have worked hard." Guan Qili's old eyes narrowed, immediately causing the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind Xiang Chu to stare at him. Hu Jiao Er's brow furrowed as she calmly said, "Young Lord Xiang Jiao, and Mei are not names you can call. Do you need me to remind you again?" Xiang Chu's expression froze for a moment before he seemed to remember something, letting out a dry laugh and cupping his fists. "Two young ladies, please forgive me." Reuniting after such a long time, this one was a bit emotional and spoke without thinking. "I hope there won't be a next time." Hu Jiaoer snorted. Sure, I promise there won't be a next time." Xiang Chu nodded repeatedly before letting out a long sigh, his brow furrowed as he said, "But this one must first apologize to the two young ladies." "Oh." Hu Jiaoer's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at him faintly. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. "During that battle, the two young ladies fell into deep trouble. This one should have gone to rescue you, but unfortunately, my skills were lacking and my strength was too low, so I could only watch as the two young ladies were chased and captured. The two young ladies were gone for 2 to 3 months. Every time this one thought about it, it felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, making him unable to sleep at night. I wished I could sprout a pair of wings and fly to your side to ensure your safety." Suddenly, Xiang Chu smiled brilliantly. "Fortunately, the two young ladies have returned today. This one can rest assured." His smile was extremely sincere, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the light of the moon. However, the Hu sisters remained indifferent. Xiang Chu didn't seem to care, cupping his fists and saying, "Two young ladies have just returned from such a long journey. You must be tired. You should rest early and we'll talk some other time. If the two young ladies have any needs, please don't hesitate to tell this one. As long as it is within this one's ability, this one will definitely help." Finished speaking, Xiang Chu smiled and left. Chapter 352. Looking at Xiang Chu's back, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Originally, when he saw that this group of people didn't like him, Kai Yang thought that this person was some kind of playboy. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so it was normal for a young lord from such a big family to be somewhat domineering. But now, seeing him behaving appropriately and generously, Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at his gentlemanly temperament and his free and easy demeanor. Yang Kai could clearly see this young man's love for the Hu sisters, and he had no intention of concealing it. However, even though Hu Jiaoer treated him so coldly, he didn't show any annoyance, nor did he continue to harass her. He could be considered a true man. Yang Kai didn't know why the Hu sisters and everyone else here didn't like him very much. However, there was always a cause for everything. Yang Kai also knew that people's hearts were unpredictable, so he intuitively felt that this Xiang Chu must have a side to him that others didn't know. After Xiang Chu's back disappeared, Fang Ziji leaned over to Yang Kai and chuckled. "Yang Kai, don't be fooled by that guy. He may look kind, but in fact his mouth is filled with honey and his heart is filled with swords. He is a shrewd schemer, otherwise he wouldn't have been the one to command this place." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't mean to underestimate Xiang Chu. Bai Yinfeng, for example, was domineering and arrogant, treating people with kindness and evil written all over his face. He didn't have the slightest bit of scheming, so he wouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. Instead, it was people like Xiang Chu who needed to be wary. "He's in charge of this place?" Hu Jiaoer, on the other hand, heard something unusual and looked at Fang Ziji in surprise. What's going on? He's just a member of the younger generation. How can he be in charge of this place? Isn't there an elder of the Xiang family in charge? Feng Ziki was stunned for a moment before letting out a hollow laugh and turning his eyes to Guanqi Lo. The two young ladies must be tired from the long journey. You should rest first. I'll tell you later tonight. Guanqi Lo hesitated for a moment before saying, all right. Hu Jiao didn't press him. First of all, she had already noticed that something was not quite right. Second of all, she and her sister really did need to clean themselves up. After all, she had been hiding with Yang Kai for a whole month. She couldn't bear the filth on her body anymore. Women always preferred cleanliness. Yang Kai, come with me. Feng Ziki greeted him warmly. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang followed him. At night, a bonfire was lit outside. The people from Blood Group and Storm House were all gathered here. The bonfire flickered as Yang Kai and Feng Ziki roasted the game over the fire. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard, followed by complete silence. After a long time, Hu Jiao asked, Uncle Lo, what's going on here? The number of experts had suddenly decreased by a lot. Where are the high-level members of my Blood Group and Storm House? Before they left 2 or 3 months ago, there were still many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters here, but now that they had returned, there were less than 10 of them. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that there were less than 10 people left. Besides the 2 who were guarding Xiangchu, the rest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators weren't very strong. Although this location wasn't very important on the entire front line, it was still a small matter. But with so few masters here, it was simply too trivial. If the people on the other side of the mountain attacked, everyone here would likely be wiped out. Guanqi Lu sighed and said faintly, it's like this. A month ago, we received an order from the central capital's 8 great families to mobilize all the masters who participated in the encirclement of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. It seems that the 8 great families and the Demon Lord are preparing for a final battle. A final battle? Hu Jiao exclaimed. Guanqi Lu nodded slightly. After all, this isn't a military battle. We're all just people who want to settle our grudges. After fighting for so long, everyone wants to end it quickly. It's probably because the 2 sides have reached some kind of consensus that most of the masters here have been transferred away, including your father. Father also went. Hu Meier murmured. Although Hu Man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, and was one of the strongest masters in the world, when compared to the rest of the world, he was nothing. Being pulled away to participate in the final battle, the slightest carelessness could result in his death. How could the Hu sisters not be worried? Our storm hall is also the same. Our master and elders have all left, and most of the masters on the other side of the mountain have also left. Feng Ziki smiled bitterly. His master was the storm hall's sect master, Xiaoruahan. If it weren't for sect master's request, this old master wouldn't have been able to stay. Guanqi Li's expression suddenly became gloomy. Sect master said that the 2 young ladies would definitely come back to find him one day, so he asked me to stay. First, to take care of these young people, and second, to wait for the 2 young ladies to return. Now it seems that sect master's decision was extremely wise. Speaking of this, Feng Ziki became extremely resentful and bitterly said, if it weren't for Senior Guan's repeated protection, your blood battle gang and my storm hall would have already died. What happened? Hu Jiao's face sank. It's just like that. Feng Ziki sneered. Because our 2 sects are next to High Heaven Pavilion, everyone here doesn't like us very much. When the 2 of you were here, Xiangchu still had to show off in front of you to gain more points, but when you disappeared, Xiangchu simply no longer paid attention to you. Whenever there was any danger, our 2 sects' disciples would always be the ones to face it. With a cold expression, Feng Ziki said, when we came here, there were more than 100 people, but now, there are only a dozen left. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of so many of his junior brothers and sisters, the pain in Feng Ziki's heart could be imagined. After a pause, Feng Ziki suddenly remembered something and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Don't mind me, I didn't mean anything else. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although Feng Ziki said this because he didn't want him to misunderstand, Yang Kai also knew that because of his relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were now in deep water. In this regard, it was indeed High Heaven Pavilion that had implicated their two sects. However, it was also those outside forces that were looking for trouble. Just because the Demon Lord was from a sect, High Heaven Pavilion was burned down. And even Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't escape. This was a bit too unreasonable. After listening to Guan Qi Li's explanation, Hu Jiao'er thoughtfully said, "If that's the case, then the battle here is even less important, right?" Guan Qi Lu nodded slightly. Indeed. At the earliest, 3 to 5 days, and at the latest, half a month, the decisive battle will begin. The battle on the other side will determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, whether it is us or the forces on the other side of the mountain, we don't care much about each other. All we need to do now is wait for the result, and we probably won't fight with the other side. Oh. Hu Jiao'er nodded slightly. So that's why the Xiang family is relieved to hand over the power here to Xiang Chu. Feng Ziki chuckled. They probably want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to temper him. Such an opportunity was rare. There were at least 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with so many people gathered together, there was bound to be disputes. If Xiang Chu could handle the matters here, then he would definitely be able to handle the matters of the Xiang family, and become the Xiang family's patriarch in the future. The Xiang clan was nurturing him as their future successor. After understanding these things, the Hu sisters immediately relaxed, but they were still worried about Hu Man's safety. The roasted game exuded a meaty aroma, and Yang Kai chewed without any scruples. The Hu sisters also couldn't resist the temptation and ate in a refined manner. This past month of following Yang Kai had been very difficult. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious and cheerful, especially when the remaining people thought that they would soon be able to return to the sect. Feng Ziki somehow managed to get some wine and started drinking with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't fear him and started to fight with him on the spot. While they were enjoying themselves, a group of people casually approached them from the darkness. Leading the group was a man and a woman. Both of them didn't look very old. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. This was especially so for that woman. Her figure was enchanting, and her tight clothes outlined her exquisite waist. Her top had no sleeves, and her 2 snow-white jade arms were exposed. Even in the dark of the night, one could clearly see the tender whiteness of her snow-white skin. The 2 people walked towards them with a strange smile on their face, followed by many people. When they were about 10 feet away, the man suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Along with his movement, a large amount of sand flew out, covering the faces of the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse. Ouch! The man cried out in an exaggerated manner, as if he was in a hurry to stabilize his pace. The people from Blood Group and Stormhouse were laughing and eating, but who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Realizing that something was wrong, Guan Qi Lu casually waved his hand, but was unable to block all the sand. Surprisingly, there was some true essence hidden in the sand. Poo poo poo. Everyone was hit by the sand. Many of them felt a burning pain on their faces. Even the wine and barbecued meat on the bonfire became dirty. Suddenly, most of the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse stood up, looking at the newcomer with unkind eyes. The man pretended to twist his waist, and with a frightened expression he said, "I almost fell." The woman giggled and said, "Brother Xierong, how could you be so careless?" Xierong said, "Junior sister Li Fu doesn't know, but brother was watching the monkey play, and was careless and distracted." Li Fu covered her mouth and chuckled. Looking around with an innocent face, she said, "Brother really knows how to joke this late at night. Where did this monkey come from? How come junior sister didn't see it?" Xierong laughed. "Junior sister, your eyes are not good. This monkey not only knows how to play but also knows how to eat meat and drink wine. Don't you think it's strange?" Li Fu was surprised. Really, there is such a clever monkey under the heavens. Junior sister really wants to see it. Where is it? Where is it? As she said this, her beautiful eyes looked towards the bonfire, a trace of contempt and disdain on her charming face. The 2 people were pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. How could the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse not understand? Their faces immediately became gloomy. Chapter 353. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had not been doing well these days. Not only were they often assigned to the most dangerous positions in the battle against the ash-gray cloud evil land, but even when they rested in this camp, they were often ridiculed. There were 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with the exception of the Xiang family, which was a first-class family, the others were all second- or third-class sects. These forces, in terms of combat strength and manpower, were almost the same as Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Some were even slightly inferior, but they still dared to throw stones at them. When they were in a good mood, they would mock them, but when they were in a bad mood, they would curse them. It was as if the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall owed them something. When Human and Xiao Ruohan were still here, there were still some people who acted as deterrents, but now that they were gone, only the younger generation of disciples remained. Among them, the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were the worst. These days, the people from Wind and Rain Road and Blood Battle Gang had been provoked and cursed at more than 2 or 3 times, but because many of their disciples had died, only a dozen or so had survived, they could only endure. Feng Ziki and his group were in the eye of the storm, so naturally they weren't willing to provoke any trouble. Enduring and retreating time and time again made the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court think they were easy to bully. Today, seeing them lighting a bonfire, drinking and eating meat, how could they be willing to let go of such an opportunity? In any case, there was no war here, so if they didn't have some fun, how could they pass the long night? The dozen or so people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang didn't affect Xierong and Li Fu in the slightest, both of them still wearing calm and disdainful smiles. It was as if they didn't put these people in their eyes at all, but the look in their eyes was also intriguing. Sit down. Guan Qili's old face was gloomy as he rolled his eyes and ordered everyone. The dozen or so younger generation disciples gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, but they had no choice but to swallow their anger and slowly sit down. Although they were young and full of vigor, they also knew that if they really had a conflict with the other side, the ones who would suffer in the end would still be their group. Not to mention whether or not they could win in a real fight. Even if they won, they would be pursued by the Xiang family afterwards. At that time, the situation of the 2 sects would be even worse. The dozen or so people sat down one by one. Feng Ziki was the last to sit down. The smile on his face was rather sinister, and the flesh on his face was trembling. Even if his heart was filled with unhappiness, he had to endure it. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He shook off a few grains of dust from the barbecued meat on his hand, and looked at the newcomer calmly. Some of these people were at the Yuanqi realm, but many of them were at the Separation and Reunion realm. Their strength was not very high. However, Yang Kai's sharp senses told him that several strands of divine sense were currently covering the entire area. 2 of them were vigilant and hostile. It should be Xierong and Li Fu's elders who were monitoring the situation here to prevent Guanqi Lu from harming them. In addition, there were 2 other divine senses that were much more powerful. They were the divine senses of the 2 masters around Xiangqiu. Noticing this, Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. In the past, the members of Storm House and Blood Group had endured. Xierong and the others would not continue to provoke them, but today they were obviously not willing to give up. After the group of people sat back down, Xierong and Li Fu not only didn't leave, but instead took 2 steps forward. Li Fu covered her mouth and smiled towards the Hu sisters. Opening her mouth, she asked, 2 little sisters, I trust you have been well since we last met. I heard that the 2 of you managed to escape from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Elder sister is very curious. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land is filled with evil demons, and the 2 of you are so beautiful, attracting so much attention. How did you manage to escape? Hu Jiao'er's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Li Fu with some displeasure, asking lightly, what do you want to say? Li Fu giggled and said in a tender voice, Elder sister is very curious about how 2 little sisters came back safely. If it is convenient, can you tell elder sister about it? For example, what kind of people did you meet along the way? What did you encounter? And how many times did you have to sell your bodies to be able to survive in the hands of those demons? When Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er heard this, their faces suddenly became gloomy. Sorry, elder sister said the wrong thing. Li Fu chuckled, although she apologized. Her expression did not show the slightest hint of regret. The men behind her were now looking at the Hu sisters with strange gazes. It was as if they were looking at two pairs of broken shoes. Their gazes were filled with disdain, as well as unconcealable greed. I'm also very curious. Xiaorong grinned. Not only are we curious, everyone here is curious about what kind of method the two of you used to come back alive from that place. Hu Jiaoer's face was gloomy, her chest heaving up and down, but suddenly she smiled and said, "What does this have to do with you?" "Naturally, it has to do with us." Li Fu chuckled. "If the two of you didn't rely on selling your body to escape safely from that place, then you must have colluded with the evil demons there. Otherwise, why would they let you go? Perhaps you are the eyes of those evil demons here. If you are spies of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, then there must be someone monitoring you." "That's right." Xiaorong's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes suddenly turning to Yang Kai, staring at him fiercely. "This friend looks unfamiliar. Where did you come from?" Yang Kai, who was eating, couldn't help but furrow his brow when he heard this question. Only then did he realize that this group of people had come for him. The previous provocation was all just a setup. "It's not convenient to say." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said indifferently. "Is it because you don't dare, or is it not convenient to say?" Li Fu also asked with a sneer. Xiaorong calmly stared at the Hu sisters. "He was brought here by the two of you. You should be clear about his origins, right?" "I don't know, we met on the road." Hu Jiaoer shook her head. How could they casually talk about Yang Kai's origin? Storm Hall's Blood Battle Gang had suffered a great disaster just because they were next door to High Heaven Pavilion. If they told them about Yang Kai's master, there was no telling what kind of chaos would ensue. Casually fabricating a background would be even more unreliable, and they would likely be exposed on the spot. "Sure enough, there's a problem," Xiaorong shouted, waving his hand. "Capture them." "Who dares?" Feng Ziki shouted, standing up as a majestic yuan qi erupted from his body. As soon as he moved, the others immediately moved, all of them staring vigilantly at the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The latter naturally wouldn't back down, drawing their weapons and secretly urging their yuan qi. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Haha. Xiaorong grinned. "You dare to shelter someone from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land? You're all dead." Xiaorong's smile was quite strange, as if his plan had succeeded, but his smile soon faded and he quickly shouted, "Begin." As soon as his voice fell, the two divine senses entrenched in the ground suddenly transformed into sharp attacks filled with killing intent that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's mind. Realizing the situation was bad, Guan Qi Li's complexion changed greatly as he shouted, "Be careful." The two silent attacks broke into Yang Kai's mind, but before they could penetrate, they lost their bearings. Yang Kai's expression sank as his eyes became cold. He had thought that this group of people was just trying to provoke him, but now it seemed that was obviously not the case. Following the direction of the two attacking divine senses, a purple light flashed across the night sky. A bone-piercing chill suddenly spread out before disappearing without a trace, causing everyone present to wonder if they had experienced some kind of illusion. Two muffled sounds rang out not far away, and the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court both paled, their eyes instantly becoming bloodshot as they nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, both of them were simultaneously attacked by a strange soul skill. This strange soul skill was mixed with a large amount of evil and frigid coldness, almost freezing their knowledge seas. Fortunately, they sensed something was wrong and immediately counterattacked. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Quickly recovering, the two of them glanced at each other and saw the horror and panic in each other's eyes. Outside, Yang Kai had already moved. After using his soul skill to counterattack the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of Xiaorong. Xiaorong's expression hadn't yet disappeared when a big hand grabbed his neck and sent out a wave of hot true yang yuan qi, causing Xiaorong's neck to burn painfully. Just as Xiaorong let out a pitiful cry, a fist smashed into his eyes, instantly causing him to become dizzy and unable to see anything. Li Fu's pretty face paled, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to survive the attack of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Before she had time to react, Yang Kai's other hand also grabbed her slender neck. Both hands simultaneously pushed towards the middle. Xie Rong and Li Fu slammed into each other. And under the tremendous force and speed, both of them felt half of their bodies go numb. The yuan qi they had hurriedly circulated was also forced back by this collision. Both of them were elites from their respective sects. But at this moment, in front of Yang Kai, they were as fragile as two children, unable to resist at all. Prung pung. Both of them were thrown to the ground like meteors, leaving two human-shaped craters in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a series of pitiful screams. It wasn't until this moment that everyone present finally recovered. Schwa schwa schwa. The disciples of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all stared vigilantly at Yang Kai, each of them preparing their own moves. Who dares move? Yang Kai stomped his foot on Li Fu's beautiful face, pressing half of her face into the dirt, this violent and barbaric action causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. In his other hand, Yuan Qi condensed into a solid Yuan Qi, like a dagger, and pressed against Xie Rong's chest. Under the darkness of the night, the flickering bonfire illuminated Yang Kai's gloomy face, making him look extremely terrifying. The people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang were all dumbfounded, standing in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Who dares move? Fang Ziki was the first to recover, angrily shouting as he threw a jug of wine onto the bonfire. With a loud crash, under the influence of alcohol, the bonfire was like a fire dragon, soaring several meters into the sky, making the scene even more intense. Chapter 354. As the bonfire flickered and crackled, countless pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. Worry, surprise, shock, horror, humiliation, anger, all kinds of emotions were revealed. Among the Thunderlight Sect's people, a young man stepped forward and stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. This friend, if you have something to say, can we talk it out? Can you release her first? The people from Soaring Rainbow Court also immediately responded, someone shouting, release senior sister Li Fu. She was a proud daughter of the heavens within her own sect, a figure that was looked up to and admired by countless fellow disciples. At this moment, her face that was like a flower was actually being stepped on by someone with a smelly foot. How could those young people from the Soaring Rainbow Court be able to endure this? This was blasphemy. This was an insult. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he grinned. What do you say? We didn't do anything to you, friend. Don't you think you've gone too far? The young man from Thunder Light Sect replied humbly. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned, tilting his head and looking towards Guanqi Lu. Senior, what do you think? Of all the people present, except for Guanqi Lu, who was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, none of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary, so naturally they weren't aware of the danger just now. The two soul skill attacks from the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters had been silent. If it weren't for Yang Kai having cultivated his divine sense, and also having a defensive soul skill, he would likely have died by now. In the eyes of others, just because Xie Rong had shouted, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to attack, and his approach was quite barbaric and overbearing. But the actual situation was only clear to Yang Kai and Guanqi Lu. Guanqi Lu was also slightly stunned, not understanding how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Guanqi Lu quickly stood up, his expression no longer as casual as before as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Narrowing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Guanqi Lu sneered. This is intolerable. Haha, what senior said is right. Yang Kai laughed. The foot that was stepping on Li Fu's face increased in strength. You! How dare you treat me like this? Li Fu screamed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately ate a mouthful of sand. Her pretty face was devoid of color, and her eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Her strength was not very high, and her aptitude was also not very good. However, in a second-class sect like Soaring Rainbow Court, her status was already considered quite good. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, naturally she could get wind and rain whenever she wanted. She was also quite proud and arrogant. Except for Xiang Chu, she had never put any other man in her eyes. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the sand in her mouth and imagining herself being stepped on, Li Fu almost fainted. Shut up. Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Fuck you. Xie Rong was obviously unwilling to be controlled by others. The moment he opened his mouth, he started cursing. Before he could even utter a single word, he opened his mouth wide and welcomed Yang Kai's fist. With a bang, the second half of Xie Rong's sentence was swallowed back into his stomach. 5 or 6 teeth fell out of his mouth, and in an instant his mouth was full of blood. A look of panic filled his face. He no longer dared to speak. Stop! It wasn't until this moment that the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court rushed over. After the two of them were attacked by Yang Kai's soul skill, they immediately realized that the situation was not good and quickly rushed over, but still failed to arrive in time. Asterisk schwa schwa asterisk the two of them appeared 10 meters in front of Yang Kai at the same time, staring at him coldly and vigilantly. Guanqi Lu quietly moved his body, placing himself in the middle of the room. Yang Kai raised his eyes and calmly stared at the two newcomers. The strength of these two wasn't very high, even lower than Guanqi Lu, only Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage masters. After all, the real masters had already been transferred away. The ones who remained were only there to look after the younger generation. There was no need for them to be too strong. The three of them stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy and awkward. After a long time, the two of them glanced over at Xie Rong, whose mouth was covered in blood, and Li Fu, whose face was half buried in the dirt. Their old faces couldn't help blushing slightly. Their juniors being bullied like this was a loss of face for them. What's more, this was a situation where the two of them had launched a sneak attack first, making them seem even more incompetent. Thank you for your advice. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect said. Same here. Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm manner. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Soaring Rainbow Court coughed dryly and hesitantly said, Young man, let them go first, it's not good to see them like this. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. The man's face sank slightly. Why do you have to be like this? The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect also wore a disgruntled expression, coldly saying, Young man, for what happened just now, these two old masters will apologize to you. How about you let them go first? You need to know when to leave a line for others in the future. His words were ambiguous, so the others thought he was apologizing because of Xie Rong and Li Fu's rudeness, but Yang Kai knew he was referring to the sneak attack on him. Grinning widely, Yang Kai replied, There are some things that can't be solved by apologizing. What do you want? The Thunderlight Sect Master's face suddenly sank. Although he knew Yang Kai wasn't simple, there was no need for him to fear him. Right now, because Xie Rong and Li Fu's lives were in the hands of this young man, he had no choice but to lower his pride. For him, this was already his limit. I don't want to do anything. Yang Kai sneered, the yuan qi in his hand pulsing like a poisonous snake, extremely dangerous. What he wanted to figure out the most right now was why these two people wanted to kill him. He had just returned here with the Hu sisters today, so there was no reason for him to suddenly attract such murderous intent. Directly asking them would definitely not give him an answer, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this matter was a bit strange. Perhaps it was because someone was competing with him for his affection. This old master advises you to release them quickly, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. The Thunderlight Sect Master was too proud to continue arguing with Yang Kai. As he spoke, his yuan qi began to fluctuate, as if it would immediately attack Yang Kai if he didn't release them. Are you threatening me? Yang Kai frowned, a trace of hostility appearing on his face. You can think of it that way. The Thunderlight Sect Master replied coldly. What about you? Yang Kai turned his gaze to the Soaring Rainbow Court Master, his eyes flashing dangerously. The man simply snorted. He didn't say anything. Obviously he had the same intention. Good. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious. The yuan qi in his hands instantly pulsing as he attacked Xie Rong and Li Fu's shoulders. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, Xie Rong and Li Fu's faces suddenly paled, and then, screams came from their mouths. Both of them had their arms broken. The faces of the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror and disbelief, never having expected him to be so crazy. Guan Qilo also looked at him like he was a madman. His expression was strange. All the young men were the same. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he glanced at the two men. His eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Coldly snorting, he said, "Next time, I will hit them in the chest." "You dare." The Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court masters were furious. If they really were hit in the chest, how could Xie Rong and Li Fu survive? "You can try." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. The two couldn't help feeling slightly stunned. They didn't see the slightest hesitation or fear on Yang Kai's face, nor did they hear any threat or joke in his tone. What he said was the truth. Only now did the two understand that this young man in front of them was not afraid of them at all. Otherwise he wouldn't have acted so decisively. Moreover, with his personality, he was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, so the threats of the two had obviously angered him. "Tell us. What will it take for you to give up?" The Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master took a deep breath and asked. "You can't give me the answer I want." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes shifting slightly as he stared towards a certain spot in the darkness. In that direction, Xiang Chu couldn't help pinching his nose. His elegant face suddenly showed an interesting grin. "Young Master." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master behind him couldn't help frowning. "Is he looking at you?" Xiang Chu nodded gently. "He knows I'm here. How did he know?" "This young man's intuition is too sharp." "Perhaps." Xiang Chu also had a strange feeling in his heart, but he didn't have a better explanation, so he thought about it for a moment. Smiling freely, he took the lead and walked out. A moment later, he arrived at the scene of the incident and called out to Chu Yang. "What happened? Why did I hear the sound of fighting?" It seemed that the person in charge had appeared, so the tense atmosphere between the two sides suddenly eased a lot. However, the disciples from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling worried, while the disciples from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were gloating. They all felt that Yang Kai's blatant attack on Xie Rong and Li Fu would definitely result in him being held accountable and punished. "Young Master Xiang." The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present quickly saluted Xiang Chu. Xiang Chu just nodded faintly and smiled gently towards the Hu sisters. Xie Rong and Li Fu also scrambled to shout, "Young Master Xiang, help us! This person wants to kill us!" Before they could finish their words, Yang Kai swung his hand and sent out two slaps. The two slaps were loud and harsh in the dark night. Xiang Chu couldn't help but frown slightly as he stared at Yang Kai from a distance of more than a dozen meters. There was a faint displeasure in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Young Master Xiang, the situation is like this." The Thunderlight Sect's master quickly stepped forward and reported what had just happened. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, raised his hand and swept his eyes over the crowd before finally settling on Hu Mei. "Mei, tell me what happened?" Hu Mei was so concerned about Yang Kai that she didn't care about the way Xiang Chu called her, and immediately explained what had just happened. "Is that so?" After listening to her, Xiang Chu turned to the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court and asked. These people hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer, only able to turn their eyes to their respective elders. Xiang Chu sneered. "What's wrong?" This young lord's question. "Is no one going to answer?" Everyone quickly lowered their heads and replied in unison, "Yes." Xiang Chu smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then Xie Rong and Li Fu were in the wrong. Although we are all from different sects, since we are all here, we are all part of the resistance against the Ash-Gray Cloud evil land, so we should help each other. You provoked others first, so it is only natural for this friend to teach you a lesson. You can't blame anyone for being inferior. So why don't you hurry up and apologize to Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang?" Chapter 355. Apologize. When the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The other juniors were also stunned and stared at Xiang Chu in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. "Young Master Xiang." Xie Rong had lost several of his teeth, so when he spoke, he couldn't help but shout out in humiliation. He had hoped that Xiang Chu would stand up for him and uphold justice, but as soon as he saw the fierce look in Xiang Chu's eyes, he quickly swallowed his words back down. Smiling warmly, Xiang Chu turned to Yang Kai and cupped his fists. This Xiang Chu has failed in his management, causing Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall to suffer such grievances. Now that you've vented your anger, this Xiang Chu will act as a mediator. Friends, where possible, let's be lenient. I'm really sorry, but Xiang Chu can guarantee that something like this will never happen again. While smiling, Xiang Chu cupped his fists and apologized. His words sincere, expression sincere, and attitude friendly, as if he really was the one who had made a mistake. Xiang Chu's sudden humility surprised everyone present. The younger generation of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall suddenly felt proud and elated, their hearts filled with joy. They didn't know that Yang Kai had just encountered a moment ago, and only thought that this was just an ordinary fight. Xie Rong and Li Fu, who had always ridiculed them, had now suffered a big loss, and now Xiang Chu was siding with them. How could they not be satisfied? Only Fang Ziki and the Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Separated by a few dozen meters, Yang Kai stared at Xiang Chu with a scorching gaze. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood what it meant to be extremely shrewd. What happened just now had been monitored by the two masters behind Xiang Chu with their divine senses. Xiang Chu himself had also seen everything clearly from a short distance away, but he still pretended not to know anything and walked over to ask. This person really was a hypocrite. A hypocrite with a silver tongue. Is there anything this friend is not satisfied with? If you have any requests, don't hesitate to apologize. Xiang Chu said with a smile. Young Lord Xiang upholding justice, naturally I am satisfied. Yang Kai grinned. That's good. That's good. Xiang Chu said with a relieved expression as he laughed happily. Let's turn big things into small ones. We're all fellow Taoists, so there's no need to keep targeting each other. You should know that our enemy is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Friend, please release these people first, they really are an eyesore. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and threw out his feet. With two bangs, Xie Rong and Li Fu flew back to their respective camps like ragged sacks. Their respective elders caught them and threw them out. He broke a few more of their ribs. Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing, but Yang Kai simply smiled back at him, not showing any signs of fear. Little brat. Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters angrily shouted. Apologize. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them. His eyes were as cold as the cold wind, and his tone was unquestionable. Their faces were filled with anger. Glaring furiously, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards Xiang Chu, causing the latter's face to twitch slightly before he nodded. Seeing Xiang Chu's gesture, even if the two were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. In a muffled voice, Xiang Chu said, For what happened just now, I apologize to the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall brothers. This old master will strictly discipline his disciples and won't allow them to provoke us again. Scram. Yang Kai sneered. Let's go. The Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court masters each carried Xie Rong and Li Fu, leading a group of extremely sullen young disciples away. After they left, Xiang Chu turned to the Hu sisters and smiled gently before politely withdrawing. Around the bonfire, after a long silence, the disciples of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall burst into laughter and stared at Yang Kai in awe, all of them regarding him as a hero. Although the people here belonged to the three great sects, since they had come here, there was no difference between sects. Everyone had worked together and had long since been twisted into a rope. Yang Kai's strong display of strength had caused all of them to feel excited. Only Guan Qi Lo had a frown on his face, looking somewhat worried. The Hu sisters quietly stepped forward and Hu Jiao whispered, What happened just now? It's nothing. Yang Kai shook his head gently. What happened just now? Those who knew would have a tacit understanding. There was no need to expose it. Fang Ziki also came up, and although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't ask much and just said, Shall we continue drinking? Come. Yang Kai smiled. Inside Xiang Chu's house, the masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had already settled the injured Xie Rong and Li Fu and arrived. The door opened, and Xiang Chufeng walked in with great haste. He sat down on a chair, and the two guardians behind him stood silently on either side of him. Greetings, young Master Xiang. The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court hurriedly saluted, their expressions filled with anger. Xiang Chu glanced at them faintly and asked with a chuckle, "Tell me what happened just now. Why is that little brat still alive and kicking?" The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court glanced at each other and explained what had just happened. After listening to their explanation, Xiang Chu narrowed his eyes and asked, "You mean to say that not only was your soul skill blocked by him, but you were also injured by his soul skill?" The two men's faces turned red as they braced themselves and nodded. The master of Thunderlight Sect quickly added, "I know this reason is a bit far-fetched, but this is the truth. Please understand, young Master Xiang." "I know, I don't doubt you." Xiang Chu nodded lightly before suddenly turning to the two masters behind him and asking, "What do you think?" One of them said, "If that's the case, that young man must have a high-grade soul-type artifact on him." The other said, "It's also possible that he has two, one for defense and one for attack. Otherwise, with his current realm, it would have been impossible for him to use his soul skill." And Xiang Chu nodded slightly. "I think so too." Suddenly he smiled brilliantly. "Interesting, he actually has a soul-type artifact on him. That's not something an ordinary person can possess." The eyes of the Thunderlight Sect's master became cold, quietly asking, "Young Master Xiang, do you want us to? Do you have the ability?" Xiang Chu coldly snorted, "As long as we can entangle Guan Qi Lu, we have full confidence we can take that little brat's head." "No need. We've already alerted the enemy." Xiang Chu slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "Yes. Right, how are Xie Rong and Li Fu's injuries?" Xiang Chu asked with concern. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court gratefully replied, "That little brat's attack was very heavy, but at least he left them some leeway and didn't take their lives. They should be able to recover after a few days of rest." Xiang Chu nodded. Then he motioned to the guardians behind him. One of them casually tossed a bottle to the two masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Xiang Chu said, "This is a special healing pill from my Xiang family. After you return, give it to them with warm water. They should be able to recover in 10 days or so." "Many thanks, young Lord Xiang." The two masters were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. "Go back." Xiang Chu waved his hand and the two quickly withdrew. "Young master." After the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court left, one of the old men behind Xiang Chu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why were you so polite to that young man? That little brat really isn't simple, but he's not worth you swallowing such humiliation." Xiang Chu smiled lightly and slowly got up. "The first time I saw him, I knew he was very strong. Didn't you notice that he was completely fearless today? Even when the two of you appeared, his momentum was still fierce. With such an indifferent expression, that little brat is obviously not an ordinary person. I can't see through him, so for the time being, I don't want to make a move on him. But in a few days, once the decisive battle is over, we should return. We should go back now. Young master, aren't you determined to get the Hu sisters?" Xiang Chu smiled and nodded. "And so before we return, we must resolve this matter, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to meet again in the future." Today's matter. It was also because the Hu sisters were quite close to Yang Kai that Xiang Chu wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, so he had sent Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to provoke him. After killing Yang Kai, he would punish Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, so the Hu sisters would naturally feel grateful. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned and Yang Kai turned out to be so tyrannical. Stretching his waist, Xiang Chu said, "That's all for now. This young lord is going to rest first." The two guardians glanced at each other, neither of them understanding what their young master was thinking. Tonight's action had been so urgent, but now he seemed indifferent. They really didn't know what he was planning to do. For the next 10 days, everything was peaceful. Although the confrontation with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land continued, whether it was on one side or the other, everyone's mind was focused on the final battle, so it was impossible to fight. After Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss that night, they didn't dare to provoke anyone again. Even the people from the other forces, when they saw Blood Battle Gang in Storm Hall at this moment, would take a detour. Yang Kai had been in retreat all this time. It was rare for him to have such a quiet cultivation environment where he wouldn't be disturbed by external affairs, so naturally he wouldn't slack off. After half a month of cultivation, his Yuan Qi 6th-stage cultivation had been consolidated again and again, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the Yuan Qi 7th stage. Half a month later, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei rushed into Kai Yang's secluded retreat. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at the two sisters and asked. "We have to go out for a while." Hu Jiao smiled sweetly. "Xiang Chu said that this is our last mission and that after we complete it, we can go home." When it came to going home, the two sisters were quite excited. "I'll go with you," Yang Kai said and stood up. Hu Jiao's expression darkened as she quickly said, "You can't go." "Huh?" Hu Mei said. "Your identity is unknown. If you go with us, it will only make others suspicious." Hu Jiao nodded slightly. "Thanks to Xierong, many people now suspect that you are a spy from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he looked at them thoughtfully. "How many people will go out this time?" "All of them will go. Only a few people will stay behind to guard this place. You will also stay here and wait for us to come back. If it's short, it will be half a day. If it's long, it will be 2 to 3 days." Hu Jiao laughed. "When this mission is completed, elder sister will take you home." Chapter 356. Taifang Mountain atop a ridge. More than 100 cultivators were scattered around, vigilantly and carefully lying in ambush. According to Xiang Chu, the spies on the other side of Taifang Mountain had sent back accurate information that a group of Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land cultivator would arrive today to launch a final sneak attack. Therefore, he had ordered his people to lie in ambush here and prepare to intercept the enemy forces. Originally, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were skeptical about this news. After all, both sides had been at peace for so long, so why would the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land suddenly attack at the last moment? However, as time passed, and a group of cultivators really sneaked in, their doubts were dispelled. There weren't many people, only about 60 to 70 of them. Among them, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was quite small. Under Xiang Chu's effective arrangement and command, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land invaders were forced to throw away their helmets and flee in panic, suffering heavy casualties. This battle didn't last long, only about half a day's worth of time. When the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall returned victorious and gathered, they found that many cultivators were missing from the crowd. Taking a closer look, they found that the missing people were all from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Xiang Chu, Hu Jiao went straight to the Xiang family's young lord and calmly asked, "Where are Xierong and Li Fu?" Xiang Chu was slightly startled and suspiciously asked, "Didn't they go with you to hunt down the enemy?" "No." Hu Jiao's face went cold. "I haven't seen them since the beginning of the battle." "What?" Xiang Chu's expression also changed, frowning for a moment. Staring at Hu Jiao in horror, he said, "That means we're in trouble. Quickly return." As he spoke, he hastily led a group of people back. Hu Jiao stared at his back and grit her teeth, but there was nothing she could do, so she and her sister could only increase their speed to the limit. They madly retreated. The people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suddenly disappeared. Their whereabouts were obvious. It wasn't that Hu Jiao wasn't worried that these two families would find trouble with Yang Kai, but because this time, everyone had participated in this operation. Moreover, the two families' forces were under her nose, and she could monitor their movements at any time, so Hu Jiao wasn't too worried. Who knew that they would disappear after the battle started? By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Now it seems. Today's mission was most likely a premeditated trap. Anxious, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei both activated their twin chi shared spirit divine art, and their speed suddenly doubled. Two beautiful figures flew past Xiang Chu like two meteors. Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as he stared at the Hu sisters with some surprise, seemingly not having expected them to be so strong. In the camp, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating his true Yang secret art, as if he was silently waiting for something. He did not have to wait long. After the Hu sisters left, in less than a day and night, the divine sense that was spread out detected an abnormal movement. She opened her eyes, which were shining brightly. A cold smile appeared on her face as she softly muttered to herself, "Have they come?" Ever since he found out that Hu Jiao Air and the others were going out to carry out a mission, he had been extremely worried. Yang Kai realized that someone had come to deal with him. Among the people here, except for the two masters from the Xiang family, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone. It was impossible for the two masters from the Xiang family to make a move. They had to follow Xiang Chu at all times to prevent any accidents, so even if Yang Kai understood the current situation, he had no intention of leaving. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard all around. The people who had come had no intention of hiding, so they openly surrounded the place where Yang Kai was. After a while, everything returned to calm, and only a faint murderous intent and hostility could be felt. "Since you've come, there's no need to hide," Yang Kai shouted loudly, standing up and waving his fists in all directions. Fist shadows filled the sky, and the house he was in collapsed with a loud boom. Dust flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. After the dust had settled, the figures of the people around him entered his eyes. Xie Rong from Thunderlight Sect and Li Fu from Soaring Rainbow Court stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with deep hatred. That night, both of them had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands, and had been severely humiliated. Even now, Xie Rong didn't dare to open his mouth, lest others see his ugly appearance with broken teeth. There were a total of 30 to 40 people from the two factions, and except for the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters he had met that night, the rest were all disciples of the younger generation. A triumphant laugh sounded as Xie Rong shouted, "Little brat, let's see if you die this time." Li Fu also sneered, "I'll make you pay the price, no one has ever treated me like this before." The two of them had been seriously injured, but with the help of the pills given by their elders in Xiangchu, they had basically fully recovered after half a month. Knowing that this time they could come to Yang Kai without any worries, the two of them naturally couldn't wait to take revenge. "You're not good, too weak." Yang Kai sneered contemptuously, the disdain on his face obvious. Xie Rong and Li Fu both blushed at the same time, unable to help recalling the scene when they were completely powerless against Yang Kai that night, their self-confidence suddenly taking a hit. "Young man, you're too arrogant." The Thunderlight Sect's master coldly snorted and stepped forward, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. "With these two old masters here, do you think you can still get away scot-free today?" Yang Kai chuckled, tilting his head as he looked at these two and asked casually, "All of this was instigated by Xiangchu, right? Including that night's events?" The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters both sneered but didn't answer. Yang Kai already had a plan in mind, nodding casually. "What benefits did he give you that you want to offend me like this?" The Thunderlight Sect's master sneered. "Who do you think you are? After today you'll be nothing but a pile of bones, so what if we offend you?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he grinned. "The price of offending me, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." As soon as his voice fell, a purple light suddenly rushed out from his mind. "Soul skill. Scatter." The Soaring Rainbow Court's master roared. At the same time, he released his divine sense in an attempt to intercept Yang Kai's attack. That night, he had suffered a small loss, so he naturally knew the strangeness of this move, so he had used his full strength in this attack. However, this time his soul skill seemed to be somewhat different from last time. After the purple light rushed to the side, it suddenly exploded. A ripple visible to the naked eye swept out, and all the young disciples who were swept by it painfully clutched their heads. Miserable howls rang out one after another. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes bulged, not having expected Yang Kai's soul skill to have such a change. They were caught off guard. They simply couldn't stop it. While he was in a daze, the purple lights rushed out one after another. It was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it, causing ripples to appear one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 ripples spread out. All the young disciples who were swept by these ripples suddenly went silent, all of their eyes bloodshot, blood flowing from their ears and nostrils as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, 7 or 8 people died at the same time. These people's strength wasn't high, and they didn't have artifacts to defend against soul skills. How could they withstand such destruction? Junior, you court death. The two masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew into a rage, simultaneously attacking Yang Kai from left and right. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai once again displayed his soul skill, attacking the two masters at the same time. Pushing out his palms, Yang Kai activated his White Tiger and Divine Ox seals as he stepped into the void, his figure flickering as he flew towards the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court disciples, using the Burning Sun's three-layer bursts one after another. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the group of young disciples were simply unable to cope with Kai Yang's onslaught. The weaker ones were instantly killed. Their chests caved in, while the stronger ones were unable to withstand Kai Yang's one strike. As soon as they came into contact with Kai Yang's attack, they were severely injured and unable to get up. Only Xierong and Li Fu, desperately working together, managed to block Yang Kai, but they were still sent flying several dozen meters before falling to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had just torn apart the White Tiger and Divine Ox Beast souls when they saw Yang Kai slaughtering their way through the crowd of disciples. In just a short time, another 5 or 6 people had been killed, causing them to bristle with anger as they roared. "Little brat, you dare! Whether I dare or not, I've already done it." Yang Kai grinned, wringing the neck of a Thunderlight Sect disciple with one hand before tossing him aside, his body tumbling 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop, a miserable death. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' hearts were practically dripping blood. Today, the two of them had led a team to find trouble with Yang Kai, fully confident that they would be able to capture him easily, but they hadn't expected that after only a few moments of fighting, more than a dozen of their own people would die while the other side would remain unscathed. Hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai, they managed to stop him from continuing his slaughter. "Everyone get away!" the Soaring Rainbow Court Master roared. Hearing this shout, the remaining survivors all fled several dozen meters away with ugly expressions, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the center of the field. Not needing to worry about the casualties of their young disciples, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters gradually let loose, attacking from the left and right. Their attacks were fierce, their Yuan Qi dispersed like a fog, enveloping Yang Kai, each of them ruthlessly attacking, not leaving him any room to maneuver. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also quite sullen. When an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master faced an Yuan Qi Master, their greatest advantage was their soul skills, but in front of Yang Kai, not only did they not dare to use them, they also had to guard against his soul attacks, so the depression in their hearts could be imagined. The battle between the three was exceptionally fierce. Although Kai Yang was at an absolute disadvantage, being completely suppressed by the two masters, a single true element boundary cultivator being able to withstand the attacks of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, just this point alone was shocking enough. Xierong and Li Fu watched on with pale faces, suddenly realizing that they had been captured by Yang Kai that night not because they had been careless or negligent, but because the other party really did have the ability to do so. Even if they were vigilant now, they would never be able to escape Yang Kai's attacks. What kind of freak is this? How could he be so powerful? Xierong's mouth was filled with bitterness, his face filled with disbelief. Li Fu's face was pale, and she had completely lost the ability to speak, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she regretted provoking such a person. His strength and terror had already exceeded Li Fu's imagination. Even her original desire for revenge had been diluted by quite a bit in an instant. Now Li Fu could only hope that the two elders could severely injure, or even kill Yang Kai on the spot, otherwise, she would never be able to live in peace. Chapter 357. With a wave of heat rolling around him, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi had been pushed to the extreme, and he had also displayed his full strength, but he was still unable to fight against two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the same time. With a bang, his chest was struck by the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the same time. Yang Kai's face paled slightly as he was sent flying backwards, his back slamming into a nearby tree, breaking it in half before he finally landed. Good. Xierong was extremely nervous and couldn't help shouting, as if he had contributed to Yang Kai's injury. The masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew down, and stood a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, their expressions gloomy as they stared at him. Although Yang Kai had been injured by them, both of them knew that this kind of injury was nothing to him. The yuan qi in this young man's body was incredibly pure and strong, enough to resist and resolve at least 80% of their attacks. But in any case, both of them were satisfied with this result. Two immortal ascension boundary masters joining forces to bully a single yuan qi master. If they couldn't win, then they would really lose face. Little brat, show this old master your arrogance. The Thunderlight Sect master shouted with a gloomy expression. The Soaring Rainbow Court master also glared at Yang Kai coldly and shouted, "You killed so many of our two sect's disciples, today we'll make you pay this debt in blood." Hehehe. Yang Kai slowly stood up, and although his appearance was a bit miserable and isolated, he still grinned as he reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth, raising his eyes to stare at the two immortal ascension boundary masters in front of him, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Immortal ascension boundary. Really extraordinary. Yang Kai's voice was slightly low, but his tone was calm and steady. The two people opposite him frowned slightly. They didn't understand why he still looked so calm and unafraid at this time. With a cold expression, the Thunderlight Sect master said, "Little brat, even though you've killed so many of our two sect's disciples, but this old master doesn't want to take your life. If you cripple your own cultivation, we can spare your life." Yang Kai grinned. "If you kill me, Xiang Chu won't have any bargaining chips to use, right?" The two immortal ascension boundary masters narrowed their eyes at the same time. They were secretly surprised that Yang Kai's perception was so keen. Yang Kai had killed so many of their disciples. If they could decide, how could they spare Yang Kai's life? But Xiang Chu's order was to cripple Kai Yang. Of course Yang Kai. Of course he had a use for Yang's life. Yang Kai Yang, and Yang Kai of Yang of the Great of Rainbow Court? Yang of Yang's Yang Kai's sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's, Yang of Heavens. Soaring Rainbow Court's expert also shouted coldly, "Why aren't you making a move yet?" Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly, his white fangs flashing as he glared at the two immortal ascension boundary masters. "You're willing to be Xiang Chu's dogs. You can only blame yourselves for that. Little beast, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Thunderlight Sect master roared. "Do you really think two immortal ascension boundary second stage masters can eat me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he slowly raised his hand. Accompanied by this action, the yuan qi which had been surrounding him suddenly disappeared. The two immortal ascension boundary masters didn't know what he was doing, but they faintly felt that something was wrong. Hurriedly glancing at each other, they didn't want to waste any more time and quickly rushed forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently tapped his forehead with his middle finger, and whispered in a dreamy voice. This light voice seemed to contain a kind of magical power, like the clear sound of a drum that rang out between the heavens and earth. "Become the demon race." Kong. The entire world seemed to tremble. The earth trembled and the sky began to spin as an incomparable demonic chi suddenly spread out in all directions. This demonic aura was so pure and tyrannical that wherever it swept, a chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. The ruthlessness hidden in everyone's heart seemed to be drawn by this aura, and all kinds of evil surged into their hearts. The wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Before the two masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had even reached him, their faces suddenly changed dramatically as they let out a strange cry and simultaneously flew backwards. Dang 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 dang. After retreating a dozen steps, the two immortal ascension boundary masters hurriedly regained their footing and stared at Yang Kai in horror, their expressions extremely dignified. The young man in front of them looked no different from before, almost exactly the same, but his temperament and aura were completely different, and the degree of vitality he exuded was also very different. If the previous Yang Kai had made them feel troubled, then the current Yang Kai made them feel a sense of danger. Fatal danger. Both of them were immortal ascension boundary masters, and had keen senses. Although they didn't know how a person could undergo such a big change in an instant, their subconscious kept warning them that if they fought with this young man at this time, they would most likely die. Wild beasts had their own instincts and intuition. There were also masters who were more accurate than wild beasts. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, both of them were startled. Why would a trivial Yuan Qi 6th-stage cultivator give them such an uneasy feeling? Moreover, this demonic qi was something that even the 6 great evil kings of the ash-gray cloud evil land did not possess. Before the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters could calm down, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Looking around, they saw that with Yang Kai as the center, a layer of ice qi visible to the naked eye was rapidly spreading outwards. Wherever this ice qi passed, the earth was instantly frozen. In just a few breaths of time, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters had been completely frozen. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters retreated again and again, their faces filled with panic. This kind of ice qi was not ordinary. It seemed to be able to freeze even their yuan qi. So how could they dare to touch it? The eyes of the younger generation disciples trembled violently as they watched all this happen in horror. The second time he had become the demon race, the feeling was still as wonderful as ever. Yang Kai shook his neck and arms. A series of popping sounds rang out. In addition to his face, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in black lines. These lines were complex and mysterious, showing a mysterious pattern that was invisible to others. Little brat, you really are from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Lei Guang's immortal ascension boundary master seemed to have discovered some kind of secret. He shouted in horror and excitement. Whatever you say. Yang Kai was in high spirits as he slowly raised his hand and pointed it towards the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters. Suddenly he pressed his hand down. Obviously nothing had happened, but when the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters were pressed down, they felt a mountain-like pressure descend from the sky. Under this pressure, the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters' strength seemed to be shrouded, and their yuan qi circulation was no longer as fast as before, their movements also becoming much slower. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters looked forward, and were immediately shocked to the core. They saw Yang Kai shoot out a series of jet black qi towards them. Those attacks were like serpents of flesh and blood that suddenly opened their ferocious mouths in midair. Shaking their heads and tails baring their fangs, they moved at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk wherever these attacks passed, the strong winds brought about by them plowed out one clearly visible gully after another on the ground, causing dirt and debris to fly everywhere. The scene was chaotic. The incomparably ferocious attack contained an ice-cold and sharp energy. It was invincible, and it almost destroyed everything in its path as it attacked the 2 people in front of it. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters were shocked and panicked, their expressions becoming extremely ugly as they desperately tried to dodge. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai laughed towards the sky. Waving his hands, all the demonic qi that flew out scattered to the sides and chased after the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters. Not only that, the white tiger and divine ox seals were also pushed out again. 2 jet black beast phantoms appeared, but instead of attacking the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters, they attacked the scattered young disciples. These 2 beast phantoms seemed to be much stronger than the previous 2. The 2 beast phantoms leapt forward, and almost instantly arrived in front of a stunned soaring rainbow court disciple. This young disciple was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, so before he could recover from his shock, he was directly dismembered by the 2 beast phantoms, not even having time to scream. Run, run, if this father can't kill you, then I'll kill all your disciples. Yang Kai shouted ruthlessly. Hearing his shout, the young disciples were suddenly dumbfounded, a chill running down their spines. Despicable. The faces of the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court changed dramatically as they cursed. Seeing the 2 beast phantoms rush towards another young disciple, the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters no longer dared to escape, and simultaneously attacked the 2 beast phantoms, finally saving the young disciple. Not running anymore? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment for a long time and sneered. A cluster of black light flew out from his body, and once again transformed into a series of sharp attacks that shot towards the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters. The masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were unable to escape, With attacks coming from all directions, they hurriedly pushed their yuan qi and each took out an artifact to protect themselves. But in the next moment they were wrapped in darkness. A series of rumbling sounds came from the darkness. Everyone's eyes stared nervously towards the direction of the darkness, not knowing what the fate of the two immortal ascension boundary masters would be. Hua. The darkness suddenly collapsed and two figures fell from midair, one after the other. Both of them looked distressed and were on the verge of collapse, seemingly having suffered heavy injuries. Not only that, but at this moment, both of their eyes were red and flashed with all kinds of evil light, their bodies wrapped in a faint black qi. This black light was the purest form of demonic qi, which contained the power condensed by Yang Kai, killing any ordinary person who came into contact with it. Yang Kai could ignore this demonic qi, but others could not. At this moment, the two immortal ascension boundary masters had been affected by the demonic qi, leading to the dark side of their hearts. If they could not resolve this demonic qi in time, sooner or later they would become the demon race and lose their minds. But how could it be so simple to get rid of this demonic qi? Even a master like Ling Tai Su was affected by this demonic qi, and was unable to resolve it. Let alone these two from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. To some extent, the demonic qi possessed by Yang Kai was even purer than the demon lords. You're ruthless. The master from Thunderlight Sect glared at Yang Kai with resentment and muttered curses. I told you the price of offending me is not something you can afford. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his expression cold. Chapter 358. This was Yang Kai's first battle after becoming the demon race. Although he had long known that in this state he was much stronger than in his normal state, the final result still surprised Yang Kai. Without using the power of the unyielding golden skeleton, with his current strength, at best he could fight an immortal ascension boundary second stage master to a draw. Now, however, he was completely suppressing them without even using his full strength. This kind of feeling of power was very pleasurable, but even though Yang Kai was enjoying it, he didn't lose himself. Asterisk from the ground. A series of attacks drilled through the earth like earthworms towards the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The two masters were frightened, their faces pale, and without even thinking about it, they hurriedly tried to escape. Yang Kai sneered, his mind moving at will, controlling the dark demonic qi around him, and sending it into the sky, causing the two masters to become more and more distressed. Having learned their lesson, the two masters no longer dared to run away recklessly, stopping from time to jointly resist these attacks, so as not to provoke Yang Kai into killing these young disciples who had no power to resist. However, these attacks were simply too numerous, and the two masters had been affected by the demonic qi before, so at this moment they couldn't exert their full strength. So in a moment of carelessness, they were both wrapped up by these serpent-like black qi. At the same time, a rich black demonic qi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of this sound, and was immediately dumbstruck. What they saw was a huge dragon head appear above Yang Kai's head. One that was almost tangible. The two dragon horns on this head were extremely sharp, exuding a dark and cold light as its large eyes stared ruthlessly towards the two immortal ascension boundary masters in the sky. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court immediately smelled the aura of death. The dragon head swayed back and forth, drawing out a large amount of demonic qi from Yang Kai's body, condensing it into a body that flew up into the sky. This was a black flood dragon, full of evil and violence. Its 200 or 300 meter long body gave off an inexplicable pressure. The flood dragon was the dragon-shaped tattoo on Yang Kai's back. It was formed by absorbing demonic energy. Yang Kai had a dragon tattoo, while Su Yan had an ice phoenix tattoo. This was supposed to be the tattoo of the art of yin-yang union of joy, but for some reason, it was able to manifest itself. Yang Kai only felt that his back was a little itchy, so he tried it casually. He didn't expect to succeed. Wherever the flood dragon passed, the snake-like black demon qi followed closely behind, setting it off in the middle like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The experts of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were tied up in the air, and were currently struggling to break free. Before they could escape, the huge dragon's mouth had already opened, and a mouthful of fangs could be faintly seen. With a crunch, the immortal ascension boundary cultivator from Thunderlight Sect was instantly bitten in half. Blood spurted out. The flood dragon calmly soared to a height of more than 300 meters. It then turned around and swooped down. Its two eyes were fixed on the experts of Soaring Rainbow Court. Seeing one of their companions die in front of them, and being bitten in half in a single bite at that, the immortal ascension boundary master from Soaring Rainbow Court was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Under the huge pressure, he almost didn't have the strength to move a finger. Suddenly, this man seemed to have found his saviors and shouted in a certain direction. "Old Man Fong, Old Man Su! Help!" Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and saw two streaks of light rapidly approaching. They were Xiangchu's two guardians. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, far stronger than the Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. As they flew forward, they immediately launched attacks towards the Flood Dragon, causing Old Man Fong to angrily shout, "Who are you? How dare you hurt us?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flew in front of the Soaring Rainbow Court Master, waving his hand and summoning the Azura Sword. Zheng. Countless sword cries rang out, accompanied by a wave of the Shira Sword, and an earth-shattering amount of sword chi flew towards Fong Lao and Su Lao to welcome their attacks. Kong. A series of violent shockwaves burst out midair and Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps, but he managed to block the other party's attack. The Flood Dragon swooped down from the sky, and when Old Man Fong and Old Man Su were less than 500 meters away, it bit down on the head of the Soaring Rainbow Court Master. Kacha. The expert from Soaring Rainbow Court immediately turned into a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight. Fong Lao and Su Lao could only watch all of this happen helplessly, but they were powerless to help. Suddenly, their eyes went bloodshot as they attacked without mercy. One of them transformed into a cloud of smoke while the other emitted a golden light, using all kinds of martial skills to attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became cold, no longer as calm as before. These two were both Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. Not something the two pieces of trash from before could compare to. Not bothering to hide his attacks, thousands of blood-red petals suddenly flew out, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance, each of these sharp petals transforming into a sharp attack. Sword waves raged as sword chi flew out. The White Tiger and Divine Ox Seals struck out one after another. The three of them had only fought for 10 breaths of time, but Yang Kai was already in a difficult situation. Even if he used 2 heaven-grade artifacts, he was unable to compete with them. Just as he was considering whether or not to retreat, 2 beautiful figures had already rushed over anxiously. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. Both of their beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety, but after seeing that Yang Kai was unscathed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when they saw Old Man Fong and Old Man Su attacking Yang Kai, their faces filled with anger. Without any hesitation, the two of them joined forces and attacked one of them. The twin chi shared spirit divine art shone brilliantly at this moment. Both of them were only Yuan Chi 4th stage cultivators, but after pushing their secret art to its limit, their Yuan Chi was incomparably vigorous, not much worse than a peak Yuan Chi cultivator. Their dual swords were enough to compete with an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Old Man Fong and Old Man Su didn't care about the consequences, they could have easily taken them down, but these two were women that Xiangchu liked, so they didn't dare act too presumptuously. For a moment, their hands and feet were tied, and their moves were sluggish, not daring to use too much strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai, with the help of the Hu sisters and the Flood Dragon, was more than enough to protect himself. 2 young ladies. Old Man Fong's expression became serious as he shouted, "This man is a demon." Hu Jiao shouted, "I don't know what a demon is, I only know that he is my friend." 2 young ladies, quickly retreat, don't misunderstand others and end up harming yourself. Old Man Su also tried to persuade them. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill us as well." Hu Mei seemed to be more delicate than her elder sister, but at this moment, her voice was resolute and decisive. He has killed so many people from Soaring Rainbow Court and Thunderlight Sect, so he has fallen into the demonic path. He is no longer the person you know. Now he has no consciousness, so he doesn't recognize you at all. Quickly get away from him. Old Man Fong said anxiously. Yang Kai grinned at him, and with a loud dragon roar, the black flood dragon viciously bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Fong Lao roared angrily. The profound light in his hand turned and hit the flood dragon's head. The giant flood dragon was knocked back, but it didn't hurt him at all. However, Old Man Fong was also forced back a step as he stared in horror at the 200 to 300 meter long flood dragon, his heart filled with a bitter taste. Everyone stop. An angry shout came from afar. Hearing this shout, Old Man Fong and Old Man Su hesitated for a moment before glaring hatefully at Yang Kai, before hurriedly jumping out of the battle. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air also hurried over to Yang Kai's side and asked with concern. Are you okay? Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he continued to stare forward. After killing so many people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his purpose had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai was protected by the Flood Dragon, even Old Man Fong and Old Man Su couldn't stop him. The current Yang Kai was truly fearless. As far as the eye could see, Xiang Chu walked over with a heavy expression on his face. Even in such a situation, he still displayed the self-restraint and calmness that a young master from a great family should have. Looking at the blood and broken corpses on the ground, Xiang Chu's eyes showed a clear trace of pain. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a large group of people appeared behind Xiang Chu. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all looked around in amazement, and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Guan Qi Li's pair of old eyes narrowed as his heart trembled. When he saw the two corpses from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his eyes couldn't help trembling. In the field, the two sides were clearly divided. Except for the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who stood on Yang Kai's side. Everyone else stood on Xiang Chu's side. Old Man Fong and Old Man Su also wore their Yuan Qi, vigilantly guarding against Yang Kai. Xiang Chu glanced at Yang Kai faintly and felt the murderous aura coming from his body. He couldn't help raising his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Seeing the black flood dragon floating midair, his expression couldn't help but change. He could feel the powerful combat strength of this flood dragon, so naturally he had some greedy and possessive thoughts. However, this flood dragon was obviously formed from pure Yuan Qi. So Xiang Chu had no choice but to dispel these thoughts. Looking around, Xiang Chu's face filled with grief as he asked, "What happened?" Old Man Fong quickly explained, "Young master, when Old Man Su and I rushed back, we saw this little brat become the demon race and kill Soaring Rainbow Court's Cheng Ming. These two old masters were incompetent, and were unable to save Cheng Ming from his grasp. Cheng Ming is dead." Xiang Chu showed a trace of genuine surprise. "Yes." Old Man Fong nodded, pointing to a nearby corpse. "His head has been severed." "What about the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect?" Xiang Chu asked anxiously. "Before we arrived, he was already dead." Xiang Chu couldn't help feeling shocked. He had overestimated Yang Kai's combat strength as much as possible, but he had never imagined that his overestimation of Yang Kai's strength would prove to be far too low. Two Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage masters had actually been killed by him. Just how strong was he? "Young master, that young man has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. Young master, please allow these two old masters to kill him and avenge Cheng Ming." Old Man Fong grit his teeth and said. Xiang Chu's brow furrowed, seemingly hesitating. Hu Jiaoer quickly interjected. "Old man, who said he became the demon race?" Chapter 359. Today, I'm going out to buy some New Year goods. It's almost the new year, so everyone at home is quite busy, so I have to help. Hu Jiaoer had always been more domineering than her younger sister. Normally, when she met Fong Lao, she would respectfully address him as senior, but at this moment, seeing him actually want to kill Yang Kai, she couldn't help but curse him. Fong Lao's face was livid with anger, but due to the identity of this woman he couldn't act on the spot, so he just calmly said, "With his current appearance, don't tell me he hasn't become the demon race?" Hu Jiaoer sneered. "If he had become the demon race, would we still be able to stand safely by his side? Are you blind? Fong Lao and Su Lao both froze at the same time, thinking about it for a moment, and also feeling a little confused. Yang Kai's current state was completely beyond their scope of understanding. Under the influence of that kind of murderous aura, it was impossible for him to have any semblance of sanity. But looking at his eyes, they were clearly calm and steady, without the slightest trace of malevolence that should have become the demon race. Besides, you only saw him kill Qing Ming. Have you ever thought about what that old man did to him? Hu Jiao asked. Fong Lao's mouth twitched for a moment before he finally said, "This old man only believes what he sees." Hu Jiao sneered again and again. Half a month ago, Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss at his hands. And today, they left the front line ahead of time and returned here. I think you can guess what their purpose is. Even if Yang Kai really killed them, it was out of self-defense. These people who died can only blame themselves. What does it have to do with him? Is it possible that when someone comes to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck for them to cut off? You're not allowed to resist? Guan Qilu also nodded. Young lady is right. Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court not only disobeyed orders, but also returned here ahead of time and attempted to kill fellow Taoists. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. Fong Ziqi's mouth curled into a smile. He also raised his voice and shouted. Xiang Chu smiled lightly and said, "If this is really the case, then this Xiang will naturally not shirk his responsibility, and will severely punish the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court as a warning to others." Pausing for a moment, Xiang Chu continued, "But this is only your guess. You came back with me, so this Xiang didn't see how things developed. Naturally, you didn't see it. How about this? Let the two parties involved in the conflict tell us what happened. What do you think?" "I have no objection." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's good that this friend understands," Xiang Chu nodded, turning his head and saying, "Old Man Fong, Old Man Su, bring those who are still alive here." Yes. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out. Not long after, all the survivors were brought back. Many of these people were seriously injured. Falling to the ground, Xie Rong and Li Fu were not in such a sorry state, but their bodies could not help but sway. She stole a glance at Yang Kai. The two of them retracted their gazes in panic. The other young disciples didn't even dare to look at Yang Kai. The battle just now had scared them out of their wits. Even their own elders had been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. How could these young people have the ability to resist? "Xie Rong. Li Fu." Xiang Chu called out softly. "Yes, yes, yes." Xie Rong was trembling like a sieve, replying quite stutteringly while Li Fu could only mutter a soft N. Xiang Chu's brow furrowed slightly before he suddenly asked, "You two should have seen everything just now, right?" "Yes, yes." "Then tell the truth, no matter how big or small. If there is even the slightest bit of falsehood or concealment, you know the consequences." Xiang Chu chuckled. Xie Rong and Li Fu glanced at each other, neither of them daring to speak. Hu Jiao sneered, "A guilty conscience." Xiang Chu rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. "Jiao, before the matter is settled, don't say such things." Hu Jiao coldly snorted. "Young Lord Xiang, I don't want to remind you again, please don't call me that, okay?" "My apologies, my tongue slipped." Xiang Chu didn't show the slightest embarrassment and cupped his fists repeatedly before turning to Xie Rong and Li Fu and saying, "If you don't dare speak, then this young lord will consider you guilty and kill you right now." Xie Rong and Li Fu couldn't help trembling as they stared at Xiang Chu in horror. Xiang Chu then continued, "But if you have any grievances, this young lord can also uphold justice for you." Hearing this sentence, everyone from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang couldn't help but frown. Xiang Chu's words didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them, but after carefully pondering over them, they actually had a profound meaning. Sure enough, Xie Rong and Li Fu glanced at each other, and their panicked emotions gradually stabilized, as if they had found a backer. Li Fu nodded. "Xie Rong, you speak." Xie Rong swallowed hard, grit his teeth and nodded. "Good." Taking a deep breath, not daring to look at Yang Kai, Xie Rong said in a low and sorrowful voice, "Today our two sects were fighting on Taifang Mountain, and chased down a group of Ashgray Cloud Evil Land Cultivator. After killing them, We discovered that we were not far from the camp, so instead of meeting up with young Lord Xiang, we simply returned directly. Nonsense! Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but shout. Since the beginning of the battle, I haven't seen any of you. How could you have chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator? It was clearly premeditated, and you simply returned directly. We didn't. Young Lord Xiang, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the western foot of the mountain and investigate. There should still be some corpses left there. Xiang Chu nodded slightly. I'll investigate. For now, I'll just assume you chased after the enemy, but not being able to return in time is also the fault of your two sects. I'll punish you severely for this. Do you have any complaints? No. Xie Rong and Li Fu shook their heads at the same time. The Hu sisters were so angry that their chests heaved up and down. Xiang Chu seemed to have handled this matter well, but for him to so casually dismiss it, it was obvious he was siding with the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Continue. Xiang Chu motioned. After we returned here with our respective elders, we were preparing to wait for young Lord Xiang's return before reporting, but while we were resting, we suddenly felt a towering evil aura. A towering evil aura. Xiang Chu raised his brow. We have never felt this kind of evil aura before. The elders of our two sects thought it was some kind of powerful demon, and led us to meet it. However, when we followed this aura to its source, we were shocked to discover that this demon was actually what? It was actually that person. Which person? Xiang Chu asked. The person the Hu sisters brought back a few days ago. Xie Rong grit his teeth and replied in a deep voice. Xiang Chu glanced over at Yang Kai, only to see the latter smile back at him. Yang Kai's smile was flat and his expression was calm, causing Xiang Chu to be stunned. And then? Xiang Chu turned his eyes and asked. Then, that person attacked us like a madman. The elders of our two sects were unable to stop him and countless disciples were killed or injured. In the end, 2 elders sacrificed their lives. Only then were we able to save our lives. Xie Rong paused for a moment before pounding his chest and stamping his feet in grief. I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice for our two sects and avenge our dead brothers, sisters and elders. Li Fu also burst into tears, wiping the corners of her eyes. Choking with sobs, she said, I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am not a man. Listening to their pleas, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gnashed their teeth in anger. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Xiang Chu was silent for a moment before saying, Get up. If young Lord Xiang cannot seek justice for us and kill that demon, we will never kneel again. We will kneel and never get up. Xie Rong and Li Fu kowtowed. Xiang Chu showed a displeased expression and said, The situation is not clear yet. These are only your side's words. If you wish to kneel, then kneel here. Xiang Chu raised his eyes. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, he said, This friend, what do you want to say? This Xiang is not the kind of person who cannot distinguish between black and white. If you have something to say, this Xiang is willing to listen. The Hu sisters immediately turned to look at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai shrugged and said indifferently, No. Yang Kai. Hu Jiao'er's beautiful face suddenly paled as she nervously grabbed his arm. Xiang Chu was also quite surprised and stared at him in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to not defend himself. Looking at his calm expression, Xiang Chu faintly felt a bad premonition. Daring to not defend himself, and not showing any signs of nervousness, obviously he was not afraid of anything happening to him. Was this person arrogant or confident? Yang Kai, say a few words, they are slandering you. How can you not say anything? Hu Mei'er also became anxious. Yang Kai smiled faintly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The Hu sisters' expression froze for a moment before they suddenly remembered that even if Yang Kai tried to defend himself, it would be useless. His current state was enough for everyone here to classify him as an evil demon. Now that everyone was at war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, what did the appearance of an evil demon here mean? Anyone could kill him, so even if it was Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court who attacked first, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to justify himself. Defending himself would only be a waste of saliva. His face gradually sinking, Yang Kai sneered, "Whether I am a human or a demon, it is not up to outsiders to judge." Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. After a long time he finally said, "Does this friend mean that this Xiang is not qualified to judge you? Are you worthy?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Impudence!" Feng Lao angrily shouted. "The Xiang family is a first-class family, and the young lord is the one in charge of this place. Who do you think you are to dare speak to the young lord in such a manner? A first-class family, what great prestige!" Yang Kai laughed. "Today, this young lord will let you see the prestige of a first-class family." Xiang Chu was also angered by Yang Kai's words and coldly snorted. "Feng Lao Su Lao, capture this evil demon." "Yes." The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters immediately responded. "You dare." The Hu sisters immediately stepped forward, their delicate bodies blocking in front of Yang Kai. Xiang Chu's expression sank as his eyes flashed a gloomy light, taking a deep breath and saying, "Two young ladies, if you don't want to be hurt, stand back. If you insist on remaining stubborn, this young lord will be able to accuse your two families of colluding with evil demons, and arrest you as well." "What a big hat." Guan Qi stepped forward and sneered. "Young Lord Xiang, is this how your Xiang family handles matters?" Xiang Chu's expression became gloomy. "This is how I, Xiang Chu, handle things. If evil demons are not dealt with, people will not be at ease." Chapter 360. The people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were originally in a miserable state, but when they heard this, they immediately cheered up. Xierong and Li Fu also stared at Yang Kai with a smug and hateful expression, as if they could already see him at the end of his road. "Well said." A burst of laughter came from not far away. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their heads to look in that direction. 100 zhang away, a few cloud-treading foals were galloping towards them like the wind, their feet not touching the ground. Cloud-treading colts, third-order monster beast. Although they weren't very strong, they had great endurance and speed. On top of that, their temperament was docile, making them the most suitable mounts. Each cloud-treading colt could travel a few thousand kilometers in a day, and a good one could easily travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. This kind of speed was even faster than some immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and didn't require Yuan Qi to fly. Therefore, the great families would generally domesticate cloud-treading colts as a means of transportation. However, this kind of monster beast was very rare, and each one was worth hundreds of thousands of silvers. Apart from first-class forces, no other force could afford to raise one. To some extent, cloud-treading colts represented strength and identity. 3 cloud-treading colts had arrived. The leader of this group looked about the same age as Xiang Chu and was also quite handsome. Behind him were 2 immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. "After not seeing you for a few months, Brother Xiang's temper seems to have grown." The leading young man laughed. Arriving in front of everyone, this young man didn't dismount, and instead just sat atop his cloud-treading colt, looking down at everyone. However, when that pair of eyes looked towards Yang Kai, there was a slightly dignified and surprised look in them. This kind of demonic aura was something he naturally couldn't ignore. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him also frequently glanced at Yang Kai. Secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, they prepared themselves for the unexpected. "This guy is called Nansheng." Feng Ziki knew that Yang Kai was somewhat ignorant and quickly explained. "He is the young lord of the first-class Nan family. His status is equal to Xiang Chu." The Nan family and the Xiang family had been married for several generations, so the relationship between the 2 families had always been very good. "Be careful of him. He's much more overbearing than Xiang Chu, and he's also very difficult to deal with." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Xiang Chu should be the kind of insidious person who would say one thing on the surface and another behind his back, while this Nansheng should be a straightforward person. Xiang Chu's livid expression finally eased a lot when he saw this person, smiling as he cupped his fists and said, "Big brother Nan, why are you here? Weren't you on the battlefront a few hundred miles away?" The Xiang clan was in charge of Taifang Mountain's battlefront. while the Nan clan was in charge of another battlefront a few hundred li away. They were both first-class families, so they both had the qualifications to do so. Nansheng grinned. He jumped off the cloud-treading mare and said, "Didn't the final battle end 2 days ago? The central capital's 8 great families said that we can go back now. When we passed by here, we felt an unusual aura, so we came over to take a look. I didn't expect there to be such a good show. Why haven't you left yet?" While speaking, Nansheng swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Xiang Chu's expression became slightly awkward as he said, "Today was the last day of our mission. I wanted to tell everyone the good news after returning, but something unexpected happened here, so I didn't have time to tell everyone." The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were all startled. The final battle had ended 2 days ago. If they hadn't inadvertently overheard this from Nansheng, they would likely still be in the dark. How could the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Lands cultivator attack their camp 2 days after the final battle? What kind of commander would do such a thing? However, at this critical moment, Yang Kai's camp had encountered a problem. There was clearly something fishy going on here. In an instant, everyone understood many key points. An accident. Nansheng nodded slightly, frowning as he stared towards Yang Kai, casually pointing towards him. "Is it him?" Xiang Chu nodded. "Demon Lord, haha, interesting." Nansheng pinched his chin with one hand as he stared at Yang Kai like he was sizing up a commodity. Such a young demon actually has such a rich evil chi. It seems the secret art he cultivates is not simple. "It's not simple," Xiang Chu said solemnly. Nansheng was slightly stunned. He had rarely seen Xiang Chu so dignified, so he couldn't help asking curiously, "What's wrong?" 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage masters were killed by him. "What?" Nansheng paled. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters behind him were also shocked. "Brother Xiang, you're not joking, right?" Nansheng froze for a moment before shaking his head and smiling bitterly, his face filled with disbelief. He seems to only be a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th stage cultivator. How could he possibly kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters? "The corpses are right here. How could I be joking with you? All the corpses here were his handiwork." Xiang Chu smiled bitterly. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary masters behind Nansheng also stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, this person cannot be underestimated. His vitality is extremely strong, and that black dragon beside him is also very strange." Seeing his family's Immortal Ascension Boundary master act so solemnly, Nansheng quickly put away his frivolous expression and asked softly, "If I were to face him, what are my chances of winning?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary master pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. "Tell me the truth. No chance of winning." The Immortal Ascension Boundary master braced himself and said. Nansheng sucked in a cold breath and finally re-examined Yang Kai. Even against the younger generation of the central capital's 8 great families, there were only a few people who could give him no chance of winning, but now there was a young demon lord with such attainments. Didn't that mean his aptitude and strength were extraordinary? How could he compare to the central capital's 8 great masters? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Nansheng quickly said, "Such a dangerous person, we should just kill him. Leaving him alive will only cause us endless trouble in the future." Xiang Chu nodded. "I also think so." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Nansheng asked, puzzled. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. Nansheng glanced at his expression, then turned his head and asked, "Are these people trying to interfere?" "Ha, I'm not doing my job properly." Xiang Chu nodded helplessly. "Who dares interfere? Kill them all." Nansheng coldly snorted. "Daring to ally with this demon lord at this time. Even if we kill them all, no one will dare say anything." The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all paled. All of them stared vigilantly at Nansheng. Originally, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary masters on Xiang Chu's side were more than enough to wipe them out, but now Nansheng had brought 2 more masters with him. If they really fought, no one here would survive. "Brother Xiang, are you still going to show mercy at this time?" Nansheng tilted his head towards Xiang Chu, a sneer forming on his face. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. "There are some people I can't bear to kill." As he spoke, he looked towards the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with undisguised affection. The Xiang and Nan families had been allied through marriage for several generations. Xiangchu and Nansheng had played together since childhood and were as close as brothers. How could Nansheng not know what Xiangchu was thinking? Nansheng also knew Xiangchu's personality and methods. Thinking about it for a moment, Nansheng understood a lot of things. There were some things that were inconvenient for Xiangchu to say, but Nansheng could. However, just passing by, he actually wanted to help this little brat. This little brat had several wives at home. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. Nansheng felt a burst of depression in his heart. However, this pair of twins was quite interesting. No wonder he was tempted. Thinking so, Nansheng didn't try to stay out of this matter, casually pointing to the Hu sisters and asking, "Two girls, do you want to die or live?" Hu Jiao'er sneered. "If you can live, who would want to die? Good. Come out. This matter has nothing to do with you. Brother Xiang only wants to kill that little brat." Nansheng nodded slightly and immediately made the decision. The Hu sisters shook their heads and stood firmly beside Yang Kai. Nansheng was stunned and couldn't help cursing in his heart. The two women that bastard Xiangchu liked already had sweethearts? No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. So that's how it is. At this moment, Nansheng understood everything. It turned out that the real deal was hidden here. Straightening his face, Nansheng asked, "Do you want to save his life?" The Hu sisters' faces were filled with displeasure, but after a long time, they nodded slightly. "That's even better." Nansheng laughed. "You two, marry my brother Xiang and I, Nansheng, will protect his life for you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Xiangchu waved his hand again and again. "Big brother Nan, this won't do. I am indeed interested in these two girls, but killing a demon is a big matter. How can we mix it up?" Nansheng's expression became serious as he said, "Why not? You can decide things here, and I can decide things for you. Let's do as you say." Turning his face, he looked at the Hu sisters and asked, "What do the two girls think?" "Wishful thinking." Hu Jiao'er quickly and decisively refused. Nansheng's face sank, a trace of arrogance and disdain flashing across his eyes as he said, "You two seem to be just disciples of second-class sects, right? My brother Xiang comes from a first-class family. He has both power and influence, and he is also handsome. Do you think marrying him would be wrong for you too? You're just two trivial women. What's the point of pretending to be virtuous? Sooner or later you'll have to marry. If you don't want to marry a first-class family's young lord, who do you want to marry? My brother Xiang taking a fancy to you is your luck." Hearing Nansheng's harsh words, the Hu sisters were immediately enraged. "So be it. Either he dies or you two marry my brother Xiang and I will protect his life. As for which choice to make, you decide for yourself." Nansheng was extremely overbearing and did not give the Hu sisters any room to maneuver, sneering as he said, "You only have a stick of incense worth of time. When the time is up, even if you beg me, it will be useless. If anyone else dares to interfere and cause trouble, they will all be killed without mercy." Finished speaking, Nansheng lowered his head and stood aside, watching coldly. From the beginning to the end, Xiangchu had only said one sentence, and after that, there was no further movement. Now that things had developed to this point, even if the Hu sisters were stupid, they would still be able to understand. "So your purpose was this?" Hu Jiao'er looked at Xiangchu contemptuously. "Everything you did was to target Yang Kai, and then wait for an opportunity to blackmail us, right?" Xiangchu's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Jiao'er, if you think so, then you've misunderstood me." Nansheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that this bastard was still so pretentious. If it were him, he would have already forced himself on her. A woman from a second-class sect. So what if he did? What could he do? Misunderstanding or not, you know clearly in your heart. Hu Jiao'er sneered. Chapter 361. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had gone through thick and thin together for the past few months. So of the original 100 or so disciples, only a dozen or so remained. The remaining dozen or so were of one mind. Seeing Nansheng and Xiangchu oppressing the Hu sisters like this, how could they not be angry? Fang Ziki sneered as he stared at Nansheng. "Young Lord Nan, young Lord Xiang, can a first-class family decide the life and death of a second-class sect's disciple at will?" What do you have to say? Nansheng snorted as he stared at Feng Ziki with a smile, not putting him in his eyes at all. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Then shut your mouth. Nansheng flicked the dust off his sleeves, his expression indifferent. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background. Why do you think this world's sects are divided into 3 grades and 9 grades? It's because people like you clearly recognize the difference between your status and mine. If you were from a first-class force, this young lord wouldn't be able to bully you, right? Nansheng chuckled as he spoke, as if he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words, a sense of superiority arising from his noble background. Continuing, he continued. If you were from a super force, TSK, this young lord wouldn't even have time to curry favor with you. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. It's funny you can't see it clearly. Wait until one day you have the strength and status to bully me. If you dare to bully me, I promise I won't complain. Such a day will come, Feng Ziki said with a gloomy expression. Nansheng curled his lips disdainfully. Yang Kai, who had been watching from the sidelines, didn't speak. He didn't take any action, just quietly watching the two sides quarrel. Even now, he didn't express any opinion, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families were constantly on guard against him. Of all the young men, only Yang Kai was unfathomable. Although he was only a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th-stage cultivator, his vitality and Yuan Qi were extremely strange, so they couldn't really fight him. It was impossible for them to figure out his true strength. Yang Kai had been observing for so long, because he wanted to see how many people here he could make friends with, and how many of them were true to themselves. As the saying goes, a long road tests a horse's strength. Time doesn't necessarily reveal one's true feelings, but one's heart and mind. It was difficult to see a person's true character and temperament unless it was the most difficult time. If at this time Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse chose to remain silent and not meddle in his affairs, Yang Kai wouldn't be surprised at all. Playing it safe, this was the way to deal with things. At present, the Xiang clan and the Nan clan held the absolute advantage. The Blood Group and the Stormhouse were simply no match for them. If they continued to act tough, they were afraid that only destruction awaited them. What made Kai Yang feel gratified was that there were 3 people he cared about. The Hu sisters and Feng Ziji didn't have the slightest intention of retreating because of the other party's strength. They still firmly stood in front of him. Feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai's face bloomed into a smile as he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the Hu sisters' shoulders. His eyes swept over the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him. Looking at Xiang Chu and Nansheng, Yang Kai grinned and whispered to the Hu sisters, "Don't worry about me. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er's pretty faces lit up slightly, although they didn't know where Yang Kai's confidence came from. But hearing him speak so firmly, they didn't have the slightest doubt. On the other hand, Nansheng and Xiang Chu's expressions couldn't help sinking. Feng Lao sneered, "Little brat, with the 4 of us here, you dare say such big words? Do you want to try?" Yang Kai looked at him provocatively. Feng Lao's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, but to his disappointment he didn't see the slightest panic in Yang Kai's eyes. It seemed that this young man really did have the strength to escape safely. "Surround him," Nansheng shouted. Yang Kai's impudence and arrogance had completely angered him. Never before had a disciple from a second-class sect dared to look at him with such disdainful eyes. This kind of gaze was like a needle that pierced into his heart. As the young lord of a first-class family, he naturally had his own pride and self-satisfaction. As soon as Nansheng's words fell, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him flew out and surrounded Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the 2 Xiang family masters. Even though he was surrounded by 4 immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, Yang Kai still wore a calm expression, but his eyes were slightly more dignified than before. In his current state, he could safely escape from 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but if there were 4 of them, he would have to pay a heavy price. This was just Yang Kai's estimation. If he actually did it, there would be some discrepancies. However, as long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. "You want to run? Father wants to see how you run." Nansheng stared at Yang Kai fiercely and shouted, "For old men, if any of these second-class sect disciples don't know what's good for them, just kill them. There's no need to worry." Yes. The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family and Nan family responded in unison. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as the black flood dragon that had been hovering above Yang Kai's head slowly began to move, its gong-sized eyes exuding a cold light. Nansheng glanced over at the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall masters and sneered, "I'll give you 10 breaths to leave this demon's side, otherwise when we start fighting, heh." Xiang Chu frowned and quickly said, "Two young ladies, don't be so obstinate. It's you who have gone too far." Hu Jiao'er shouted. Xiang Chu's expression couldn't help becoming cold. He really did have feelings for the Hu sisters, but it wasn't the kind of love that would last until death. As the young lord of a first-class family, what kind of stunning beauty had he not seen? Beautiful women were just a kind of entertainment for him. What he enjoyed was the process of pursuing and conquering them. But at this moment, Xiang Chu suddenly realized that he would never be able to conquer this pair of beautiful sisters, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. His anger quickly turned into resentment, and after coldly snorting, he no longer said anything. 10 breaths have passed. Nansheng calmly shouted, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, casually saying, "Begin." The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters gathered nearby suddenly felt their yuan qi surge, as they glared at the crowd. At that moment, suddenly, an extremely loud and clear cry of an eagle came from the sky. This eagle cry was extremely sharp and seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power. Even the immortal ascension boundary masters who heard it couldn't help but frown and hurriedly look up. High up in the sky, they couldn't tell how many thousands of meters high, a golden light was shining brightly. This golden light was incomparably pure, and the reflection was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. This golden light hovered in the sky above. Above everyone's heads, it continued to hover while emitting an eagle cry. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Staring at this golden light, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed. The battle that was on the verge of breaking out had suddenly been disrupted by the sudden appearance of this golden eagle. What a handsome eagle! Nansheng's eyes flashed brilliantly as he couldn't help but praise. Although this golden eagle was several thousand meters in the sky, none of the people present had ordinary eyesight, so naturally they could see it clearly. A golden eagle. Su Lao of the Xiang family suddenly frowned, vaguely thinking of something. "Haha. This young lord has decided to capture it and raise it." Nansheng laughed. Such a handsome eagle, if he could raise one, he would gain a lot of face. In the future, when he went out, he would take it with him and train it. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling contemptuously and sarcastically said, "You can't raise it." Nansheng glanced over at him casually and sneered, not bothering to say anything, simply asking, "Have you ever seen such a strange beast?" Su Lao pondered for a moment. Su Lao frowned and said, "I seem to have heard of it." "Where did you hear it from?" Xiang Chu was also excited and quickly asked. Su Lao frowned and racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. High up in the sky, the golden eagle's cries suddenly became more intense, as if it had found something. Immediately, it swooped down, leaving a trail of golden light behind it as it rushed straight towards the place where everyone was gathered. Nansheng, who had been wondering how to catch this eagle, was overjoyed upon seeing this and grinned. Interesting. Did this strange beast find this young lord familiar at first sight and deliberately come here to seek shelter? Xiang Chu also smiled slightly and said, "Since big brother Nan is so refined, this little brother won't compete with you." Nansheng smiled and glanced over at Yang Kai. "Boy, I'll let you live a little longer. Wait for this young lord to catch this eagle." "As you wish." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and assumed a posture of watching from the sidelines. "Yang Kai, take this opportunity to run," Hu Mei'er quietly whispered. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "What are you still doing here?" Hu Jiao'er looked at him anxiously and worriedly said, "Once they catch that eagle, they'll immediately come to deal with you. They won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled, his expression relaxed. The Hu sisters were suspicious, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. A moment later, the golden eagle descended, and when it was only a few dozen meters above the crowd, Nansheng suddenly soared up into the sky, his face filled with relief and excitement as he stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards the eagle. Unexpectedly, not only was the eagle handsome and powerful, its strength was also not low. With a flap of its wings, a golden light shot towards Nansheng. Nansheng's expression changed and he hurriedly dodged, immediately shouting excitedly, "Fifth-order monster beast! Second elder, help me!" A fifth-order flying monster beast. This was a real treasure. An ordinary fifth-order monster beast probably wouldn't be of much use, but one that could fly was a different story. Whether it was used to investigate the enemy or to track them, it would be a great asset and could even be used in battle. If they could catch this monster beast, Nansheng's strength would also soar. After witnessing the eagle's ability, Xiangchu couldn't help feeling a little moved, secretly regretting that he had been too generous just now. Such an eagle was much more precious than many precious treasures. But what was said couldn't be undone. Even if Xiangchu regretted it, he couldn't snatch it away, so he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 362. The golden eagle's wings were more than 10 meters long, and its claws were as hard as steel. Compared to ordinary artifacts, these claws were not inferior at all. On top of that, it seemed to be innately capable of using some kind of beast skill. The golden light it shot out was also quite extraordinary. Although Nansheng was also one of the best masters in the Yuanqi realm, facing such a flying monster beast, he wasn't completely confident he could capture it, so after witnessing its abilities, he immediately asked the two masters he had brought with him for help. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't hesitate and immediately acted. Two streaks of light shot towards the golden eagle. Although they weren't powerful, they were more than enough to prevent the golden eagle from spreading its wings. "You can't." The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Su Lao's expression suddenly changed as he finally remembered where this golden eagle had come from and hurriedly called out. Nansheng and the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family couldn't help frowning, not knowing what had just happened. Although they were confused, their hands didn't stop moving. With two loud bangs, the golden eagle was struck by the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' attacks, and its huge body was sent tumbling through the air several times before nearly falling to the ground. Although it was a fifth-order monster beast, it was still only equivalent to an Yuanqi realm cultivator, so how could it possibly block the attack of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? After being delayed like this, Nansheng couldn't help but see hope of capturing it alive. Letting out a hearty laugh, he shot towards the golden eagle like a bolt of lightning, and stretched out his hand to grab it. The Xiang family's Su Lao hurriedly rushed in front of Nansheng and shouted, "Young Lord Nan, you can't." As he shouted, he lightly patted Nansheng's shoulder, pushing him back. The golden eagle's clear cry sounded again, but this time it seemed to be a bit angry and hurried. The golden eagle's figure shot straight up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye flew a few thousand meters into the air. What the hell? Nansheng could have easily captured the golden eagle alive, but at the last moment his plan had been foiled by Su Lao, causing him to fly into a rage as he gloomily glared at Su Lao. Turning to Xiangchu he asked, "Brother Xiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiangchu also frowned, not understanding why this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from his family had suddenly gone mad. He frowned and asked, "Elder Su, what happened?" Cold sweat dripped down Elder Su's forehead as he raised his head to look at the eagle in the sky. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Nan, I'm sorry to offend you." "Humph." Nansheng coldly snorted. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Tell me, why did you stop me?" Su Lao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This eagle has an owner." "He's taken?" Nansheng was startled for a moment before he suddenly sneered. "It's even better to have a master. My Nan family and Brother Xiang's Xiang family are both first-class families. Could it be that he couldn't get an eagle that he had set his eyes on? Tell me, whose eagle is this? Why don't they just offer it to me?" Su Lao's face turned pale, and his expression became more and more frightened. Xiangchu seemed to have noticed something and took a deep breath. "Old man Su, do you know something about this?" Su Lao's expression was as if he had just lost his parents. His eyes swept over the disciples of Blood Group and Stormhouse, But this time he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Instead, he looked at them with a serious and frightened expression. Turning his head, Su Lao stared at the other 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and said bitterly, "Fifth Order Monster Beast. Golden Profound Eagle. Don't you remember anything?" When the 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters heard him say this, they couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Su Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Should I say you're all ignorant, or have you forgotten? Nearly 20 years ago, within the territory of the Great Han Dynasty, there were also several such eagles. Nearly 20 years ago, in the minds of the 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they couldn't help recalling what had happened in the past. Suddenly their expressions changed. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family blurted out, "Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle? Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle." As soon as this name came out, all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present felt a chill run down their spines. Feng Lao was even more stunned as he muttered, "The Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle?" Su Lao nodded heavily, quickly replying, "And it should be the Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle. But how could it appear now? Isn't there still a few years before it appears? I'm afraid something happened to the Yang family, so the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle appeared ahead of time." Su Lao boldly speculated. The 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't conceal anything when they spoke of this, nor did they deliberately lower their voices. So no matter who it was, everyone present could clearly hear what they were saying. The young disciples of the second-class sects were confused, but Xiangqiu and Nansheng understood. Glancing at each other, both of them feeling their scalps go numb. "What are they talking about?" Feng Ziki frowned and asked softly, "Uncle Le, do you know?" Hu Jiao'er looked at Guan Qile curiously. Guan Qile glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and couldn't help smiling bitterly, nodding. The older generation should be able to understand. "Tell us more about it." Hu Jiao'er didn't understand why a trivial fifth-order monster beast would cause the Xiang family and Nan family's people to treat it so seriously. Even if a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master appeared, they wouldn't be so surprised, right? Good. Guan Qile knew that it was impossible for them to fight now. The appearance of this eagle meant that in the near future, the entire Great Han Dynasty would be in turmoil. So his expression relaxed a lot as he asked, "Do you know the central capital's Yang family?" Everyone nodded. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families. Who hadn't heard of them? The Yang family has a rule, that is, when their younger generation is still young, they will all be sent out to experience the outside world for a period of 10 years. During this time, all the Yang family's disciples are not allowed to borrow any of the Yang family's strength, nor are they allowed to reveal their identities. The Yang family also allows them to temper themselves outside. After 10 years, these Yang family's disciples will all be summoned back to compete for the position of the next Yang family patriarch. In 10 years, a person's change is very great, especially for the younger generation. The Yang family's young lords have been out for 10 years without any news, so it is very troublesome to find them. So the Yang family came up with a very special method to find and recall these scattered Yang family's disciples. What method? That method is to use the monster beast. Guan Qile pointed his finger to the sky. The Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle. This flying monster beast has been raised with the Yang family's blood essence since childhood, so it is very sensitive to the Yang family's bloodline. As long as there is a Yang family disciple within a certain range, it can accurately find them. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The Yang family's Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle had appeared here. Didn't this mean that one of the Yang family's disciples was here? Who could this person be? Guan Qile gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before continuing. There are only a dozen or so Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagles in this world, and all of them belong to the Yang family. The Yang family regards these exotic beasts as precious treasures, and except for when they are searching for important members of their family, they never release them. However, once a Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle appears, it means that the Yang family is recalling its scattered disciples, which also means the Yang family's inheritance war is about to begin. The Yang family's inheritance war? Feng Ziki raised his brow, seemingly quite interested in this topic. The Yang family's young lords rely on their 10 years of experience outside to gather helpers and allies to compete for the position of the Yang family's next patriarch. The last Yang family inheritance war had taken place 18 years ago, and many of its members had died, but many more had become famous in that war. The Yang family's inheritance war is a great reshuffle of the world's great forces. So many people will participate. If you're interested and think you have the strength, you can also participate. When Guanqi said this, the people from the Xiang family and Nan family didn't interrupt. The other disciples from the second-class forces who had gathered here also listened attentively. This kind of important secret wasn't something they could hear casually. After Guanqi finished speaking, the large crowd fell silent for a long time, no one making a sound. Nansheng's face was even more ashen. Just now he had shamelessly boasted that he wanted the owner of the golden feather eagle to hand it over. But after learning that this was a strange beast raised by the Yang family, how could he dare be greedy? No wonder Su Lao had been so anxious to stop him. It turned out that he had remembered something from the past. Nansheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he and his 2 elders hadn't injured the golden feather eagle just now. Otherwise, if the Yang family had seen this, it was hard to say what would have happened. This strange beast was rare and precious, and the Yang family was domineering and overbearing. If they had really injured it, they wouldn't have been able to settle the matter with just compensation. After a moment, Su Lao turned to Guanqi and cupped his fists. This friend's explanation is very detailed. There are many details that even this old master doesn't understand. Guanqi sneered. What happened many years ago, who doesn't know? With such an incident happening, Su Lao also intended to ease the tension between the 2 sides, so he had only offered a few words of praise. If Guanqi knew about this matter, how could he not? However, Guanqi didn't accept his kindness at all, coldly spitting back at him, causing Su Lao to roll his eyes. Xiang Chu asked suspiciously, "It's just that. I remember that the Yang family dismissed the current generation of direct descendants 5 or 6 years ago. Isn't it less than 10 years? It was precisely because it hadn't been 10 years that no one thought that this eagle was the Yang family's silver-blood golden feather eagle. If a few more years had passed, when the whole world was paying attention to the Yang family's movements, the appearance of this golden feather eagle would definitely have been recognized." Nansheng also nodded slightly. "I've also heard about this matter. Could this be some other monster beast that's just similar to the golden feather eagle?" Su Lao sighed. "That's why I said that the Yang family must have encountered some kind of accident that caused them to recall their direct descendants so early. There's no need to doubt. This is the Yang family's golden feather eagle." Then, Xiang Chu's eyes swept over the crowd, but when his gaze swept over Yang Kai, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly, quickly turning back, pinching his nose as he asked, "In other words, there is a young Master Yang here?" Countless people were immediately on tenterhooks as they scanned their surroundings. The 2 groups of people were in conflict and were about to fight to the death, but at such a tense and important juncture, they suddenly learned that among this group of friends and foes, there was a character that they couldn't afford to offend. If this young Master Yang was a friend, then it would naturally be fine, but if he was an enemy... Chapter 363. Thinking so, no one could remain calm. The young lord of the central capital's Yang family, what kind of noble identity was this? The so-called first-class families were nothing in front of the central capital's 8 great families. Not to mention, the Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families. Its status was even more respected. Perhaps the Yang family young lord here might become the future patriarch of the Yang family. Now that he was weak, if they tried to make friends with him, they would naturally gain many benefits in the future. Who would dare to offend him? Unconsciously, both Xiang Chu and Nansheng restrained their domineering auras and scanned the crowd with dignified eyes. It was as if they had suddenly become much smaller than they were before. On the other hand, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all stared at Yang Kai expectantly. They all knew Yang Kai's name, so at this moment, they naturally associated him with the identity of the Yang family young lord. But it was not convenient for them to ask directly, so all of them were looking forward to seeing some clues from his expression. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and there was nothing unusual about him, making them even more suspicious. Xiang Chu smiled wryly, cupped his fists and asked, Who is young Lord Yang? It wasn't that he didn't know Yang Kai's name. It was just that he subconsciously didn't dare to associate him with the Yang family young lord. Xiang Chu now only hoped that the hidden Yang family young lord was in his camp. No one answered his question. Yang Kai let out a strange laugh. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk countless eyes gathered on him. And under everyone's watchful eyes, the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head suddenly swooped down. In the blink of an eye, the 20 to 30 meter long flood dragon drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. At the same time, the towering evil qi also receded, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was only an ordinary Yuan Qi 6th-stage cultivator. The expressions of the Xiang and Nan family people became gloomy. Yang Kai having lost his last hope at this time, they couldn't help but think. Looking up at the sky, the silver blood golden feather eagle was still circling. It let out a sharp cry. Yang Kai put his fingers into his mouth and whistled loudly. As if it had received some kind of order, the circling silver blood golden feather eagle responded cheerfully. It spread its wings and swooped down from a height of several thousand feet. In an instant, it arrived above the crowd. That pair of bright eagle eyes stared vigilantly and hatefully at the three people of the Nan family, and slowly landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. Folding its wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle screeched at the three Nan family members in a threatening manner. The faces of the Nan family and Xiang family members suddenly paled, Xiang Chu's face twitching slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. The unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family had now landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. There was no need to think too much about Yang Kai's true identity. The Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if they had just met him. Their beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The bodies of Xierong and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court went limp. He fell limply to the ground. Their two sects had racked their brains to curry favor with Xiang Chu, aiding him in his evil deeds and slandering Yang Kai. Never had they expected to pick up a sesame seed and throw away a watermelon. Offending a person even Xiang Chu didn't dare to offend. This was the true definition of having eyes but failing to see, short-sighted. Both of their sects had suffered heavy casualties, and each of them had lost an immortal ascension boundary elder to Yang Kai, so they had hoped that Xiang Chu would avenge them. While they were at it, they could also hug the big tree that was the Xiang family, but now, everything had been in vain. Forget about revenge. Now that they had offended the Yang family's young lord, whether they could survive was another matter altogether. No wonder he said the price of offending him was not something their sects could afford. They really couldn't afford it. Young Master Yang? Xiang Chu looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, his palms wet with sweat, but he had no choice but to brace himself and ask. Nanxing opened his mouth, his heart filled with regret. This time he had really been caught in an unexpected disaster. He had just passed by this place on his way back to the Nan family, and had not expected to cause such a big trouble. If he had known this would happen, why would he have come here to watch the fun? He could have just ridden his cloud-treading colt back to the Nan family. Faced with Xiang Chu's inquiry, Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before concentrating on combing the feathers of the silver blood golden feather eagle perched on his shoulder. This fifth-order flying monster beast was quite special. Its feathers seemed to be made of pure gold. And after being raised by the Yang family for so many years, it had been taken care of very well. Each of its feathers was as sharp as a knife, and its hardness and sharpness were not inferior to an ordinary Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Coupled with its hook-like beak and sharp claws, an average Yuan Qi realm cultivator may not be its opponent. Only a cultivator at the 6th or 7th stage of Yuan Qi or above would be able to defeat it. Yang Kai did not speak, so even though Xiang Chu was full of grievances and resentment, he did not dare show the slightest bit of it. Cupping his fists, he stood there with a cautious expression on his face. Nansheng's face turned red as he thickened his face and said, "Young Master Yang, this Nan had eyes but failed to see. What happened just now was this Nan's fault. I hope young Master Yang will not take it to heart." Hu Jiao couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Just now, Nansheng had been so overbearing and arrogant, facing more than a dozen second-class sect disciples and not allowing them to resist. But now, in front of the young lord of a superforce, his performance was so humble that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Kai. It was as if he was a completely different person, and the difference in attitude was so great that it made people raise their eyebrows. When the laughter reached Nansheng's ears, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. His expression also changed as he forced a smile and said, "Young lady, please don't take offense, this Nan apologizes to you." Hu Jiao'er sneered and turned her face away, not wanting to look at this realistic face. The four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang family also had no choice but to put down their faces and cup their fists. "Young Master Yang, please forgive us for our rudeness just now." Yang Kai let out a light breath and glanced over at them indifferently, chuckling lightly. "It's not your fault you didn't know." Hearing him say this, the Xiang clan and Nan clan members were all delighted. As long as Yang Kai didn't pursue today's matter, everything would be fine. On top of that, the Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so Yang Kai, as the Yang family's young lord, naturally needed to gather support and gather his supporters in order to win the position of the next patriarch. The Xiang and Nan families were both first-class families. With such powerful support, as long as Yang Kai wanted to win in the inheritance war, he would definitely try to win them over. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Yang Kai hadn't suffered any losses from today's events, so naturally, he was willing to let it go. Perhaps today, he would even be able to form a good relationship with the Yang family young lord, creating a story of friendship without discord. Thinking about all kinds of possibilities, Xiang Chu and Nansheng both wore joyful and expectant expressions. Just as they were celebrating though, the silver blood golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder suddenly let out a shrill cry, as if it had been injured, flapping its wings and flying high into the sky. "What happened?" Xiang Chu asked eagerly, but as soon as the words left his mouth he stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of confusion filling his face. The same was true for everyone else. What they saw was Yang Kai holding two golden feathers in his hand. These two feathers gleamed with a golden light, as if they were finely ground blades, the same length and shape. Obviously, they had been plucked from the silver blood golden feather eagle. No wonder the eagle had suddenly flown up in fright. After plucking the feathers, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at them and simply threw them to the ground. "Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Nansheng was confused as he frowned at Yang Kai. This silver blood golden feather eagle was extremely handsome, and had an excellent appearance. On top of that, it was a rare and precious exotic beast, and was the one who had found Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai didn't like it, he wouldn't suddenly attack it. What is he doing? Nansheng couldn't understand. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, was much more sensitive than Nansheng. Looking at the two golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, he had a bad feeling about this, but before he could think clearly, two figures had already approached them. The speed of these two people was extremely fast and their bodies were shrouded in a brilliant light. At a glance, it was obvious that their strength wasn't low. The distance of a few thousand meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy with a cold expression. There was a long scar on his face that ran from left to right like an earthworm. It was sinister on the bridge of his nose. His aura was as sharp as a blade, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. With one look, one could tell that he was a veteran. The woman was in her prime with a graceful figure. It was impossible to tell how old she was, but she was dignified and beautiful. Her pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, but her oval face was expressionless and indifferent. Both men and women were immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the feeling they gave off was much stronger than the masters from the Xiang and Nan families. The moment they saw them, everyone couldn't help comparing them to the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families, but all of them came to the same conclusion. In a one-on-one fight, none of the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were a match for this man and woman. Each of the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagles was followed by a Yang family master, so that once they found a Yang family young lord, they could be escorted home. The two people in front of them had obviously followed the silver blood golden feather eagles all the way here. Both of them had a jade token hanging from their waists with a blood-red Yang character written on it. Yang family blood warriors. Feng Lao couldn't help muttering. The Yang family blood warriors had served the Yang family for generations, and were extremely loyal to it. Each one of them had outstanding talent and had been trained since childhood. A lot of manpower, material, and financial resources had been spent on their growth. Their origins may not be as noble as those of the young lords and young ladies, but the achievements they could achieve were definitely not lower. The Young family had an above-immortal ascension boundary Grand Elder, who was a blood warrior. But now, the Young family treated him as an honored guest. Even if a direct descendant saw him, they would have to kowtow to him. Therefore, the Young family blood warriors also represented a powerful combat strength. All of the blood warriors had the ability to fight above their realm, and were basically invincible in the same realm. What was most valuable was their loyalty. For the sake of the Young family, they were willing to sacrifice everything. After all, from a young age, the Young family had instilled in them the ideology of family supremacy. In order to train them, the Young family had paid a great price. Chapter 364. This was indeed the unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Young family. Young Kai really was a Young family young lord. Where is the young lord? The middle-aged man's hawk-like eyes scanned the crowd. His expression didn't change at all because of the presence of the Xiang and Nan families. He simply raised his voice and asked. When he asked this question, the woman also glanced around, trying to find her young lord in the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Young Kai. The next moment, the two blood warriors also cast their eyes over, and after seeing Young Kai's face and judging his age and cultivation, their expressions suddenly became suspicious. As blood warriors, they had naturally seen many of the Young family's young lords. Even if they had never interacted with them, they had at least seen them a few times. The two of them had already guessed before coming here that using the silver blood golden feather eagle, they could easily find their young lord's residence. If he looked familiar, they would be able to determine his identity. However, when they saw Young Kai, the two of them couldn't help feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Among the Young family's young lords who had gone out for life experience, how could they be so young? Moreover, this appearance. They hadn't seen him before. It was no wonder they were suspicious. When Young Kai left home, he was only 12 or 13 years old, and was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Now that more than 5 years had passed, Young Kai had naturally changed a lot. However, the woman's observation was more detailed, and after a long time, she suddenly exclaimed, "Little lord?" The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Young Kai. His heart couldn't help feeling a storm. Little lord. When he was dismissed, he was the youngest young lord, the one under the command of 4th Master Yang. But, wasn't the little lord congenitally deficient and unable to cultivate? When they left the Yang family this time, the blood warriors had been discussing among themselves. If they were to see the little lord, they would have to strictly guard him because it was very likely that the little lord was just an ordinary person. The Yang family had many enemies, so perhaps this time someone would take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate these scattered young lords. Now that they looked at him again, how could this young man be an ordinary person? He was clearly a cultivator of Yuan Qi State Level 6. Although this level of cultivation could not be considered to be top-notch, it was still not weak. The middle-aged man and the woman looked at each other. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they suddenly appeared in front of Young Kai, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. Everyone around Young Kai was pushed a few dozen feet away. The domineering and overbearing nature of the Yang family was clear to see. The Hu sisters retreated again and again, and couldn't help but pout in anger. "They're both my friends, go easy on them." Young Kai looked at the two of them indifferently. The middle-aged man and the woman looked calm, as if they didn't care about him at all. Before confirming the true identity of Young Kai, the blood warriors didn't treat anyone kindly. "Are you really the young master?" The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at Young Kai and asked with uncertainty. Young Kai nodded slightly. He flicked his finger and cut a small wound. He lifted his finger, and a few drops of blood immediately dripped down. The woman reacted quickly. She quickly took out a jade pendant and respectfully held it with both hands, using it to receive the drops of blood. When the blood fell into the jade pendant, it seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. The originally ordinary jade pendant, after absorbing the blood, suddenly exuded a brilliant light. Only a direct descendant of the Yang family could activate the mysterious light in this jade pendant. Confirmed. The middle-aged man and woman glanced at each other and quickly knelt on the ground. Blood warrior Tu Feng. Blood warrior, Tang Yuxian greets the little lord. Stand up. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, there was a great deal of respect and dignity in their eyes, no longer any of their previous carelessness. If it were any other young lord who had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage at this moment, they wouldn't have shown such a change. But the little lord was different. Because the fourth master Yang had not yet recovered from his injuries, the little lord had been born with a congenital deficiency. For more than 10 years in the Yang family, he had always been an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually grown to such a level. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the Yuan Qi 6th stage. This kind of speed, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but sigh, so how could they still underestimate him? Moreover, this little lord's position at this moment was quite dangerous. This was the front line of the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land. As a Yang family young lord, he actually dared to take such a risk and come here. This kind of mentality and courage was obviously not something an ordinary person could possess. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought they had taken on a boring job this time, but they hadn't expected to be shocked by the little lord's strength. The direct descendants of the Yang family were all crazy masters. They couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help admiring him. After looking at Yang Kai for a while, Tu Feng retracted his gaze and asked, "Who is in charge of this place?" Xiang Chu's scalp went numb as he quickly stepped forward, smiled bitterly and cupped his fists, replying to Senior, "This place is managed by my Xiang family." Xiang family? Tu Feng frowned and nodded slightly. The decisive battle was finished 2 days ago, so there should be nothing left to do here, right? If there is nothing else, we'll take the little lord away. If there is something you need, just give us the order, and we'll help you on behalf of the little lord. I wouldn't dare. Xiang Chu was now eager to send these Yang family people far away, so how could he dare to say anything else, quickly saying, "There is nothing left to do here, we're just about to go back, Senior, please help yourself." Tu Feng gave him a look that said, "You're quite sensible, quite satisfied." Just as he was about to lead Yang Kai away, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a murderous aura burst out from his body. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also went cold as she stared towards the ground. The Xiang family and Nan family people didn't know what had happened, but all of them were frightened. Tu Feng suddenly chuckled, the scars on his face becoming more and more terrifying. Muttering in a cold tone, "I was wondering why the eagle was so frightened. Hovering in the sky without landing, so that's what happened." The Xiang family and Nan family people were both shocked. Xiang Chu also raised his head, staring at Yang Kai in horror. Only now did he finally react. Yang Kai had just plucked 2 of the silver blood golden feather eagle's feathers, and threw them on the ground. This was clearly an attempt to frame someone else. Who dared to hit my Yang family's eagle? Tang Yuxian's face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes flashing a murderous intent as she swept her eyes over the Nan family and Xiang family people, coldly shouting, "Stand up." Tu Feng also sneered, "The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. Each one of them is extremely precious and has not been seen for a long time, yet someone actually dares to have ideas about it. Interesting. Senior." Xiang Chu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, seemingly only now realizing the viciousness of Yang Kai's actions. "I had eyes but failed to recognize the silver blood golden feather eagle in time. It was indeed abrupt, but I didn't hurt it. Didn't recognize it." Tu Feng coldly snorted. "What's the point of having eyes?" Tang Yuxian also responded aggressively. "You didn't hurt it? Then what's the matter with these 2 feathers?" Xiang Chu was suddenly speechless. He couldn't just say that the Yang family's little lord had plucked these feathers himself, and threw them on the ground. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, it was a fact that they had attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. The Yang family was famous for being domineering and arrogant. How could they be easily dealt with after their eagle was injured? Seeing the faces of the Xiang and Nan family masters all pale, and filled with righteous indignation, They couldn't help feeling bitter. All of them looked like they had lost their parents, while the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling happy. Sure enough, retribution for retribution. What goes around comes around. Just now, they had joined forces with Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to frame Yang Kai. But now the tables had completely turned. It was as if all the injustice and slander they had just inflicted on Yang Kai had been completely borne by them. Xiang Chu still wanted to defend himself, but Su Lao slowly shook his head at him. Defending himself in front of the Yang family was tantamount to playing a lute to a cow. It was completely useless. With a pale face, Su Lao said, "This matter is our fault, friend. Please explain yourself." "What's the rules of the martial world?" Tu Feng sneered. The 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all paled. After a moment, all of them sighed deeply, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind Nansheng stepped forward and glanced at each other, their faces filled with sadness, immediately stretching out their fingers and condensing their qi into a blade. The 2 Nan family masters' eyes filled with sadness, their bodies couldn't help trembling slightly, hesitating. Tu Feng stared at them coldly, his yuan qi surging unscrupulously. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also wore a cold expression, as if she was dissatisfied, she would immediately begin a slaughter. Ah! A faint sigh came out from the mouths of the 2 masters, both of them closing their eyes, a trace of pain and despair filling their faces. The yuan qi blade slashed down, and with a flash of light, the 2 masters' arms flew off from their elbows, blood gushing out. With a muffled groan, the faces of the 2 masters instantly turned pale, quickly circulating their secret arts to stop the flow of blood. One of them trembling as he stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Is this enough?" All the disciples from the second-class sects were horrified. Although they had long heard that the Yang family was powerful and domineering, none of them had expected it to be so monstrous. Just a single question from this blood warrior had forced 2 masters to cripple their own arms. These were 2 immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. If they were placed in their sects, they would definitely be elders or protectors, perhaps even comparable to the sect master. But now they had been bullied like this without daring to resist. It wasn't until this moment that the second-class sects truly understood what the Yang family was, what the head of the 8 great families was. This kind of heritage and momentum was something their sects simply couldn't compare with. Tu Feng coldly said, "Only 2 people? From what I can see, there are 4 masters here." The 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Xiang family were suddenly stunned. Feng Lao and Su Lao of the Xiang family really hadn't attacked the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle just now, and Su Lao had even stopped the actions of the 3 Nan family elders, but the Yang family blood warrior obviously wasn't willing to give up so easily. "We didn't attack that eagle." Su Lao's forehead oozed cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. Severing one's own arm was not a minor injury. After losing an arm, a master's strength would drop by at least 20%, possibly even more, which was equivalent to becoming a half-cripple in the future. Tu Feng didn't seem to hear him at all, staring at him and Feng Lao coldly. "An arm, or your life, choose." Feng Lao and Su Lao's expressions changed greatly. They hadn't expected Tu Feng to be so unreasonable. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Tu Feng continued to pressure them. Su Lao and Feng Lao's eyes suddenly dimmed as they glanced at each other, both shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. "2 elders, this Xiang Chu owes you this much." Xiang Chu took a deep breath, filled with grief and indignation. What else could these 2 masters say? Their young lord was right next to them, and although they knew that it was impossible for a blood warrior to kill the heir of a first-class family for no reason, killing the 2 of them wasn't a big problem. "We admit defeat." Su Lao and Feng Lao's expressions became gloomy, no longer saying anything. Just like the other 2, they gathered their yuan qi, condensed it into a blade, and cut off one of their arms. "Is that okay?" Su Lao asked with a pale face. "Is there no one else?" Tu Feng asked, his eyes sweeping across the other side like a hawk. Nansheng felt uncomfortable being stared at, and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Yang Kai grinned at him. Nansheng's face also went white. Nansheng was the first one to attack the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle. The Xiang family's Su Lao and Feng Lao were only implicated. It looks like there's still someone else. Tu Feng saw Nansheng's guilty and panicked expression and knew that this matter was related to him, so he shouted, "Do you want me to do it myself?" The faces of the four masters from the Nan family and Xiang family changed again. The blood warrior had bullied them and ordered them to cut off one of their arms. They had nothing to say, nor did they have the ability to resist. But now that Tu Feng had actually set his sights on Nansheng, the situation was completely different. Nansheng was the young lord of a first-class family, and the successor of the Nan family. If he really lost one of his arms here, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Therefore, even though the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters knew the strength of the blood warrior, they couldn't help glaring at Tu Feng with resentment and vigilance, secretly circulating their yuan qi. If they continued to be pressured, there was bound to be a great battle. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Young Lord Nan's identity is honorable. There's no need to cut off one of his arms. Tu Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Nansheng glanced towards Yang Kai with a look of surprise and gratitude, obviously not having expected this young man would actually let him go. "Just cut off 2 of your fingers." Yang Kai's smile faded as he said. The gratitude in Nansheng's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of extreme resentment. "Good, since the little lord says so, you can cut off 2 of your own fingers." Tu Feng nodded, seemingly giving Nansheng a great gift. Good. Nansheng was also a decisive person. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time. Pulling out a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of light, 2 of his fingers fell to the ground. During this entire process, he didn't even bat an eyelid. "I'll remember you." Nansheng grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai coldly, muttering under his breath. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Young Lord Nan, this is just a punishment for injuring Ying. Have you forgotten that there is still a debt between us that has yet to be settled?" Nansheng's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly went silent. Chapter 365. Yang Kai really still had grievances with them. Just now, Xiang Chu and Nansheng had wanted to kill Yang Kai, and if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Golden Feather Eagle, they would have already started fighting. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to resolve his grievances so easily, so he had plucked the eagle's feathers and retaliated on the spot. Listening to him say this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore calm expressions, not showing the slightest surprise, as if they had already noticed the tense atmosphere here. However, both of them remained silent, staring curiously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. The Blood Warrior's mission this time was only to safely bring back the Yang family's direct descendants. There were no other instructions. Just now, they had forced the Nan and Xiang family masters to retreat only because the Golden Feather Eagle had been injured. Now, if Yang Kai wanted to find trouble with these people, that was Yang Kai's business. The 2 Blood Warriors wouldn't intervene. They were loyal to the Yang family, not Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications or strength to order them to do anything. Only when his life was in danger would the 2 Blood Warriors act. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly felt that this time, they had received the Little Lord. Quite interesting. Both of them were members of the Yang family, so they were naturally arrogant and domineering. Yang Kai's aggressive and unrelenting attitude was clearly to their liking. For a moment, both of them were looking forward to it. Xiang Chu laughed dryly. "What does young Master Yang want us to do?" His fist wasn't as big as his opponent's, so Xiang Chu had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. Su Lao also endured the heart-wrenching pain and said with a frown, "We admit defeat this time. However, as the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Young Master Yang, you also want to participate in the inheritance war. Please reconsider." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he coldly snorted. "Reconsider? Ridiculous." As soon as his voice fell, 2 blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body. A floral fragrance wafted out, lingering around the tip of everyone's nose. Thousand-blossoming blood begonia. The petals fluttered in the air, suddenly transforming into 2 red lights that flashed and disappeared. 2 muffled groans rang out as Xierong and soaring rainbow quartz Li Fu fell to the ground, their vitality drained away. Everyone was in an uproar. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement while the faces of the Nan and Xiang family members all changed. No one seemed to have expected this. He actually dared to kill someone in front of so many people. As soon as Xie Rong and Li Fu died, the remaining members of Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all collapsed to the ground, looking at Yang Kai in horror, a chill running down their spines. The two petals flickered one after another. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and all the disciples of the Thunderlight Court and Soaring Rainbow Court died in a short span of 10 breaths of time. The ground was littered with corpses. Xiang Chu and Nansheng's breathing suddenly stagnated as they involuntarily gulped. Within 3 months. I want to see your sincerity in the central capital, otherwise, I don't mind destroying the prestige of a first-class family. Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He suddenly chuckled. You can keep your lives for now. Xiang Chu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, a burst of bitter taste spreading in his mouth. Nansheng was even more furious, covering the wound on his hand as he glared at Yang Kai. After a long time, Xiang Chu finally managed to squeeze out a forced smile. Many thanks. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chu led the group away. Those 3 cloud-treading colts are mine. Yang Kai glanced over at the 3 monster beasts that the Nan family had just mounted and said faintly. Nansheng, who had already mounted his mount, couldn't help taking a deep breath when he heard this and quickly jumped back down, quickly being dragged away by the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters beside him. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a funny expression, thinking that this little lord of hers seemed to be a child who hadn't grown up yet, always acting like a bully. Opening her mouth, she was about to speak when Tu Feng slowly shook his head at her. Little Lord Yuxian and I will wait for you over there. Tu Feng's appearance was rough, but his mind was quite sharp. Knowing that Yang Kai still had something to say to his friends, he left with Tang Yuxian first. And Yang Kai nodded. After everyone had left, leaving behind only the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, Yang Kai discovered that these people were all looking at him strangely. Many of these people's eyes were filled with awe, but to Yang Kai's relief, the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki didn't look at him in such a way. Not only that, Hu Jiao'er's beautiful eyes also flashed a hint of hatred. Do you have any questions? Yang Kai rubbed his nose and looked towards the Hu sisters. Hu Mei'er pursed her lips and wanted to ask something but didn't. Hu Jiao'er, on the other hand, coldly said, no. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, you really don't? No means no. I already know what I need to know. What else do you need to ask? Hu Jiao'er glared at him fiercely before grabbing her sister's hand and saying, come on, let's go home. And Hu Mei'er smiled apologetically to Yang Kai, before quickly catching up with her sister's pace. Guanqi looked his fists towards Yang Kai, and also let out a hollow laugh before leading the others away. Fang Ziki stayed behind and asked, Brother Yang, is the inheritance war fun? I don't know, I've never tried it before. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you want to participate? Fang Ziki raised his brow and asked. As long as one has a certain level of strength, they must participate. It's not up to me. Yang Kai nodded. Interesting. I'll definitely visit you in the central capital some other day. Fang Ziki laughed. I'll be waiting. Yang Kai also smiled. A gust of wind blew through Yang Kai's black hair. Standing in place, Yang Kai watched the dozen or so people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gradually disappear into the distance. Among the crowd, there were 2 women who from time to time glanced back until they disappeared from sight. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kai like ghosts and waited quietly. I'm going to retreat for a while. Wait for me for a while. Yang Kai ordered lightly before diving into the camp and finding a fairly spacious house. Entering it. Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After a long time, Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly. Retreat? Is the little lord about to break through? There are some signs. Tu Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. His yuan qi is fluctuating a bit. It is indeed a sign of a breakthrough. It seems that before we came here, he experienced a great battle. If it weren't for this reason, how could he suddenly break through without warning? Tu Feng smiled faintly, looking up at the golden feather eagle in the sky. Yuxian, do you think the little lord is a bit soft-hearted? Tang Yuxian tilted her head and looked at Tu Feng. I just think he's still a child. It's inevitable that his methods would be softer. Tu Feng slowly shook his head and quickly said, Young family people. Even if he's a child, don't underestimate him. Yuxian, you've been in the Yang family for so many years. How can you still be so naive? This little lord is not as simple as you think. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian suddenly became interested. You can see that he has grievances with the Xiang and Nan families, right? Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. I'm not blind, naturally I can see it. Moreover, their grievances don't seem to be shallow. What do you think the little lord should do? Kill him. Tang Yuxian said lightly. He should try to win them over. The inheritance war needs such allies. By doing this, he has offended so many people while also releasing a tiger back to the mountain. I'm afraid the Xiang and Nan families will become his enemies in the future. That's why I said you were too naive. Tu Feng grinned. Those two young men can't be killed. Both of them are the next patriarchs of the Xiang and Nan families. If we really kill them, the little lord will also be in trouble. He doesn't have enough power right now to deal with such troubles. Not to mention he doesn't have the ability to kill their young masters under the noses of 4 immortal ascension boundary masters. Then we should win them over. Tang Yuxian spat disdainfully. We've already offended them. What's the point of winning them over? Even if we win them over, I'm afraid the 2 young masters will still be disloyal, so it's better to go down this dark road and offend them as much as possible while scraping as many benefits from them as possible. Tu Feng narrowed his eyes. Some people need to be beaten until they're afraid, until they tremble at the sight of you. Then they won't be able to resist. But the little lord obviously doesn't have the means or strength to do so. The little lord really can't do this after all. He's still young, but he should have such intentions towards the Xiang and Nan families, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so domineering. I'd like to see how he performs in the inheritance war. Tang Yuxian suddenly became puzzled. Why are you so interested in him? Tu Feng chuckled, reaching out his hand and grabbing the 2 golden feathers on the ground. Handing one of them to Tang Yuxian, Tu Feng said, These 2 feathers weren't knocked off at all. Tang Yuxian stared at them and couldn't help feeling surprised. They were plucked off? Who plucked them? Who else could it be? Tang Yuxian glanced towards the spot where Yang Kai was in seclusion and exclaimed, So insidious? He's actually using us as bait. After saying so, she stared at Tu Feng and asked, Since you already saw through it, why did you let him do as he pleased? Why would I expose him on the spot? Tu Feng rolled his eyes. No matter what, he's still a young lord of the Yang family. How could I do something that would cause him to lose face? Smelly brat, he's really insidious. Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. Being taken advantage of like this, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling somewhat unconvinced. She was an immortal ascension boundary master. Yet she couldn't even see through such a trick. It was really a bit shameful. Tu Feng frowned. This time, we don't know if the blood warriors will be required to participate in the inheritance war. If they do, the 2 of us will need to find a trustworthy and powerful young lord to follow. You know, in the inheritance war, the consequences of standing on the wrong side are very serious. Do you want to follow him? Tang Yuxian frowned. I don't have such an idea for the time being. We've only just met him, so it's still not too bad. Let's see how he performs on the road. Heh, the Yang family's unwritten rules on the way home. Not only are the young lords trying to conquer us, we're also observing them to see if they're worth following. I'll do as you say. Tang Yuxian nodded. After saying so, she smiled charmingly. I'll have to carefully keep my eyes open. I can't be used by him again. Haha. Tu Feng laughed loudly. Chapter 366. Yang Kai walked out in high spirits. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stepped forward and saluted, carefully examining him, and discovering that he had indeed broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. The 2 blood warriors nodded secretly, also feeling some admiration in their hearts. Being able to break through so quickly after the great battle. This little lord's aptitude should not be bad. What was strange though was that after more than a decade in the Yang family, why was he just an ordinary person? What had happened to him in the past few years that allowed him to achieve what he had now in one fell swoop? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai with different expressions on their faces, seemingly waiting for something. What happened to the Yang family? Why did you call us back so early this time? Yang Kai frowned and asked the two. Tu Feng's face was a little gloomy as he replied. The patriarch was injured. During the decisive battle with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Lands Masters, the patriarch was injured by the profound Yin Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King. Poison Chi and Ghost Chi entered his body at the same time. Although he was treated in time and his life was saved, the elders of the family said that the situation was not optimistic, so we must determine the next patriarch as soon as possible. The patriarch was injured? Yang Kai was stunned. The current patriarch of the Yang family should be Yang Kai's great-uncle, Yang Yinghao. His strength was not low, but such a character had actually been injured during the Great Battle. And it seemed that his injuries were not light. Otherwise, the patriarch would not have been so anxious to call back the Yang family's direct descendants and start the inheritance war. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Regarding the people and matters of the family, Yang Kai didn't know much about the Yang family, and even his uncles had only met a few times. Besides his own parents, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for the other members of the Yang family. This was also the case for the other direct descendants of the Yang family. The previous generation's direct descendants had only returned to the family after 10 years of experience outside, and during the inheritance war, they had not shown any mercy to their brothers, so the bond between the Yang family members was very thin. It wasn't as deep as the other families. Seeing his calm reaction, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also didn't show much surprise. The two of them had been in the Yang family for so long, so they naturally understood the temperament of the Yang family. Young master, Tu Feng asked, if there is nothing else, let's return to the Yang family first. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, is there a deadline set by the family? No. Tu Feng slowly shook his head. Furthermore, I reckon that you are the first young master to be found. 2 days ago, the Golden Feather Eagle was released. Yu Xian and I chased you all the way here, and we were very lucky to run into you. The others are probably still searching with the Golden Feather Eagles. That's good. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Young master, do you still have something to do? Yes. I want to go back to the sect. Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, and couldn't help marveling. The cuckoo bird Yang family's direct disciples were all raised in the wild. They hid their identities and lived in other sections. After 10 years, these young lords would secretly leave the sect, not wanting to let their sect elders or brothers and sisters know about it. After all, after living there for so many years, even if they were made of wood, they would still have some feelings. Deceiving the sect like this would cause them to feel guilty. But this young man in front of them not only didn't sneak away, he actually wanted to go back. This was quite interesting. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this to his sect elders. Tang Yuxian suddenly became curious and asked, what is the name of young master's sect? Yang Kai chuckled and glanced over at her, only to see her grinning and looking expectantly at him, seemingly wanting to inquire about the situation. It's better if I don't say. Tang Yuxian was startled, not quite understanding what he meant. However, as a blood warrior, she didn't ask any more questions, only faintly feeling that this young lord wasn't easy to deal with. Let's go. Yang Kai had already jumped onto the cloud-treading colt and shouted towards her and Tu Feng. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before leaping onto the cloud-treading colts as well. Although they were both immortal ascension boundary masters, and their flying speed was quite fast, since they had cloud-treading colts, they were naturally happy to save some energy and yuan qi. The 3 cloud-treading colts flew as fast as lightning. Above their heads, the silver blood golden feather eagle followed, letting out a clear cry from time to time. From here to High Heaven Pavilion was at least 10,000 kilometers away. Even riding a cloud-treading colt would take 2 to 3 days to reach it. However, Yang Kai didn't go at full speed, instead maintaining a moderate speed. The Yang family's unwritten rule was one that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian knew, but how could Yang Kai not know? Along the way, his performance would affect the choices of these 2 blood warriors in the future. Participating in the inheritance war wasn't just about the strength of the Yang family young lords. It could even be said that one's own strength was the least important aspect. What mattered in the inheritance war was how much support a young lord could gather, and how many forces would bow their heads. The more support a young lord could gather, and the more forces would bow their heads, the more it would show the young lord's connections and means, allowing him to sit in the Yang family patriarch's position. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families, so what it needed was connections and means. Yang Kai could be said to be poor right now, so naturally he was very interested in these 2 blood warriors who had come to escort him home. If he could convince them on the road, it would be equivalent to having 2 powerful immortal ascension boundary helpers on his way home. Therefore on this road he couldn't go too fast. If he went too fast, even if Yang Kai had all kinds of means, he wouldn't have enough time to use them, but he also couldn't go too slow, otherwise he would appear lazy. Yang Kai led the way while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed without complaint. In one day they traveled 2,000 kilometers leisurely. After 3 days, they had only covered half of the distance. At night, the 3 stopped to rest. Tu Feng went out to hunt while Tang Yuxian searched for dry wood nearby. A bonfire was lit. After the bonfire was lit, Tu Feng also returned with a full harvest. The 2 of them worked together to clean the meat in a nearby stream before returning and roasting it over the fire. While the 2 of them were busy, Yang Kai was a few dozen meters away, constantly whistling as he teased the silver-blood golden feather eagle that had landed on a treetop to rest. Over the past few days, once they stopped to rest, Yang Kai would tease the golden feather eagle like this. But after 3 days, the harvest was minimal. The golden feather eagle seemed to hold a grudge. That day, in order to frame Nansheng and Xiangchu, Yang Kai had plucked 2 of its golden feathers. Even now, the eagle still regarded Yang Kai as its greatest enemy. When Yang Kai approached it slightly, it would cry out and flap its wings fiercely. Even if Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, he still couldn't control it. Tang Yuxian spun the roasted meat in her hand. Glancing over at Yang Kai, she couldn't help smiling when she saw that he still hadn't made any progress. Serves him right, Tang Yuxian said softly. Although the silver-blood golden feather eagle is only a 5th-order monster beast, its sentience is very high. Don't even think about getting close to it for the rest of your life. Tu Feng also nodded heavily, apparently agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. The little lord should also know this. Why is he still doing such a thankless thing? Tang Yuxian frowned. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. An ulterior motive isn't in the wine. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Tu Feng smacked his lips. The little lord is trying to find a way to impress us. You don't understand? Haven't you noticed that our speed these past few days hasn't been very fast? He's just stalling for time. Tang Yuxian was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly felt that what Tu Feng said made sense, glancing over at him with her beautiful eyes. How can you be so meticulous? You've grown so big in vain. Tu Feng chuckled. It's not that I'm meticulous, it's just that the little lord's intentions are too obvious. Even a fool can understand. Ahem. It seems I said something wrong. What do you think? Tang Yuxian looked at him with a smile, causing Tu Feng to suddenly feel embarrassed. Not bothering to pursue the matter, Tang Yuxian turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. If he thinks so, he's destined to be disappointed. And don't worry about him, we just need to ensure his safety. Tu Feng grinned, then called out to Yang Kai, Little lord, it's time to eat. Yang Kai nodded and walked back with a calm expression. While eating, Tang Yuxian smiled and turned to Yang Kai and asked, Little lord, how is your progress? Hearing her ask this, Tu Feng quickly winked at her, indicating that she shouldn't meddle in Yang Kai's affairs. Yang Kai hadn't made any progress. If she asked, wouldn't that be embarrassing the young lord? In fact, Tang Yuxian was also being kind, and wanted to remind Yang Kai not to waste his efforts, lest the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. Young people like to show off was understandable. Unexpectedly, after hearing her question, Yang Kai actually smiled faintly and replied casually while eating, Almost, I should be able to eliminate its hostility by tomorrow. Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly. not knowing what to say. How is it almost? Isn't it obvious he's still far from it? Moreover, how could he be so sure he could eliminate the golden feather eagle's hostility by tomorrow? That monster beast was born to hold grudges. After plucking 2 of its feathers, it would never pay you any mind for the rest of its life. What's wrong? Yang Kai saw their silence and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Tu Feng quickly shook his head and smiled. Then I wish the little lord success. Tu Feng's words were quite insincere, but Yang Kai didn't seem to notice and just nodded lightly. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The little lord in front of her was so confident and had made such bold claims. If the golden feather eagle still ignored him tomorrow, wouldn't he lose face? The little lord would lose face, and if he became angry, at this moment, Tang Yuxian even had thoughts of killing the golden feather eagle. As long as the golden feather eagle died tonight, the little lord wouldn't have to feel embarrassed tomorrow. Glancing at Tu Feng, both of them lowered their heads and remained silent, neither of them willing to say another word. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation, and while eating the barbecue, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, blooming into an imperceptible smile. Chapter 367. Early the next morning, Tang Yuxian woke up from her meditative state and looked around, slowly getting up and walking to the side. Not far away, Tu Feng was standing with his hands crossed behind his back, staring forward motionlessly. What are you doing? Tang Yuxian walked up to him and asked, a puzzled look on her face. Shoo. Tu Feng quickly gestured to her, and then motioned her to look forward. Acting all mysterious, Tang Yuxian rolled her eyes and looked towards the direction Yang Kai was pointing, instantly becoming stunned on the spot. Not far in front of him, the young master of his family was in an extremely strange posture. 1 foot on the ground, 2 arms stretched out, like the wings of a flying bird, slowly and rhythmically moving up and down. At first glance, it seemed that he was also like a bird flying through the sky, full of unnatural charm. What made Tang Yuxian feel even more surprised though was that the silver blood golden feather eagle in front of the little lord was actually mimicking his movements. Spreading its 2 golden wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle let out a series of cries as it flapped its wings up and down, rolling up a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the golden feather eagle was not as hostile as it had been a few days ago, its cries instead seeming to contain a sense of intimacy. As time passed, when the rhythm of the man and eagle completely overlapped, the little lord and eagle slowly flew up from the ground at the same time. It seemed that at that moment, the man and eagle had perfectly overlapped, becoming one. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were dumbfounded, their faces filled with astonishment. The 2 of them were both powerful and had high cultivation, but if they asked themselves, they had no way to deal with this golden feather eagle. In the entire Yang family, besides the one who specifically raised and trained them, the golden feather eagle didn't care about anyone, but now it was actually playing with the little lord. And this was even after the little lord had plucked out 2 of its golden feathers. For a moment, the 2 blood warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing and couldn't help glancing at each other. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock, wondering what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to accomplish this. A moment later, the man and eagle were several dozen meters above the ground. This was accompanied by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and flew directly onto the back of the golden feather eagle, under the watchful eyes of the 2 blood warriors. The golden feather eagle let out a crisp cry and spread its wings. The back of the golden feather eagle was not wide, barely enough for a person to sit on. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were clearly aware that Yang Kai wasn't using any of his strength or yuan qi at all. It was the golden feather eagle that was carrying him, and it was doing so voluntarily. Didn't you say this beast was very vengeful? Tang Yuxian suddenly felt like her brain wasn't working. Tu Feng opened his mouth and suddenly grinned meaningfully. Good, he really made us look at him in a new light. But if that's all, it's not enough. Tang Yuxian nodded slightly. Wanting a blood warrior to willingly submit to him wasn't a simple matter. Especially Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, both of whom were powerful immortal ascension boundary masters. How could they easily submit to a mere eagle? After a long time, the golden feather eagle slowly descended. When it was about 100 feet above the ground, Yang Kai also jumped down from its back. The golden-feathered eagle folded its wings and landed directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, looking extremely obedient. Its hook-like beak also affectionately combed Yang Kai's hair. "Little Lord is truly amazing," Tu Feng sincerely praised. Yang Kai patted the golden feather eagle's head and chuckled. "I offended it a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to turn it into a friend." "How did you do that?" Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said solemnly, "I felt its heart and let it perceive my intentions." Tang Yuxian couldn't help but blink, suddenly feeling like this was quite profound. "Let's go." Yang Kai didn't have any intention of showing off, and simply jumped onto the cloud-treading colt. Over the next few days, the group's speed was still neither fast nor slow, but the relationship between the golden feather eagle and Yang Kai was becoming more and more intimate. Even this fifth-order monster beast could clearly perceive Yang Kai's various commands, whether they were simple or complex. It was able to complete all of them without any flaws. The two blood warriors were suddenly amazed by Yang Kai. Even the Yang family member who raised and trained the golden feather eagle probably didn't have Yang Kai's ability. This time, if the little lord was defeated in the inheritance war, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become an eagle breeder in the Yang family. Yang Kai was also secretly amused. If it weren't for the two blood warriors, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. A trivial fifth-order monster beast, with just a single beast slave seal, no matter how unruly it would have no choice but to obediently obey. Yang Kai still had to act for a few days, which was extremely exhausting. Another 3 days later, in front of High Heaven Pavilion, the entire sect was in tatters and ruins. The ground was scorched and there were collapsed buildings everywhere. The earth was groaning. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his mood was somewhat heavy. The sect that had existed for hundreds of years was now in ruins. If it was a few years ago, Yang Kai wouldn't have a sense of belonging to this place. But after experiencing so many things, Yang Kai had already regarded this place as his own. "This is Little Lord's sect?" Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why this place was so bleak and desolate, as if it had been completely destroyed. Yang Kai dismounted from his cloud-treading colt and nodded slightly. Tu Feng stepped forward and found a huge burnt plaque on the ground, picking it up and flipping it over. Tang Yuxian curiously leaned over to take a look. The last time she had asked Yang Kai which sect he belonged to, Yang Kai had avoided answering, making her very concerned. "High Heaven." Tu Feng murmured softly. The plaque had been burned beyond recognition, and the last word was somewhat unclear, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were naturally not shallow, so they immediately thought of a possibility. "High Heaven Pavilion." Tang Yuxian's pretty face was filled with surprise, exchanging a glance with Tu Feng before quickly turning to Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two blood warriors couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as they stared in shock. High Heaven Pavilion. It was just a second-class sect, but this sect was now world-famous. It was the sect where the demon lord had come from. It was also said that when the Chiu family masters had come here before, they had suffered a big loss. The Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yimeng, had disappeared here, along with Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley and by families by Yin Feng. Several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been injured. After that incident, the Chiu family's masters sent out news that High Heaven Pavilion had an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, no second-class sect had ever produced such a character. With such a character in charge, High Heaven Pavilion could easily become a first-class force. Because Chiu Yimeng had disappeared, the Chiu family masters had burned down High Heaven Pavilion in a fit of anger. Until now, there was also no news of the Chiu family's first young lady. As members of the 8 great families, the two blood warriors of the Yang family were naturally clear about this information. Learning about Yang Kai's sect, the two blood warriors were truly shocked. Tu Feng stared blankly at the broken plaque. Throwing it away or holding it wasn't right, all he could do was roll his eyes. Yang Kai had already stepped inside. "Little Lord, be careful, there are many people inside." Tang Yuxian quickly warned. "There are people inside?" Yang Kai was startled and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sure enough, there were people inside, and there were quite a few of them, at least a few hundred. Glancing inside suspiciously, Yang Kai hurriedly walked in. After walking for a short time, Yang Kai saw that High Heaven Pavilion was in full swing. The people who came and went were all familiar faces. These people were actually all former disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Some were from the younger generation, some were from the previous generation, and everyone was busy cleaning up the ruins of the sect. It seemed that they wanted to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai stared blankly. High Heaven Pavilion was because of its relationship with the Demon Lord. It had been designated as an evil sect, and before the sect's disaster, Ling Tai-su had dismissed 90% of its disciples, leaving only 100 or so people to leave the sect through the void corridor. How could so many people suddenly appear now? And they were even beginning to rebuild with such fanfare. Weren't they afraid the Chiu family would come looking for trouble again? While Yang Kai was confused, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple who was passing by suddenly stopped and stared at him in surprise. She cried out involuntarily, "Kai Yang?" Yang Kai turned his head, and found that this person turned out to be Chao Zhengwen. Originally a disciple of the Great Elder, he was later recruited by the Bai families by Yinfeng, but after being severely injured by Yang Kai, Bai Yinfeng no longer paid attention to him. Chao Zhengwen had spent several months in the sect recovering from his injuries, so the matter of him joining the Bai family was left unsettled. Since then the entire sect didn't like him very much. "Brother Chao," Yang Kai called out casually. Chao Zhengwen panicked and stumbled back a few steps. Last time, Yang Kai had injured him in a flash, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Now that he saw Yang Kai again, he found that he was much stronger than before, so naturally he was frightened. Their conversation spread to the side and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After discovering Yang Kai, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all felt a little embarrassed. "Where's Yang Kai?" A low voice called out from nearby. When this voice reached Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Looking towards the source of this voice, Yang Kai saw a handsome young man striding over. Dressed in a black robe, this young man's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared coldly towards Yang Kai. Standing 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, this young man glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian indifferently, but when he saw Tang Yuxian his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Immediately, this young man converged his gaze and stared at Yang Kai, his mouth curling into a smile as he said, "Junior brother Yang, you've returned." Yang Kai also grinned. "Brother Xia." Xia Hongchen was one of the core disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, and Yang Kai had countless grievances with him. "It's good that you're back." Brother Xia Hongchen's face was full of arrogance as he said with a faint arrogance on his face, "Since you've returned, you should help us rebuild the sect. It just so happens that we are currently short of manpower. It seems that junior brother Yang has grown a lot these past few years. There are many places here for you to show off your skills. I hope you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling surprised, their expressions becoming extremely strange. Chapter 368. This boy was quite interesting. He actually wanted a young lord of the Yang family to help rebuild this ruin, and even boasted about showing off his skills. The place where Yang Kai wanted to show off his skills was the central capital, the Yang family's inheritance war. But not here. "Are these two your friends?" Xia Hongchen turned his eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian and asked lightly. "In." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't speak. They were Yang family blood warriors. Their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord, so naturally they weren't qualified to be Yang Kai's friends. But Yang Kai simply admitted it, which made the two of them feel a little touched. Xia Hongchen smiled, somewhat unconcerned. "Since you are junior brother Yang's friends, you are also my High Heaven Pavilion's friends. If you two don't mind, you can also help. Naturally, there will be many benefits for you." The two blood warriors' brow furrowed slightly, their expressions becoming playful. Glancing at each other, they could see the look in each other's eyes. Although they were Yang family blood warriors and their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord, that was only within the Yang family. If they really left the Yang family, Even the elders of first-class forces wouldn't dare treat them so casually, let alone order them to do anything. But this little brat in front of them actually wanted them to help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and even wanted to give them benefits? Benefits that could satisfy the Yang family blood warriors were not something an average person could offer. Did this little brat really have such confidence? Xia Hongchen looked up at the sky and couldn't help frowning after a moment. Where did this eagle come from? It's so noisy it's annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch his nose while the looks on Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces became more and more strange. The golden feather eagle had followed Yang Kai back here, and had already flown up into the sky. Its cries echoing out naturally attracted Xia Hongchen's attention. Xia Hongchen nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. But this eagle is quite handsome. Saying so, turning his head he called out, "Martial Uncle Zhang." A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s immediately walked over. This person was also a member of High Heaven Pavilion. Even though he was only a disciple from the previous generation, he had now reached the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage, which wasn't too bad. "Is something the matter, martial nephew?" Xia Hongchen pointed at the golden feather eagle in the sky and asked, "With martial uncle's skills, can you shoot that eagle down? I don't want to disturb those two girls." The martial uncle raised his head and looked at him. After a moment he shook his head and said, "It's too high, and this eagle doesn't look weak. I'm afraid I can't do anything." Xia Hongchen frowned, his expression somewhat displeased as he waved his hand. "Then it's fine, you can go back to work." "Yes." After this person left, Xia Hongchen smiled faintly. "It seems that I have to do it myself." Junior brother Yang waited for a moment. "I'll talk to you after I've dealt with the eagle." "Oh." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In the next moment, Xia Hongchen shot up into the sky and flew straight towards the golden feather eagle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, just staring at Xia Hongchen's back as if they were watching a good show. The Yang family's golden feather eagle. If it was so easy to catch or shoot down, it wouldn't be a monster beast raised by the Yang family. Does this person have some kind of grudge with the little lord? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Just now, Xia Hongchen's attitude towards Yang Kai was clearly seen by her. And now he intended to show off his skills in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, there was some kind of grudge between the two. "It's all in the past," Yang Kai said indifferently, gently shaking his head. The battle with Xia Hongchen was just an internal struggle within the sect. Now that the sect was gone, Yang Kai didn't care about the past. Where did this eagle come from? Just as he was looking at Xia Hongchen, a voice suddenly called out from the side. Immediately, two beautiful figures quickly walked over from a short distance away. The one leading them was a tall woman in her 20s, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and a slender waist. She wore a long purple dress that set off her noble temperament. Beside her was a petite woman who seemed to be younger. This woman was quite petite, but her pair of jade peaks were huge, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. As she walked, her jade peaks undulated up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her small face was an intoxicating blush, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple like waves, making anyone who saw them feel as if they would sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. The two pairs of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the golden feather eagle in the sky, both of their expressions extremely dignified. It was as if what they were looking at wasn't an eagle soaring through the sky, but a giant monster. When the two women walked out, the nearby High Heaven Pavilion disciples, whether male or female, old or young, all stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, young lady Qiu. Greetings, young lady Luo." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman turned a deaf ear to these greetings, and continued to stare straight up into the sky. "Elder sister Qiu, is this really that eagle?" Luo Xiaoman still gave off an innocent and naive feeling, asking softly as she observed. "It should be." Qiu Yimeng nodded solemnly, "But I've only heard about it, I've never seen it with my own eyes." That Xia Hongchen flew up. Luo Xiaoman pointed to the sky. "What does that idiot want to do?" Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed coldly, her pretty face extremely cold. "Does he want to kill that eagle? How could that eagle be killed so casually? Even if it was wounded, It would likely cause a lot of trouble. Although she had long known that Xia Hongchen liked to show off, at this moment, Qiu Yimeng felt that he was simply an idiot. As long as one had a good eye, they would probably be able to see that this eagle's origin was extraordinary. Young Lady Qiu? Tang Yuxian looked at Qiu Yimeng suspiciously and called out softly. When Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman walked over together, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors were stunned. No matter who it was, none of them had expected to meet these two here. Yang Kai knew that the two of them were under the control of Shanqing Luo, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know that Qiu Yimeng had disappeared from High Heaven Pavilion without any news since. After carefully examining Qiu Yimeng for a moment, Tang Yuxian confirmed that this was the Qiu family's first young lady who had been missing for several months. Seeing this, she couldn't help calling out. Hearing this, Qiu Yimeng quickly turned her head, and after seeing Yang Kai, her expression also froze. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face went pale with fright, and she quickly hid behind Qiu Yimeng while glaring at Yang Kai. Tu Feng suddenly wondered, his expression becoming strange, faintly feeling that this Qiu family first young lady seemed to know his little lord. After a long time, Qiu Yimeng smiled at Yang Kai before turning her eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, sizing them up. Tang Yuxian recognized her, but she didn't know Tang Yuxian. But when she saw the jade tokens on the waists of the two blood warriors, her pretty face couldn't help changing. Yang family blood warriors? Greetings, young Lady Qiu. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both quickly saluted. Qiu Yimeng's status was equal to Yang Kai's, and it could even be said that Qiu Yimeng's status was higher than Yang Kai's. After all, this woman was a rare genius of the Qiu family, and was one of the best of the younger generation in the central capital, while Yang Kai was just a disciple who had yet to return to his family. Facing such a character, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't be careless. The look on Qiu Yimeng's face changed several times as her eyes swept back and forth between the three people in front of her. After a long time, she stared at Yang Kai and couldn't help laughing. The Yang family blood warriors are here, and you also have the Yang family's unique silver blood golden feather eagle. Are you a direct descendant of the Yang family? Seeing this, if Qiu Yimeng still didn't know Yang Kai's true identity, she wouldn't be Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai nodded. It seems I've been mistaken all this time, Qiu Yimeng muttered to herself. Although she knew that Yang Kai hadn't revealed his identity because of the Yang family's rules, now that she thought about it, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. It was ridiculous that when she was in Shanqing Luo's palace, she had even offered generous conditions to win Yang Kai over to the Qiu family. He was already a young lord of the Yang family, so what was the point of trying to win him over? No wonder he wasn't tempted at all at that time. Qiu Yimeng had always thought that his eyes were higher than his head, and his temperament was indifferent. Now that she thought about it, he had never even considered it, nor did he need to consider it. Grinding her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng couldn't wait to skin him alive to relieve the shame and embarrassment in her heart. No one had ever forced her to eat such a bitter pill. You're a young lord of the Yang family? Luo Xiaoman also stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked. Naturally he is. Qiu Yimeng sneered softly. Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that Qiu Yimeng had once evaluated Yang Kai, saying that fortunately he didn't have a strong background. If he did, the whole world would have been turned upside down by him. Now it seemed that his background was not only strong, but also deep. It was simply incomparable. Do you two know my young lord? Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she curiously stared at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. As a woman, she smelled a hint of unusualness from the conversation between these people. It seemed that there was some kind of unusual relationship between her little lord and these two girls in front of her. Of course I know him. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly as she bit her lip. Tu Feng couldn't help shivering as he felt goosebumps appear all over his body. You don't need to look at me with such hostility. I don't owe you anything. Yang Kai looked at Qiu Yimeng with a wry smile. He could naturally feel the hostility from this woman. You don't owe us anything? Qiu Yimeng sneered. You owe us a lot. These words were quite ambiguous to the ears, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to fill with anticipation. Do you want me to go through them one by one for you? Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai intently. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he nodded. You speak, I'm listening. Good. Qiu Yimeng smiled, her beautiful eyes flashing a sly light as she pursed her red lips. Then let's start with the fan. Hey. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly rushed up and covered her mouth. Chapter 369. He had gone out early in the morning to pay his New Year's greetings, and only returned home after dark. Tomorrow he would continue to go out, but he wouldn't stop updating. The name Shanqing Luo couldn't be casually mentioned. Seeing their young lord acting so boldly, the two blood warriors couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Qiu Yimeng, the Qiu family's first young lady, a prominent figure in the central capital, the target of all the young lords, no one had ever dared to treat her like this. However, even after being treated like this, she didn't attack and instead just struggled like an ordinary woman. Glancing at each other, the two blood warriors could see the excitement in each other's eyes. There's something strange here. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Let go. Qiu Yimeng couldn't break free and shouted vaguely. Yang Kai glanced at her threateningly before slowly letting go and retreating a few steps. Frowning, Yang Kai said indifferently, I don't owe you anything. What happened to you is your own fault, it has nothing to do with me. Heartless. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Don't say such easily misunderstood words. We've only met by chance. There's no friendship between us. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. She found that all of her previous methods had no effect on Yang Kai. If these methods were used on any other young lord of the central capital, they would definitely be happy to oblige. So how could he treat her so coldly? I have a lot of things to ask you. Is there a convenient place to talk? Yang Kai looked around. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. However, after thinking for a moment, she nodded. Come with me. The surrounding high heaven pavilion disciples all wore blank looks, feeling somewhat inexplicable. They hadn't heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng just now. All they had seen was an ambiguous scene. Qiu Yimeng, they all knew each other, so why did it seem that Yang Kai was an old acquaintance of hers, and their relationship wasn't shallow? What kind of ability did he have? He was actually able to befriend a master like the Qiu family's first young lady. Not long after the group of people left, Xia Hongchen descended from the sky with a face full of grime. After chasing for so long, he didn't even manage to catch a single hair of the golden feather eagle, and was almost injured by it. After landing, he was surprised to find that Yang Kai had disappeared. Where is Yang Kai? Xia Hongchen asked the people around him coldly. He was invited by Miss Qiu. A junior brother beside him answered. Invited? Xia Hongchen raised his eyebrows. With a look of disbelief he asked. Are you sure he was invited? The junior brother observed his expression, and didn't dare to be so sure. He could only mumble. It seems that he was called over by Miss Qiu. Xia Hongchen nodded with satisfaction, but soon became suspicious. Why did Qiu Yimeng call him over? I should be the one in charge here. What right does he have to be called over? Confused, Yang Kai quickly walked over to the place where Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were temporarily resting. Inside one of the rooms, Qiu Yimeng, Luo Xiaoman, and Yang Kai sat at a table. The room was very simple, and there weren't many furnishings inside. It was obvious that it was newly built, probably to provide accommodation for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman outside the house. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood like door gods, not moving at all, their expressions cold and solemn. The Qiu family's first young lady personally poured tea. Sitting back down, she brushed her hair behind her ear and turned to Yang Kai. If you have any questions, just ask. When did she let you go? Yang Kai picked up his teacup and asked casually. About a month ago. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was referring to the beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo. She really didn't embarrass us. She just took us around the battlefield, and let us leave before the decisive battle began. What did you gain? I've changed a lot, haha. Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a while before sincerely saying, I used to think that all the people in the ash-gray cloud evil land deserved to die, but now I don't dare think so. I've seen many innocent people being cruelly slaughtered by self-proclaimed righteous people. I've also seen many outside forces commit crimes in the ash-gray cloud evil land. She's right, this world is not just black and white. Everyone has an evil spirit in their heart, and everyone has the potential to become an evil spirit. It's just a matter of whether or not you can stick to your heart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was really rare for Qiu Yimeng to change so much. Shanqing Luo taking her to the battlefield was the right thing to do. Perhaps Shanqing Luo hoped that she could use the power of the Qiu family to change the world's perception of the ash-gray cloud evil land, so she had taken such great pains. After I came back, I came here. Qiu Yimeng smiled happily. Does your Qiu family know that you're safe? Yang Kai frowned. I've already sent a letter back. Qiu Yimeng nodded. Purple Fern Valley also sent a letter. As for the Bai family, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared straight at Qiu Yimeng. The latter chuckled lightly. Haha, don't be nervous. Xiao Man and I told the Bai family that Bai Yunfeng was hunted down by the Thunderbolt Beast King's subordinates and unfortunately died. It has nothing to do with you and that woman. That would be for the best. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although Bai Yunfeng's death really had nothing to do with him, if the truth of the matter were to spread, the Bai family would not let it go. Those great forces were notorious for being unreasonable. Otherwise, High Heaven Pavilion would not have suffered such a disaster. Qiu Yimeng slowly stretched her waist, revealing her graceful curves. But she didn't seem to care at all and simply said, I once told you that if one day I was able to escape, I would definitely help High Heaven Pavilion restore its name. Right now, I don't have that ability, so I can only rebuild this place first and then make other plans. Although Qiu Yimeng was the first young lady of the Qiu family, restoring High Heaven Pavilion's reputation was a matter of great importance, and was not something she could decide alone. At the very least, she needed someone from one of the super forces to take the lead. Are you presiding over the reconstruction work here? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. What do you think? Qiu Yimeng smiled. High Heaven Pavilion has been designated as an evil sect. If I didn't show up, who would dare to build here? I was originally going to treat this place as one of the Qiu family's properties for the time being, and then find an opportunity to restore High Heaven Pavilion in the future. This can be considered as returning a favor to you. This is not returning a favor, this is what your Qiu family should do. Yang Kai sneered. Qiu Yimeng was startled but didn't refute, nodding. That makes sense. After all, it was my Qiu family who set this place on fire, but no matter what, you're back now. Moreover, you're a person with a strong background, so just treat this place as your own property. I'm too lazy to get involved. Hee, this is the property of the Yang family's young lord, no one will say anything, right? Yang Kai was startled but didn't refuse. After pondering for a long time, he felt that this was indeed a good idea and nodded. Thank you. Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she smiled happily. But what happened to those people outside? Where did you find them? Yang Kai asked curiously. They were nearby. Qiu Yimeng smiled, resting her chin on the table as she said lazily, they were all people who had taken refuge with the two nearby sects. I talked to the higher-ups of the two factions and brought them back. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The people outside should be disciples who had taken refuge with Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. Yang Kai hadn't expected that before the sect's disaster, Xia Hongchun, a core disciple, would also leave High Heaven Pavilion. On the contrary, people like Li Yuntian had firmly stayed behind and finally escaped through the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. It was true that a long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. At that time, they had chosen to leave the sect. It was also their freedom. Those people had been taken in by Storm Hall, and now Qiu Yimeng had come forward to bring them back. With her status as the Qiu family's first young lady, how could Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall dare say anything? One's own sect must be rebuilt by one's own people. Don't you think so? Qiu Yimeng smiled, her eyes full of expectation, as if she was waiting for Yang Kai to praise her. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words, and just glanced over at Luo Xiaoman, who was grinning at him like a little tiger. Qiu Yimeng suddenly rolled her eyes, knowing that this guy was just pretending to be confused, so she didn't force him. Right, when you came here, was there anything special around here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Special places? and such as evil qi or demonic qi. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Oh, you're talking about that. Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly. When we came here, we didn't see it, but we heard from your fellow disciple, Xia Hongqian, that the coiling dragon stream was once filled with demonic qi. Originally, the two nearby sects were preparing to relocate, but after a few months, there seemed to be something down there that was swallowing the demonic qi. Has anyone gone down there to investigate? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The thing that swallowed the demonic qi, others didn't know what it was, but Yang Kai was clear. The old demon. When he returned here, Yang Kai had tried to probe his surroundings, but couldn't find any trace of the old demon's aura. He should have succeeded, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had gone. Does this old demon want to take this opportunity to get rid of this young master's control? Yang Kai thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. It wasn't impossible. The old demon was a true demon. It was normal for him to be untrustworthy and unscrupulous. No one has gone down there to investigate. The nearby cultivator is extremely wary of the coiling dragon stream. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This was understandable. Who knew if there was still any danger down there? Before, when the demonic qi filled the heavens, everyone could feel a fatal threat, but now, although it was safe, no one dared to play around with their lives. Do you know what's down there? Qiu Yimeng suddenly became vigilant as she stared at Yang Kai. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips, knowing that he didn't trust her very much and still had a lot of reservations about himself. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the reconstruction of your sect. I've spent a lot of time here, and although I've already sent a message back to the central capital, I need to return home as soon as possible, otherwise, my family will send someone to find me again. Qiu Yimeng said bitterly, as if she was very reluctant to return to the central capital. So I think it's best to let your fellow sect members rebuild this place on their own. I won't interfere and will leave everything to Xia Hongqian. What do you think? Chapter 370. If you say so, then so be it, I believe you. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. So generous. Qiu Yimeng snorted. If anything happens, don't come looking for me. Your fellow disciple looks good, but in fact, compared to you, he's far worse. I can only let him manage the sect. To the side, Luo Xiaoman also nodded her head in agreement. Although she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, and was even afraid of him, it was undeniable that this young man was quite outstanding among his peers. Whether it was his temperament, willpower, perseverance, or strength, he was much stronger than anyone else. You should know your fellow disciple better than I do. If you think he's not good enough, just replace him. Qiu Yimeng said casually. No need to bother. Rebuilding the sect isn't a big deal, just let him manage it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing towards the door and chuckling. He's here. Qiu Yimeng was startled, but soon heard Xia Hongqian's shout from outside. Why are you stopping me? I'm going to find young Lady Qiu. Young Lady Qiu is discussing an important matter with my young lord. You can't enter. Tu Feng blocked the door and said lightly, his expression cold. Xia Hongqian couldn't help laughing as he stared at Tu Feng. Your young lord? Haha, what young lord? You're not talking about Yang Kai, are you? Did you make a mistake? This is my High Heaven Pavilion's territory. Is there a place I can't enter? Saying so, he tried to rush inside. You can't enter. Tu Feng still firmly blocked the door. His expression was calm. Xia Hongqian's face sank as he whispered. Since you were brought here by Yang Kai, I'll give you some face. Don't be so shameless. Get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for not giving you face. Tang Yuxian immediately showed a beautiful smile, one that was quite intriguing. Tu Feng stared at Xia Hongqian indifferently. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Inside the room, Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly wanting to see some clues from his face. Let him in. Yang Kai frowned. Xia Hongqian was still a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. He was also an influential figure in the sect, but now he was behaving like an idiot. Yang Kai's face also darkened. When Tu Feng heard the order, he quickly turned around. Xia Hongqian coldly snorted, patted his clothes, and walked into the room with his head held high. When he saw the situation in the room, he couldn't help but be stunned. He found that Yang Kai was actually sitting at the table with Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. This kind of treatment was something Xia Hongchen had never enjoyed before. Every time he came to see Qiu Yimeng, he would respectfully stand at the door and be dismissed by Qiu Yimeng after a few words. Why could Yang Kai sit here? Although he was feeling doubtful and depressed, he still wore a smile on his face. Xia Hongchen was very polite. Greetings, Miss Qiu and Miss Luo. Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly and said, You came at just the right time. Your junior brother and I are discussing the reconstruction of High Heaven Pavilion. It seems he has some ideas he wants to discuss with you. Oh. Xia Hongchen chuckled. Narrowing his eyes at Yang Kai, he asked, What ideas does junior brother have? His tone was casual, but also somewhat provocative. Qiu Yimeng quickly adjusted her posture and made an expression of watching a good play. Interesting. This idiot still hasn't figured out Yang Kai's true identity. Not only did he dare to speak arrogantly in front of two blood warriors, he even tried to target a young lord of the Yang family. Even if he was stupid, how could he possibly be so stupid? Yang Kai frowned and said, I don't have any opinions, but I do have a request. Xia Hongchen chuckled. A request? In front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, Xia Hongchen could only pretend to be magnanimous and nodded. Let's hear it. Everything in the sect should be rebuilt according to the original layout and deployment. All the buildings should not deviate in the slightest. Senior brother has lived in the sect for so many years, so you should be quite familiar with every blade of grass and every tree here. If you supervise, you should be able to do this. Xia Hongchen's face twitched slightly. When Yang Kai said these words, he didn't use a negotiating tone, but rather a commanding one, which naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. This is really a request. Just as he was about to ridicule Xia Hongchen, Yang Kai continued, If there is a shortage of manpower, you can transfer some from the nearby Blood Battle Gang in Storm Hall. In the name of the Qiu family's first young lady, you can compensate them afterwards. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help rolling her eyes but didn't say anything. Xia Hongchen was startled, not understanding why Qiu Yimeng didn't even try to refute. If there is a shortage of money and materials, send a letter to the central capital and ask the Qiu family's first young lady to transfer them to you. The Qiu family's financial resources are strong, so you don't need to worry about these things, right? Yang Kai looked at Qiu Yimeng with a smile. Shameless. Qiu Yimeng ground her teeth in hatred. Xia Hongchen finally felt this situation was inconceivable, his expression fluctuating. At this time, if he still couldn't see the problem, he would really be a fool. This junior brother Yang in front of him seemed to have a different relationship with Qiu Yimeng. Otherwise, how could Qiu Yimeng not have any reaction to his words? Rebuilding a second-class sect was not a big deal for the Qiu family, but it still required a lot of financial and material resources. Did Yang Kai decide on this with just 2 or 3 words? If he had no relationship with Qiu Yimeng, how could she have agreed? Xia Hongchen's heart suddenly set off stormy waves as he subconsciously realized that this junior brother of his was no longer the same as before. In addition, Yang Kai tapped his fingers on the table, a moment later saying in a low voice, Send out a summons to all the scattered disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Go home. The last 2 words, Yang Kai said firmly, like a big drum beating on the hearts of everyone in the room, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Only those who had lost their sect and had no one to rely on knew how tempting the word, go home was. The room was silent, and Qiu Yimeng's expression also became solemn. Brother, do you have anything to add? Yang Kai raised his eyes. Looking at Xia Hongchen, he asked. Xia Hongchen shook his head subconsciously. No. During this time, he had been so focused on showing off in front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman that he hadn't thought much about the rebuilding of the sect, so how could he have anything to say? If that's the case, then let's do as you say. Yang Kai concluded. Xia Hongchen was stunned for a long time before he suddenly recovered and turned to Qiu Yimeng. Young lady Qiu, this. Qiu Yimeng frowned. Didn't you hear clearly? I heard clearly. But can junior brother make the decision? Xia Hongchen asked with a look of disbelief. Qiu Yimeng smiled. He can't make the decision. Then no one will be able to call the shots. Xia Hongchen suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes trembling as he stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had already stood up indifferently, walking towards the door. When he passed by Xia Hongchen, he suddenly paused. In a low voice he said, "Brother, if you dare do anything to betray the sect again, I will make you regret ever living in this world." Xia Hongchen only felt a chill run down his spine, from head to toe. Qiu Yimeng didn't even look at him, and simply followed Yang Kai out. Just as Luo Xiaoman was about to leave, Xia Hongchen quickly called out to her. "What's the matter?" Luo Xiaoman looked at him suspiciously, feeling that this idiot was quite pitiful. "Young lady Luo, my junior brother. What is his background?" Xia Hongchen pursed his dry lips and asked softly. Luo Xiaoman bit her lip. Secretly glancing towards the door, she whispered, "The Central Capital's Yang family's young lord. You'd best behave yourself." Saying so, she hurriedly chased after him. Xia Hongchen suddenly felt his body go soft, and he fell to the ground. In an instant, sweat poured out of his forehead. Central Capital's Yang family's young lord. Those few words were like a clap of thunder, but they exploded in Xia Hongchen's ears, causing his consciousness to blur. It turns out that his junior brother, whose strength isn't very high, is actually such a master. He couldn't help but laugh at how he had been targeting him these past few years, even secretly plotting against him. What qualifications did he have to fight with him? What qualifications did he have to compete with him? Yang Kai must be well aware of what had happened in the past, so why hadn't he killed him yet? Having his life spared so easily, Xia Hongchen not only didn't feel happy, but instead felt as if his heart had turned to ash. This kind of treatment and cold treatment was even more unbearable than killing him. Yang Kai must have let him go because he felt he was no longer qualified to fight with him. Would a tiger care about the provocation of an ant? Huh. Letting out a nervous laugh, Xia Hongchen suddenly felt that he was a complete loser in this life. Below the coiling dragon stream, 1,000 meters away, inside Yang Kai's cave mansion, a group of people flew in. Looking at the familiar furnishings, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with the faces of Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang. After the destruction of the sect, this was the only place that had been left intact. Inside the cave mansion, there seemed to be the scent of the two women's bodies, and the stone bed was stained with traces of Su Yan Huan. His little senior sister had also slept on it, and every time she fell asleep, no matter how he called her, she wouldn't wake up. Even if he tried to take advantage of her, she would turn a deaf ear. How could Yang Kai not know that she was pretending to be asleep? But because of her extremely shy personality, Xiaoning Chang was too embarrassed to face Yang Kai's flirting. Regarding Xiaoning Chang, Yang Kai wasn't worried. During this time, she must have been studying alchemy with Xiao Fusheng on Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. With Meng Wuya's protection, she should be safe. But what about Su Yan? Since the last time they parted, there had been no news of her. Where did she go? Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's heavy mood and the nostalgia in his eyes, the two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, just stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, not bothering him. Walking inside, Yang Kai sat on the stone bed and stroked its smooth surface, memories of the past flashing through his mind. After leaving this place, it would be difficult for him to return here in the future. The outcome of the Central Capital's inheritance war was difficult to predict. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai found that he liked this place very much. Chapter 371. One day and one night later, Yang Kai strode out of the cave. The two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, had been waiting outside. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions were meticulous, while Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had long since sat down in boredom. Seeing Yang Kai walk out with a calm expression, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. Although they hadn't seen Yang Kai for a day and night, they could clearly feel the pain coming from him. But now, the little lord had completely adjusted himself, without the slightest clue. His calm expression exuded confidence, causing both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes to light up. "Help yourselves, I'm going to go down." Yang Kai called out to everyone, and walked straight to the entrance of the cave. Qiu Yimeng suddenly perked up and stared at him eagerly. "What's down there?" She had been here for some time now and was quite curious about what lay beneath the coiling dragon stream. but the people from High Heaven Pavilion had always been wary of it. Even the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had advised her not to enter the coiling dragon stream. So until today, Qiu Yimeng had never thought of going down. But now that Yang Kai wanted to go down, she naturally became curious. Haha. Yang Kai smiled perfunctorily before directly rushing down. This guy. Qiu Yimeng stamped her feet but didn't chase after him. Yang Kai clearly didn't want her to follow him. If she followed him, it would only annoy him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Young Lady Qiu, please forgive him. My little lord's temper seems to be a bit too straightforward. Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. She had only been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days, but she was keenly aware that Yang Kai had many good qualities that others of his age didn't possess. Because of this, Tang Yuxian was actually quite optimistic about this little lord, and immediately tried to exonerate Yang Kai. It's nothing. Qiu Yimeng didn't care. Tu Feng glanced at her thoughtfully and asked casually, Young Lady Qiu and the little lord are old acquaintances? Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and slowly shook her head. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Qiu Yimeng's status and aptitude were both extraordinary. Among the younger generation of the central capital, all the young lords of the 8 great families would be proud to befriend her, but now she was actually lowering her status like this. He didn't even have the confidence to admit that he was an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. What was going on? The bitterness and unwillingness in this smile was genuine and not fake. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian naturally saw it clearly. You can also feel his coldness towards me. Qiu Yimeng didn't show any sign of embarrassment and instead said quite frankly, he and I can only be considered acquaintances, that's all. The 2 blood warriors suddenly became curious, Tu Feng quickly asking, if it's convenient, can young Lady Qiu explain? If it's not convenient, just pretend I didn't ask. Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. His expression was calm. After a while he said, there's nothing inconvenient about it. The last time I led a team to High Heaven Pavilion to inquire about the Demon Lord, I met him. At that time, we were still enemies. You probably know most of what happened that day. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded together. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master and 4 elders had fought a dozen or so immortal ascension boundary masters from the Qiu family, Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Not only had they escaped safely, but they had also injured several of them. It was because of that battle that the world learned that there was an above immortal ascension boundary master in High Heaven Pavilion. But what the world doesn't know is quite mysterious. Mysterious? The 2 blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. For Qiu Yimeng to give such an evaluation, it seemed that there were still some unknown secrets that day. And mysterious, High Heaven Pavilion is a mysterious sect, and your little lord is also a mysterious person. Qiu Yimeng smiled. Before that, she had never known that there was a place in this world that could connect the north and south, separated by thousands of kilometers. She also didn't know that a man whose cultivation base was far lower than hers could make her feel helpless and suffer defeat after defeat. What's more, she didn't know that someone could capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen in just a month. Qiu Yimeng thought that she was also a top talent. If she had been born a man, she would have definitely become the next patriarch of the Qiu family. Unfortunately, she had been born a girl, which was quite a pity. However, even she didn't dare compare herself to Yang Kai. This young man's potential was terrifying. If he really grew up, his achievements would far surpass his current level. Perhaps he could even create a legend. How mysterious. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked expectantly. How mysterious. Hee, it's not convenient for me to say, but if you want to know, you can ask young Master Yang yourself. If I speak too much, he may really hold a grudge against me. Such a thankless task. How could I do it? The 2 blood warriors were suddenly stunned. Qiu Yimeng had just brought up their interest, but now she couldn't give them a satisfactory answer. This kind of uncertainty was really uncomfortable, like a cat was scratching at their hearts. If it had been anyone else who spoke like this, the 2 blood warriors would have used the Yang family's torture methods to force them to confess, but since Qiu Yimeng had said so, they couldn't do anything about it. With a serious expression, Chiu Yimeng said, "Although it's not convenient for me to say too much, I can tell you that absolutely do not underestimate your little lord." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly became dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. Chiu Yimeng had used the word absolutely 3 times in a row, and her tone was quite dignified. What did this mean? It meant that the Chiu family's first young lady was extremely confident in Yang Kai. And it was 120% confidence. Those who underestimate him will pay a heavy price. Chiu Yimeng's pretty face turned and she laughed. Tu Feng's face twitched, suddenly feeling like this was all a bit unreal. Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed, unable to understand why Chiu Yimeng would speak so confidently and without reservation. However, even if the two of them were suspicious, they knew that Chiu Yimeng would definitely not speak without thinking. With a solemn expression they nodded. "We'll remember." Chiu Yimeng nodded slightly, seemingly casually asking, "This time, in the Yang family's inheritance war, will you blood warriors participate?" Tu Feng smiled bitterly. "We don't know, the family hasn't specifically mentioned this yet. If you participate, if I were you, I would definitely follow him," Chiu Yimeng said solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't deny this, only lightly replying, "Many thanks for young Lady Chiu's guidance. If that day really comes, we will consider it carefully." Chiu Yimeng no longer said anything, knowing that even if she spoke a few words, it would be impossible to influence the minds of these 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. When the time came, they would only choose who to follow based on their own judgment, others would not be able to interfere. Saying so much now wouldn't have much of an effect. At most it would only make them look forward to Yang Kai's performance even more. At the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai stopped at the place where he had first left and looked around, not finding any trace of the old demon. The old demon must have left this place long ago. The originally towering demonic chi was now completely gone, having been completely swallowed up by him. At that time, the old demon had said that he would look for Yang Kai after he finished dealing with the situation here. But what happened later was beyond the two of their expectations. The Chiu family had brought a large number of people to attack them, while Su Yan and the others had fled 10,000 kilometers through the Void Corridor. Yang Kai had run all the way to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. This was something neither he nor the old demon had anticipated. Even if the old demon wanted to find him, he didn't have a clear direction. If this was the reason why the old demon hadn't contacted him until now, it was understandable. Was he disloyal or not? Yang Kai wasn't sure. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After a moment, his expression changed and he quickly turned his head to the side of the mountain. There was nothing special about this place, but under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was keenly aware of something unusual. Here there was some residual demonic chi. Staring at it, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it. A ripple spread out, and a line of handwriting appeared on the plain mountain. The handwriting didn't look old and should have been made not long ago. Glancing at it, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. The old demon didn't seem to want to escape his control, and had used some special means to leave a message here. Old servant has succeeded, and is now out looking for young master. If he cannot find him, he will return here in 3 months. Leave a message. This was clearly written by the old demon. The old demon was preparing to spend 3 months out to inquire about Yang Kai, and would return here in 3 months. Because he knew that no matter what, as long as Yang Kai was still alive, he would definitely come here to find him. Leaving such a handwriting was enough to prove the old demon's loyalty. Showing a happy expression, Yang Kai used his finger like a sword and carved a line of words below. Central Capital Yang Family. There was no need to say anything more. As long as the old demon returned here, he would definitely understand everything. Laughing, Yang Kai flew up like a bolt of lightning. Back in the secluded cave, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the way they looked at him now was different from before. A lot more dignified and serious. "Has everything been taken care of?" Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile. "And what do you plan to do next?" Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence. Return to the central capital and participate in the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng showed a knowing expression and happily said, "Good, I'm also going back. If you don't mind, how about we go together?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "Whatever." Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Then I'll borrow your light." Yang Kai was puzzled. "Borrow what light?" "You'll know tomorrow." Qiu Yimeng chuckled but didn't answer, instead saying, "Wait for me for half a day, I have to deal with some things here. I'll set off tomorrow morning." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Qiu Yimeng also had to deal with High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, so she could naturally delay for half a day. Chapter 372. The next day, the group was ready to set out. No one from High Heaven Pavilion came to see them off. Xie Hongchen was even more aware that he no longer had the face to appear in front of Yang Kai, so he could only silently preside over the reconstruction of the sect. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai finally realized what Qiu Yimeng meant when she said she wanted to take advantage of him yesterday. The silver blood golden feather eagle soared high in the sky while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian each rode a cloud-treading colt. Both of them stared at Yang Kai with a strange smile on their faces, seemingly looking forward to something. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly felt a little depressed. Their group only had 3 cloud-treading colts, one for each of the 2 blood warriors, one for Yang Kai, so Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had no mounts. Tang Yuxian could take one more person, but what about the other? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both young girls, and on this long journey to the central capital, there would be some bumps along the way. No matter which one of them rode with Yang Kai, there would definitely be some inevitable collisions. "Between me and Xiaoman, you can choose one yourself." Qiu Yimeng didn't seem to care, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she said with a smile. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity, making anyone who saw her unable to stop themselves from fantasizing. Luo Xiaoman also realized the current situation and couldn't help blushing slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yuxian Tu Feng, I'll ride alone." The smile on Qiu Yimeng's face quickly converged as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected him to refuse such a good opportunity to get closer to such a beautiful woman. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors looked a little surprised. Tu Feng laughed. "I don't mind, but I'm afraid the 2 young ladies won't agree." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help glaring at him fiercely, causing Tu Feng to suddenly shut up and let out a hollow laugh. "And I have an idea." Qiu Yimeng's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. "What?" "You and Tu Feng can ride together, so Xiaoman and I can ride your horse." "You're dreaming." Yang Kai decisively refused. What a joke. If he were to ride the same cloud-treading colt as Tu Feng, what would that look like? Qiu Yimeng seemed to know he would say this, so her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Then you can go with elder sister Tang." Tang Yuxian, who had been watching the fun, heard these words and her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Although Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and she was a blood warrior of the Yang family, if Yang Kai really wanted to share a cloud-treading colt with her, she wouldn't refuse. He was on tenterhooks, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. "No." Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly felt that things were a little difficult. "This won't do, that won't do, what are you going to do?" Qiu Yimeng wasn't in a hurry and simply smiled, a trace of craftiness flashing across her eyes. Apparently, she had already considered this issue yesterday. Yang Kai was silent for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. "Hey, you're a man. Come up with an idea. Don't tell me we're just going to sit here and wait?" Qiu Yimeng urged. Yang Kai grit his teeth, jumped onto his cloud-treading colt, and stretched out his hand. Qiu Yimeng smiled happily, and was about to climb up when Yang Kai suddenly called out, "Luo Xiaoman, come up." The Qiu family's first young lady's expression changed on the spot as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a trace of embarrassment flashing across her eyes as she secretly wished she could cut Yang Kai into 1,000 pieces. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly stepped back and waved her hands. "No, no, don't." She didn't know why, but from the bottom of her heart, she was afraid of Yang Kai. "Go," Yang Kai said impatiently, taking back his hand and shouting to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, preparing to gallop off. "Hey." Qiu Yimeng hurriedly grabbed his thigh and angrily said, How can you be so heartless? Heartless? It's not like you don't know where the central capital is. If you don't want to travel by yourself, you can just hire a carriage. Young Kai really didn't want to be entangled with her anymore. Qiu Yimeng glared at him bitterly, but seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, after a long time she said, Xiaoman, go up. I'm scared. Luo Xiaoman cried out. What are you afraid of? He won't bite you. Qiu Yimeng didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing Luo Xiaoman's arm and throwing her behind Yang Kai while she herself leapt onto Tang Yuxian's cloud-treading colt. Hold on tight, Yang Kai said before urging his cloud-treading colt forward like a bolt of lightning. Luo Xiaoman was at a loss as she quickly grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes, her pretty face instantly becoming pale. The rest of the way was silent. Qiu Yimeng seemed to be very angry and didn't speak to Yang Kai during the rest of the journey, but Luo Xiaoman, after a long day of fear, slowly relaxed. The road was long and bumpy, but from time to time, Yang Kai would feel two huge softies on his back, each of which was amazingly flexible, making him somewhat glad that he had made the right decision. Luo Xiaoman, this girl, was really strong. If he had brought Qiu Yimeng with him, he likely wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a feeling. Such a discovery seemed to make the trip back to the central capital a little less boring. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also noticed the strange atmosphere in the group, and didn't dare say anything, so the atmosphere along the way was quite silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling past their ears could be heard, not a single person speaking. Along the way, the entire world seemed to have learned that the Yang family was summoning its young lords, and news of the inheritance war was gradually spreading. The righteous and demonic Great War had broken out some time ago, and now the Yang family was about to launch the inheritance war. This year was destined to be a year of unrest for the entire Great Han dynasty. The inheritance war had also attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. The Yang family's inheritance war, although it was just a top family selecting the next patriarch for its own family, each time it involved a wide range of people and had unparalleled influence. Almost all the great forces in the world would participate. These great forces participated in order to allow their family's younger generation to experience the demeanor and heritage of a top family's young lord, increasing their experience and tempering themselves. On the other hand, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to establish good relations with the central capital's 8 great families. If one's vision was correct and they followed the right people, they would naturally enjoy many benefits in the future. In addition to these great forces, there were also many lone cultivators who would come to the central capital to seek opportunities to stand out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a grand event that everyone was looking forward to. Some people took advantage of this opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and become famous, while others were hunted down and killed. Both advantages and disadvantages coexisted. The entire inheritance war was a gamble, gambling on one's life and future. And this war completely revolved around this generation of young masters of the Yang family. 5 days later, the group had arrived 10,000 kilometers away, but they were still some distance away from the central capital. The 3 cloud-treading colts came to a stop and Qiu Yimeng gazed into the distance, after a while saying, "That's the Lu family's territory. I want to go there and borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want to go there and rest?" Yang Kai frowned and was about to refuse when Tang Yuxian suddenly said, "Since you've come here, let's go, it won't take long." Yang Kai glanced at her suspiciously, not knowing why she had made such a decision for him. Tang Yuxian smiled and said, "The Lu family seems to have some relationship with the Qiu family, right?" Qiu Yimeng nodded. "And they are cousins. But of the central capital's 8 great families, which one doesn't have some kind of relationship with the outside forces? If you really think about it, the entire world is connected by blood. It's just that the Lu family and Qiu family's relationship is quite close, and have often interacted with each other over the years." Tang Yuxian nodded. "The Lu family is also a first-class family, so it won't be a disgrace for the little lord to visit." The meaning of her words was clear to Yang Kai in an instant. Tang Yuxian wanted him to take this opportunity to win over the Lu family, and see if he could add some help to the upcoming inheritance war. Even if he couldn't win them over, at least he could get acquainted with them. Although Yang Kai now had the status of a young lord of the Yang family, in the end he had nothing. A young lord of the Yang family without a solid foundation, no matter how strong he was nothing more than a paper tiger. After knowing her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse and nodded. Good, this is their territory, but it wouldn't be polite to pay them a visit. Qiu Yimeng snorted, despising Yang Kai's hypocrisy. The Lu family wasn't a first-class family, but over the past few decades, it had been quite close to the Qiu family. After receiving the Qiu family's care and guidance, the Lu family's influence had gradually become stronger, and had even produced an above-immortal ascension boundary master. This was something that had only happened in the past few years. If one really wanted to calculate, the Lu family wasn't very powerful among first-class forces. After being promoted to a first-class family, the nearby second-class and third-class forces had no choice but to bow their heads, so the Lu family naturally dominated. Lu Liang was the patriarch of the Lu family, and although his strength wasn't top-notch, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, as a patriarch, strength wasn't the most important thing. His ability to communicate and manage affairs was the biggest reason for the Lu family's prosperity. It was also because he had not been stingy with his visits over the past few years, and had contacted the Qiu family from time to time that he was able to hug the Qiu family's big tree. When the group arrived, the several guards immediately realized that the identity of these people was extraordinary, and quickly stepped forward to ask them respectfully. They were the guards of the Lu family's gate, so naturally they had some insight. A monster beast like the cloud-treading colt could only be raised by first-class forces, which was enough to prove the nobility of Yang Kai's group. Qiu Yimeng reported her identity and name, and the group was immediately welcomed inside. Another guard hurriedly rushed inside, presumably to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. This was a manor full of lofts, with small bridges overflowing water, pavilions, and terraces filled with a variety of flowers and plants, giving one a refreshing feeling. These lofts weren't very tall, but they were exquisite, giving off a poetic and picturesque air. Qiu Yimeng walked at the front, Luo Xiaoman walking side by side with Yang Kai following behind, and the two blood warriors at the back. As they walked, Yang Kai was also quite interested in this manner. Chapter 373. Before they had gone far though, a group of people appeared in front of them, led by the Lu family's patriarch Lu Liang. Lu Liang was dressed in a blue robe, his figure tall and slender, with a small mustache above his mouth, giving him a refined and elegant appearance. His pair of slender eyes always exuded a wise and far-sighted light. The first impression this person gave was shrewd, but the second impression was still shrewd. He strode out from inside, a look of ecstasy on his face as he laughed heartily, quickly arriving in front of Qiu Yimeng and bowing respectfully. "Young lady Qiu, your presence brings light to the Lu family's humble dwelling." Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family was supported by the Qiu family, and Qiu Yimeng's status in the Qiu family was not low. So when Lu Liang saw Qiu Yimeng, he didn't dare act carelessly. Moreover, it had always been Lu Liang who visited the Qiu family in the central capital. This was the first time a direct descendant of the Qiu family had come to visit his Lu family. For a moment, Lu Liang was both excited and pleasantly surprised. Qiu Yimeng smiled generously. "Uncle is too polite. I was just passing by here so decided to take a break. Have I disturbed you?" Lu Liang quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? It is my Lu family's honor to have eldest niece here. The Lu family will naturally welcome you with open arms. How could we possibly disturb you?" Qiu Yimeng calling him uncle made Lu Liang even happier, secretly thinking that all these years he had spent in the central capital had not been in vain. Now he had finally established a solid relationship with the Qiu family. After a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. The Lu family elders behind Lu Liang also smiled and stepped forward one by one to salute. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Liang's expression became serious as he stared at the two blood warriors before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, "Eldest niece, this young lord is..." Lu Liang's eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally see that Yang Kai's status was not low, otherwise, there would not be two immortal ascension boundary masters following behind him. Qiu Yimeng smiled but didn't answer, simply pointing her finger to the sky. At that moment, a loud eagle cry rang out, causing everyone in the Lu family to look up. In an instant, Lu Liang understood the identity of Yang Kai. Family head Lu. Yang Kai looked indifferent as he cupped his hands in greeting. The rest of the Lu family's upper echelons were shocked and secretly sized up Yang Kai. The Yang family had wantonly summoned the scattered young lords. The cries of the silver-blood golden feather eagles resounded throughout the great Han dynasty, and the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had also been dispatched. How could the Lu family not know of such a major event? He had never thought that he would actually meet a young lord of the Yang family this time. Carefully sizing him up, he was surprised to find that this young man's eyes were calm, his expression firm, and his expression indifferent. Although he couldn't see anything special about him, he had the air of a young master from a great family. Immediately, he realized that none of the people from the Yang family were easy to deal with. Lu Liang laughed again and gestured. "Eldest niece, young Master Yang, please come in." While greeting them, he said to the people behind him, "Go and prepare the best food and wine. It is the Lu family's honor to have two distinguished guests today. We must not neglect them." "Yes." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and pulled Luo Xiaoman inside, Yang Kai also following behind. Inside the Liu family's main hall, there were all kinds of delicious delicacies, a dazzling array of rare fruits, and jugs of fine wine were served one after another by beautiful maids. The atmosphere in the hall was warm as everyone toasted each other. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so it was naturally inappropriate for them to drink. Lu Liang had obviously taken this into consideration, and had specially prepared the Lu family's unique fruit wine for them. The two women also drank with relish. Yang Kai's identity was different, and although he was a man, no one dared ask him to drink too much. When many of the Lu family's upper echelons came to offer him a toast, they all downed the wine in one gulp, allowing Yang Kai to do as he pleased. Tang Yuxian was treated the same as Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them drinking fruit wine. Tu Feng was the only one who was drinking with a heroic spirit. He was the Yang family's blood warrior, so in front of the Lu family, his status was not low. The Lu family's upper echelons all wore excited expressions as they frequently raised their glasses to Tu Feng. Tu Feng sat motionless next to Yang Kai, and when someone came to offer him a toast, he would drink it all in one gulp, making the scene even livelier. The Lu family's upper echelons were all tyrants in this region, but in front of the Yang family's blood warrior, they were nothing, their attitude and posture extremely low. In the past, they had only heard of the blood warrior's name, but had never seen one with their own eyes. Now that there were two of them, naturally they wouldn't let them off so easily. Lu Liang's social skills were not undeserved. His eloquence was top-notch, his words not stingy with praise and flattery, but there was no trace of deliberate intent behind them, making everyone feel more comfortable. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was surprised to find that Yang Kai's young lord didn't seem to have any arrogance at all. He wasn't as domineering as the rumors said he was, and his attitude was also quite amiable, causing the Lu family group to be somewhat stunned. If it weren't for Qiu Yimeng saying that Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and that the identities of the 2 blood warriors couldn't be faked, Lu Liang would have doubted whether this person was really a young lord of the Yang family. "Uncle, you must be tired after such a long journey. Xiaoman and I will go to rest first. Please help yourselves." After eating and drinking for a while, Qiu Yimeng felt a little bored and stood up to say, "Come." Lu Liang quickly called out, and immediately 2 pretty maidservants walked in. "Take the 2 young ladies to their rooms to rest." "Yes." After the 2 maidservants led Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away, the banquet continued. One of the Lu family's elders suddenly smiled meaningfully and said, "Patriarch, drinking like this is quite boring. Why don't you call someone to join in the fun?" Lu Liang nodded slightly and said, "And it seems I was negligent." Saying so, Lu Liang reached out and patted the table. Immediately after, a group of scantily clad girls who sang and danced gracefully walked in. Obviously, they had been waiting outside for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman to leave, so they could enter the fray. All of these women were enchanting like flowers, their bodies covered in gauze, their flat bellies, delicate navels, snow-white arms, and slender legs all exposed to the air. All around, gongs and drums rang out, and wind instruments began to play. These young women first bowed in all directions, and then, with the accompaniment of the music, the corners of their mouths curled up into smiles as they danced and sang. Her curvaceous figure moved around, and an alluring spring scenery was faintly discernible. It was extremely alluring. These women were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai and the others, as if they were waiting to be plucked. All of them had coquettish looks on their faces, making them look quite alluring. Tang Yuxian couldn't help but snort lightly. Although she didn't like to see this, she understood Lu Liang's intentions, and quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Tu Feng watched unscrupulously, the scar on his face seemingly becoming more and more ferocious. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face remained indifferent. Although there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as they swept over these women, there wasn't the slightest hint of lust in his eyes. Even when these women danced in front of him and flirted with him, he didn't show much of a reaction. Seeing this, everyone sitting in the room couldn't help feeling secretly shocked. Young people, especially young men, liked beautiful women. Which one of the Lu family's elders present hadn't been young and frivolous? When they were around Yang Kai's age, they couldn't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world to their bed and slowly savor their beauty. It was only when one got older and their mentality changed that they would chase after higher goals. Lu Liang also intended to take this opportunity to inquire about Yang Kai's preferences and see if he was interested in women. However, he hadn't expected that in the face of such blatant temptation, Yang Kai would remain indifferent, not showing much interest. This young family young lord was somewhat unusual. In the face of temptation, being able to control his heart, such a young man's perseverance was absolutely amazing. As long as he had perseverance, he could achieve great things. In an instant, Lu Liang had some ideas in his mind and secretly nodded. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes also flashed with amazement. She had lived in the central capital all year round, so naturally she was familiar with the playful faces of these young lords. Not to mention these young girls. Even some of these young lords would show a strong interest in her, causing Tang Yuxian to sometimes feel annoyed. Yang Kai's current performance undoubtedly made Tang Yuxian feel very gratified. What she didn't know was that although these women were all beautiful, Yang Kai had seen many beauties. How could they compare? Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, Shanqing Luo, the Hu sisters, each one of them was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Moreover, after years of practicing the joyous unification art, Yang Kai had long ago been able to ignore the temptation of beautiful women. In this world, unless Shanqing Luo personally seduced Yang Kai, it was likely that no one could make Yang Kai fall in love without him even thinking about it. These young girls who sang and danced gracefully in front of Yang Kai were just a piece of cake. After a short time, after the song and dance ended, Lu Liang smiled and waved his hand, ordering the young women to withdraw respectfully. As they withdrew, all of them stared at Yang Kai affectionately, seemingly knowing that this young man's identity was extremely noble. If they could win his favor, they would also be able to fly up into the sky and become a phoenix, no longer needing to act as a dancer in the Lu family. Lu Liang laughed and said, "These women are all children of poor families nearby. My Lu family has adopted them since they were young and cultivated them to this day. Each one of them is a flawless white jade. Usually, when honored guests arrive, we will allow them to come out and perform a dance. Young Master Yang, would you be interested in receiving one or two of them? With beautiful women accompanying you, you can be proud of yourself in the inheritance war." Yang Kai smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. Lu Liang's slender eyes flashed, only now confirming that Yang Kai wasn't pretending and really didn't have any interest in these women. If he was interested, Yang Kai would only need to gently nod, and Lu Liang would definitely arrange everything. Another elder of the Lu family, Lu Changmu, took over the conversation in a timely manner and said, "Speaking of the inheritance war, this old master can't help but recall the events of nearly 20 years ago. That time, the inheritance war was extremely tragic." Another person echoed, "How many great families have been unable to recover from this setback? How many families have disappeared? Unfortunately, my Lu family's strength wasn't enough at that time and wasn't able to participate. It is truly a pity." Chapter 374. The Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so the young lords of the Yang family would definitely try to win over their allies in order to win. This time, when Qiu Yimeng brought Yang Kai to the Lu family, although she didn't say anything, Lu Liang also understood her intentions and knew that this was an opportunity for him. 20 years ago, the Lu family had been on the decline, struggling to make a living in this small piece of land. So naturally they had no intention of participating in the inheritance war. But now the Lu family had grown up and was a first-class family. People walk to higher places, water flows to the ground. How could the Lu family not want to climb to the next level? They had already hugged the Qiu family. If they could build a good relationship with the Yang family, the Lu family's future would be bright. However, hugging the Yang family's thigh was not so simple. The Yang family was a family made of iron, the helm of flowing water. Every time the patriarch changed, it would cause a lot of turbulence. Lu Liang wanted to participate in this time's inheritance war, but he didn't know if Yang Kai had the qualifications and strength to compete for the position. If he recklessly tied the Lu family to Yang Kai and waited until Yang Kai was defeated in the inheritance war, the Lu family's decades of hard work would be in vain. Lu Liang had no choice but to be cautious, and the Lu family's elders also had to keep their eyes open. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were not a joke. This was related to the future of the Lu family. The topic, intentionally or unintentionally, gradually shifted to the inheritance war. Everyone reminiscing about the great event 20 years ago, while secretly observing Yang Kai's reaction. However, to their disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to be interested in these things at all, just sitting there calmly, tasting the fruits and delicacies while listening quietly. Although he didn't show much interest, he also didn't show any impatience. The Lu family didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Gradually, the topic shifted to the current situation. Currently, the Yang family's young lords had not yet surfaced, so no one knew what kind of heritage these young lords had. However, there was a genuine Yang family young lord in front of him, so Lu Liang naturally intended to inquire about Yang Kai's connections and background. Seeing that the time had come, Lu Liang was about to pretend to casually ask when he saw Yang Kai stretch and yawn. Lu Liang couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. "Is young lord tired?" Tang Yuxian asked softly. Yang Kai said casually, "Not bad." Lu Liang's eyes flashed as he chuckled and said, "Since young Master Yang is weary from his long journey, let's call it a day. Come, escort young Master Yang to rest." Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly got up and cupped his fists at the crowd. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Young Master Yang is too polite." Lu Liang smiled lightly. After all was said and done, after Yang Kai and the two blood warriors left, the Lu family members all wore strange expressions. They all thought that Yang Kai had come to the Lu family to win them over, so the Lu family had been psychologically prepared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have been observing Yang Kai all this time. Lu Liang even thought that if Yang Kai couldn't hold back and went straight to the point, how he could refuse without hurting his face. After all, he didn't know anything about Yang Kai right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to rashly agree to become Yang Kai's support. But he never thought that this young master would actually not mention anything, nor did he say anything, and just left like that. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. Patriarch. One of the Lu family elders frowned and said with a strange expression, "Was he really just passing by?" "That shouldn't be the case." Lu Liang pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head. "He must have had thoughts of winning us over. Although he acted very indifferent, I could feel it." "Then why didn't he show it?" The man coldly snorted. "Is it because he doesn't have confidence?" Many people also nodded in agreement. If it wasn't because he didn't have confidence, how could he not say anything? At the very least, he should have shown his strength and confidence, right? If that's the case, then the Lu family can't have any hope for him. Otherwise, when the time comes, we'll lose everything. Hearing this, everyone's expectations for Yang Kai were greatly reduced. Lu Liang frowned, his slender eyes flashing as he smiled slightly. "Why do I feel that it's not that he doesn't have confidence, but rather that he wants to test our Lu family's taste?" Ha! Everyone's expression changed. "He wants to test our Lu family? Is he even qualified?" Even if he was a young lord of the Yang family and could participate in the inheritance war, he was still just a young master. Why would he want to test the Lu family? Lu Liang chuckled. Have you all forgotten? In the inheritance war, not only are we choosing the Yang family's young lords, they are also choosing us. Do you really think our first-class family is so great? Shouldn't those young lords be scrambling to win us over and beg us to help them? Everyone looked at Lu Liang awkwardly and laughed. Someone quickly said, Patriarch's words sound so harsh. We didn't mean that, right? And it's just that if what Patriarch said is true, then this little brat is too arrogant, his eyes too high, right? No matter what, the Lu family was still a first-class family. They could at least provide you with some help. Whether it was manpower, materials, or any other aspect, they weren't too weak. Being able to help you was already a blessing. What was there to test? Lu Liang's expression became serious as he solemnly said, If my guess is true, then this young Master Yang is not simple. Everyone thought about it carefully and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Even a first-class aristocratic family had to consider carefully before they could become his support. This showed that he had a wide network of connections. In his eyes, the Lu family's support might be dispensable, which was why he was so indifferent and not anxious at all. If he really wanted to win over the Lu family right from the start, that would be a sign of lack of confidence. Thinking about this, Lu Liang felt more and more certain that his guess was correct. Immediately he whispered, I don't know how many days that young master will stay in the Lu family, but in any case, when you see him again, don't mention the inheritance war, and don't show anything. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liang nodded. I'll go find young Lady Qiu to inquire about the situation. This person was brought here by her, so he should know some details about this young master, right? Everyone nodded. Among this group of people, Lu Liang's strength may not be the highest, but his prestige was definitely the highest. It was under his leadership that the Lu family had prospered day by day. His methods and insight were obvious to all. The Lu family's backyard, inside a spacious courtyard. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stared off in a certain direction thoughtfully. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Yuxian suddenly spoke. Little lord, why did you act so dull just now? Your actions may cause them to misunderstand. Don't you want to win over the Lu family to help you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If I said I didn't want to, would you believe me? Tang Yuxian smiled wryly and slowly shook her head. If he really didn't want to, he wouldn't have come here with Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had come here because they wanted to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts, so Yang Kai could have just returned to the central capital directly. Since he had come here, he must have a reason. Actually, I really don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Tang Yuxian suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, without the slightest trace of lying. Tu Feng's expression also changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. In this current situation, the more support he could win over, the more help it would be in the future. Right now, there was a great opportunity. As long as Yang Kai could show enough strength to convince the Lu family would definitely draw closer to him. But why didn't he have any ideas? I don't have any friendship with the Lu family. Even if they helped me, it would only be out of a mutually beneficial relationship. I don't like this kind of relationship. Even if they are temporarily tied together, when the time comes, it is inevitable that they will stab me in the back. What I want is an ally who will stand firmly by my side no matter how much pressure I am under, no matter how harsh the environment, no matter what kind of situation I am in. The 2 blood warriors both stared at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the little lord in front of them was a bit naive. The world was bustling with activity, coming for benefits, going for benefits, without benefits, who would be willing to share joys and sorrows with you? You don't believe there is such a person? Yang Kai grinned at the 2 of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help lightly coughing, not knowing how to answer. There will be, you just wait and see. Tang Yuxian was startled, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from, but his attitude made her feel a little touched, so she smiled and said, Then we'll wait and see. Tu Feng also smiled. But today little lord's approach isn't wrong. If you show any intention of winning them over, the The Lu family will only feign civility and won't really take a stand. If that's the case, it's better not to say anything at all. Yang Kai nodded. The Lu family wants to know my details, that much I can also see. Now no matter what they say, it's just a test. Before the situation is clear, they won't be able to make a real decision. The situation was naturally unclear now, and the Yang family young lords didn't know who the Lu family young lords were, or how many there were. However, if you want to befriend someone, you should take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and wait for him to become strong before throwing in your lot in with him. The effect would obviously be different. Adding flowers to a brocade was never as comforting as sending charcoal in the snow. Enough about that. I'm not interested in the Lu family, but there is one thing the Lu family has that interests me, haha. Yang Kai chuckled. What is it? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both asked curiously. I don't know. Yang Kai said, turning around and walking back into the room. The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling stunned. How could there be such a thing in this world? He was obviously interested in something but didn't know what it was. If you don't know what it is, how could you be interested? Seeing Yang Kai walk into the room to rest, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly, feeling more and more like they couldn't see through this little lord. Chapter 375. Today was Valentine's Day. I wish all the lovers in the world a happy ending. While Yang Kai was talking with the two blood warriors, in another room, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who had just finished bathing, had not yet had time to rest when a maid from the Lu family came to report. Young Lady Chiu, the patriarch asked me to ask if it is convenient for you to speak now. Chiu Yimeng shook her wet hair, her eyes flashing as she instantly understood Lu Liang's intentions. Frowning slightly, she said, "Let him in." Yes. The maid respectfully withdrew, and a moment later, Lu Liang walked in. Chuckling, Lu Liang said, "First, young lady, the Lu family is not comparable to the Chiu family. Our land is sparse, so please forgive us for any neglect." Although they were meeting in private, Lu Liang didn't dare to call her his niece. Calling her one or two was more than enough. If he kept calling her one or two, it would inevitably make people unhappy. Lu Liang was a cunning old fox, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Lu being so anxious to see me, I'm sure you want to inquire about Yang Kai, right?" Seeing her get straight to the point, Lu Liang wasn't too surprised, his smile fading as he solemnly said, "And now that the world is in chaos, the situation is confusing. How should the Lu family stand in this chaotic world? I hope the first young lady can give me some pointers." Saying so, he cupped his fists respectfully. Chiu Yimeng smiled gently, sat down at the table, glanced at him faintly and asked, "Are you wondering why I brought him to your Lu family, and whether this action of mine was a hint to you?" First young lady is intelligent. This old man was indeed thinking so. Lu Liang frankly admitted that his Lu family had relied on the Chiu family to achieve what they had today. It could be said that the Chiu family had shown great kindness to the Lu family. Now that Chiu Yimeng had brought Yang Kai to visit the Lu family at such a sensitive time, Lu Liang naturally thought of something. Did Chiu Yimeng think highly of Yang Kai? So she wanted to help the Lu family, and give them an opportunity to hitch a ride with Yang Kai. Wasn't this a sure-win deal? Did Chiu Yimeng know Yang Kai's background and connections? Was that why she did this? All kinds of speculations ran through Lu Liang's mind in just half a day. Chiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly as she whispered, "You're not wrong to think so. I know you're a smart person, but I can tell you this. Bring him here this time. I'm not hinting at anything." "No." Lu Liang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "No." Chiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. "I came to the Lu family just to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Ah. Lu Liang was stunned for a moment as he thought about it. It turned out that Chiu Yimeng only came to the Lu family for this reason. He laughed awkwardly. "The matter of the cloud-treading colt is easy. I'll have someone prepare it tomorrow." Chiu Yimeng nodded slightly. Lu Liang opened his mouth. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Chiu Yimeng knew what he wanted to ask and said, "I don't know how strong his background is, but I won't underestimate him. He can often do some unexpected things, and can also often surprise people and make them gasp in amazement." Lu Liang couldn't help feeling moved. Qiu Yimeng's evaluation. It was really quite significant. Regardless of Yang Kai's background and connections, it wasn't difficult to infer from the words of the Qiu family's first young lady that Yang Kai's personal ability was undoubtedly very strong. Thinking of this, Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Her pretty face filled with anger, she snorted. And he's a very vengeful person. Lu Liang heard the coldness in Qiu Yimeng's tone, and couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know what Yang Kai had done to offend her, but looking at Qiu Yimeng's expression, it seemed she had suffered a lot. He looked down and saw nothing. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. It seems that he does things based on his own preferences. He's both good and evil, very difficult to deal with. If you don't want to be friends with this kind of person, I'll give you some advice. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently. First young lady, please advise. Lu Liang said solemnly. Absolutely do not become enemies with him. Lu Liang paused for a moment before solemnly saying, I'll remember. Good, that's all. Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly and no longer said anything. Knowing that she was sending him off, Lu Liang naturally didn't stay any longer, bowing respectfully before slowly withdrawing. Before leaving the room, Qiu Yimeng said again, Right, if you really want to gamble in the inheritance war, you should seize the opportunity now. The sooner you get close to one of the young lords, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Lu Liang nodded in agreement, suddenly asking, First young lady, what about you? Whose side will you stand on? In the inheritance war, the other 7 great families of the central capital would definitely participate, so the Qiu family was naturally not an exception. Qiu Yimeng was the first young master of the Qiu family's younger generation, so perhaps this time she would be the one to lead the team. Don't worry about me, the future and destiny of the Lu family is in your own hands. Which young lord you stand on is your own decision. Success or failure in the future, whether it's sweet or sour, it's up to you to taste. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Lu Liang was slightly disappointed. He knew that Qiu Yimeng had said this because she didn't want to take responsibility for her opinion in the future. Not saying anything more, he simply bowed and left. The next day dawned. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both walked out of the house, and saw Yang Kai slowly practicing a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts techniques as the sun rose from the east. His movements were slow, but his expression was meticulous, and his movements were also quite rigorous. The little lord got up early. Tang Yuxian smiled. It's a good thing that young people are full of energy. Tu Feng also smiled. It's just that the martial arts the little lord is practicing don't seem to be anything special. If it were used by ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, it would be especially suitable for the elderly. Tang Yuxian couldn't help giggling as she covered her mouth. Tu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, motioning to her not to speak nonsense. Although he didn't agree with the martial arts Yang Kai was currently practicing, he was still a young lord of the Yang family. As a blood warrior, how could he gossip behind his back? If the little lord liked it, then he would just let him do it. In any case, it wasn't dangerous. Suddenly, Tu Feng's expression became solemn. Muttering in a low voice, something's wrong. What's wrong? Tang Yuxian hurriedly asked. Look carefully. Tu Feng's expression became serious, and Tang Yuxian also stared at Yang Kai's movements. Suddenly, Tang Yuxian's pupils shrank. She found that Yang Kai's muscles were actually bouncing to the extreme and his feet were damp, obviously because his sweat had soaked the soil. Facing the rising sun, Tang Yuxian clearly saw Yang Kai's face and forehead. On the exposed skin, drops of crystal-clear sweat quickly formed and flowed together. The slow movements of his fists and feet seemed to be extremely heavy, with each step he took causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was clearly a sign that would only appear when one was under extremely strong pressure. However, what Yang Kai was displaying now was just a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts. Tang Yuxian had even commented that it was only suitable for the elderly to strengthen their bodies, so how could it have such power? After carefully observing for a while, the two blood warriors couldn't help but admit. Yang Kai seemed to be really under great pressure right now. His tense physique seemed to contain a terrifying destructive force. However, this force seemed to be under some kind of inexplicable pressure, and was being forcibly suppressed within his body, unable to be released. In other words, his physique was resisting this kind of pressure. With his body as the dividing point, he maintained a kind of balance. Where is this pressure coming from? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, both deeply shocked. Coincidentally, both of them released their divine senses and locked onto Yang Kai, closing their eyes and placing themselves in his shoes. As Yang Kai's fists and feet unfolded, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian gradually integrated their senses into Yang Kai's surroundings. With the help of his movements, both of them slowly perceived the mysteries behind them. Empathy. Hong. A feeling like the sky was suddenly collapsing suddenly descended, as if the entire sky was pressing down on their bodies. Walla. A violent sound rang out, and the ground where the two blood warriors were standing suddenly caved in. Spider-like cracks spread out in all directions. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with horror, their eyes filled with panic, their yuan qi involuntarily circulating, frantically resisting the pressure of the heavens and earth around them. How could they have imagined that the terrifying pressure they had just felt would disappear the moment they opened their eyes? Their full strength had erupted, but there was nowhere to vent it, so the surging yuan qi directly exploded inside their bodies. Two muffled groans rang out, and both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian paled as they staggered back a few steps. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time before feeling much better. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help frowning. When he had just displayed his unyielding golden skeleton, although he knew that the two blood warriors were behind him, and could feel that they had released their divine senses to investigate him, Yang Kai had never thought it would cause such a bad consequence. No one had ever spied on him while he was displaying his unyielding golden skeleton, let alone felt the pressure he was enduring in such a detailed manner. Unable to react in time, the two blood warriors had already been injured. Quickly withdrawing his fists and feet, Yang Kai rushed over to them and asked, "Are you all right?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes trembled, not paying any attention to their own injuries, instead staring at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Their faces filled with disbelief. The pressure they had just felt was absolutely not fake. Both of them had felt it. How could it be fake? But under that kind of pressure, that kind of terrifying pressure that no human could resist, how could this little lord in front of them remain unscathed? Based on his strength and the quality of his body, he should have been crushed into dust long ago. But now, Yang Kai was completely fine while two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had accidentally injured him. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other blood warriors? For a time, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked and embarrassed. Both of them now only had one question. How did the little lord survive under that kind of pressure? Chapter 376. In his daze, Yang Kai asked 3 times before Tu Feng suddenly responded, "It's just a minor injury, little lord doesn't need to worry about it." Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How could this be a minor injury? Both of them had unleashed their full strength, and as a result, it had exploded inside his own body, which was tantamount to him not fainting on the spot. "Do you have any healing pills?" Yang Kai asked. He had some healing pills in his phantom space, but these pills were prepared by Ling Tai Su for him, so their grade wasn't too high. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were Yang family blood warriors, so they definitely carried pills refined by the Yang family with them, which were undoubtedly better than Yang Kai's. So Yang Kai didn't try to make a fool of himself. Tang Yuxian nodded, and together with Tu Feng, both pulled out a bottle from their sleeves and poured out a single brown profound grade pill. Both of their faces showed a hint of pain as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mysterious grade brown pill was a mysterious grade low rank pill that all blood warriors carried with them. It was capable of healing all kinds of injuries, big or small. This kind of pill was extremely precious. Even for blood warriors, they would only carry one, so the two of them were naturally reluctant to take it at this time. However, their duty was to ensure the safety of Yang Kai, so if they didn't heal their injuries as soon as possible, it would be a disaster. So even if they felt distressed, even if they didn't want to accept it, the two of them still decisively swallowed the profound grade pill. Everything they did was to protect Yang Kai. After the two of them took the pill, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled them up, then stretched out his foot and wiped the ground a few times to cover up the blood stains. The next moment, Lu Liang arrived with many of the Lu family's masters. What happened? Lu Liang asked anxiously with a panicked expression. The huge commotion just now had spread out. The masters of the Liu family were naturally aware of this. When they realized that the place where the noise came from was Yang Kai's residence, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and rushed over madly. All of them were afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. If something happened to the young master of the Yang family and the Lu family, then even if they had the backing of the Chiu family, the Lu family would still be finished. With the domineering arrogance of the Yang family, they would not hesitate to flatten this place. It was a matter of life and death for the family. How could Lu Liang not be nervous? How could he not panic? After asking this question, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai. Seeing that he was safe and sound, and that there were no wounds on his body, they all let out a sigh of relief. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also hid very well, both of them slightly circulating their yuan qi. Blood qi appeared on his face, making him look radiant. There was no sign of him being injured at all. It's fine. Yang Kai chuckled. This young lord just let Tu Feng and Yuxian exchange a few moves for me to take a look, but I didn't expect that it would cause such a big commotion. Exchange a few moves? Lu Liang looked stunned. Yang Kai smiled casually and said, I'm just bored. Watching masters fight can also relieve my boredom. Listening to him say this, Lu Liang and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them frowning slightly. Looking at the two big pits in the ground and the surrounding cracks, Lu Liang and the others were secretly shocked by the strength of the two blood warriors. Just exchanging a few moves had caused such a big commotion. If it was really a life or death battle, how powerful would it be? Letting out a hearty laugh, Lu Liang said, It turns out that young Master Yang is so leisurely and elegant. This Lu and the others were too reckless. You continue, we'll take our leave. Take care. Yang Kai smiled gently, not waiting for Lu Liang to leave before calling out. Right, Patriarch Lu. Lu Liang's brow furrowed as he turned around and asked, What other instructions does young Master Yang have? Lu Liang's tone and demeanor seemed to have lost the dignified and cautious attitude of yesterday, and instead contained a trace of impatience. Unconsciously, his attitude seemed to have changed. Yang Kai didn't care and simply said, The Lu family is a land of great talents, and this place is also a place of great beauty. My two blood warriors and I would like to stay here for a few more days. I hope this won't cause you any trouble? Lu Liang was slightly surprised but didn't think much about it, just smiling and saying, Young Master Yang being a guest of the Lu family is an honor for my Lu family. There's no need to mention any trouble. Good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang cupped his fists again, and led the crowd away. After they left, Yang Kai turned around and stared at a loft a few dozen meters away. On the second floor, Chiu Yimeng was leaning against the armrest, a meaningful smile on her face as she stared towards Yang Kai. When their four eyes met, Chiu Yimeng raised her chin slightly, showing a hint of defiance. Beside her, Luo Xiaoman also grinned meaningfully, seemingly having discovered some great secret. Yang Kai grinned at them and led the two blood warriors into the house. Inside the room, Yang Kai didn't avoid the two blood warriors, and simply changed out of his soaked clothes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore complex expressions as they waited for Yang Kai to speak. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. After changing his clothes, Yang Kai sat down directly on a chair. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before bracing themselves and stepping forward, both of them kneeling on the ground and quickly saying, We are guilty, please punish us, young master. Yang Kai glanced over at them and said indifferently, What crime? Tu Feng's expression became awkward as he quickly said, Because of our impulsiveness, we have delayed young master's journey. Yang Kai had told Lu Liang at the last moment that he would be staying here for a few more days, clearly wanting Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian to have a safe and stable place to heal. Whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were well aware of this, and because of this, both of them felt some gratitude in their hearts. Very few of the Yang family's young lords would be so considerate towards their subordinates. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but if they weren't healed in time, there may be hidden dangers. After Tu Feng finished speaking, Yang Kai didn't say anything. Tang Yuxian also said, "Because of us, young master has been looked down upon by the Lu family. We are guilty." The subtle change in Lu Liang's attitude couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. The reason he had such a change was because Yang Kai had said he was bored and had asked the two blood warriors to help him relieve his boredom. Who were the blood warriors? They were masters who had loyally guarded the Yang family for generations and had made countless contributions to the Yang family. They had even used their own lives to save the lives of the Yang family's direct descendants. No matter which generation, the blood warriors had left behind a rich legacy with their own blood. The prosperity of the Yang family was due to the hard work of the blood warriors. The loyalty and dedication of the blood warriors was obvious to all. Therefore, although the outside world didn't like the Yang family, they still greatly admired the blood warriors. But now, the two members of this group were actually fighting just to relieve the boredom of a young lord who had not yet returned to the family. They were as close as brothers and sisters. They didn't even quarrel on ordinary days, but now they were fighting over some trivial order. They weren't monkeys. How could they be played around with to relieve boredom? Yang Kai's debauchery were already clear. That's why Lu Liang's attitude had changed so drastically. If it weren't for Yang Kai taking responsibility for his actions, he wouldn't have been looked down upon so much. If such a thing were to spread out, perhaps the entire world would think that Yang Kai was a pile of mud that couldn't hold up a wall, which would have a great impact on his future. In an instant, the two blood warriors had thought about many things, which was why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. What else? Yang Kai looked at them with a chuckle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not knowing how to answer. "Get up." Yang Kai smiled. "I know, blood warriors only kneel to their master. You haven't fully recognized me yet, so there's no need for you to kneel." The two blood warriors both blushed slightly. Yang Kai's words were straightforward, but they were also reflecting their thoughts. Along the way, Yang Kai had indeed brought them a lot of surprises, and today they were even more grateful, but there was still some distance between them and submitting to him. "When the day comes when you're willing to follow me, you can kneel again," Yang Kai said flatly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood up awkwardly. Tu Feng hesitated for a moment before hesitating. But now the Lu family is definitely no longer optimistic about little Lord. "I said I don't have any ideas about them. Whether they think highly of me or not has nothing to do with me. Looking down on me is their own fault for having eyes but failing to see." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming cold as he said, "As for the two of you, don't try to spy on me again." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly as they recalled the pressure they had just felt, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The two of them knew that spying on him a moment ago had made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, so they quickly nodded. What a joke! If the two of them had continued to feel that terrifying pressure, they would have been crushed into meat paste. They really couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to withstand it. "You two focus on healing your wounds for the next few days. When you're all healed, you can set off for the central capital." And Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After this incident, Lu Liang didn't seem to care much about Yang Kai anymore. The Lu family's elders all agreed that this Yang family young lord wasn't enough to accomplish great things. Even with Lu Liang's shrewdness and wisdom, he was still deceived by Yang Kai's disguise. With a crisp cry, the golden feather eagle descended from the sky and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, using its hook-like beak to affectionately stroke Yang Kai's hair. The golden feather eagle didn't suffer any hardships during its time with Yang Kai. Before returning to the Lu family, it went out to hunt for food on its own. Once it arrived at the Lu family, its meals were even more sumptuous, with all kinds of fresh meat being provided, saving it the trouble of hunting. However, this guy only ate live prey, so every time it ate, the scene was a bit bloody. Yang Kai stared at the golden feather eagle, dipped a drop of myriad drug liquid into his hand, and fed it to the golden feather eagle. These days, Yang Kai would feed it a drop of myriad drug liquid every day, and after a period of time, the golden feather eagle seemed to have grown stronger. However, Yang Kai still had some ideas about this golden feather eagle. He wanted to know if it could evolve to the sixth order. And if so, when would it evolve? Chapter 377. In the entire Yang family, it seemed that only one golden feather eagle had successfully evolved to the sixth order, and that golden feather eagle was the leader of all the eagles. In order to make that golden feather eagle evolve, the Yang family had spent a lot of financial and material resources, and finally, through sheer luck, they had succeeded. Since then, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had never evolved to the sixth order again. As time passed, the cost was not proportional to the harvest, so the Yang family no longer had any ideas for the golden feather eagle's evolution. In any case, the strength of the Yang family didn't depend on the golden feather eagle. The biggest role of these eagles was to investigate the enemy and find their descendants. Whether it was the fifth order or the sixth order, for the Yang family, it really didn't make much of a difference. But for Yang Kai, it was different. If the golden feather eagle in front of him could evolve to the sixth order, the role it could play would also skyrocket. At that time, even if it faced an immortal ascension boundary master, it would be able to fight back. In this situation, besides the two blood warriors Yang Kai needed to subdue, he could only rely on this golden feather eagle. In the inheritance war, any little bit of help could affect success or failure. The myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai himself had been taking it every day. If taken over a long period of time, it could allow one to be reborn, so it would definitely be helpful to the golden feather eagle. After so many days, the golden feather eagle had become completely dependent on Yang Kai. This wasn't just because of the beast slave seal, but also because of its high intelligence. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked the golden feather eagle. The sound of something shattering rang out, and a ripple spread out from the golden feather eagle's body. This ripple spread out and disappeared. It was the sound of the beast slave seal being undone by Yang Kai. Without the beast slave seal, the golden feather eagle first tilted its head and looked at Yang Kai, its bright eyes seeming somewhat puzzled, but it didn't show any signs of rejection, instead continuing to comb Yang Kai's hair. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. This period of time had been imperceptible. It was enough to make the golden feather eagle obey Yang Kai's orders even without the beast slave seal. The monster beast was really easy to deal with. Just give it a dozen days of myriad drug liquid, and it would become completely loyal. It was loyal, and it would not reveal the secret of Yang Kai. It's time to eat. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked in a certain direction. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden feather eagles. Spreading its wings, the golden feather eagle flew up and grabbed a porcupine from the blood cage that the Lu family had prepared for it. Then it soared into the sky. The porcupine wasn't small, and the golden feather eagle didn't seem to be able to hold it firmly. When it was in the air, it loosened its grip, and a sound of huffing and puffing could be heard. The porcupine fell from the sky. After a long while, a splashing sound was heard from the other side. It seemed like there was the sound of blood splattering. The golden feather eagle circled in the air and rushed towards the fresh blood. Yang Kai slowly stood up. After tidying up his appearance, he strode out of the courtyard towards the house where the golden feather eagle had landed. Lu family main hall. Lu Liang was discussing an important matter with several of the Lu family's elders when a servant rushed in. Lu Liang's expression froze. Lu Liang was stunned. "What's the matter?" The servant hurriedly knelt to the ground and said in a panic, "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Elder C's house has been stained with blood." "What?" Lu Liang stood up from his chair. The other Lu family elders also wore shocked expressions. It seemed that something terrible had happened. What happened? Without any delay, Lu Liang hurriedly walked down from the head of the table. While rushing out, he casually picked up the servant and asked in a hurry. He couldn't help feeling nervous. "Elder C, Lucy." The Lu family had only one above immortal ascension boundary master, a character who stood at the peak of this world. It was precisely because of his existence that the Lu family was able to become a first-class family. It could be said that Lucy's survival was directly related to the status of the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, Lucy would not leave the Lu family residence, instead choosing to sit here and act as a deterrent. Moreover, because Lu Si had encountered some problems when breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary a few years ago, it was not convenient for him to leave the Lu family residence. Usually, he would retreat into his own courtyard. That area was also a restricted area of the Lu family. No one was allowed to approach it. Even Lu Liang, the patriarch, unless it was a matter of life or death, he didn't dare disturb him. But now Lu Si's house had been stained with blood. How could the Lu family elders not worry? It was also this servant's fault for not explaining clearly. When everyone heard the word blood, they all thought that Lu Si had encountered some kind of problem during his cultivation, causing him to be injured. After the servant reported what he had seen, Lu Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Lu Liang was both angry and amused, silently cursing this servant for being so flustered that he couldn't even speak properly. However, the fact that a porcupine had fallen into Lu Si's courtyard was still a big deal. If it disturbed Elder Si's retreat, it wouldn't be a joke. According to the servant, it was because the Yang family's golden feather eagle didn't hold on to the porcupine properly while it was eating and accidentally let it fall into Lu Si's courtyard. Looking at the scene from a distance, he saw a bloody scene. The servant didn't dare to rush in and disturb Elder Si, so he had run over to ask for instructions. "There's nothing for you to do." After Lu Liang heard this, he released the servant but didn't stop walking, still leading everyone towards Lu Si's residence, a look of displeasure on his face. Most of the other Lu family elders also wore similar expressions. Looking around, none of them found any trace of Yang Kai, or the two blood warriors. Someone whispered, "Patriarch, that Yang family young lord is too useless. He couldn't even keep an eye on that eagle and actually disturbed Elder Si. And we need to hurry up and make them leave. But he was brought here by young Lady Chiu. If he doesn't leave, what can we do? Why would young Lady Chiu accompany such a useless young lord?" When everyone mentioned Yang Kai, they all slowly shook their heads, obviously thinking that this young lord wasn't anything special. With his status as a direct descendant of the Yang family, if he really participated in the inheritance war, it was likely he would quickly fall. "Shut up, all of you," Lu Liang calmly shouted. Although he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai, he wasn't someone the Lu family could criticize behind his back. If he or the blood warriors were to hear this, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Hearing Lu Liang's shout, the Lu family elders no longer dared to gossip. A short time later, everyone arrived at the Lu family's quietest and most remote courtyard. As they approached, everyone's brow furrowed as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Because the door to this courtyard was actually wide open. Lu Si's courtyard door had always been closed. No one had ever dared to open it. But now it was actually open. What kind of situation was this? Lu Liang held his breath and cautiously poked his head inside, his face pale with anger as he nearly fainted. A large pool of blood and bits of flesh was now present in the originally tranquil and untainted courtyard. The tragic appearance of the porcupine was faintly discernible. This porcupine must have fallen from a high place, sputtering a large amount of radioactive blood as it fell to the ground, dying without even making a sound. The Yang family's golden feather eagle stood to the side, feasting on the fresh meat. The Yang family young lord on the other hand was like a country bumpkin, squatting on the ground with his arms crossed, watching the golden feather eagle eat with great interest. There was even a faint smile on his face. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. He was so angry that his 7 orifices were smoking. Facing Elder Si, no matter who it was, the Lu family had to be extremely cautious. No one dared to cross the gate of this courtyard. But this Yang family young lord, not only had he walked in like there was no one around, he had even stopped to admire his family's monster beast, not even treating himself as an outsider. At this moment, Lu Liang inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation. It was as if a treasure he had been treading on thin ice had been driven straight in and taken away. In short, his mood was incomparably strange. Patriarch. The Lu family members were also stunned, not knowing what to do. Waiting like this wasn't a good idea, so Lu Liang thought about it with a gloomy face before bracing himself and walking in. When the Lu family members saw their patriarch enter, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had never entered Elder Si's courtyard before. This time, it was all thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Walking straight to Yang Kai's side, Lu Liang took a deep breath, leaned over, cupped his fists, and called out softly, "Young Master Yang, young Master Yang." Yang Kai seemed to notice that someone had arrived and quickly turned his head, unable to help feeling surprised for a moment before squatting on the ground and returning the courtesy. "Patriarch Lu." The flesh on Lu Liang's face twitched slightly, but he was too lazy to care about this matter of etiquette. Just as he was about to explain the situation, Yang Kai raised a finger to his lips and solemnly made a sh sound. Lu Liang was slightly surprised and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled silently and pointed to the front. "Don't speak, you'll disturb the eagle's meal." Lu Liang was almost confused. "Eagle? What time is it to be an eagle? This is the retreat of my Lu family's patriarch. Even if you are a Yang family young lord, even if you are the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, you can't compare to Lu Si. Disturbing the eagle's meal? This patriarch was worried that you would disturb Elder Si by doing nothing here." No matter how steady and wise Lu Liang was at this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse. Quickly taking a few deep breaths, he squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and whispered, "Young Master Yang, this is not the place to talk. Can we speak elsewhere?" Yang Kai nodded. "If you have anything to say it later. Let it eat its fill first." Lu Liang's body trembled and he staggered slightly. At this moment he really wanted to vomit blood. He even felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with a soldier. Lu Liang's eloquence, which he had always been proud of, did not play a role at this moment. Facing a blockhead like Yang Kai, Lu Liang felt like his tongue was tied. Young Master Yang, what I mean is, can we talk outside first?" Chapter 378. Lu Liang really had no other choice. He simply couldn't understand Yang Kai. Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. Even if Lu Liang was annoyed, he couldn't vent his anger on the spot, so he could only speak gently, hoping that this young Master Yang would understand the meaning of his words. Unfortunately, this young Master Yang didn't seem to understand at all. He seemed to have a single bone in his head, and even though the meaning of Lu Liang's words was so obvious, he still couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to go somewhere else?" The blue veins on Lu Liang's forehead throbbed slightly. Suppressing the anger and depression in his heart, he said with a dignified expression, "I won't hide it from young Master Yang. This place is the retreat of one of my Lu family's masters. No one usually comes to disturb them. So if we speak like this, I'm afraid it will disturb them. If that happens, haha." "Master?" Kai Yang hurriedly stood up, his voice suddenly becoming louder, like a clap of thunder. The faces of the Lu family members suddenly became extremely ugly. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about this, looking around with great interest before turning to Lu Liang with a smile and asking, "How high?" "Young Master Yang." Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he snorted. He had really reached the limit of his patience. "Please conduct yourself with dignity." It wasn't easy to force Lu Liang to say such words. If this place wasn't Lu Si's retreat, Lu Liang wouldn't have taken the risk of offending Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment, before letting out a chuckle. His smile was calm. There was no other meaning to it, just a slight surprise. He really didn't expect that this place was an important part of the Lu family. He knew that there must be a master living here, otherwise, it would have been impossible to make the golden feather eagle drop the porcupine, and take the opportunity to run here. But even though he knew there was a master here, Yang Kai didn't know until Lu Liang and the others hurriedly appeared. He was afraid he had touched a nerve that the Lu family couldn't touch. But now that things had reached this point, he had no choice but to play the fool to avoid embarrassing both sides. Yang Kai wasn't someone who didn't know when to back down. As soon as Lu Liang and the others appeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that Lu Liang showed such an expression, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Naturally, he could determine who was cultivating in seclusion here. The Lu family's only above immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, Lu Liang wouldn't be so nervous and cautious. Interesting. The thing that he was interested in was actually in the house of such an expert. This was going to be difficult. Frowning, Yang Kai was considering whether or not he should just let it go when the door of a nearby house suddenly opened. A creaking sound was heard. Lu Liang and the others all trembled, their faces solemn as they quickly turned to face the door and saluted. "That little friend. Come in and talk." An aged voice came from inside the house. The voice was ordinary, and one couldn't tell whether it was happy, angry, sad or joyful. However, it shocked the group of people outside. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked over. Lu Liang eagerly watched, a look of envy on his face as he slowly followed. Arriving at the front of the house, Yang Kai paused and glanced back at Lu Liang. Gesturing, he said, "Patriarch Lu, please go first." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and waved his hand again and again. "I don't dare, Elder Si only called for you, so you can go first." As he said this, he led his men to spread out outside the door and stood there straight, with a meticulous expression on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and knew that he wasn't being polite. Nodding slightly, he stepped into the house. The house was simple and crude. There wasn't even a bed inside, only a table and chairs. On the table was a purple clay teapot. And other than that, there was nothing else. But as soon as Yang Kai entered the house, his eyes lit up as he stared greedily at the thing under the old man's butt. His eyes were unscrupulous, without the slightest concealment. The old man in the room was obviously the strongest person in the Lu family, Lu Si. Lu Si's figure looked a little thin, and his hair and beard were all white. His temperament was somewhat similar to Ling Tai-Su's, but not as indifferent as Ling Tai-Su. However, overall, Lu Si still had the unique demeanor of a powerful master. This was the second above immortal ascension boundary master Yang Kai had seen so far. When one reached the above immortal ascension boundary, they seemed to give off a feeling of transcendence. This feeling was indescribable and mysterious. Any above immortal ascension boundary master was a master who stood at the peak of the world. At this moment, Lu Si was sitting cross-legged on a huge piece of jade. This jade was golden in color, and had a brilliant light flowing across its surface, like a fish swimming happily in water. This piece of jade seemed to be a naturally formed bed, large enough to accommodate a single person. Lu Si sat on top of it, his aura seemingly endless. The energy in this jade was extremely restrained, so even though Yang Kai was standing a few meters away from it, he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation. However, the Yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest pulsed. The Yang origin seal could only sense the existence of Yang attribute treasures. With this thing, Yang Kai could accurately search for Yang attribute precious treasures. From the moment he entered the Lu family, Yang Kai had already noticed the existence of this large piece of jade. That was why he had told Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian that the Lu family had something that interested him. However, in the end, he only knew that this was a Yang attribute treasure, but he didn't know what it was. Now that he looked at it, it really lived up to his expectations. Such a large piece of natural jade, if he absorbed all of it into his dantian, he might be able to directly break through to the next realm. The dantian didn't have much Yang liquid left after he had squandered it in the evil cavern. If he ran out of Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't know if the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton would erupt and affect his body. On top of that, if he ran out of Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to use any of the methods he could use. So during this time, what Yang Kai wanted to do most was to replenish his Yang liquid. However, Yang attribute precious treasures were difficult to find. Even if he returned to the Yang family, the Yang family wouldn't be able to provide him with any help. A young lord who wanted to participate in the inheritance war had to rely on his own accumulation of talents and materials. Now that he had encountered such a great opportunity, how could he easily let it go? However, he had never expected that the treasure he coveted would actually be the bed of an above immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, wondering what kind of conditions he should offer. How could he make him willingly give up this treasure? Moreover, this was still an empty promise, so the more difficult it became. For a time, Yang Kai also hesitated in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, still staring straight at the precious treasure under the other's butt. Lu Si had been staring at Yang Kai since he entered the room. At first his expression was indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples, but after a moment he couldn't help laughing. Little friend's intentions are so obvious, you really came prepared. Yang Kai finally withdrew his greedy gaze and grinned meaningfully. I've made a fool of myself. In front of an above immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Kai was certain all of his tricks had long been seen through. Yang Kai wasn't going to quibble about anything. Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Si. Outside, the Lu family's elders all perked up their ears, holding their breaths, wanting to hear what the two were talking about inside the room. The Yang family's young lord. Truly extraordinary. Lu Si nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his face. Truly from a great family, this kind of temperament and calmness is not something the Lu family can cultivate. Yang Kai grinned. Senior is too kind, the Lu family is actually not bad. Lu Si smiled. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Unless it was a young lord from one of the central capital's 8 great families, anyone else who saw him would be somewhat cautious. But this young man in front of him didn't seem to care at all. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were fixed on his butt, not putting him in his eyes at all. If this young man hadn't seen the world, if he hadn't come from a great family, how could he be so calm? Did you come here for this? Lu Si got straight to the point, pointing to his lower body. Yes, Yang Kai admitted frankly. It wasn't premeditated, it was just a temporary idea, haha. Why do you need it? I need it and I urgently need it, Yang Kai said solemnly. This old master understands. Lu Si nodded slightly, suddenly smiling. Although I understand, I can't give it to you. I understand that, Li Yundong said. Yang Kai didn't look disappointed, apparently having already expected this, sitting up straight and saying, that's why I want to discuss some conditions with Senior. Lu Si looked at him playfully and said, even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, this old master doesn't want to, let alone discuss conditions with you. So you are destined to be disappointed. Yang Kai shook his head. Senior's words are too arbitrary. Everything in this world, as long as it is a treasure, it has a price that Senior is willing to part with. It's just a matter of whether or not I can afford it. Lu Si still shook his head firmly. The Lu family people outside all perked up their ears to listen, but after listening for a while, all of them wore strange expressions. Although the conversation between the old man and young man in the room was clearly heard, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Why did it feel like this Yang family young lord was eyeing some kind of treasure? Was it premeditated? Or was it just a moment ago? Was he willing to part with it at a price? Was he trying to buy it or rob it? The Lu family people all looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. Inside the room, Lu Si chuckled. Young Master Yang doesn't need to waste his energy. I didn't call you in to talk about this. Of course Senior didn't want to talk about this. I understand that clearly. Yang Kai nodded slightly and grinned. But I have taken a fancy to this jade bed of yours. Lu Si didn't say anything, but Lu Liang, who was outside the room, heard this sentence and his expression suddenly changed. Angrily interjecting, he shouted, Young Master Yang, Elder C's Yang crystal jade bed is the most important thing to my Lu family. No one is allowed to have any ideas about it. Today he had been repeatedly angered by Yang Kai, but Lu Liang had been forced to swallow his anger. But now that he heard that this Yang Kai was actually interested in the Yang crystal jade bed, Lu Liang couldn't bear it any longer and immediately shouted, his tone quite direct and straightforward, as if he would fall out with Yang Kai if he dared act this way again. Chapter 379. Lu Liang's tone was extremely tough, but when Yang Kai heard it, his expression didn't change. Lu Si took note of his reaction and nodded secretly, understanding that this Yang family young lord wasn't an unreasonable person. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai casually said, since Patriarch Lu says so, let's not talk about this Yang crystal jade bed for now. Outside the room, Lu Liang snorted lightly, his expression becoming slightly sullen. As long as you don't have any ideas about our family's Yang crystal jade bed, anything can be discussed. Elder C, if you don't mind, how about we talk about you? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Lu Si calmly. Even though he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Lu Si couldn't help feeling slightly stunned, pointing his finger to his nose and asking, talk about this old master? Yang Kai nodded calmly. Young Master Yang, please speak freely, this old master is all ears. Lu Si chuckled, showing a look of interest. A young man actually dared to speak so calmly in front of him, and even shamelessly wanted to talk about him. This was quite interesting. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it had been a long time since anyone dared to act so casually in front of him. For a moment, Lucy couldn't help feeling curious, wondering what Yang Kai would say, and what kind of nonsense he would spout. Then this junior won't offend you. Yang Kai said so, but his expression didn't show the slightest trace of modesty, instead casually saying, Elder C has now reached the above immortal ascension boundary, the pinnacle of this world's martial Tao. Unless one of those above immortal ascension boundary masters comes to challenge you, it can be said that there are few who can match you in this world. Lucy smiled lightly. What kind of realm is the above immortal ascension boundary? I don't know, but I do know that once one's strength reaches this level, it is difficult to rely on external forces. Whether it is pills or secret scriptures, I'm afraid none of them can help Elder C's strength advance any further. If you want to improve your strength, it seems that you can only rely on your own comprehension of the martial Tao to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Lucy's expression finally became dignified as he stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. He didn't know how this young man knew this. Yang Kai observed his expression and smiled confidently, but from the beginning to the end, I have never seen anything like this before. Elder C, you've been sitting on this jade bed and haven't moved an inch. Furthermore, he has been sitting on it for many years. Yes. Lucy nodded. There are only two reasons why you're doing this. One is because you want to use this jade bed to cultivate and strengthen yourself. But as I said earlier, when one's strength reaches your level, it's already impossible to borrow any external force, so this reason can be eliminated. Young Master Yang is being too presumptuous, Lucy chuckled. With this old man's current strength, I am indeed unable to borrow any external forces to strengthen myself. However, I can completely rely on this jade bed to consolidate my cultivation. No, Elder C, you don't practice a yang attribute cultivation method, so sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation, Yang Kai said firmly. Lucy couldn't help but feel moved. Looking at him suspiciously, Lucy asked, How do you know I don't practice a yang attribute secret art? At his level of strength, if he didn't release his Yuan Qi, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to see through him, so how could Yang Kai be so sure? Yang Kai grinned but didn't explain. Lucy was stunned and no longer denied it. Instead he said, Young Master Yang is right, sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Kai straightened his body and smiled. Then there is only one explanation. The reason why Elder C has been sitting up there all this time is to heal your wounds, or something related to healing. Lucy's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the house, the Lu family members all held their breaths, none of them daring to breathe, a chill running through their hearts, secretly marveling at Kai Yang's sinister vision. Lucy was the foundation of the Lu family's first-class family status, but his chronic illness was the Lu family's biggest secret. If this secret were to spread, it would likely cause a storm. Without mentioning anything else, a nearby first-class family would likely launch a large-scale attack. Seemingly unaware of the dangerous light in Lucy's eyes, Yang Kai continued to speak with a calm expression. Elder C, although you have restrained your aura to the extreme, there is still a faint sense of weakness. Moreover, when your Yuan Qi flows through your body, it isn't continuous and there are occasional pauses. If I'm not mistaken, Elder C's meridians are somewhat blocked, right? Lucy's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, his expression calm, but in his heart a monstrous wave was set off. The young man in front of him was indeed only a Yuan Qi 7th stage master, but his vision was far more accurate than most immortal ascension boundary masters. His opinion and speculations were not much different from Lucy's current physical condition. Lucy's expression gradually became strange while the rest of the Lu family members outside also wore looks of horror. It was as if an incredible secret had been discovered by this young man. Yang Kai, on the other hand, chuckled and calmly said, If anyone else dared to say such a thing in front of Elder C, they would probably end up as corpses on the spot. Lucy nodded. For the peace of the Lu family, the death of a few people isn't a big deal. But I'm different, right? The Lu family wouldn't dare kill me. Yang Kai continued, a look of disdain on his face. Lu Si laughed while Lu Liang and the others also helplessly shook their heads. Now that I know the Lu family's biggest secret, what does Elder Si think you should use to block my mouth? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Lu Si's expression became strange. For the first time, he felt somewhat restrained in front of this young man. Yang Kai's background and identity really gave Lu Si a headache. If young Master Yang has any request, please state it, but this Yang crystal jade bed is absolutely not something I can part with. Lu Si was filled with regret. He had long known that this little brat was up to no good, and had even called him in out of curiosity. But now it seemed he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. What an unlucky year. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Since Lu Si had said so, he also understood the importance of this Yang crystal jade bed to him. This large piece of jade was at least a mysterious grade heaven and earth treasure. The Yang Yuan Qi it contained was pure and rich. Lu Si was using this gentle Yang Yuan Qi to resolve the blockages in his meridians. If Yang Kai really took it away, Lu Si's life would likely be cut short, and the Lu family wouldn't give up. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai looked up and said, Elder Si, is there no other way to resolve this situation? If he could prevent Lu Si from using the Yang crystal jade bed to clear his meridians, then he might be able to ask him to part with this treasure. If there was no other way, Yang Kai could only give up. There is. To Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Si actually nodded. Oh, what is it? Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and asked anxiously. I need a mysterious grade pill. Lu Si glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile. If you can help this old master find this mysterious pill, this old master will give you this Yang crystal jade bed for free. Lu Si spoke so casually, but Yang Kai also knew that this was definitely not an ordinary pill. A mysterious grade pill? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes, and it's a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Lu Si added. Yang Kai's face was filled with helplessness. A mysterious grade mid-rank pill. The number of people in this world who could refine this kind of pill could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the success rate, even the materials required were difficult to find. Which mysterious grade mid-rank pill was not worth at least 1,000,000 silvers. However, such a mysterious grade pill was not impossible to refine. As far as Yang Kai knew, there were two people who could do so. Xiao Fusheng and Xia Ningchang. Xiao Fusheng was the world's top alchemist and could refine a mysterious grade high-rank pill. Xia Ningchang was able to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill, so after such a long time, her strength must have grown, so refining a mysterious grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult for her. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's hesitation, Lu Si smiled and said, This old master will take a step back. This old master will help you gather the necessary alchemy materials. If you can find someone to help this old master refine this mysterious grade pill, this Yang crystal jade bed will be yours. Really? Yang Kai's face lit up. Lu Si couldn't help but be startled, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, wondering why this little brat seemed so excited. Not only did he not feel like this was a problem, but he also seemed eager to try. Could it be that he knew some alchemy grandmaster? However, Lu Si was still an above immortal ascension boundary master, so naturally he couldn't take back his words, so he nodded and said, Really? Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then that's easy, Elder Si. I'm afraid your Yang crystal jade bed will have to change its name. Seeing him so confident, Lu Si finally showed some interest and couldn't wait to ask, Does young Master Yang have a way? Yes, naturally I do. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Lu Si couldn't help breathing heavily. For the past few years, because of the problems with his meridians, he had been trapped in this Yang crystal jade bed, rarely able to go out. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master, and was respected by many, but only he knew his own suffering. He was simply a poor man trapped in this room. If he could really obtain this mysterious grade pill, Lu Si would be able to escape. Compared to his freedom, this Yang crystal jade bed, no matter how precious it was nothing. Swallowing hard, Lu Si suppressed the trembling in his voice and asked, Does young Master Yang know some powerful master? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. I once spent some time on Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. Lucy's expression changed slightly while the other Lu family members outside were also somewhat stunned. After a long time, Lucy asked, "Hidden Cloud Peak? Xiaofusheng?" Lucy's expression suddenly became strange as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and frowned. "Young Master Yang isn't joking, right?" "Naturally, I'm not joking." Lucy's expression became more and more strange, and after a long time slowly shook his head. "It's not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang. It's just that Grandmaster Xiao seems to only have one disciple, and that one is a woman. What's more, this old master personally went to Hidden Cloud Peak 2 months ago, but did not see you there." Chapter 380. 2 months ago? Yang Kai frowned. 2 months ago I was still in the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally you wouldn't have been able to see me. I only stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 2 or 3 months before leaving. Pausing for a moment, he asked suspiciously, "Since Elder C went to Hidden Cloud Peak, why didn't you ask Grandmaster to help you with alchemy?" Lucy smiled bitterly. At that time, Medicine King's Valley had many things to do, and Grandmaster Xiao was also in a difficult situation. According to his disciple, he seemed to be researching something. This old master was fortunate enough to visit Hidden Cloud Peak, but he didn't even get to see Grandmaster's face. Speaking of this, Lucy's face didn't show the slightest embarrassment, only helplessness. This was Xiaofusheng. Even though his strength wasn't very strong, and even though Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect, even if a master like Lucy had gone there, Xiaofusheng could still see him. However, Lucy didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and still respectfully referred to Xiaofusheng as Grandmaster. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled strangely and said, "What if I can ask Grandmaster to help you refine that mysterious grade pill? Will the words I just said count?" "You?" Lucy stared at him inexplicably before slowly shaking his head. "How could a character like Grandmaster listen to you?" Outside, Lu Liang also interjected, "Young Master Yang, there are some big words that can't be said casually." Yang Kai looked at Lucy faintly and also shook his head. "Big words or not, you'll know once you try. Although I haven't been on Hidden Cloud Peak for long, I can still ask Grandmaster to help me refine a mysterious grade pill." Lucy was stunned for a moment before he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Outside, Lu Liang and the others were also horrified. They all knew Xiaofusheng's name, and were even more clear about his current status. The Lu family's first master had been refused entrance, so how could Yang Kai ask Grandmaster Xiao to refine a mysterious grade pill for him? That was a profound level middle grade pill, not a pill without any grade. Even if it was Grandmaster Xiao who refined it, it would take a lot of time and effort. If you miss this village, there won't be another opportunity. Elder C should consider this carefully. Yang Kai looked at Lucy with a smile. Lucy's expression was uncertain. Obviously he was also very conflicted, not knowing whether to believe Yang Kai or not. Logically speaking, there was no need for the Yang family's young lord to deceive him, but he was just a young man. It was normal for young people to like boasting and putting on airs. After frowning for a long time, Lucy suddenly said, "It's not that this old master does not trust young Master Yang. Since you dare to say so, it seems that his relationship with Grandmaster Xiao isn't shallow." Yang Kai didn't deny it, his expression indifferent. "Since young Master Yang has also spent some time on Hidden Cloud Peak, this old master will take the liberty of asking a few questions." Lucy obviously wanted to verify whether Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Just ask away, Elder C." Lucy saw that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic and nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Grandmaster Xiao has a disciple. Has young Master Yang ever met her?" Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Did Elder C not inquire about that disciple's surname? "She seems to be called Dong Qingyan. She is the Dong family's young lady. The Dong family and Yang family have a marriage alliance. Dong Qingyan is my cousin." Lucy was stunned for a moment. Only now did he recall this matter. He exclaimed, "So that person was young Master Yang." "Who?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "When this old master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, I heard that Grandmaster Xiao had set up a test half a year ago. In order to accept disciples, a man and a woman successfully passed. The woman was Dong Qingyan, and the man was said to be the Dong family's young ladies' guard. Now it seems that he wasn't a guard at all. It was clearly you, young Master Yang. Yes. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded. But Grandmaster Xiao and I are not master and disciple. When the Lu family elders heard this, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. None of them had expected that there would be such a connection between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng. Having passed Xiao Fusheng's test, he was now Xiao Fusheng's disciple. With such an alchemy grandmaster backing him, even if he failed in the Yang family's inheritance war, it wouldn't be a big problem. His future would always be bright. Lu Liang's eyes flashed, seemingly thinking that he should re-examine Yang Kai. At this moment, Lu Si was 80% convinced, but he still asked one last question. This old master lived in Hidden Cloud Peak for a few days, and was fortunate enough to see what Grandmaster Xiao was researching from young Lady Dong. May I ask young Master Yang, what was Grandmaster Xiao researching? Yang Kai leisurely replied, a spirit array. Something that could make Xiao Fusheng so anxious was definitely related to alchemy. It should be the alchemy spirit array that Yang Kai had asked Xia Ningchang to pass to Grandmaster Xiao when he left Hidden Cloud Peak. Lu Si's heart shook as he finally determined that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know this information. It should be such a spirit array, Yang Kai said as he casually drew a spirit array on the ground. Lu Si quickly held his breath and stared at it intently. This spirit array was mysterious and complex, making it difficult to understand. Even though Lu Si had seen it once before, he could only recall a small part of its contents and couldn't recall the whole picture. However, Yang Kai at this moment seemed to be able to draw a complete spirit array at will. Apparently, he was already very familiar with it. That's it. Lu Si nodded repeatedly. This was the second time he had seen it, but he still couldn't understand it. Closing his eyes and trying to recall, he still couldn't recall much. After finishing his drawing, Yang Kai wiped away the spirit array and turned to look at Lu Si. At this moment, this old master from the Lu family finally didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai, knowing that the young man in front of him was the one who would obtain the mysterious grade core. Looking nervous and expectant, Lu Si even cautiously asked, young Master Yang, about that mysterious grade core. Give me a pen and paper, I can write a letter right now. Quickly bring me a pen and paper. Lu Si quickly shouted towards the outside, a touch of red appearing on his old face. Outside the room, everyone's mood was fluctuating, so when they heard Lu Si's shout, they couldn't help but shudder. Lu Liang quickly ordered one of his subordinates, go quickly. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master also didn't dare to delay, his body transforming into a blue light and disappearing from the spot. After only 10 breaths of time, he returned, holding a pen and ink in his hand, respectfully walked in, placed it in front of Yang Kai, and then respectfully withdrew. Young Master Yang, please. Lu Si personally spread out the paper, dipped the pen and ink, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled, picked up the pen, and began writing. Lu Si eagerly stared at him, unwilling to miss a single word. Yang Kai's letter was written very plainly, and the content was exactly as Lu Si had expected, requesting Grandmaster Xiao to refine a pill for him. After finishing, Yang Kai directly handed the letter over. Lu Si's Yuan Qi quickly dried the handwriting, carefully folded it, and placed it into his pocket, carefully patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. If he went this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be rejected like last time. Young Master Yang, please don't embarrass yourself. After finishing this, Lu Si awkwardly cupped his fists. It's fine. I ask young Master Yang to stay in the Lu family for a few more days. This old master will go to Hidden Cloud Peak. If the pill is successfully refined, this old master will definitely deliver this jade bed to you, Lu Si sincerely said. Yang Kai frowned. That won't do, I want this jade bed now, I still have to return to the central capital. Lu Si immediately showed an embarrassed look, but this is a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Even if Grandmaster Xiao personally takes action, he may not be able to refine it. If the refinement fails, this old master will need this jade bed. What he said was also the truth. Although Xiao Fusheng could refine mysterious grade top-rank pills, when it came to alchemy, no one dared to make any guarantees. Perhaps Grandmaster Xiao would be in a bad state and fail to refine a pill. If that really happened, the jade bed would be gone, and Lucy would have no place to cry to. Well, if you help me bring something to Grandmaster Xiao, I can guarantee that the pill will be refined. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before shouting outside. Who has a piece of jade that can't be used? Everyone outside the room glanced at each other before fixing their eyes on a piece of white jade hanging from Lu Liang's waist. Lu Liang subconsciously covered the jade pendant and glared at the crowd. What are you doing? This is this old master's token of love. I've worn it for many years. Bring it in. Lu Si shouted, immediately silencing Lu Liang. Walking in, Lu Liang took off the jade pendant from his waist, bowed, and handed it to Yang Kai with a flattering smile, asking, Young Master Yang, what do you want this old master's jade for? Yang Kai grinned, reached out and took the jade pendant, then pushed his yuan qi and slammed it into the jade. Lu Liang's heart suddenly went cold. Under his anxious gaze, the palm hit the jade pendant but didn't damage it in the slightest, only some yuan qi seemed to have drilled into it. Watching with rapt attention, both Lu Si and Lu Liang were amazed. The more they watched, the more surprised they felt. How could the two of them not see that Yang Kai was manipulating yuan qi to create some traces in the jade pendant? Simply put, he was using this method to send a message, conveying some information that couldn't be expressed in words. But while it was easy to say, it was difficult to do. This required a very subtle and precise manipulation of yuan qi to achieve this. The output of yuan qi couldn't be too little, but it also couldn't be too much. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his palm and handed the jade pendant to Lu Si. If you give this to Grandmaster, I guarantee you a successful refinement. His tone was quite confident. Lu Si solemnly received it. Yang Kai grinned again and said, However, the information in this jade can only be spied on once before it disappears, so Elder Si must be careful on the way. Lu Si was stunned, immediately shaking his head and smiling wryly. He knew that the information he left in the jade was extremely important, and he didn't want him to know about it, so he used this method. Not minding, Lu Si nodded. Lu Liang also eagerly said from the side, Elder Si, this is a token of love between me and my wife many years ago. You must bring it back. Lu Si glared at him, causing Lu Liang to let out a hollow laugh and quickly retreat. Can this old master ask, what is the message in this jade pendant? Lu Si couldn't help but be curious. It's the same spirit array, but it's different from the previous one. If you bring it to Grandmaster, he'll know what it is. Yang Kai smiled gently. When he left Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai had only glimpsed a single spirit array from the true alchemic way, so he had no choice but to leave it behind. Chapter 381. He vaguely remembered that the spirit array he had left behind had a chance to increase the grade of a pill refinement. But now Yang Kai had also gained insight into many of the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Now he had given Lucy a new spirit array that could increase the success rate of alchemy, and its grade was much higher than the previous one, which was why he was so confident. With Xiao Fusheng's alchemy skills, coupled with this spirit array, there was no chance of failure. Are you sure it'll succeed? You won't fail? Lucy asked worriedly. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Just in case. There's no just in case. Lucy smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and stood up, smiling as he said to Lucy, Elder Si, there's no time to lose. I think you should hurry to Hidden Cloud Peak. Right. Lucy was reminded by him, and also felt his heart burn with excitement. The alchemy materials had already been prepared. Although these materials were not easy to find, the Lu family's capital was not weak. For Lucy, they would naturally do their best. Lucy was very decisive. He stood up and took out some jade boxes from his room. These jade boxes contained the medicinal ingredients that he had collected. After wrapping them up, Lucy turned around and saw that Yang Kai had already picked up the yang crystal jade bed he had been sitting on and placed it on his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Elder Si, it was a pleasure to cooperate. Yang Kai chuckled and without any trace of politeness, strode out carrying the jade bed. Lucy opened his mouth, but swallowed the words he was about to say. Now, he could only hope that what Yang Kai said was true. Lu Liang and the others who had been waiting with their heads down suddenly looked up and saw Yang Kai's domineering figure, causing their jaws to drop to the ground. This. The young crystal jade bed that Elder C had used to save his life had been carried away by someone else? Looking behind Yang Kai, Elder C saw a helpless look on his face as he followed behind him. The Lu family members were all horrified. Everyone, please wait a moment. Yang Kai chuckled and called out to the crowd. Then he strode out with his head held high. He looked exactly like a robber who had just returned from a fruitful journey. The masters of the Lu family. They could only watch helplessly. After taking a few steps, he felt someone pulling him back. Turning around, he saw Lucy looking at him with a worried expression. He stammered, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What happened? Yang Kai suddenly became impatient. For the sake of a young crystal jade bed, he had been entangled with Lucy for so long. Young Master Yang, this old master will ask one last time, can you really succeed? He was clearly still a little worried. When he said this, he stared at the jade bed on Yang Kai's shoulder, as if he was holding on to his first love, unwilling to let go. If you don't have the guts to bet, then I'll bet with you. Then return the letter to me. I don't want to do such a thankless task. Yang Kai was displeased and coldly snorted. Lucy's head started to hurt. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth. This old man believes you. That's right. Yang Kai snorted. Let go. Lucy awkwardly retracted his hand, glancing at the jade bed with great reluctance before reluctantly turning his eyes away. Yang Kai strode away. Waiting for his back to disappear, the Lu family group became extremely worried. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward. Elder C, isn't this a bit too hasty? Then what do you think we should do? An opportunity has been placed in front of me. Do you think I should just let it slip through my fingers? Lucy was also quite depressed and sighed. So be it, life or death, it all comes down to this. This old master will leave for a few days. Saying so, he leapt up into the air and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. After Lucy disappeared, Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he thought for a long time before quickly calling out. You guys personally monitor that young Master Yang and see what he'll do in the next few days. Don't expose yourself. The several masters nodded solemnly. Lu family backyard. Yang Kai returned valiantly, and as soon as he entered, he saw Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman sitting in the courtyard, bored out of their minds, accompanied by Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. After seeing Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng was stunned and stared at the young crystal jade bed he had brought back. Little Lord. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also quickly came up. After a few days of healing, the two of them had almost completely healed, and from the outside, there was no sign of injury at all. Where did you get such a big piece of jade? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. The Lu family's treasure. Yang Kai responded casually, walking over to the stone table in the courtyard and setting down the jade bed. It's beautiful. Luo Xiaoman didn't know what was good for her and stepped forward to touch the jade bed. It's quite warm, it looks like we can sleep on it. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became dignified. Just now, she had thought that Yang Kai had just taken a big piece of jade from the Lu family, but now that she had taken a closer look, it was clear that this was a kind of precious treasure that contained a great deal of energy. If it was used in artifact refining, it would definitely be of great use. Her delicate jade fingers gently stroked the young crystal jade bed, and the more she examined it, the more her expression became strange. This treasure doesn't seem to be of a low grade. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also observing it, and as they did so, their expression slowly changed. Such a big piece of jade was rare even in the Yang family. Only the heavens knew how much money the Lu family had spent to obtain it. This is a mysterious grade mid-rank Yang jade? After a long time, Tu Feng's expression changed as he confirmed this. Hearing his words, everyone jumped in fright, their faces filled with shock. Mysterious grade mid-rank. This kind of treasure was already extraordinarily high. In this world, of all the precious treasures, mysterious grade high rank was the best, and there was only a small gap between mid-rank and high rank. What was even rarer was that this large piece of Yang jade seemed to be naturally formed, slowly exuding a warm aura, making it ideal for sitting on a bed. Even if one didn't cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, If one sat on it for many years, they would still obtain many benefits. Is it really mysterious grade mid-rank? Qiu Yimeng looked at Tu Feng in amazement. Although her eyesight wasn't bad, compared to an immortal ascension boundary master, she was still somewhat lacking. It's mysterious grade mid-rank. Tang Yuxian also confirmed, and after saying so, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared straight at Yang Kai. Little Lord, are you really from the Lu family? Of course. Qiu Yimeng frowned and muttered. I remember that the Lu family's above immortal ascension boundary Lu Si encountered some problems when breaking through, causing his meridians to be blocked. At that time, my Qiu family's grand elder told him that it was best to use Yang Jade to warm his bed, so that the gentle Yang Yuan Qi could clear his meridians. Otherwise, after a long time, not only would his strength decline, even his life would be in danger. Is this Lucy's jade bed? Thinking of this possibility, Qiu Yimeng's heart trembled. Yang Kai looked at her with a little surprise and said, You know quite a lot. Really? Qiu Yimeng immediately covered her mouth, unable to believe it. This time, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked. Lu Si, they naturally knew about him. As one of the few above immortal ascension boundary masters, he had long been famous throughout the world. However, no one could understand what kind of heaven-defying method Yang Kai had used to force Lu Si to hand over the jade bed that was comparable to his own life. Could it be that Yang Kai had killed Lu Si? Little Lord. Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, What kind of price did you pay? How did you get this from Lu Si? Qiu Yimeng and Tu Feng also looked at him curiously. Without even mentioning the immeasurable value of this jade bed, coupled with its special use for Lu Si, if Yang Kai hadn't paid a huge price, how could he have brought it back safely? I helped him with a small favor, so he gave it to me. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say much. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, seemingly contemplating something. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian obviously didn't believe Yang Kai's story, and were both quite surprised. I'll ask Lu Liang myself. Qiu Yimeng saw that he didn't want to say anything more and snorted proudly. With the relationship between the Qiu family and the Lu family, if she asked Lu Liang, she would naturally know the truth. Do as you wish. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. In any case, it wasn't something that couldn't be exposed, so he suddenly said with a look of expectation, We'll stay here for a few days before leaving. Qiu Yimeng, if you can't wait, you can return to the central capital first. I'll wait for you. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Yang Kai then carried the young crystal jade bed back to his room and entered retreat. I'm so secretive. Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly, flicking her sleeves and leading Luo Xiaoman out, apparently really preparing to ask Lu Liang. Young Lady Qiu, when you find out, let us know. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng nodded casually. After Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman left, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng exchanged a wry smile. I found that the longer I stayed with the little lord, the more I couldn't see through him. Tu Feng whispered. Tang Yuxian also nodded in agreement. It seems that every once in a while he'll bring us some kind of surprise. When they first found Yang Kai, in front of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai had killed him without batting an eyelid. His domineering demeanor had made Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian feel quite satisfied, and he had even framed them, forcing them and the Nan family young lord to cut off their own fingers, and then subduing the golden feather eagle. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, they learned that Yang Kai and the demon lord were actually from the same source. Inside High Heaven Pavilion, Qiu Yimeng had strongly praised Yang Kai, which had made them feel even more shocked. Here, when they had seen him cultivate, the two of them had been injured while he had remained completely unscathed. Now he had actually effortlessly taken a priceless piece of precious jade from an above immortal ascension boundary master. One after another, which one of these things didn't amaze them? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian silently calculated that from the time they had found Yang Kai until now, it had only been a month. In such a short period of time, he had intentionally or unintentionally displayed unparalleled strength. Unknowingly, the two blood warriors no longer dared to underestimate him. Not to mention the little lord's background, just his personality alone was extraordinary. Chapter 382. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the Yang crystal jade bed, madly circulating his true Yang secret art. Unlike Lucy, who was sitting on top of the bed and only guiding a little bit of Yang Qi into his meridians, Yang Kai was now madly devouring the Yang crystal jade bed's energy. His entire body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, as all the acupuncture points on his body began to emit an unparalleled suction force. Streams of golden energy, visible to the naked eye, were being drawn out from the Yang crystal jade bed, flowing into Yang Kai's acupuncture points like silk threads, drilling into his meridians and gathering in his dantian. Yang Kai felt a comfortable feeling that he had never felt before. Worthy of a mysterious grade mid-rank jade treasure, Yang Kai could clearly feel how pure and strong the Yang Qi that was pouring into his body was. It seemed that this Yang Qi was stimulating his meridians, constantly tempering the subtle impurities within them, making the Yang Qi even purer and more spotless. Soon his meridians were saturated and swollen, and with a light dripping sound, a new drop of Yang liquid was formed and immersed in the dantian's meridians. Yang Kai's swollen meridians suddenly became empty, and the speed at which he was devouring the Yang Qi once again became faster. The Yang crystal jade bed's energy quickly became Yang Kai's capital. Drop after drop of Yang liquid was formed in the dantian's meridians, and the Yang crystal jade bed's meridians. The Yang crystal jade bed's meridians were also decreasing at a very subtle speed. During this process, Yang Kai's physique and internal organs seemed to have undergone an indescribable baptism. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. There were now at least 200 drops of Yang liquid stored in the dantian's meridians. When Yang Kai came out of the evil cavern, there were only 20 drops of Yang liquid left, but now, this number had crazily increased by 10 times. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this large Yang crystal jade bed was. The current Yang liquid was very different from the original Yang liquid. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was very pure. The energy contained in a single drop of Yang liquid was many times greater than before, so even if there were only 200 drops, it was still a fortune that could not be ignored. It was enough to support Yang Kai's extravagance for a long time. The entire Yang crystal jade bed had almost disappeared. Lucy would never have imagined that the Yang crystal jade bed, which the Lu family had spent a huge amount of money and manpower to obtain, would disappear from the world in less than 2 days after Yang Kai had sold it. Only a palm-sized piece was left. Yang Kai squeezed this small piece of Yang crystal jade in his hand, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Yang Kai found that even when he circulated his true Yang secret art, he still couldn't absorb the energy from this piece of Yang crystal jade. It seemed that there was some kind of magical power inside it that was resisting the suction force coming from his body. If he really hardened his heart and absorbed it, Yang Kai was confident he could absorb all of its energy, but after discovering such a strange phenomenon, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The palm-sized piece of jade was still golden yellow, and its color was even more profound than the outer layer of Yang crystal jade. It was much more solid and thick, and there was a faint aura that flowed through it. Looking at it curiously for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't see anything special about it. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai released his divine sense to explore it. However, his divine sense was unable to penetrate the jade. It was as if his divine sense had fallen into darkness, unable to detect anything unusual about this piece of jade at all. Both his Yuan Qi and divine sense were completely ineffective, so this piece of jade really seemed like an ordinary Yang crystal jade. However, Yang Kai still felt that there was something strange about it, so he helplessly shouted towards the door. Tu Feng Yuxian. The door opened, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian entered together. What is little lord's order? Tu Feng asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai for a moment. She found that after not seeing him for 2 days, this little lord seemed to have become stronger again. Originally, he had just broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but now he seemed to have made a great leap forward, as if he was riding on a hot spring breeze. Strange. Tang Yuxian secretly shook her head. After only 2 days of retreat, how could he have become so strong? Moreover, where had that Yang crystal jade bed gone? Tang Yuxian couldn't find any trace of the jade bed in the room. Yang Kai casually tossed the piece of jade in his hand to Tu Feng and said, "Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Tu Feng caught it, and his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly suppressed it and frowned, grabbing the piece of jade and releasing his divine sense. After examining it for a while, he shook his head and said, "My attainments in divine sense aren't as good as Yuxian's, so I can't see anything special about it. Let her take a look." Yang Kai glanced over at Tang Yuxian with some surprise, seemingly not having thought that her attainments in divine sense were actually higher than Tu Feng's. When one reached the immortal ascension boundary, not only did they have to cultivate their physical strength, but they also had to cultivate their soul. Some people had their own unique understandings of divine sense and soul skills, so they were naturally stronger than other immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Tang Yuxian was undoubtedly such a person. Yang Kai nodded and Tu Feng tossed the piece of jade to Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian smiled gently, took the piece of jade, closed her beautiful eyes, and poured her divine sense into it. Gradually, the look on Tang Yuxian's charming face became slightly dignified, as if she really had discovered something, and the divine sense she poured into the piece of jade gradually became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to it. After a moment, Tang Yuxian took back her divine sense and gently exhaled, opening her beautiful eyes, a trace of excitement flashing across them. "Little Lord, this is a piece of precious jade that has given birth to a true spirit." "A true spirit?" Yang Kai and Tu Feng were both shocked. "A true spirit." Tang Yuxian nodded firmly. "And according to my perception, it has been a long time since it was formed and has already begun to develop sentience, which is why it was able to deceive your divine sense detection." "A true spirit with sentience?" Tu Feng exclaimed. "That means it's been around for at least a few thousand years." "Sure." Yang Kai gave Tu Feng a wink. Tu Feng froze for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Tu Feng's expression became cold as he let out a heavy snort, his expression becoming ugly. He felt that there were actually several immortal ascension boundary masters, hiding their auras around this room. All of them were monitoring the situation here. These people were obviously masters from the Lu family. It wasn't that Tu Feng's divine sense wasn't as good as these masters. It was just that these masters were using special artifacts. If it weren't for the look in Yang Kai's eyes just now, Tu Feng wouldn't have been able to detect them. He probably wouldn't have thought to investigate carefully. Secretly surprised, Tu Feng didn't know if Yang Kai was just being cautious or had already noticed. After knowing that there were people monitoring them from outside, Tu Feng didn't dare to speak too loudly. Yang Kai beckoned to the two of them. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly sat down cross-legged across from Yang Kai. The three of them leaned their heads together and whispered to each other. "I've heard before about jade true spirits. It is said that ancient jade treasures have a certain chance of giving birth to true spirits. Is this the case with this one?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked. Tang Yuxian nodded and said softly, It's just that the probability of a jade true spirit forming is very small. Out of 10,000 pieces of jade treasures, there may not even be one." As she spoke, her expression became slightly excited. But once a jade true spirit forms, its value immediately rises several dozen times. Tu Feng also nodded firmly. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Suddenly he asked, "What's the use of a jade true spirit?" The two blood warriors glanced at each other, and suddenly felt a sense of pride. After following Yang Kai for so long, he had always amazed them, but now it seemed that in the end he was still just a young man. He didn't know any of the secrets and rumors that the two of them knew. It turns out that we are still useful. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Without hesitation, Tang Yuxian quickly explained. The formation of a jade true spirit is extremely difficult. It must be formed in a very large-scale jade mine. If my guess is correct, the Lu family's Yang crystal jade bed should have been mined from a large Yang crystal jade mine. The grade of the Yang crystal jade mine in the periphery may not be high, so the Yang crystal jade bed is the core product of this jade mine. And this small piece should be the centermost part of the Yang crystal jade bed, right? At this time, Tang Yuxian could naturally guess the origin of this piece of jade. Tang Yuxian smiled. They think that the Yang crystal jade bed is the essence of the jade mine, but in fact, this piece of jade is the essence of the essence. The energy and value it contains is likely even higher than that of the jade mine. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. A true spirit is the best artifact spirit ever born. Tang Yuxian's eyes became blurred, her voice filled with undisguised admiration. If you can refine it into an artifact, when that artifact is completed, its grade will definitely increase greatly. It can be said that if this thing is refined by an artifact refining grandmaster, it may even result in a spirit grade artifact. Spirit grade? That was just a legend. Xiao Fusheng had pursued this all his life, only to refine a single spirit grade pill. Similarly, the highest grade of artifact so far was only mysterious grade top rank, which was extremely rare. No spirit grade artifact had ever appeared in this world. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force that suppressed this world, making mysterious grade top rank artifacts the limit. If we give it some more time and allow it to develop sentience, it will be able to play a huge role. It will be able to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. It is omnipotent, so subduing it will be a huge help. Tu Feng added. How long will you give it? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian chuckled. At least a few hundred years, maybe even more. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. After a few hundred years, only the heavens knew whether he would be dead or alive. The growth of a true spirit is very slow. After all, it isn't made of flesh and blood, but once it fully matures, I'm afraid there will be no opponent in this world. So powerful. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. It's that powerful. Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. In addition to artifact refining, if you can safely absorb and refine a true spirit, it will be of great help to a person. It may bring you some unexpected changes, and allow you to gain more heaven-defying means. Listening to her, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Tang Yuxian saw the change in his expression and quickly waved her hand to warn him. Little Lord, you must not have any ideas about it right now. The energy contained in this small piece of jade is beyond your imagination. If you really try to absorb it into your body, I'm afraid it will only lead to disaster. Chapter 383. And I understand. Yang Kai saw her speak so seriously and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, thinking that it was fortunate he hadn't rashly absorbed it just now. After explaining the pros and cons, Tang Yuxian handed the small piece of jade back to Yang Kai and said, Little Lord, please take care of this, don't let others know about it, otherwise it will attract the covetous eyes of masters. Yang Kai nodded. With the black book space, it was very convenient to hide things. Tu Feng grinned, silently and strangely laughing. It looks like the Lu family has suffered a big loss this time. No matter what price Yang Kai had paid in exchange for Lu Xi's Yang crystal jade bed, it now seemed that Yang Kai had gained a huge advantage. Tang Yuxian also smiled tenderly. They probably didn't expect there to be a true spirit inside. The true spirit had already begun to develop sentience, and was capable of deceiving the divine senses of most masters. Previously, it had been hiding in the Yang crystal jade bed, but Lu Xi had not been aware of it, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to give it to Yang Kai. The Lu family is a bit short-sighted, even daring to monitor the movements of the little lord. Such people aren't worth winning over. Tu Feng snorted. My and Yuxian's injuries have already healed. When do you want to leave, little lord? Let's leave tomorrow. Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the Lu family for long, but a few days ago he had to wait for the two blood warriors to heal, and now he had to absorb the energy inside the Yang jade, so he had no choice but to delay his journey. After being away from home for so many years, he couldn't wait to go back and see his parents. Good, then I'll inform young Lady Qiu. She seemed to have said she wanted to come with us. Tang Yuxian nodded. The news that Yang Kai wanted to leave the Lu family quickly spread. Lu Liang and the other blood warriors all felt a little relieved. They didn't know why, but every day Yang Kai was here, they felt uncomfortable, as if they were afraid the other Yang family young lords would learn that their Lu family had contact with Yang Kai. That night, Lu Liang held a banquet and invited Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and the others. At the banquet, everyone only talked about the wind and snow. Regarding the Yang family's inheritance war and the future situation of the central capital, he remained silent. Xiao Yimeng looked on coldly, knowing that the Lu family was completely not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but she didn't say anything. Just like last time, he ate a little and left early. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eating heartily and did not mention anything about roping in the Lu family. Drinking wine, eating meat, tasting fruits and other delicacies, this kind of inaction made Lu Liang and the others feel relieved. He was really afraid that at the last moment, he would mention something. If that happened, Lu Liang wouldn't know how to answer. The wine was the same, but it was different from the reception for Yang Kai and the others a few days ago. The attitude of the Liu family members had subtly changed. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the Liu family's elders led by Lu Liang bid farewell to Yang Kai and Xiao Yimeng at the main entrance. Lu Liang looked at Yang Kai sincerely and said, "Young Master Yang, this trip to the central capital will be fraught with danger. The inheritance war must not be taken lightly." Yang Kai nodded faintly. Lu Liang smiled and said, "It's rare for young Master Yang to come to the Lu family. This Lu has nothing to offer, so I can only offer you some silver as a token of my sincerity. I hope young Master Yang does not dislike it." Saying so, he smiled and motioned to the person next to him. The man hurriedly stepped forward and presented a box of banknotes with both hands. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces sank. Both of them were somewhat unhappy. With a cold expression, they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his instructions. Yang Kai didn't care at all and just smiled. Since Patriarch Lu is so kind, this young master will accept. Tu Feng accept it. Yes. Tu Feng nodded gently and took the box of banknotes. The Lu family wishes young Master Yang victory in the inheritance war. Lu Liang gently cupped his fists and said some polite words. Yang Kai laughed. "Then I'll take advantage of Patriarch Lu's auspicious words. Farewell." Saying so, he mounted his cloud-treading colt and left. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both snorted and followed closely behind Yang Kai. Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also rode atop the cloud-treading colts the Lu family had prepared for them. After a few steps, Xiao Yimeng paused and whispered, "Lu Liang, this time I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Lu Liang's expression changed slightly and was about to speak, but Xiao Yimeng had already mounted her cloud-treading colt and shot off into the distance. Behind him, the faces of the Lu family group were not very good. Miscalculated? Lu Liang frowned as he pondered over Xiao Yimeng's final words. Her meaning was obvious. She was blaming Lu Liang for underestimating Yang Kai. But, even if you are the first young lady of the Qiu family, in the end, you are still just a young woman. In terms of vision and strategy, how can you compare with this old master? Although Lu Liang felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't take Qiao Yimeng's words to heart. Time will prove whether this old master has miscalculated or not. As the 5 cloud-treading colts moved forward, Qiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman slowly caught up from behind. After leaving the Lu family, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore gloomy expressions, both of them feeling somewhat sorry for Yang Kai. When he finally left, Lu Liang seemed to be sincere and generous, but in fact, everyone present understood what he was thinking. If the Lu family really intended to make friends with Yang Kai, at the last moment, it would have been impossible for them to only offer some money. What was the inheritance war about? It was a competition of the various young lords' connections and means. To be specific, it was a competition of talents and materials. If the Lu family really wanted to participate in the inheritance war, they would have to stand on Yang Kai's side. At the very least, they would have to offer some talents, precious treasures, divine armaments, secret books, and so on. What was the point of just giving a few silvers? In this world, sometimes even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy anything, especially good things. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had only been with Yang Kai for a short time, but they could see that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his cultivation was profound. Both of them were confident in Yang Kai's future. The Lu family treating Yang Kai so disrespectfully, it would be strange for the 2 blood warriors to feel comfortable. It was just that they couldn't understand why the Lu family didn't intend to stand on Yang Kai's side. Why would they give him a few silvers in the end? This undoubtedly gave people the feeling that even though I want to be on good terms with you, I won't bet my family on you. It's like I'm a two-faced person. Only Yang Kai knew that Lu Liang had only given him some silvers because he knew Xiao Fusheng. If it weren't for Xiao Fusheng, Lu Liang probably wouldn't have given him anything at the last moment. Seemingly aware of the dissatisfaction in the two blood warriors' hearts, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. Xiao Yimeng rolled her eyes and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of holding back?" Tu Feng curled his lips and said angrily, "Then I'll say it. Young lady Qiu, just pretend you didn't hear anything. And go ahead. I also want to hear it. Little lord." Tu Feng raised his voice and shouted, "I took a look. Lu Liang gave me exactly 3 million taels of silver. Isn't he too stingy? How much do you want?" Yang Kai glanced back at him and couldn't help laughing. His Lu family is a first-class family. What's the point of giving him only 3 million silvers? If you want to buy a few bottles of pills, that money is gone. If you want to buy a few good artifacts, that money is also gone. At the very least, you should give him 10 million silvers. That's more in line with the Lu family's status. And he's too stingy. Tang Yuxian also nodded. 3 million silvers is already a lot. Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. This young lord doesn't have a single coin on him right now, so these 3 million silvers will be of great use to me. This amount of money looks like a lot, but when it comes to the inheritance war, it's basically useless." Tu Feng said indignantly. Lu Liang clearly knows this, yet he still dares to do such a thing. If it weren't for his Lu family having some relationship with young lady Qiu's family, I would have beaten him up and stuffed those silver bills into his mouth. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. Lu Liang really was too cautious this time. But it doesn't seem to be entirely his fault. It's your little lord's acting that's too much. What do you mean? How is it the little lord's fault? Tang Yuxian was stunned. You can ask him yourself. He knows in his heart how he behaved these past few days in the Lu family. Qiu Yimeng said, urging her cloud-treading colt to catch up with Yang Kai, turning her head to look at him. You little brat, do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Why are you still so careless, letting the Lu family slip away from you? Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before retracting his gaze. I'm talking to you. Qiu Yimeng suddenly said bitterly. You're not only letting go of an ally, you're also making yourself an enemy. Don't you understand? Now that you've come and gone, the gap between us is too big. Ally? Yang Kai sneered. Those who only want to have a mutually beneficial relationship with me aren't qualified to be my ally. But how can there be no mutually beneficial alliance now? Aren't you a bit too naive? I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't need others to judge what I do. Qiu Yimeng choked on her words and angrily shouted. Just you wait. When this young lady goes back this time, I'll join forces with the other Yang family young lords and crush your arrogance. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both shocked and quickly said, Young lady Qiu, you can't just say that. Yang Kai sneered. You can try, but when the time comes, don't blame me for erasing your Qiu family from the central capital. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected him to say such vicious words. Even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were stunned, feeling that Yang Kai's boasting was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it was also quite hurtful. Just as they were about to open their mouths and say a few good words for Yang Kai to comfort Qiu Yimeng quickly recovered and not only didn't seem to care, she even smiled towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing brilliantly as she asked, Yang Kai, tell me honestly, besides that dragon lady, how many connections do you have? How many forces can you win over? Yang Kai's words were so arrogant that Qiu Yimeng immediately realized something, which was why she was so interested. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai sneered and said indifferently, None, I'm just a lone wolf. I'd be a pig to believe you. Qiu Yimeng sneered. Chapter 384. The mist river ran from east to west, like a long dragon, splitting the earth into two halves. On the river, which was more than 1,000 meters wide, there was a turbulent current that surged fiercely. Yang Kai's group of 5 arrived at the edge of the mist river, and couldn't help stopping as they looked at the turbulent waters. We're almost there. After crossing the mist river and crossing Feng province, we'll reach the central capital. Tu Feng seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai had been away from home for so many years and had forgotten the way home. So he said, with the cloud-treading colt's strength, it'll take at most 3 days. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Little lord, you rest here. I'll go find a boat to cross the river. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully, releasing his divine sense for a moment before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. This group of people were all at least Yuanqi boundary, so even though the Mist River was more than 1,000 meters wide, it couldn't stop them from flying. However, while people could fly, cloud-treading colts couldn't, so they still had to find a ferry to transport these monster beasts' horses. Not long after, a medium-sized ship sailed towards them with Tu Feng standing on the bow and shouting at the crowd. Tang Yuxian grinned, leading her and Tu Feng's mounts and saying, "Let's go." The 4 people and 5 monster beasts arrived at the shore, and were about to board the boat when the boatman suddenly frowned and turned to Tu Feng. "This hero, why didn't you tell this old man that you have 5 horses?" When Luo Xiaoman heard this, she couldn't help giggling. Cloud-treading colts were indeed very similar to horses, but although the two were similar, in the end, they were not the same species. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see this. Naturally, it was understandable. Qiu Yimeng and Tang Yuxian also couldn't help laughing. Tu Feng asked, "What's wrong with having horses? Don't tell me you don't need horses?" "That's not it." The boatman was a little old man in his 50s and shook his head. "It's just that these horses need to be paid to cross the river." Tu Feng immediately rolled his eyes. "Just pay, it's not like we'll be short of you." Hearing this, the boatman was ecstatic. "Since you say so, then hurry up and get on board." The group of people slowly shook their heads. Everyone's status was not low, and they all had cultivations. An ordinary old man was ferrying people around to make a living. Although he seemed to be a little unscrupulous, he didn't intend to argue with him. The ship was not big, but it was big enough to carry 5 people and 5 monster beasts at a time. Following the familiar movements of the boatman, the ship sailed briskly toward the center of the river. Standing on the deck of the boat, Tang Yuxian smiled and said, "I've never been on a boat before. It's so shaky, if I hadn't been on one often, I'm afraid I would have easily fainted." Tu Feng nodded. Indeed, it's not easy to make a living on the riverside. Although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't say anything, they both showed expressions of approval. The two of them seemed to have never been on a boat before, so they were naturally quite interested in this journey. Rocking back and forth with the boat, they couldn't help but point to the turbulent river. "If a river is so fierce, what is the sea like?" Tu Feng asked, somewhat digressing from the topic. Although he was strong and knowledgeable, he had never seen the sea before. Naturally, he couldn't say anything about it, so he simply turned to the boatman and asked, "Old man, have you ever been to the sea?" The boatman smiled and shook his head. This old man has spent his entire life on the banks of the Lan River. Where would he find the time to go to the sea? However, although I've never been there before. However, I heard that the ships on the sea are all incomparably huge. It seems that all of them are several hundred zhang long. The waves on the sea are ferocious, but the ships are stable on them. Even if you pour a cup of water and put it on the table, it won't spill a single drop. Is that true? Tu Feng asked with a smile, apparently not believing it. How could it not be true? Just think about it, those big ships are so big. Even if the waves are fierce, they can't be shaken. The 2 blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly showed interested looks. Although they knew that the boatman's words couldn't be taken seriously, since they had nothing else to do, they decided to listen to him to pass the time. Seeing everyone's interest, the boatman didn't show any signs of fear, and actually began talking nonstop. Yang Kai smiled silently to the side, his expression indifferent. Of all the people present, only he had been to the sea and had almost never returned. Regarding the boatman's exaggeration, Yang Kai didn't bother to point it out. After talking for a while, the boat arrived at the center of the Lan River. Yang Kai's mind was wandering when suddenly he felt something was off, and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared straight at the boatman. The boatman was still talking about the sea when Yang Kai suddenly said, "Old man, the way you paddle seems to be a bit wrong." Everyone on the boat was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. The boatman laughed and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by that?" Kai Yang smiled faintly. People who paddle all year round will find the rhythm of the paddle in their breathing, especially in this kind of torrential river, because if you can't find the rhythm, you'll only have to pay twice as much physical strength as others. Old man, since you've lived by this water all your life, don't tell me you don't understand this? Hearing this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly became dignified as they stared vigilantly at the boatman. The boatman's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of surprise and panic, but he quickly calmed down and said, "What little brother says makes sense, but this old man has been paddling like this all his life, so I'm afraid I've become accustomed to it. Another day I'll try your method and see if it doesn't save me a bit of effort." Yang Kai continued to smile. "You used this method to paddle across half the river, yet your expression didn't change at all, and since you live by this river, you should eat river fish for food, right? There's no smell of fish on this boat. Ha 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 ha." His voice gradually became cold as his eyes slowly narrowed. "Old man, you're not an ordinary person." Before his words had even fallen, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both rushed towards the boatman. At that moment, the silver blood golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly let out a sharp cry, a clear warning tone in its voice. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful faces also paled as they quickly pushed their strength. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk suddenly, several water columns appeared on the surface of the river. Each water column had a person hiding in it. A huge suction force suddenly appeared from below, and the big boat that was sailing on the river suddenly seemed to have fallen into a swamp, unable to move forward or backward, quickly sinking. Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were just about to fly up when a huge pressure suddenly appeared above their heads. Suddenly attacked, all three of them began to fall. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and in a flash, the entire boat was swallowed up along with the people on board. The 5 cloud-treading colts were also sucked into this whirlpool and disappeared. The moment he fell into the water, Yang Kai felt an unparalleled burst of power around him. Obviously, the 2 blood warriors had begun fighting with the boatman. Faintly discernible silhouettes swam like fishes from all around, rapidly approaching this side. Yang Kai hurriedly glanced around. What he saw caused his expression to darken. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were fighting 3 people underwater. All 3 of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them were mediocre. One was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. One was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, and one was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Even though the 2 blood warriors were powerful, they couldn't escape in a short time. The closest enemy was less than 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and Yang Kai could clearly see him grinning at him from under the water. Waving both of his hands, a blue light shot out from his palms and shot towards Yang Kai. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent out a fist strike. The fist strike he sent out was like a giant golden seal, meeting the blue light head-on. With a muffled bang, the blue light dimmed significantly, but it was still not completely blocked. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only twist his body to avoid this attack, and quickly float to the surface of the water. Quickly glancing around, Yang Kai saw that Qiu Yi and Meng Nu were not far from him, but their situation was undoubtedly safer than his own because of the people underwater. Besides the 3 masters who were entangled with Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, almost all of them were converging on him. "They're all here for me." Yang Kai instantly understood, but there was no time to think about all this. A moment later he broke the surface of the water and leapt into the air, but before he could fly away, a figure appeared below. It was the same person who had just attacked Yang Kai. At this moment, this man stared coldly at Yang Kai, a somewhat indifferent look on his face as he waved his hand and sent out a ray of light towards Yang Kai. At the critical moment, the golden feather eagle actually leapt out and flapped its wings, sending out countless golden beams of light. As the golden light flashed in front of him, the man let out a strange cry and dove back into the water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai turned around and quickly flew towards the shore. Asterisk hua hua hua. Asterisk with a burst of sound. 6 or 7 figures floated midair, glancing around before chasing after Yang Kai. Among them, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were also present, but the 2 of them obviously wanted to help Yang Kai. "Stop them," a middle-aged man who was leading the group ordered. "Don't kill them." Immediately, 2 people responded and left the group. grinning as they rushed towards Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face became cold as she whispered to Luo Xiaoman. I'm afraid they're here to deal with Yang Kai. Don't hold back, they won't dare kill you. Luo Xiaoman nodded firmly, her wet clothes further accentuating her seductive figure. Hua. Another series of splashing sounds rang out as the two blood warriors and the three immortal ascension boundary masters emerged from the water. Tu Feng's entire body was wrapped in a brown light as he fiercely attacked, completely disregarding whether he would be injured or not. Tang Yuxian also pushed her Yuan Qi, her graceful body flashing as she unleashed a variety of martial skills, her pretty face filled with anxiety. Who are you? You dare attack the central capital's Yang family? Tu Feng roared, sending out a wave of qi. Chapter 385. This is your Yang family. The immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master who was fighting with the two blood warriors sneered. The Yang family is arrogant and domineering. This time I'll end your Yang family bloodline. His tone was vicious, as if he had a great grudge with the Yang family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly sank, realizing that this wasn't a random battle, but rather a premeditated ambush set up by the other party to target the Yang family. There were 3 opponents, so even if the two blood warriors were anxious and wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, they couldn't do so in a short time. Yuxian. Tu Feng suddenly roared, knowing that time was precious and didn't want to delay any longer. Tang Yuxian's body twisted as a ferocious surge of true qi burst forth from her body, wrapping the entire area around her in a cloud of mist. At the same time, her powerful divine sense was also activated, and a powerful soul skill was used to attack the weakest immortal ascension boundary master. The two blood warriors were anxious to protect their master, so obviously they were using their trump cards. The 3 Yang family blood warriors working together had easily blocked Tang Yuxian's soul skill, but they were still wrapped in a thick fog, unable to see any way out. Feeling the violent blood and qi fluctuations coming from Tu Feng's body, the immortal ascension boundary leader's expression changed greatly as he roared. Fuck, the Yang family's blood warriors are all madmen. That's my Mad Tyrant blood skill. Stop him. Mad Tyrant blood skill was a unique martial skill that the Yang family blood warriors cultivated. Using this skill, a blood warrior's vitality would temporarily increase by 2 to 3 times. Although their realm wouldn't change, both their defensive and offensive power would be greatly enhanced. This was similar to Yang Kai's blood force after becoming the demon race. However, the Mad Tyrant blood skill wasn't as good as becoming the demon race, because using it would result in a backlash. A blood warrior overdrew their vitality in order to enhance their vitality. Once the Mad Tyrant blood skill was used, a blood warrior would become invincible for a short time. But as time passed, they would become extremely weak. The battle had only just begun, but Tu Feng had already decisively used this forbidden move, which clearly showed how anxious he was in his heart, greatly startling the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters. They never thought that Tu Feng would be so eager to protect his master, not caring whether he would be injured or not. Knowing that they didn't have much time left, the 3 of them didn't hold back and fiercely attacked Tang Yuxian. He wanted to defeat her quickly, then he would deal with Tu Feng. However, Tang Yuxian was still a member of the blood warriors, so her strength was indisputable. Summoning all of her artifacts, she was able to single-handedly hold the 3 blood warriors in place, preventing them from moving. Quickly, the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master saw that he couldn't break through Tang Yuxian's defenses. He hurriedly roared at the other side. On the other side, the middle-aged man leading the group that was chasing Yang Kai was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. Behind him was an immortal ascension boundary 1st stage master, and 2 Yuan Qi 9th stage masters. Such a lineup was more than enough to easily kill any true element boundary 7th stage cultivator. But that did not include Yang Kai. Hearing a roar from the other side, the expression of the middle-aged man leading this group became cold as he hurriedly urged his soul skill towards Yang Kai's back. An invisible force pierced through the air and drilled directly into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai, who had been running away, suddenly trembled. Suddenly, his true qi stopped flowing, and he swayed as he fell from the sky. Humph! The middle-aged man coldly snorted, his figure flashing as he and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai. This is the Yang family's young lord. The Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Master stared contemptuously at Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, his face twisted in pain, disdainfully curling his lips. He's nothing special. I thought this time there would be some twists and turns, but who would have thought it would be so easy? The middle-aged man heavily snorted. You underestimate the Yang family too much. Right now he is still weak, if he is allowed to grow to the same realm as you. I'm afraid even I won't be able to win. The Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Master showed a look of disapproval, but he did not refute, instead just nodding. Unfortunately, he is still just an Yuan Qi cultivator. He is destined to be easily taken down. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master dealing with an Yuan Qi cultivator was too easy. If the latter did not have an artifact to defend his soul, he would not be able to resist the attack of a soul skill. Therefore, the young lords and young ladies of great families and great forces would at least be equipped with such an artifact, and with the capital and heritage of these forces, they would have enough money to arm their important figures. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and kill him. I'm afraid the situation will worsen. The middle-aged man saw that Yang Kai was unable to resist, his eyes somewhat dim, no longer being long-winded, and lightly ordered. The Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Master shrugged his shoulders indifferently and grinned. Good, I'll take care of the offending. Saying so, he picked up his weapon and slowly walked in front of Yang Kai, stretched out his foot, stepped on Yang Kai's chest, and aimed his weapon at Yang Kai's neck, then viciously stabbed down. Yang Kai's eyes were dull, and his expression was pained, as if he really did not have the strength to resist, and could only wait to be slaughtered. At that moment, an amazing light bloomed from the pair of dull eyes, and a purple light flashed, directly rushing into the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage cultivator's mind. A cold, gloomy, evil, and violent aura instantly exploded in his knowledge sea. The weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was less than 3 inches away from Yang Kai's neck. This man still had a casual smile on his face. However, he was no longer able to stab down with his weapon. After the soul skill he had obtained from the evil cavern soul evil spirit exploded in his mind, the middle-aged man instantly froze in place, only to feel a chill in his head as his entire knowledge sea suddenly froze. Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. One after another, purple light blasted out in all directions, creating a circle of ripples that wrapped around the Immortal Ascension Boundary Third Stage middle-aged man, and the other 2 Yuan Qi Ninth Stage young men. The middle-aged man was attacked and reflexively retreated, his eyes trembling violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The 2 Yuan Qi cultivators, on the other hand, screamed miserably, their hands clutching their heads as they knelt on the ground, groaning in pain. Hong. A muffled sound rang out as Yang Kai's fist smashed into the chest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage cultivator, causing his back to bulge outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the ribs in his chest had been broken, the broken bones piercing into his heart and lungs as the violent true Yang Yuan Qi exploded inside his body. This man didn't even make a sound before his eyes dimmed. In the blink of an eye, an Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage cultivator had been killed. Yang Kai leapt up from the ground like a gust of wind, arriving next to the 2 Yuan Qi Ninth Stage young men, his expression as cold as a knife, grabbing their heads with both hands and twisting them. 2 crisp snapping sounds rang out. The 2 young men's heads were twisted 180 degrees, their necks broken, and they fell to the ground. The middle-aged man had just regained his footing when Yang Kai had already killed 3 people in a row. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other. Yang Kai's expression indifferent, a strange smile on his face, while the middle-aged man's face was pale, his eyes filled with horror. Just because of a moment of carelessness, 3 of his masters had been killed. What was even more inconceivable to him was that he had clearly felt his soul skill hit this Yang family young lord, but why was he completely unharmed? There were no traces of a soul-type artifact on his body just now. Instead, his soul skill had clearly penetrated his head. How could he possibly be unharmed? Even if he was a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, wouldn't he be affected by such an attack? But looking at this young man's performance, it seemed that his attack just now wasn't even qualified to scratch his itch. Also, what was that cold, sinister, violent, and evil divine soul attack just now? Little brat, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? The middle-aged man roared angrily. Yang Kai sneered, disdainfully curling his lips. So what? Yes, so what? You ambushed me here, using numbers to bully me, using your strength to bully the weak, so why can't others play the pig to eat the tiger? What kind of logic is this? The middle-aged man's face was extremely pale, but he suddenly sneered. Good, you really are a descendant of the Yang family, all of you are extraordinary. But you're doomed to die today. Yang Kai carefully observed the middle-aged man's expression, and found that even though he had spoken such harsh words, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, the middle-aged man was staring at him with a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that the brief exchange just now had left this man scratching his head. This man was obviously a cautious person, so he was acting so cautiously. You're not my opponent, Yang Kai coldly declared, not panicking. The middle-aged man was stunned, seemingly not having expected such words from Yang Kai, his expression becoming cold. Even if you're a member of the Yang family, your words are too arrogant. I'm an immortal ascension boundary master. So what if you're an immortal ascension boundary master? Yang Kai actually took the initiative to step forward, his expression calm, as if he didn't put this middle-aged man in his heart. I just killed an immortal ascension boundary master right under your nose. The middle-aged man was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai, suddenly becoming somewhat confused, an expression of not knowing what to do appearing on his face. Not only that man, but even you, an immortal ascension boundary third stage cultivator, are destined to die at my hands today. Yang Kai sneered. Unfortunately, although your cultivation is good, your understanding of soul skills isn't very profound. You probably haven't cultivated them for long, right? Otherwise, how could you not have noticed that I wasn't injured at all? In fact, I'm not afraid to tell you, my spiritual energy is even stronger than yours. Nonsense. The middle-aged man sneered, his mind calming down, obviously not believing such nonsense. But before he could finish speaking, an extremely tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over him. The strength of this divine sense was comparable to that of an average immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, even comparable to those at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. No, it was already comparable to the divine sense of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. So far, the middle-aged man had only felt such a powerful divine sense from 3 or 5 people, and all of those people were at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. His mind, which had just stabilized, once again trembled violently. Chapter 386. Just as the middle-aged man was in a daze, Yang Kai made his move. 2 beast roars rang out as the white tiger and divine ox charged forward. Grasping a crimson sword in his hand, Yang Kai sent out a several dozen meter-long sword chi towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, a cloud of flower petals suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, rotating around him like sharp blades as they shot towards the middle-aged man. A purple light burst forth again as Yang Kai's soul skill shone brilliantly. At this moment, Yang Kai had used all the conventional means at his disposal. Sensing the extremely terrifying power coming towards him, the middle-aged man let out a strange cry. Finally, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as he dodged the sword chi in a sorry state. However, he was entangled with the white tiger and divine ox, and before he could disperse the 2 beast spirits, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia that was wrapped in the fragrance of flowers had already completely enveloped him. Hong. The middle-aged man madly pushed his yuan chi, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spreading outwards with him as the center. A fierce wind rolled up, containing his own strength, blocking the attack of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia and the 2 beast phantoms. Leaping into the air, the middle-aged man actually didn't retreat, but instead rushed forward towards Yang Kai. In the end, he was still an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. Although he had been momentarily affected by Yang Kai's words, and had allowed Yang Kai to seize the initiative, his instincts and combat experience allowed him to choose the most appropriate way to fight. This young man was undoubtedly very strong, his combat effectiveness far exceeding his own Yuan Qi 7th stage strength. However, the middle-aged man was keenly aware that the soul skill Yang Kai displayed was somewhat ethereal. Unlike that of an ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator, strictly speaking, it was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Although it was powerful, it wasn't terrifying. The reason for this was because Yang Kai only had his divine sense. Although he could use his soul skill, he didn't have a knowledge sea. Once his knowledge sea was formed, the full power of his soul skill would be fully displayed. Although the middle-aged man didn't know the reason, he still made the right choice. As long as he could resist Yang Kai's soul attack. In the end, he was still an Yuan Qi cultivator. Even though Yang Kai possessed a top-grade artifact, and even though his martial skills were profound, his cultivation was still several realms lower than Yang Kai's. It wasn't necessarily impossible to kill him. In a trance, the middle-aged man had already stabilized his footing. His hands formed a seal, and a burst of lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if his Yuan Qi could summon the miraculous power of thunder and lightning. Kacha, bolts of lightning thicker than a person's thigh struck down from the sky. Electric snakes swam in the air, wrapping Yang Kai in layers. He was the most powerful of the 4 people who were chasing after Yang Kai. And the moment he made a move, his aura was extraordinary. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it in time, and was entangled by the drifting lightning. In an instant it was difficult for him to move, and even his body felt numb. With a cold and stern expression, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body came out and formed a seemingly thin defensive shield around his body, blocking the attacks of the electric arcs. He swung the Shura sword in his hand. Beam after beam of sword chi slashed out fiercely, and the scattered thousand-blossoming blood begonia gathered once again, and attacked the middle-aged man ferociously. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold back, and quickly pulled out a small hammer. This hammer flashed with lightning. Once this hammer was in his hand, the power of his lightning bolts actually increased again. The 2 beast phantoms rushed forward, but were blocked by the lightning bolts again and again, unable to advance or retreat. The 2 of them, one in the air and one on the ground, were separated by less than 100 meters. Using all of his means, for a time the 2 were evenly matched. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, secretly feeling that the situation wasn't good. This time, they had taken a great risk in order to kill the Yang family young lord. In their plan, once they succeeded, they would immediately retreat. Even if the Yang family young lord had 2 blood warriors with him, they wouldn't be afraid. However, they had never expected that this Yang family young lord would actually be so powerful. Not only had he killed 3 masters whose cultivation was higher than his, but he was also able to fight evenly with an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. The 2 artifacts he used were extraordinary, both of them heaven-grade top rank. His martial skills were exquisite, his Yuan Qi was pure, and he even had a soul skill. The middle-aged man quickly estimated that it would take him at least half an hour to kill this young man. And this was in the most ideal environment where no one could interfere. Now that time was of the essence, how could the other party give him half an hour? What's more, whether this Yang family young lord still had cards up his sleeve, the middle-aged man didn't know. This time he was afraid he had lost. The middle-aged man became anxious. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a loud roar suddenly rang out. In the middle of the battlefield, the fog surrounding the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters quickly dissipated under this roar, revealing Tu Feng's glowing red figure. His face was filled with a terrifying grimace, and the scars on his face seemed to come alive. Mad Tyrant blood skill. You Xian, leave this to me. Tu Feng said faintly, his cold eyes glaring towards the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters. Tang Yuxian didn't say anything, instead leaping out of the battlefield and quickly flying towards Yang Kai. The middle-aged man who was fighting Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian's figure fly over, so how could he dare remain? He was just an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. In this plan he was only responsible for killing the Yang family young lord. He didn't have the qualifications to fight the blood warriors. In a panic, he used all his means to obstruct Yang Kai for a moment before fleeing without looking back. Just as he left, Tang Yuxian arrived beside Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Little lord, are you hurt?" Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out 1,000 flower petals towards the middle-aged man, but it was too late, so he hurriedly shouted, "Catch him and bring him back." Tang Yuxian was taken aback for a moment but didn't hesitate. Her tender body flickered and disappeared. A moment later, Tang Yuxian flew back with the middle-aged man. In front of Tang Yuxian, an immortal ascension boundary third-stage master wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. With Yuan Qi imprisoned, Tang Yuxian didn't even spare him a glance and simply threw him in front of Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's face was ashen as he stared at Tang Yuxian in horror, seemingly only now realizing the horror of a blood warrior. Smiling bitterly, he turned his eyes back to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you won't get anything out of me." Yang Kai grinned. She calmly walked towards him. When she was in front of him, she looked down at him and said indifferently, "When did I say that I wanted to ask you anything?" As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. The middle-aged man who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi wore a stunned look on his face. His head rolled to the ground. "Those who know my secret either die or become one of my people." Yang Kai snorted. Tang Yuxian suddenly trembled. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. What secret did this middle-aged man know about the little lord? He had actually so decisively silenced him. What about her? Had she also inadvertently learned some of the little lord's secrets? Just as she was contemplating, Yang Kai had already put away his sword and said lightly, "Go help Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman." N. Tang Yuxian nodded, not daring to neglect and dashing out again. Yang Kai stood in place and observed for a while, quickly discovering that although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were not the enemy's opponents, they were also unharmed. The other party obviously didn't intend to do anything to them, only leaving two people behind to block them. When Tang Yuxian arrived, the two people didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. Before they could react, they had been killed. On the other side, Tu Feng and the three immortal ascension boundary masters had disappeared, probably because the other party knew they couldn't win, and didn't want to confront the blood warrior who had used his mad tyrant blood skill. Tu Feng was in hot pursuit. A moment later, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, under the leadership of Tang Yuxian, came to meet up with Yang Kai. The two women looked a little nervous and worried, as well as a little scared. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, Qiu Yimeng asked, "How come you're not injured at all? Didn't I see you being knocked down from the sky by them?" Hearing her say this, Tang Yuxian suddenly became worried and swept her eyes over Yang Kai. A trace of concern flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Yang Kai was in danger just now, she had been busy dealing with the three opposing masters, so naturally she hadn't been aware of the situation here. Qiu Yimeng was different. She knew in advance that her life was not in danger, so naturally she was paying more attention to Yang Kai. "Little lord, are you really not injured?" Tang Yuxian looked at him nervously, seemingly afraid he was deceiving her. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Yang Kai responded casually. In fact, he didn't even have any external wounds, but in such a dangerous situation, if he said he was unscathed, it would only make them more suspicious. "You." Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head with a dignified expression. "I can't see through you more and more." Glancing at the three corpses on the ground, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these people were already dead, she could still feel that these three people's cultivations were much higher than Yang Kai's, one of them even being an immortal ascension boundary master. However, Yang Kai, without any outside help, had killed all three of them. He had even been entangled with an immortal ascension boundary third-stage master for a long time. "Enough about me, Yuxian, how are you?" Yang Kai obviously didn't want to talk about this topic, and turned to look at Tang Yuxian. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman suddenly realized that Tang Yuxian seemed to be seriously injured. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, and there was still some blood at the corner of her mouth that had not yet dried up. The true essence in her body was tumbling, and it was obvious that she had suffered some internal injuries. On her snow-white arm, there was a long wound. Although the blood had stopped flowing, her clothes were dark red. With her strength, if she hadn't been entangled with three opponents by herself, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The most important thing was that time was too tight, so she had to make some sacrifices, allowing Tu Feng to use his mad tyrant blood skill so she could rescue Yang Kai. If given enough time, she and Tu Feng could have defeated these three masters without suffering any injuries, or even killed them. However, This matter was related to Yang Kai's safety, so she and Tu Feng didn't have much time to waste. So even if she knew that fighting 3 enemies at once was not a good idea, Tang Yuxian still didn't hesitate. Even if he knew that using his Mad Tyrant blood skill would overdraft his vitality, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. The loyalty of a blood warrior was vividly demonstrated in this battle. "I'm fine, little lord doesn't need to worry." Tang Yuxian shook her head gently. Chapter 387. Everyone waited for less than half a stick of incense worth of time before Tu Feng returned, covered in blood. The murderous intent radiating from his body was so thick that it was almost tangible, like a god of death descending upon the world. Even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. In Tu Feng's hands were 2 heads belonging to the 2 masters who had previously entangled him, and Tang Yuxian. Hurrying back, Tu Feng threw the 2 heads to the ground and said in a cold voice, "All of them committed suicide, one ran away." During his pursuit, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage and 5th Stage Masters had immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide after being severely injured. Only the strongest one had managed to escape in a panic, barely managing to escape with his life. "The people here are also dead." Tang Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly. "Interesting." Yang Kai's expression became cold as a strange grin appeared on his face. The person behind this group of people has some means. Otherwise, these assassins wouldn't have bitten their tongues to commit suicide at the last moment, preferring to lose their lives rather than reveal any information. Along the way, only the Lu family knows about young lord's whereabouts. Tu Feng's face was filled with murderous intent as he said. Tu Feng was a little angry. This time, the assassination had taken place right under his and Tang Yuxian's noses. The other party had used some kind of method to completely mask everyone's auras, so even the 2 blood warriors hadn't noticed. If it weren't for Yang Kai's vigilance at the critical moment, perhaps this time they would have succeeded. Under the protection of 2 powerful blood warriors, the Yang family young lord had still been killed. If such news were to spread out, the entire blood hall would lose all face. The entire blood warrior hall would lose all face, and the 2 of them would be punished by their families. They might even be asked to commit suicide as an apology. This was a very real possibility. In other words, Yang Kai's vigilance had not only saved his own life, but also saved both his and Tang Yuxian's lives. Tu Feng was grateful, but at the same time ashamed. He immediately linked the culprit to the Lu family. It wasn't that he had maliciously harmed them, but because he was currently using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, his murderous intent was surging. His fighting spirit was so strong that it was impossible for him to think calmly. In addition, the Lu family's attitude towards Yang Kai a few days ago had annoyed him, so naturally he had taken this opportunity to vent. Hearing this, Qiu Yimeng's expression changed greatly as she hurriedly said, "Lu Liang would never do such a suicidal thing." Tu Feng didn't care about Qiu Yimeng's identity or face and coldly snorted. "Lu Liang won't, but it's hard to say whether the rest of the Lu family won't." Qiu Yimeng suddenly froze and didn't know what to say. She just stared at Yang Kai, hoping he wouldn't be as unreasonable as Tu Feng. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just frowned, looked around, and then looked at the battlefield and the corpses lying on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up at the silver blood golden feather eagle in the sky and said calmly, "It has nothing to do with the Liu family. I'm afraid the eagle has exposed its whereabouts. We were too careless this time." Hearing him say this, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Lu Liang's actions last time had made Qiu Yimeng somewhat unhappy, she had no choice but to accept it. But no matter what, the Lu family still relied on the Qiu family to develop. Over the years, the Lu family had also provided the Qiu family with many good things. So as the young miss of the Qiu family, she had the obligation and responsibility to protect the Lu family to the best of her ability. This bastard. Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. He glared at the golden-feathered eagle circling in the sky. Yang Kai said lightly, "For so many years, no one has dared to have any ideas about the Yang family's young lords, so whether it was me or you, none of us would have thought that this would happen. Learn from your mistakes." As he spoke, he blew a loud whistle, and the golden feather eagle immediately swooped down. Smiling strangely, Yang Kai glanced over at Qiu Yimeng and said, "Although this time it has nothing to do with the Lu family, I hope that today's events will reach Lu Liang's ears, and that the Qiu family pass on the message. Qiu Yimeng didn't respond for a moment, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly say such a thing. Her brow furrowed slightly as she thought about it for a moment, but soon her heart filled with resentment as she grit her teeth and spat. You bastard, how can you still think about such things at this time? You're really full of evil ideas. Even if you want to pluck feathers from a goose, you don't have to go to such an extent. I really admire you. Humph. They asked for it. Do they really think this young lord is a pile of mud? This time I'll teach them a lesson. Yang Kai sneered. When everyone heard him say this, they realized that he actually cared about the Lu family's attitude towards him. He may not care about the Lu family's support, but he wouldn't allow others to look down on him. Those who looked down on him would pay the price sooner or later. However, the two of them were speaking in riddles, causing the two blood warriors and Luo Xiaoman to be somewhat confused. Elder sister Qiu, what do you mean by that? Luo Xiaoman was extremely naive and straightforward, so she couldn't help asking. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also looked at her eagerly, wondering what kind of mystery was behind this that would cause Qiu Yimeng to despise Yang Kai so much. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and turned to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. I told you that this young lord of yours is a vengeful person, but you didn't believe me. Let me put it this way. Although the Lu family really isn't responsible for this incident, Yang Kai has only stopped by the Lu family residence once. If news of his attack today were to reach Lu Liang's ears, how do you think he would react? Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing. Lu Liang would definitely be on tenterhooks, afraid that the little lord would suspect him of leaking his whereabouts. In order to prove his innocence, Lu Liang would definitely come to the central capital to clarify things with the little lord. Since he has come to clarify things, he would definitely bring some gifts. Tang Yuxian covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She hadn't expected him to have such crooked thoughts at that moment. Bringing gifts was the main point. Moreover, this is a message my Qiu family sent. Qiu Yimeng gritted her teeth. Qiu Yimeng ground her teeth in anger. Lu Liang will definitely think that my Qiu family is willing to act as a peacemaker, so as long as he prepared enough gifts, Yang Kai will definitely not blame him. Your young lord is clearly using this as a pretext to make a fuss, creating something out of nothing in order to amass wealth. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement and admiration. This kind of clever mind, the two of them couldn't understand. Having just encountered a life-threatening situation, an average person would be in a state of shock, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity. Their young lord, on the other hand, was not only calm and composed, but also immediately set his sights on an unrelated person. This wasn't his brain working a bit too fast. The Lu family this time was really an unexpected disaster. For a moment, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Lu Liang. They really didn't know what kind of reaction the Lu family patriarch would have once he learned the truth. Even if he knew, he would probably pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to only stop at his house? Tell Lu Liang that he doesn't need to come over, just bring the gifts. Yang Kai added lightly. Qiu Yimeng snorted, really too lazy to deal with him. Let's get out of here first. Yang Kai's expression sank as he waved his hand. The 5 cloud-treading colts, which were not easy to cultivate and were extremely valuable, had long since been swept away by the torrent, leaving the 5 of them no choice but to fly. Tang Yuxian's injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. As for Tu Feng, he wasn't injured, but after an hour, the effects of his mad tyrant blood skill had worn off, causing his vitality to suddenly weaken. If the two blood warriors wanted to fully recover, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Having just encountered an ambush, no one dared to act too ostentatiously. Inside a mountain pass, the 5 of them stopped to rest. Yang Kai personally went out to catch some food and brought it back, which made the two blood warriors feel more and more uneasy, but at the same time, they also felt grateful. Later that night, the 5 of them sat together and grilled some game. The atmosphere was a bit dull. The two blood warriors felt they had failed in their duties and were too embarrassed to speak, so when they looked towards Yang Kai, their eyes were filled with guilt. Qiu Yimeng was secretly annoyed with Yang Kai for taking advantage of the situation, and naturally didn't pay any attention to him. Luo Xiaoman also saw the awkward atmosphere, and closed her mouth like a well-behaved rabbit. Only Yang Kai was sitting by the bonfire, his eyes indifferent as he stared at the flickering flames. He was recalling what had happened during the day in his mind, connecting all the dots and speculating about the possibilities of what had just happened. After a long time, Yang Kai straightened up and suddenly said, "You don't have to feel guilty, this time it wasn't directed at me." "Little Lord." Tang Yuxian pursed her lips, looking somewhat ashamed. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not trying to comfort you. This time it really wasn't directed at me. Perhaps they found out about our movements a few days in advance, so they set up an ambush in the river. They knew that if we wanted to cross the Lan River, we would need to find a ferry, and crossing the river with a ferry gave them the opportunity to do so." Listening to him speak so seriously, the five of them couldn't help but listen carefully. Their deployment of forces was very targeted. The three strongest blood warriors were there to contain the two blood warriors. The rest of them were responsible for killing the Yang family disciples. Those people were quite large in number, and their strength was also quite good. However, when they were chasing me, they didn't show any deep hatred, so they had no grievances with me. Tu Feng nodded and said, "During the battle, the strongest young lord also said something. It seems that they were targeting all the Yang family young lords. They just happened to encounter me. If any other Yang family disciple had passed by, they would have also been assassinated." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who had passed by. If it had been any other Yang family young lord who had passed by, with the skill and number of assassins, how could they have survived? "Did you notice the strength distribution of those people?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he asked pointedly. "Strength distribution?" Tu Feng frowned. "And 1 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, 1 7th stage, 1 5th stage, 1 3rd stage, 1 1st stage." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. In addition, all of them were Yuan Qi boundary masters. "Didn't you notice anything wrong with this kind of immortal ascension boundary strength distribution?" Chapter 388. With Yang Kai's reminder, everyone suddenly reacted. "There's a gap," Tu Feng quickly said. "And there's a gap." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The masters of a great force should be distributed in a stepped pattern. Since they have immortal ascension boundary masters at the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th stage, there should be masters at the 2nd, 4th, and 6th stage. Assassinating a Yang family disciple is a matter of great importance. If there really was a great force trying to stir up trouble, they would definitely have dispatched all of their masters without leaving anyone behind. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Tu Feng Yuxian, when you were fighting with those three, did you notice any signs of their sect?" Both of them shook their heads, Tu Feng saying, "Those people were very cautious and didn't use any special martial skills, for fear that we would be able to see through them. However, I always felt that they weren't very familiar with each other because their cooperation wasn't so tacit and intimate." Of course they weren't familiar with each other. If I'm not mistaken, they aren't from the same great force at all. Yang Kai coldly snorted. No great force would dare to act against the Yang family. "What do you mean?" These people, they were a gathering of several great forces, and then they selected a few masters to investigate the movements of the golden feather eagle, speculate our position, and then set up an ambush here. Xiao Yimeng nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then it explains why there is a gap in the distribution of their strength. When the masters of several great forces gathered together, and selected a few masters from them, of course there would be such a situation. Little Lord's observation is quite good. Tu Feng chuckled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled strangely. Looking at them, he said, "Since it was a gathering of masters from several great forces, it's absolutely impossible for there to be only a few of them." The two blood warriors' faces suddenly changed as they asked in shock, "You mean they still have a backup plan?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. The ones who ambushed us were only those people. But have you ever thought about what the rest of the masters were doing besides them?" The several blood warriors thought for a while before suddenly feeling shocked. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. "It looks like my brothers won't have a peaceful journey. This deployment is aimed at all the Yang family disciples. What a big move. If Yang Kai's speculation was correct, then this was truly too big of a deal. The masters of several forces split up to track down the whereabouts of the Yang family disciples, intercepting them midway. The golden feather eagle hovering above the Yang family young lord's head was the beacon that pointed them in the right direction. This time, Yang Kai was more scared than hurt. But what about the other Yang family young lords? Could someone really have been intercepted and killed on the way? To dare to do such a thing, the person behind the scenes must have extraordinary means and guts. Your Yang family has offended too many people. You only have yourself to blame. Qiu Yimeng sneered. It's too early to conclude that it was my enemy's doing. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The inheritance war's implications are too great. Qiu Yimeng stared at him blankly, seemingly having seen through his thoughts. The family will investigate. We don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai suddenly smiled lightly, standing up and walking over to the side, calling out, Tu Feng Yuxian, come over here. The two blood warriors stared blankly. Quickly getting up, they chased after him. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both curled their lips, acting so mysterious. Walking into the darkness, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look at the two blood warriors. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's hearts were in turmoil, not knowing why Yang Kai had called them out. Today's events made them feel extremely guilty. Although they had secretly resolved to be careful on the road ahead, what had already happened. Little Lord won't reprimand us, right? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't say a word, their hearts filled with bitterness, their faces turning red in the darkness. How are your injuries? Just as the two of them were wondering, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Tu Feng froze. He had never expected that Yang Kai would actually ask about this. Hearing Yang Kai's concerned inquiry, both he and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling some ripples in their hearts. Quickly replying, my body is a bit weak, I can only exert about 60% of my strength. Yuxian is a bit better off than me, but she also has some internal injuries. If she wants to recover, it will take a few days. Saying so, he quickly added, Little Lord can rest assured. Yuxian and I will escort you safely back to the family, even if it costs our lives. Tang Yuxian nodded. We won't be so careless again. When we return to the central capital, we will ask for forgiveness from the family. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and handed out 2 pills, one for each of you. Now take them in front of me. The two blood warriors were startled, not knowing why Yang Kai was speaking so seriously, but they also knew that Yang Kai wouldn't harm them, so without hesitation, they took the pills and swallowed them. These seemed to be ordinary healing pills, at best, only Earth-grade top rank. The two blood warriors tasted the pills and immediately judged their grade, feeling a bit suspicious. Why did the little lord give them the feeling that he was giving them some kind of extraordinary pills? Although they were surprised in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Even if Yang Kai had given them an ordinary grade pill, it was still a sign of his sincerity. You can think of it as me trying to win you over, or you can think of it as me being afraid of death. On the way back, I'll have to rely on the two of you to protect me, so I also hope you can recover quickly. Yang Kai said with a smile. The two blood warriors felt even more strange. How could a single Earth-grade top-rank healing pill allow them to recover quickly? What kind of riddle was the little lord playing at? Both of them shook their heads secretly, puzzled. Go back, meditate and absorb the medicinal efficacies, don't waste them. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both nodded and turned around, but after taking a few steps, they suddenly stopped. The two of them glanced at each other, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes, quickly turning back to face Yang Kai. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at the two of them curiously, not knowing what they wanted to say. Little Lord. Tu Feng's expression became solemn as he said, this time in the inheritance war, if the family allows the blood warriors to participate, then Yuxian and I hope we can follow Little Lord's lead. We hope Little Lord won't think our strength is too low. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at Tu Feng, chuckling after a long time. I'd be happy to. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled happily and quickly knelt on the ground, earnestly saying, Then these two subordinates will await Little Lord's arrival in the Blood Warrior Hall. I'll be there. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian then got up and left, following Yang Kai's instructions, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating their secret arts to refine the medicinal efficacies. Looking at the direction the two of them were meditating, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, but after a long time he couldn't help smiling. Finally, these two blood warriors have been settled. Along the way, although Yang Kai had used some deliberate methods, most of them were just casual performances. All kinds of strange and mysterious things had truly conquered Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, making them want to pledge their loyalty. Although it was still unknown whether the blood warriors would participate in this time's inheritance war, Yang Kai still had to plan ahead. If the blood warriors were really allowed to participate, he would soon have two powerful allies on his side. When Tu Feng called them subordinates, his words were sincere, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. This was the first time the two blood warriors had called themselves subordinates in front of Yang Kai, which meant they really wanted to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war. Looking up at Starfield, Yang Kai smiled with relief, full of expectations for this time's inheritance war. The night passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes from meditation and glanced at each other, both seeing a deep joy and surprise in the other's eyes. After a night of meditation, both of their injuries had completely healed. Originally, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover, but in just one night they had fully recovered. Recalling all the strange and mysterious things that had happened when they were refining and absorbing the Earth-grade top-rank healing pill last night, both of them couldn't help feeling like they had fallen through the clouds. That was clearly just an Earth-grade top-rank pill. Normally, the two blood warriors wouldn't even spare it a glance. If it hadn't been given to them by Yang Kai, how could they have taken it? Both of them already had heaven-grade top-rank healing pills in their possession. However, after refining this Earth-grade high-grade pill, which they had not taken seriously, it suddenly gave birth to a miraculous medicinal effect that surged to the point of disbelief. The medicinal effect wandered through their meridians, flesh and blood, and not only did it heal all the injuries they had suffered this time, even the hidden injuries they had suffered in previous battles were healed. Blood warriors were born to fight. Every blood warrior that matured had experienced hundreds of life and death battles. It could be said that every blood warrior's body was riddled with hidden injuries. These injuries couldn't be healed with pills. Only with a combination of medicines and a long period of meditation could there be a possibility of full recovery. But as a blood warrior, how could they have the time to meditate? Tu Feng had hidden injuries. When he circulated his yuan qi, he would feel a slight tingling pain in his abdomen, but he had already ignored this subtle pain. Tang Yuxian also had hidden injuries. Every time she became angry, her heart would ache. This was because she hadn't been able to clean up after being poisoned. These internal injuries were very subtle and wouldn't affect their combat strength or the circulation of their true essence. However, both of them knew that although they wouldn't be affected by these internal injuries right now, as time passed, sooner or later they would die from these subtle internal injuries. But now, the two of them clearly felt that all the hidden injuries they had suffered in their previous battles had disappeared. How could this be possible with just an Earth-grade top-rank pill? In an instant, both of them understood that the Little Lord must have hidden something in those two Earth-grade top-rank pills, which was why they had such a miraculous effect. And that kind of unknown thing must be priceless and incomparably rare. For a time, the guilt and gratitude of the two blood warriors became even stronger. Chapter 389. Yang Kai had long since woken up, and it could even be said that he hadn't slept all night. The two blood warriors were refining the medicinal efficacies to heal their wounds. Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so the task of monitoring the surroundings naturally fell to them. Looking at Yang Kai, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling a subtle warmth in their hearts. Just as they were about to open their mouths to express their thanks, Yang Kai glanced at them faintly and asked, "Which force does this area belong to?" Tu Feng thought about it for a moment before replying, "If I remember correctly, this place should be within the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City." Tianyuan City was the name of a city, and also the name of a force. What kind of force is Tianyuan City? Yang Kai frowned. A first-class force. Why does little Lord ask about this? Tu Feng didn't understand why he was suddenly so concerned about Tianyuan City. Yang Kai flashed his white fangs and grinned at him, a hint of slyness flashing across his face. Xiao Yimeng opened her eyes and curled her lips. Now he has another target to rob. The situation forced my hand, I had no choice. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that he didn't deny it, the two blood warriors couldn't help frowning. Thinking about it, even the Lu family, which was thousands of kilometers away, had suffered an unexpected calamity because of yesterday's incident. Soon, Lu Liang would be carrying large and small bags to the central capital to deliver gifts to Yang Kai. So how could the nearby Tianyuan city not be implicated? In any case, Yang Kai had been attacked in the sphere of influence of Tianyuan city. So Tianyuan city's responsibility could be big or small. It all depended on whether the leaders of this force were tactful or not. In this sensitive period, any small matter could develop into a big event. Do we need to send a message to Tianyuan City? Tu Feng was obviously quite experienced. Hearing this, Tu Feng couldn't help feeling eager. If necessary, I can go now, they won't dare say anything. Even Tang Yuxian showed an excited look at this moment, seemingly wanting to compete with Tu Feng for the role of messenger. No need, this kind of thing, they will naturally know. Yang Kai shook his head. Then he stood up and said, "All right, let's go. We've wasted a lot of time on the road. I wonder what the central capital has become. Are the two seniors' injuries serious? Do you want to rest for a few more days?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. He asked worriedly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian exchanged a glance and quickly shook their heads. It doesn't matter. Seeing him say so, Qiu Yimeng didn't insist. Without the cloud-treading colts, the five of them could only fly, so their speed was naturally much slower. After a day and a night, the gap between the strength of these young people was clear at a glance. Even after flying for so long, Yang Kai's expression was still calm. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast, as if he had not used any strength. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, was slightly out of breath. In order to keep up with these two immortal ascension boundary masters, her yuan qi consumption was quite serious. As for Luo Xiaoman, she was even more embarrassed, her face red. His forehead was sweating profusely, and the two jade rabbits in front of his chest were moving up and down in the rhythm of his breathing. It was a magnificent sight. However, he gritted his teeth and followed behind the crowd without saying a word. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian not being able to stand by and deliberately taking care of her, Luo Xiaoman would have long been left behind by the group. They took a remote road, so they didn't encounter any dangerous situations. They stopped to rest at night, and set off again after a night. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. After a full 8 days, the group finally saw a huge city in the distance. The central capital. It seemed to be the center of the entire world. The size of the central capital could no longer be described with words. Even from a few hundred kilometers away, everyone could still see its outline. That majestic aura rushed over, making people feel small and insignificant. When people thought of the central capital, they couldn't help but think of a certain phrase. North and south don't see each other. The world's greatest city. Standing on the south side of the city, one couldn't see the north side of the city at all. The entire central capital seemed to be an endless sea, a vast expanse of land. Often, such a situation would occur. One side of the city would be covered by dark clouds, lightning and thunder, but on the other side of the city, the sun would shine brightly and the blue sky would be clear. Even if one was an immortal ascension boundary master, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to fly across the entire city. From this, it could be seen just how huge this city was. The world's greatest city truly deserved its name. It was hard to imagine how such a huge city, almost the size of a small country, had been established. It was as if it had already existed in the annals of history. For so many years, the central capital's 8 great families had firmly occupied this world's largest city, constantly expanding and consolidating it, allowing it to grow larger and larger. This had also created today's miracle. The group of 5 paused and stared towards the central capital. Although I've always lived here, every time I come back from a trip, I can't help but want to take a few more looks, Tang Yuxian said with some emotion. Tu Feng nodded solemnly. Not only them, but anyone who came outside the central capital would also be amazed by it. Whether it was someone who had lived here for a long time or someone who was coming here for the first time. Looking at the giant city he had been away from for several years, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Only when he thought of his two parents would his mood fluctuate slightly. Qiu Yimeng brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, Xiao Man and I will separate from you here. At this time, if we are seen together by others, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng suddenly smiled at Qiu Yimeng and asked, Young Lady Qiu, in this inheritance war, will your Qiu family stand on the little lord's side? Qiu Yimeng smiled, staring at Yang Kai for a moment before saying, Although I am acquainted with your little lord, the inheritance war is of great importance. I need to consider it carefully. What's there to consider? Tang Yuxian smiled and struck while the iron was hot. Besides the little lord, young Lady Qiu doesn't know any of the other young lords, nor do you know their depths. Rashly betting the Qiu family on them is inappropriate. Although even if you lose, the Qiu family's heritage won't be affected. A character like the little lord is undoubtedly worth young Lady Qiu taking a gamble. Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, snorting lightly. Then let's see how your little lord performs. There was a deep meaning behind this statement. Performance, in the end, was his performance in front of her. Or was it his performance in the inheritance war? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes darted around, suddenly both wearing strange looks, as if they had discovered a big secret. Both of them stared at Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent. Tu Feng continued to add oil to the fire, a wretched look appearing on his face as he said, If the little lord and young Lady Qiu join forces, they will be a perfect match. The future of the central capital will likely belong to the two of you. Perhaps you can even create a beautiful story. TSK. Tang Yuxian quickly followed up. I also think so, young Lady Qiu, don't hesitate. Ah. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, as if she didn't understand the meaning of Tu Feng's words. She didn't blush, instead just glancing over at Yang Kai. Just as Tu Feng was about to wipe his mouth and say something, Yang Kai suddenly said, Until we meet again. This sentence was quite abrupt. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to take this opportunity to finalize a big ally for Yang Kai. They hadn't expected him to just say goodbye like this. Saying so, Yang Kai really left. The two blood warriors were stunned for a moment before cupping their fists to Qiu Yimeng and hurriedly catching up with Yang Kai. Looking at Yang Kai's quickly departing back, Qiu Yimeng also froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. She hadn't expected his actions to be so simple and swift. That bastard! Luo Xiaoman said indignantly. How rude. After all, we've gone through thick and thin together. Yet he didn't even say anything and just left? Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Did he see through it? He should have seen through it, so he didn't even try to persuade her and simply left. This man really isn't easy to fool. Elder sister Qiu, aren't you angry? Luo Xiaoman said, somewhat indignant for Qiu Yimeng, stomping her foot. How could he just ignore you? Good. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and pulled Luo Xiaoman aside. Let's go back to the Qiu family first. When we arrive at the Qiu family, first send a message to your Purple Fern Valley, so they don't worry. And I know. You haven't seen Big Brother Fan Hong for so long. Did you miss him? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile, seemingly trying to find something to talk about to dispel the loss in her heart. No. Luo Xiaoman blushed and shook her head, whispering, I don't know why, but I haven't thought about him for so long. That's because you've seen all the wonderful things outside. The two girls didn't know each other a year ago, but since they had gone to High Heaven Pavilion, they had encountered all kinds of dangers, but each time they had managed to survive, never leaving each other's side. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations together, whether it was Qiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them regarded each other as family and sisters. As such, Luo Xiaoman had never once objected to Qiu Yimeng's words. On the other side, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors rushed towards the south of the central capital. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed closely behind Yang Kai, neither of them saying a word, but both of them were full of doubts, wondering why Yang Kai didn't care about the Qiu family. If he didn't put the Lu family in his eyes, the two blood warriors would have taken it for granted, but the Qiu family was different. As one of the 8 great families, winning over any one of them would be a huge help. As long as one's mind was clear, there was no reason to let them go so easily. What's more, Qiu Yimeng's status in the Qiu family wasn't low. Winning over Qiu Yimeng was tantamount to winning over the Qiu family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to ask, but didn't know what to say, so they simply followed behind Yang Kai, feeling like they were about to die. After a while, Tang Yuxian quietly sent out a burst of qi towards Tu Feng. The latter frowned and was caught off guard, causing him to let out a low grunt. Tang Yuxian couldn't help rolling her eyes, speechless for a while. Chapter 390. The actions of the two blood warriors were so obvious that they naturally couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. The speed of their advance slowed down slightly, and after the two of them caught up, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, his expression indifferent. "What's wrong with you?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. "What's there to be surprised about?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression as calm as ever, without any trace of regret on his face. "Little lord, how could you just let young Lady Qiu go like this? The Qiu family's influence isn't weak. If it could play a role in the inheritance war, whether it was supplies or talents, it would be guaranteed." Tu Feng didn't hesitate and directly asked. Both he and Tang Yuxian had decided that as long as the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war, they would follow Yang Kai, so naturally, they wouldn't act like before and ignore Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Qiu Yimeng still has scruples in her heart. She doesn't dare to take a stand right now. Even if I try, the result will be the same." "That's impossible." Tu Feng couldn't help feeling surprised. "I saw that she was very interested in you, little lord. It seems she likes you very much. She even said a lot of good things about you in front of me and Yuxian." Tang Yuxian also nodded slightly. "She likes me?" Yang Kai stared at Tu Feng blankly for a moment before laughing. Tu Feng, if you think so, then you're too naive." Tu Feng wasn't a young man, so when he heard Yang Kai say such things about him, he couldn't help but blush. His old face couldn't help blushing. Perhaps my performance was able to enter her eyes, and was much better than the other young people. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a confident demeanor. Because of this, she felt that I was a little different from the others, but that doesn't mean she likes me. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian frowned. Still, they couldn't agree with Yang Kai's statement. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Who is Qiu Yimeng? She is the first young lady of the Qiu family, the first of her generation. Let me ask you, can a woman like her decide her own future?" Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both thought about it, and couldn't help frowning. Qiu Yimeng. She had countless suitors, and was one of the most influential figures in the central capital. However, in the face of the pursuit of so many talented young men, Qiu Yimeng still maintained her purity, and never once had a relationship with any of the central capital's young lords. The reason for this was because the Qiu family's patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, had said that whoever wanted to marry Qiu Yimeng would have to marry into the Qiu family. At first, it seemed that Qiu Shoucheng cherished his daughter and didn't want her to leave the Qiu family. But in reality, the Qiu family probably wouldn't want to let go of a chance to win support for their family. In short, Qiu Yimeng's future was not something she could decide. In the future, she was destined to become a chess piece in a marriage alliance, which would bring some benefits to the Qiu family. The ideological education she had received since she was young was probably based on the principle of family supremacy. Her love life had given birth to children. Her marriage was arranged by the Qiu family. She couldn't decide for herself. How could a woman who had received such an education easily choose to stand in Yang Kai's team before the inheritance war began? If she chose so rashly, the Qiu family would never recognize her. "You don't believe me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the two blood warriors. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't answer. "She won't return to the central capital with us. That is the best evidence." Yang Kai smiled softly. If she really decided to ally with me, she wouldn't care what others think. So don't say she doesn't like me, because she has always regarded me as a Yang family direct descendant who can form an alliance with her. Even if, Yang Kai said seriously, if there is someone better than me, I think the Chiu family will definitely be my enemy in the future. The two blood warriors both wore solemn expressions. Although they faintly felt that Yang Kai's views and ideas were a bit extreme, they had to admit that the young lords and young ladies of the great families really didn't place too much importance on personal relationships. From childhood they had been influenced by their families, so what they considered was always the interests of the family and their own interests. As for personal feelings, they were only secondary. Subordinate will remember. Tu Feng nodded slightly. Although the blood warriors were powerful, they really couldn't see through the thoughts of the young lords and young ladies of these families. Yang Kai nodded, his heart calm, no longer saying anything. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the central capital. The central capital was extremely large, so naturally there were countless gates. In front of the three of them was the south gate. There weren't any bustling ordinary people, nor were there any cultivators. The south gate, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was completely silent. Only a few relatively strong cultivators were standing by the south gate, patrolling the surroundings with relaxed expressions on their faces. Because this south gate wasn't something ordinary people could enter. This was the central capital's Yang family's special gate. Each of the 8 great families had its own special city gate. After entering the city gate, there was a special passage that led directly to the Yang family. Except for people from the 8 great families, no one was allowed to pass through these gates or passages. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. The few patrolling cultivators in front of the south gate were only here to put on a show. There was nothing for them to do, so they were naturally very idle. When the three of them arrived at the city gate, the several cultivators all wore solemn expressions and quickly turned to look at them. After seeing the tokens on the waists of the 2 blood warriors, all of them cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore indifferent expressions, not even glancing sideways as they followed Yang Kai into the central capital. After the three of them left, the cultivators at the gate dared to glance back quietly, all of them surprised. Which young lord came back? He looks quite young, only 17 or 18 years old. A 17 or 18-year-old young lord. Could it be the youngest one? Wasn't the youngest young lord rumored to be unable to cultivate? I'm afraid he's just an ordinary person. Why is his aura so calm? It's like he's not ordinary. Whether he's ordinary or not, we don't care. We just need to guard the gate. Don't talk about such things behind his back. It would be bad if one of the family's masters heard it. But speaking of which, isn't that the first young lord to return to the family? And the others haven't returned yet. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors walked along the passage for less than a stick of incense worth of time, before they saw a large group of people waiting in front of them with bored expressions on their faces. The number of people in this group was quite large, about a dozen or so. The one at the head of this group was a fat man, less than 6 feet tall, with a big belly. He was pacing back and forth in front of the crowd, seemingly having walked for a long time, sweat dripping from his fat head and big ears. He was holding a brocade handkerchief in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead and neck from time to time. Suddenly seeing the 3 people walking over, the fat man was startled for a moment, but soon after, he was overjoyed and quickly stuffed the brocade handkerchief into his sleeve. Everyone behind him straightened their faces and assumed a welcoming posture. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors stopped about 5 meters in front of this group. Looking at the fat man, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This fat man was clearly not a member of the Yang family, but rather a foreign member of the Yang family. His strength wasn't very high, but since he was waiting here, it must have been arranged by the family. Yang Kai didn't know what the family was up to. "Tu master, you've worked hard." The fat man first bowed to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, his pair of small eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled and turned to Yang Kai. "Tu master, forgive this subordinate's ignorance, but which young lord is this?" Tu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied faintly, "Fourth master's servant, the little lord." The young lords of the family rarely showed themselves when they were at home, so it wasn't surprising that this fat man didn't recognize them. Tu Feng naturally didn't intend to bother with him. The look on the fat man's face was slightly surprised, as if he hadn't expected that the first one to return to the family would be the little lord, but he immediately restrained himself and cupped his fist to the ground. Third-class steward Yin Tianyu, by order of the family, is here to welcome the little lord back to the family. The little lord must have worked hard on this journey, and must have worked hard these past few years. A third-class steward status in the Yang family wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. However, this fat man Yin Tianyu's strength was unsightly, so he probably didn't have a martial background. The Yang family was such a big family that it always needed people who were proficient in various aspects of its territory to help manage it. For these people, strength wasn't the most important thing. What was important was their ability to manage their territory. Yang Kai didn't know what Yin Tianyu was responsible for, but he was actually arranged here to welcome the returning young lords. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled amiably at Yin Tianyu and said, "Steward Yin must have worked hard. You must have waited here for many days, right?" Yin Tianyu was surprised to see Yang Kai so kind, but his small eyes became even more spirited as he smiled and humbly replied, "It is this subordinate's honor to be able to welcome the young lords back to the family. Waiting here for many days is not a hardship." Yang Kai nodded slightly and asked, "What arrangements does the family have for us?" The Yang family was different from ordinary families. The tempering of the direct descendants was almost cruel, so the elders in the family basically wouldn't be too kind to the juniors. In the past, when the Yang family's direct descendants returned to the family, they would directly return to their respective residences, and no one would come to receive them. But this time, there was a third-class steward waiting here. Obviously there was some kind of arrangement. When Yin Tianyu heard Yang Kai's question, he couldn't help feeling surprised and said, "Little lord is really clever. This subordinate admires you." Tu Feng coldly said, "There's no need for flattery, just answer the little lord's question directly." "Yes." Yin Tianyu still had a smile on his face, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. "It's like this. The family has ordered that the young lords who have returned to the family not be in a hurry to return to their residences, but instead go to the Dragon Transformation Pond first." "Dragon Transformation Pond?" Tu Feng exclaimed. Yang Kai was also stunned while Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. None of them had expected that the family would prepare such a big gift for the returning young lords this time. Chapter 391. The Dragon Transformation Pool was a place where a fish could leap over the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. This was an important place for the Yang family, and also a treasure trove for the Yang family. The water in the Dragon Transformation Pool was of great benefit to a cultivator. It was said that soaking in it could cleanse one's marrow and transform one's body. If a cultivator could soak in it for a few days, their strength would definitely increase and their aptitude would improve. A cultivator's aptitude was the foundation and cornerstone of their growth. This aptitude determined how high a cultivator could grow, and was generally difficult to change unless they took some particularly rare precious treasures. The Yang family's Dragon Transformation Pool had such an effect. It had always been a place where the Yang family members fought to enter. But even the direct descendants of the Yang family found it difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. They had to be reviewed by the family's elder court, and if the elder court felt that a direct descendant was worth investing in, they would be allowed to enter. As for the Yang family members who didn't share the same surname, it was even more difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, unless they made some kind of extraordinary contribution. "Little Lord, Yuxian and I have both been to the Dragon Transformation Pool. It's a very good place." Tu Feng heard this and whispered excitedly. "And when I was protecting young Lady Mei, I was seriously injured and almost lost my life. Fortunately, young Lady Mei asked Fifth Master to intercede on my behalf, allowing me to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Not only did my injuries stabilize, but my strength also improved." Tang Yuxian also nodded. How could Yang Kai not know the value and efficacy of the Dragon Transformation Pool? When he heard Yin Tianyu say this, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. When he was still at home, because of his congenital deficiency, his father, Yang Yingfeng, had applied to the Council of Elders many times to allow him to soak in the dragon transformation pool. He wanted to see if it could make up for his shortcomings. But no matter how many times Yang Yingfeng applied, he was always rejected by the Council of Elders. Why waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pool for a cripple? As a result, every time his father Yang Yingfeng saw him, he would feel ashamed, as if it was because of his stubborn illness that he was congenitally deficient. During that time, his mother, Dong Suju, also felt sad all the time. She washed her face with tears. Yang Yingfeng's parents would often accept tasks from the family. He worked so hard just to earn some merits so that Yang Kai would have a chance to enter the dragon transformation pool. But no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to achieve their wishes. There will definitely be a chance next time. Every time he returned from the Elder Hall, Yang Yingfeng would say the same thing, seemingly trying to comfort himself. He also seemed to be comforting Yang Kai. The guilt and dejection in his eyes were still vivid in her mind. Back then, his parents had tried so hard but failed to achieve their goal. Who would have thought that today, the Elders Guild would take the initiative to open it up? That was their hard work and struggle back then. What was the reason? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated slightly, and his eyes flashed. He nodded lightly. Yin Tianyo's smile was still plastered on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Little young master, there's no time to lose. Should we head to the dragon transformation pool now?" Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart gave birth to a feeling of rejection. He furrowed his brows, but before he could say anything, the crisp cry of an eagle suddenly rang out above his head. Hearing this cry, everyone couldn't help looking up at the sky, their expressions becoming strange. The golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder also flapped its wings and flew up into the sky in the blink of an eye. Today is a double blessing, another young lord has returned. Yin Tianyu laughed. He had been waiting here for many days, but no young lord had returned. Unexpectedly, two of them had returned today, naturally causing him to feel excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared from the other side of the passage. At the head of the group was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. His eyes shone brightly and his appearance was extraordinary. Riding atop a cloud-treading colt, he leisurely strolled over. Behind him, there were also two blood warriors. Behind these two blood warriors, there were actually several other masters with decent strength. Not far away, Yang Kai and the young man's eyes met midair. The latter's eyes flashing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai with slight surprise. Immediately, the young man smiled and nodded gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also nodded in response. Seeing this young man's face, Yang Kai also knew who he was. Yang Zhao, the second oldest son of the family's direct descendants, was the son of Yang Kai's great-uncle Yang Yinghao. His great-uncle Yang Yinghao was the current patriarch of the Yang family. It was also because he had been wounded in the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land that the family had recalled all the young lords who had gone out for life experience. Unlike Yang Kai's obscurity, although Yang Zhao had never been publicly known before, most people in the family, because of his relationship with Yang Yinghao, knew of his existence and even knew of his face. Yang Kai had only met him a few times, but wasn't familiar with him. After seeing Yang Zhao, the fat man Yin Tianyo's expression immediately became dignified, even the people behind him holding their breaths. Regardless of Yang Zhao's own strength, regardless of his performance in the inheritance war, he was the son of the current patriarch, so they couldn't neglect him. Little lord. Yin Tianyu was an astute person, first greeting Yang Kai with a respectful attitude. "I'll leave you to it." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Many thanks, little lord." Saying so, Yin Tianyu quickly straightened his clothes and waited for Yang Zhao to approach before quickly repeating what he had just said to Yang Kai. From beginning to end, Yang Zhao sat atop his cloud-treading colt, not moving at all. After listening to Yin Tianyo's report, he nodded gently, "I understand." Saying so, he turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled. "Is it little brother Kai?" "Second brother." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and grinned. "Sure enough, it's little brother Kai." Haha. Yang Zhao laughed loudly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. "It's said that a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. I see that a man also changes 18 times. After not seeing you for a few years, Second brother almost didn't recognize you. Where is that weak little brat from so many years ago? Now you're clearly a handsome young man, worthy of being a member of my Yang family. From his words, it was obvious that he was the patriarch of the Yang family. Second brother overpraises me. Kai Yang didn't seem to understand, but his expression remained indifferent as he replied. While the two were talking, the several masters behind Yang Zhao were also sizing up Yang Kai, but after a while they couldn't help showing some disdain, seemingly looking down on Yang Kai. Only the two blood warriors didn't show any change in expression. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also the same. The blood warriors were loyal to the Yang family, and since Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were both young lords of the Yang family, they naturally couldn't show any disdain towards either of them. However, they noticed the disdain of these strangers. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help frowning. Both of them stared towards these people with cold expressions. The faces of these people suddenly changed, and they quickly restrained their expressions. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with some surprise. He hadn't expected these two to be so protective of Yang Kai. Even he hadn't received much respect from the two blood warriors who had escorted him back home. The two blood warriors had simply completed their escort mission and hadn't even said a word to him. After a moment of comparison, Yang Zhao immediately realized that there was something unusual about this situation. Yang Kai seemed to be quite liked by these two blood warriors. Why was that? Suppressing these doubts in his heart, Yang Zhao didn't show any expression, simply asking, "Did little brother Kai fly all the way back?" He saw that Yang Kai and the others didn't even have mounts. Naturally, he would think so. Yang Kai nodded. Then it must have been a hard journey. Yang Zhao sighed sympathetically before dismounting his cloud-treading colt and walking straight over to Yang Kai, saying affectionately, "If little brother Kai doesn't mind, how about we go to the dragon transformation pond together? While we're on the way, I'll let second brother hear about your glorious deeds these past few years." "Good." Yang Kai smiled. "Let's go." Yang Zhao also laughed. After taking a few steps, Yang Zhao suddenly turned back and said, "Right, you go to the house and wait for me. I'll be back in 3 or 5 days." The strangers nodded together. The two blood warriors didn't respond. They were only responsible for safely escorting Yang Zhao back to the family. Now that they had arrived here, their mission was complete, and they could naturally return to the Blood Warrior Hall. "You two have worked hard." Yang Kai also smiled at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them shouted in unison, "Little Lord, take care." Such an affectionate attitude couldn't help causing Yang Zhao and the other two blood warriors to raise their eyebrows. After Yang Kai and Yang Zhao left, the 4 blood warriors glanced at each other, but didn't say anything before flying off towards the Blood Warrior Hall. Halfway there, one of the 2 blood warriors asked, "Tu Feng, why do you and Tang Yuxian seem to care a lot about the little lord? Did he do something special? Why don't you tell us about it?" The blood warriors were all very familiar with each other. In front of outsiders, they wouldn't show it, but when there was no one else around, they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Tu Feng slowly shook his head. "No, it's just that the little lord is very kind." Although he wasn't an outsider, Tu Feng wasn't stupid enough to betray Yang Kai, because the people here could become Yang Kai's enemy at any time. If he talked about his good points now, it would only harm him. The man obviously didn't believe Tu Feng's words and couldn't help curling his lips. "What about you two? How was the second young lord?" Tu Feng changed the subject and asked. The 2 blood warriors looked indifferent, the one who had asked the previous question saying, "Nothing too special, his performance was quite normal." The 4 blood warriors suddenly glanced at each other, and all of them smiled meaningfully. Everyone knew that the other party was talking nonsense. But even if they knew, none of them dared to expose it. At this time, no matter which blood warrior it was, they absolutely couldn't betray the young lords. Even if the patriarch or the elder council asked, they couldn't reveal anything. A blood warrior was a blood warrior, synonymous with loyalty. Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were leisurely strolling towards the dragon transformation pond at this moment. Along the way, the 2 brothers only talked about the tedious things they had experienced in the outside world over the past few years, not mentioning anything about the sect or their own accomplishments. Both of them knew that this was their brother, but also their enemy. If they didn't do anything right, this young lord would try to trip them up and beat them to a pulp. The inheritance war was a civil war between brothers, a battle of wits and courage. Chapter 392. The two brothers walked together in a harmonious atmosphere, as if they were close brothers. After a short while, they arrived at the location of the dragon transformation pond. Outside, there were countless cultivator guards, but in secret, there were many masters paying close attention to this place, their divine senses constantly spreading out. Once an outsider tried to approach this place, they would be ruthlessly and directly killed. There was no room for discussion. Once a steward from a first-class family had come to pay tribute to the Yang family, but after delivering the tribute, he somehow lost his way and ended up 10 kilometers outside the dragon transformation pond. Before he had time to say a word, he was killed on the spot by the Yang family masters guarding this place. After this incident spread out, the first-class family not only didn't dare to question him, but instead sent someone to apologize with double the amount of gifts. The Yang family's treasure trove had always been a heavily guarded location. Even though it was inside the central capital, with the dragon transformation pond as its center, the surrounding several dozen kilometers had still been maintained in its most primitive state. At first glance, one would probably think they had stumbled into the great wilderness. Shrouded in clouds, it was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, covering a large area. Lush mountains and forests were looming, and from time to time, one could see a few silhouettes. In the deepest part of this place was the dragon transformation pond. When Yang Zhao and Yang Kai arrived here, they quickly closed their mouths. Yang Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Disciple Yang Zhao has been ordered to come to the dragon transformation pond. May I ask which senior is guarding this place? From the clouds, a strange voice floated out. This old master is Xiao Jingqing, so it is young Lord Zhao. Young Lord Zhao, there is another person beside young Lord Zhao. Who is it? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Zhao quickly took over and said with a smile, "It's my little brother Kai." The voice in the clouds was silent for a while, seemingly pondering who this little brother Kai Yang Zhao was talking about was, but after a long time said, "Since you've come, 2 young lords may come in." As these words were spoken, the clouds in front of them seemed to be pushed aside by 2 giant invisible hands. The clouds rolled to the sides, revealing a clear passage in the middle. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were shocked to discover this. On both sides of this passage stood many of the Yang family's masters. The one closest to the 2 of them was less than 5 meters away. Just now these people were wrapped in clouds and mist. Unexpectedly, neither of the 2 brothers noticed it, and they didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the clouds. These Yang family masters were obviously different from the people outside. Their auras were much calmer, and most of them were at the Yuan-Qi boundary. Their cultivations were also much more vigorous than the average person. Occasionally, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters scattered among them, but all of them stared at the 2 of them with solemn expressions. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai looked at each other for a moment before their expressions couldn't help turning solemn as they strode forward towards the entrance. "Greetings, young masters." "Please, young masters." Along the way, all the cultivator nodded slightly, greeting the 2 of them respectfully. Yang Zhao wore a smile on his face as he strode forward. Yang Kai didn't say a word, quietly releasing his divine sense to sense the surroundings, secretly surprised. Although he was also a member of the Yang family, and a direct descendant of the Yang family, Yang Kai still didn't understand what kind of capital the Yang family had. However, after probing around, he was surprised to find that the cultivators around him were undoubtedly much stronger and more powerful than the ordinary disciples from the first or second-class sects in the same realm. Their essence, qi and soul, the strength of their physique, vitality, bones, meridians, and Yuan-Qi all seemed to be much purer. Yang Kai estimated that the 2 people here would be enough to defeat 3 cultivators of the same realm outside. Of course, this was only a competition between ordinary disciples. Even so, it was enough to surprise him. Moreover, the surrounding clouds and mist were quite strange. When Yang Kai probed them with his divine sense, it was as if he was immersed in a pool of stagnant water. There should be some kind of spirit array operating here. After walking for a full stick of incense worth of time, the front suddenly opened up and the clouds and mist suddenly disappeared, giving the two of them a sense of relief. Beside a huge pool, 3 old men with white hair and beards sat cross-legged, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Zhao and Yang Zhao. After seeing 2 people emerge from the mist, the old man in the middle smiled and asked, "Yang Zhao?" Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he quickly cupped his fists. Disciple greets 3 seniors. To be able to guard the dragon transformation pond, whether these 3 were surnamed Yang or not, their status in the Yang family was not low. They were even comparable to the elders of the family. This was why Yang Zhao was so serious. Xiao Jingqing and the other 2 smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Zhao's attitude, turning their eyes to Yang Kai and asking suspiciously, "Are you the one who served the previous generation's 4th brother, Yang Yingfeng?" "Yes," Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai was also shocked. These 3 were all peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. In other words, any one of them was no worse than Ling Taisu before he broke through. At this moment, they were actually guarding the dragon transformation pond, showing just how much importance the Yang family attached to this place. With these 3 here, along with the mysterious spirit array and countless hidden masters, it was likely only an above Immortal Ascension boundary master would be able to break through its defenses. After learning about Yang Kai's background, Xiao Zhengqing just nodded slightly while the other 2 didn't say anything. It seemed that for them, Yang Zhao was more interesting and could arouse their attention. Seeing how obvious their reactions were, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. "Senior, why did the family arrange for us to come to the dragon transformation pond first this time?" Yang Zhao saw that Xiao Jingqing was quite optimistic about him, and couldn't help but ask, quickly asking the question in his heart. Xiao Jingqing smiled lightly and said, "Naturally, it is to give you a better space to develop. You have been outside for a few years now. At most, you have entered a first-class force to gain experience. How could the resources there compare to our Yang families? The secret arts and martial skills you cultivate, the medicinal efficacies you absorb, and the many impurities your body produces. Once you enter the dragon transformation pond, you will be able to cleanse yourself of these impurities." Yang Zhao smiled happily and respectfully said, "I will definitely live up to the family's expectations." Xiao Jingqing laughed. "Good, as expected of the patriarch's son, you are truly different from others. The dragon transformation pond is just below us, you can enter it yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't expect Xiao Jingqing to be so optimistic about him, these words still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Zhao didn't say anything. Right now he had no power or influence, so if he really tried to say anything, it would only be a thankless task and would only make him appear to be overestimating himself. If Yang Zhao wanted to change his mind, there was only one way. That was to establish himself above the entire Yang family. At that time, everyone would have to obediently follow his orders and act according to his mood. Yang Zhao nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai, the 2 of them looked down and suddenly saw a huge pond. Only its outline could be seen. It was impossible to see the water inside because above this pond was a thick layer of clouds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this layer of clouds was different from the ones they had just passed through. The clouds from before were only used to confuse, but the layer above the dragon transformation pool was formed by the gathering of the energy of the world. It was as if the entire dragon transformation pool was a crystallization of energy. Dense steam rose into the air, condensing into a layer of clouds that covered the top. The dragon transformation pond is a place where one can cleanse their body. This opportunity is not easy to come by, so you should cherish it, Xiao Zhengqing smiled. Another person interjected, "The dragon transformation pond is also a place to test a person's aptitude. The longer one stays inside, the more outstanding their aptitude is. Yang Zhao, you need to perform well. You are different from the average young lord. You are the son of the current patriarch. Many people are optimistic about you." Yang Zhao's face was filled with excitement, seemingly eager to prove himself, quickly cupping his fists and nodding. "Yes. Go." Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around both Yang Zhao and Yang Kai, gently sending them into the dragon transformation pond. The clouds churned and the two fell into the pond at the same time, disappearing. Suddenly, a cold feeling washed over him. The water of this dragon transformation pond seemed to have some kind of magical effect. Yang Kai clearly felt some kind of energy pouring into his body's meridians and pores. As this energy entered his body, his whole body became tingling with pain. But then, this pain suddenly disappeared as this energy drilled into his meridians and, under the burning of his true Yang Yuan Qi, converged into his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly feeling that this dragon transformation pond seemed to be a bit untrue. It didn't have any of the magical effects it was rumored to have. Turning his head to look at Yang Zhao not far away, Yang Kai's expression became even more strange. He found that his second brother seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain at the moment, his entire face red and his Yuan Qi madly circulating, drawing the energy from the dragon transformation pond into his body. Soon after, some impurities were expelled from his body, and some filthy substances were added to the clear pool water. Yang Kai quickly swam a little further away, lost in thought. Looking at Yang Zhao's current appearance, the dragon transformation pond clearly had some kind of effect and could really help people cleanse their body. But why couldn't he feel it? After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, a look of surprise filling his face. If his guess was right, it must be because of the myriad drug liquid. The myriad drug liquid, if taken over a long period of time, was able to cleanse one's body and fundamentally improve one's aptitude. Since obtaining the myriad drug liquid until now, as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances, Yang Kai had basically taken a drop of it every day. After such a long time, the impurities in his body should have been completely eliminated, and his aptitude should have improved significantly. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation pond, what use would it have? The effect of the dragon transformation pond was definitely not as good as the myriad drug liquid. Understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became disappointed. Influenced by his childhood beliefs, he had been looking forward to the effects of the dragon transformation pond, but now it had no effect on him, so naturally he was disappointed. The dragon transformation pond didn't have any effect on him, and now that he had just entered it, he couldn't just leave directly. Yang Kai suddenly felt bored and could only wait silently, circulating his true Yang secret art and absorbing and refining the energy in the dragon transformation pond. Chapter 393. Young Family. The news that the two young lords had returned first quickly spread. The two golden feather eagles that had returned to the family were the best evidence. Two figures, one man and one woman, were quickly flying towards the dragon transformation pond. Both of their faces were filled with nervousness and expectation, as well as some guilt and heartache. The middle-aged man was a bit better, forcing himself to remain calm, but his muscular body couldn't help trembling slightly, a look of joy even appearing on his meticulous face. On the other hand, the woman was wiping the corners of her eyes as she ran, crying silently, her tears falling to the ground, her eyes red. After running for a while, the middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and muttered, "Su Zhu, what are you crying for? You should be happy that your son is back." Dong Suju continued to wipe her tears, but before she could speak, she began sobbing and stammering. I just couldn't help it. You thought I wanted to cry? These tears, they just came out by themselves. Woo, it's so annoying." Yang Yingfeng was speechless. "If our son saw you like this, he would think I was bullying you at home." Dong Suju suddenly became sad. "You didn't bully me? Why don't you tell me what happened to that vixen last time? Why did she keep calling me Big Brother Yang, and calling me Big Brother Yang so intimately?" She was extremely eloquent. Her tears seemed to have stopped flowing, and her incoherent appearance was nowhere to be found. Fourth Master Yang was so embarrassed that his face turned red, stuttering for a long time before muttering, "It was an accident. Last time was just an accident." "An accident?" Dong Suju didn't give up and continued pitifully. "I married into your Yang family at the age of 18, and followed you for almost 20 years. After so many years of not being able to enjoy the good fortune of your Yang family, I've suffered a lot. At this age, I actually have to worry about my husband being seduced by another vixen. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, and ended up meeting such a heartless man like you, woo-woo. As she spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes, quietly observing Yang Yingfeng's reaction. What a surprise! Fourth Master Yang's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although Dong Suju was not young anymore, and had reached the age of a married woman, he did not know how she grew up. Even now, she looked no different from a 16-year-old girl. The long flowing time Great Emperor did not seem to have left any traces on her face. Moreover, not only did Dong Suju look young, but she was also very lively. She would often say things that only young girls would say and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the husband and wife went out together, such embarrassing things often happened. The unfamiliar people immediately saluted respectfully. Greetings, Fourth Master Yang. Greetings, Miss Yang. Yang Yingfeng asked curiously, who is young lady Yang? The servant politely said, isn't this Fourth Master's daughter? Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. As expected of the Fourth Master's daughter, Miss Yang's beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Flatter vigorously. The Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and held onto Yang Yingfeng's arm, nodding repeatedly as if she was enjoying herself, as if she could not wait for others to say a few more good words about her. After experiencing this many times, Fourth Master Yang had also gained some experience, so whenever he visited an unfamiliar family as a guest, he would not hesitate to open his mouth. Not waiting for the host to open his mouth, he quickly introduced himself. I am Yang Yingfeng, this is my wife, Dong Suju. The host immediately became depressed, thinking to himself that this Fourth Master Yang was a strange person. It was as if he was afraid that the world did not know he was an old cow eating young grass, actually introducing himself like this every time he met someone. Perhaps the temperament of the Yang family was just so strange. The thoughts of a direct descendant of a great family really were not something they could easily understand. The previous incident that Dong Suju mentioned actually happened 3 years ago, and the woman who had a good impression of Yang Yingfeng had long since disappeared. However, Dong Suju did not let go of this matter, bringing it up every time she felt depressed. What's more, Fourth Master Yang's temperament was dull, so he fell for this kind of trick. Obviously, he had not done anything wrong. It was just that the woman had been attracted by his elegant demeanor, but as soon as Dong Suju mentioned it, Fourth Master Yang would become like a grandson, repeatedly apologizing and embarrassing himself. It was really an accident, Suju, don't think too much about it. I just helped her when she was in trouble. In fact, I didn't even say more than 3 words to her. Fourth Master Yang nervously explained as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In fact, he did not know how many times he had explained this. Really? Dong Suju sniffled, tears streaming down her face. You're not lying to me? I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you for the rest of my life. Fourth Master Yang said firmly, his expression solemn. Fourth brother, you're so kind. Dong Suju suddenly broke into a smile. Fourth Master Yang grinned, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, one that was quite similar to Yang Kai's, but without the wickedness of Yang Kai's. You won't tell this to our son, will you? Fourth Master Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and hurriedly asked. That will depend on how you behave in the future. If one day I'm not happy, perhaps I'll go talk to our son. You know what it's like to talk about things. Who knows what we'll end up talking about? Cuckoo. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking that if his high and lofty image were to collapse in his son's heart, that would be extremely bad. Speaking of his son, Dong Suju's expression became slightly more serious as she muttered, I wonder if our son has brought back a wife for us these past few years. I don't think so. I heard Tu Feng say that he came back alone. However, Tu Feng told me that there seems to be a woman who has a good impression of him. How many women? Dong Suju suddenly became interested. How many? The Yang family Fourth Master's thick eyebrows arched. Suddenly his face filled with killing intent. Only one. If he dares to be unfaithful, I'll break his legs. The expectation and smile on Dong Suju's face quickly faded as she snorted meaningfully. If you dare do that, I'll break your legs. Yang Yingfeng's neck shrank as he suddenly wondered. Why was it that he had only said 3 words to a woman, and this woman had been asking him for 3 years? Yet his son had no problem being unfaithful. Was this some kind of double standard? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the dragon transformation pond, Dong Suju quickly said, Quick, quick, fourth brother, help me take a look and see if my clothes are properly done. Is my hair messy? Is there any problem with my current appearance? Fourth Master Yang asked curiously. You're not going on a blind date. Why are you being so careful? Dong Suju curled her lips. Seeing our son is much more important than a blind date. Fourth Master Yang pondered for a while. Suddenly feeling that his wife's words made sense, he also straightened his clothes and asked, Is there any problem with my appearance? Your beard is a little thick, but it's fine. Fourth Master Yang nodded with satisfaction. The husband and wife both stopped at the edge of the dragon transformation pond's forbidden area. They held their breaths as they stared at the thick clouds and mist. Their bodies were ramrod straight as they waited with solemn expressions. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of master to arrive. After waiting for a while, Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, That's not right, Suju. Our son should be in the dragon transformation pond right now. It should take at least a day or 2 for him to come out. Why would we come here now? Why don't you go back? Dong Suju suggested. Good, there are still some things I need to take care of. I'll come find you when I'm done. Yang Yingfeng nodded, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, suddenly, he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. 2 cold gazes pierced his spine and sent a chill down his spine. The fourth master couldn't help shivering and hurriedly came to a stop, a dignified expression on his face as he stood beside Dong Suju with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead. His expression was solemn. What's wrong? Dong Suju looked at him with a sweet smile, gently biting her teeth. Fourth Master Yang sniffed and said in a muffled voice, I suddenly feel that it's better to wait here. In any case, those things aren't important and can be dealt with at any time. I'll wait here alone. Dong Suju looked at Yang Yingfeng tenderly, her face filled with tenderness and understanding. You go do what you need to do, don't worry about us mother and son. When my son comes out, I'll take him to the Dong family so he won't have to participate in the inheritance war. No. Fourth Master Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. It's better for me to wait. Inside the dragon transformation pond, half a day later, Yang Kai really couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon transformation pond had no effect on him, so he could only wait here and circulate his true Yang secret art. His cultivation speed was faster than usual, but not by much. If it were any other time, he would have pretended to stay here for a while before leaving. But thinking about how his 2 parents were waiting for him in the house, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling like his butt was on fire. Quietly glancing at the other side, Yang Kai found that Yang Zhao was still in the same state, shaking his head gently, and leaping out of the dragon transformation pond. Midair, Yang Kai circulated his yuan qi, evaporating the water on his body before landing back down. Xiao Jingqing and the other 2 all stared at Yang Kai in amazement. As they had said, the dragon transformation pond was a place that could test a person's aptitude. The better one's aptitude was, the longer they could stay in the dragon transformation pond, and the greater the benefits they could obtain. The 3 of them had been guarding this place for many years, and had seen many young family disciples enter the dragon transformation pool. Even the disciple with the worst aptitude who entered the dragon transformation pool had to persist for a full day and night before coming out. But this one in front of them, after entering for less than half a day, actually came out on his own. This kind of performance was really unsightly. Xiao Jingqing and the other 2 were quite senior, and their status in the Yang family was not low. So naturally they didn't need to give Yang Kai any face. What's more, the 3 of them weren't very optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. He came out just like that. One of them snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Yang Kai frowned, but although he was unhappy he didn't answer, instead just asking, Do you 3 have any other orders? None. You can return to the house. Xiao Zhengqing said casually. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists to the 3, turned around and strode away. Behind him, there seemed to be a chuckle, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Chapter 394. Bastard, I've been reading Laughing Proud Wanderer for the past few days, but he hasn't updated. What a beast. It had been 5 or 6 years since he left the Yang family. When he left, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, but now he had reached the Yuan-Qi boundary 7th stage. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Yang Kai was also very worried about his 2 parents, but due to the family rules, he was unable to visit them. In addition, last time Dong Qinghan told him that his mother ran out to secretly see him, but was discovered by the family. 4th Master Yang had taken her place and received 30 beatings, which made Yang Kai even more worried. He wondered how his 2 parents had been these past few years. His mood rose and fell as he hurriedly left the dragon transformation pool's forbidden area. He just left the expanse of clouds and mist when he saw 2 figures standing ramrod straight. They stood there silently and raised their heads in anticipation towards the forbidden area. Looking at each other, both of them were stunned. Yang Kai never thought that his 2 parents would be waiting here. After all, he had only returned to the family less than half a day ago. If no one had sent them a message, perhaps his 2 parents wouldn't have known that he had returned. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju also didn't expect that their son would appear in front of them so quickly. Both of them were still in a daze. Before, the 4th Master had said that Yang Kai would need at least 1 or 2 days to come out of the dragon transformation pond. But that was because he had overestimated Yang Kai's aptitude as much as possible. From Tu Feng, they had learned about Yang Kai's current cultivation, and that he had gotten rid of his congenital deficiency, but as for Yang Kai's aptitude, they didn't know. In their hearts, they didn't know. They estimated that if he stayed in the dragon transformation pond for 1 or 2 days, his aptitude would definitely not be good, but it was also normal. They never expected that after only half a day, Yang Kai would come out of the dragon transformation pond. Such a short time was enough to prove that Yang Kai's aptitude was very problematic. The 3 of them looked at each other for a moment. Then, Yang Kai smiled, as if he had never smiled so peacefully and happily in all these years. Dong Suju's mouth suddenly became soft. Tears fell from his eyes, but without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward. He held his son in his arms. But now, Yang Kai was obviously not the same as before. After all these years, he had grown a lot taller. Dong Suju was actually half a head shorter than him. She had no choice but to stand on her tiptoes, put her small hands around Yang Kai's neck, and put his head on her slender shoulders. She stroked his hair with one hand and put the other on his broad back. He opened and closed his mouth several times. All of them were replaced by choking sobs. Her tears dripped onto Yang Kai's shoulder, and a warm feeling came over him. Smelling the fragrance that had made him infatuated when he was young, his entire mind was at peace. A sense of relaxation that he had never felt before exploded in his body and mind. The ship that had been sailing for a long time finally returned to the harbor of Wenning. Yang Kai felt like crying. 4th Master Yang was a tough man, but at this moment, the rims of his eyes reddened. He quietly turned his head and squeezed his eyes. "Mother, I'm back," Yang Kai murmured softly. Dong Suju finally calmed down her emotional state. She gently patted Yang Kai's back and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." After saying this more than 10 times, her voice gradually stopped trembling. In the end, she couldn't help but break into laughter. Only then did she let go of Yang Kai. She squeezed his shoulders with both hands and stood in front of him, looking him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. He had grown taller and stronger. He was no longer the weak child of the past. Now that her son was standing in front of her, she actually felt like she could rely on him. Thinking of this, Dong Suju began to cry again. The growth of a person was always accompanied by trials and tribulations. Yang Kai becoming like this was inseparable from the hardships he had suffered in the past few years. Yang Kai was about to give 4th Master a look, hinting for him to come over and comfort him, but he didn't expect his father to turn his head to the side and look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if there were birds flying in the sky. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. The corners of his eyes were wet. Yang Kai was helpless and could only open his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay, don't cry. And it's a joke." Dong Suju nodded gently, wiping his own tears, his eyes swollen like a peach. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Yang Yingfeng. The fourth master still maintained his posture, not moving at all. "Father." Yang Kai called out softly. Fourth master Yang didn't know what to think, but he quickly turned his head and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a serious expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was seeing his son, not an elder of the same generation. What was the point of cupping his fists? Was he supposed to salute him? His old face instantly flushed red. He reached out and flicked his sleeves without leaving a trace, flicking away the non-existent dust. Then he put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. With a calm expression, he said, "And you're back?" Yang Kai sniffled and suddenly felt that this question was somewhat inexplicable, so he could only nod. "And I'm back." "Well then let's go home." The Yang family's fourth master was a bit shaken. He waved his hand and left, his ears completely red. Yang Kai and Dong Suju glanced at each other before following behind the fourth master, both of them giggling. Although Yang Yingfeng didn't show much expression when he saw Yang Kai, anyone could see that at this moment he was quite proud of himself. Even his footsteps were lighter than before. Inside the fourth master's house, the three of them traveled quickly and returned home in a short while. The fourth master's house wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he was a direct descendant of the previous generation. So there were only a dozen servants and maidservants in the house. Compared to other places, it was a bit quieter. Entering the house, all the servants and maidservants they encountered along the way respectfully bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng quickly ordered the servants to prepare a meal to welcome his son back, but Dong Suju pulled Yang Kai directly into his former bedroom. Pushing open the door to the room in his memory, Yang Kai slowly walked in. What he saw was no different from what he remembered, whether it was the placement of the things inside or the layout. There was not the slightest change. Even the tables, chairs, and beds were spotless. Obviously, someone came to clean this place every day. Yang Yingfeng flashed in like a ghost and whispered, "After you left, your mother often came back here and looked after this place. It was as if she saw you were still at home." Dong Suju pinched Yang Yingfeng lightly, but the fourth master's skin was thick and he didn't say a word. He just glanced suspiciously at the madam. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. I just came here occasionally to take a look," Dong Suju quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In his heart he knew better than anyone else. This room. It was likely that not only would his mother come here often, but even his father would often visit this place. The whole room was filled with the smell of the two old men in the family. It was easy to imagine Yang Yingfeng standing here, sighing. It was easy to imagine Dong Suju sitting on the bed, crying miserably. 5 or 6 years, more than 1,000 days and nights, not being a parent. They would never be able to understand how difficult these days were. Yang Kai's heart surged, his breathing becoming slightly rapid, but he didn't know what to say. "I'll have the food and wine delivered here. We'll eat here today." The fourth master found that he seemed to have said something wrong, and quickly found an excuse to leave. "I'll go help. Son, you should rest for a while." After a short while, the servants delivered the food and wine. All of the dishes were personally cooked by Dong Suju. Fourth Master Yang even took out a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years. A family of 3. For the first time in many years, they sat at the same table and ate in harmony. After a while, the fourth master drank himself to the point of intoxication. After a while, Dong Suju also drank herself into a daze. Only Yang Kai was still sober. "That's all for today. I'll come talk to you again tomorrow." Although there were thousands of questions in his heart, Yang Yingfeng didn't ask Yang Kai anything on his first day back home, and instead stood up shakily. Dong Suju supported her cheeks with her hands and said drunkenly, "You go back by yourself. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. I haven't slept with him for a long time." Kai Yang turned pale with fright. The fourth master, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Hearing this, he nodded and walked out of the door. "Father." Yang Kai hurriedly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Yang Yingfeng turned around and asked. "You don't think there's a problem?" Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The fourth master thought about it seriously for a while before frowning and asking, "What's the problem?" Yang Kai facepalmed. He knew that these two old men were probably really drunk. Did they think he was a child? No matter what he said now, they probably wouldn't listen. In desperation, Yang Kai could only call the maidservant from outside and help Dong Suju back to her room to rest. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Dong Suju's muffled voice came from afar. "Don't make trouble. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll stab them and curse them. In the future, I will never let these two get drunk." Yang Kai secretly decided in his heart. The next day dawn. Yang Kai got up early and faced the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. The yuan qi in his body was restless, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. When he was in the Liu family, he had absorbed a large piece of yang crystal jade bed, and these days he had been using the myriad drug liquid to cleanse his body. So it was normal for him to want to break through. His mind was calm, neither sad nor happy, just letting nature take its course. Half an hour later, sweating profusely, Yang Kai finished his cultivation. After breakfast, a servant came to report that the fourth master had summoned him. Yang Kai knew that his two parents must have a lot to say to him, so he wasn't too surprised. After tidying up a little, he hurried to the study. Unsurprisingly, not only was Yang Yingfeng waiting in the study, Dong Suju was also sitting nearby, staring at the door. Seeing Yang Kai enter, Dong Suju quickly stood up and pulled him over to sit next to him. After the three sat down, fourth master Yang coughed dryly and looked at Dong Suju. "Do you want to ask first, or should I?" "Go ahead and ask. What I want to ask are all trivial matters." Yang Yingfeng nodded, his expression becoming serious as he pondered for a moment. "My relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, did your Grand Master tell you about it?" "And he did." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you should know why I asked you to go to High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. "Let me ask you, what is the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion?" Yang Yingfeng only knew that High Heaven Pavilion had been burned to the ground by the Chiu family's masters. Thousands of High Heaven Pavilion disciples had all been dismissed, and the whereabouts of the sect's elders were unknown. RS Chapter 395. High Heaven Pavilion was not only Yang Kai's sect, it was also the sect of the fourth master Yang, so how could he not care? Yang Kai calmly recounted the various injustices that had happened to his sect, causing Yang Yingfeng's face to become gloomy and angry. But now Chiu Yimeng is helping to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and that place is now under my name. Before the sect is officially established, that place is just one of my properties. Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed. Chiu Yimeng. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The Chiu family's first young lady? Why would she help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion? The sect was burned down by one of her family's masters. That doesn't make sense. Yang Yingfeng frowned, puzzled, slowly shaking his head and asking, "Is there a reason for this?" "I helped her a little, so in return, rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion isn't a big deal for her," Yang Kai said lightly. "You helped her a little?" Fourth Master Yang's expression became more and more strange as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, seemingly not having expected that after all these years, he would actually have a relationship with the Chiu family's first young lady. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and looked meaningfully at Yang Kai. "Son, are you very familiar with her?" "Not too familiar, but not unfamiliar either." Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju pursed her red lips thoughtfully before giggling. "The Chiu family's first young lady is an extraordinary character. If she were a man, she would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chiu family. Son, work hard. Take her in." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Regarding Chiu Yimeng, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about her at all. It was undeniable that this woman was very attractive and had a strong background. If he could obtain her favor, it would be like obtaining divine assistance in the inheritance war. But Yang Kai still instinctively rejected her. The feeling she gave off was too shrewd. This kind of shrewdness, it shouldn't appear in a young girl. Perhaps this was the tragedy of being born into a great family. Cooperation was fine, but it was absolutely impossible for anything to happen between them. Restoring the sect's name. Yang Yingfeng whispered to himself. Chiu Yimeng can't become the patriarch of the Chiu family. She really can't do this. If any of the central capital's 8 great families spoke up for High Heaven Pavilion, Then the pot of shit that had been placed on High Heaven Pavilion's head could be removed without any hesitation. The evil sect name. It wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was Great Sect's Demon Lord. This was the sect's evil sect. Is there any news from Grandmaster? Yang Kai quickly asked. Yang sects grand sects, but several sects, and elders, several elders and elders, grand elders have disappeared. After a pause, Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, has your Grand Master really broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? When the Chiu family masters sent back a message, Yang Yingfeng had also received the news immediately, but after all, this was only the Chiu family masters' side of the story. Perhaps they had fabricated it in order to shirk responsibility, so fourth Master Yang didn't dare fully believe it. Not to mention Yang Yingfeng. Everyone else who heard this news still held some doubts even now. How could such a super expert appear in a mere second-class sect? He really broke through. Yang Kai nodded firmly. After receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Yang Yingfeng grinned widely, pacing back and forth in his study before suddenly coming to a stop. Patting his thigh heavily, he muttered, Good. I knew Master would definitely break through, but I didn't expect it to come so late." As he spoke, fourth Master Yang's expression relaxed, as if he had put down a big stone in his heart. In the past, Ling Tai-su was depressed because of the matter of his two disciples, and his heart was full of knots. After wasting more than 10 years in vain, now that he had finally made a breakthrough, it was definitely because he had resolved the knot in his heart, so Yang Yingfeng was naturally happy for him. Grand Master's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise. Yang Kai suddenly thought of an idea. The Demon Lord emerged from the coiling dragon stream and fought with the masters of the sect. One of the elders was killed on the spot and Grand Master also suffered heavy injuries. That unworthy junior. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help cursing, his eyes filled with anger. The Demon Lord was still Yang Yingfeng's junior brother, but now he had betrayed his master and killed his fellow disciples, so the fourth master was naturally enraged. Sooner or later, I'll make him kneel in front of Master, kowtow and admit his wrongs. Yang Yingfeng was annoyed for a while before hurriedly asking, and then? Later, Grand Master was surrounded by demonic qi and his life was in danger. Seeing that there was no way to save him, I tried to give him something. You gave him something? Yang Yingfeng's eyes widened to the size of a pigeon's egg while Dong Suju also covered her mouth, both husband and wife holding their breaths nervously. And it was a medicinal liquid I made myself. I didn't expect it would really work, not only pulling Grand Master back from the gates of hell, but also helping him dispel the demonic qi in his body. Yang Kai braced himself as he made up a story. After Grand Master recovered, he broke through. You made a medicinal liquid yourself? Yang Yingfeng's expression was one of fear, his face completely pale. Dong Suju patted her chest with her small hands, secretly rejoicing that nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, the title of Grand Master's murderer would not have been placed on the Demon Lord's head, but rather on Yang Kai. If that had really happened, her fourth brother would have died of guilt. Yang Kai sniffed and said, Actually, I know a little about medicine. I studied it in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. So that's how it is. Yang Yingfeng suddenly realized. You know about it? Yang Kai was stunned, but the two old men didn't show the slightest surprise, as if they had long been aware of this matter. Qing Han secretly sent us a letter to tell us. Dong Suju nodded. This could be explained. Dong Qing Han was her mother's nephew, so it wasn't strange for him to send a letter. Grandmaster Xiao is truly worthy of being called a grandmaster. Yang Yingfeng sighed. You didn't need to do anything personally, just teaching you something actually had such a magical effect. Sighing with emotion, Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I'll have to thank Grandmaster properly some other day. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. Of course. When I have time, I'll personally go to Hidden Cloud Peak. My master's life-saving grace is equivalent to my life-saving grace. I can't help but thank him. Fourth Master Yang said sincerely with a grateful expression. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. If the fourth master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, and the two sides confronted each other, wouldn't his lie be exposed? Quickly saying, "Father, you shouldn't go. Grandmaster's temper is a bit strange. Even if you go, you may not be able to see him. It's better for me to go alone." Yang Yingfeng thought about it for a moment, and felt that what Yang Kai said was true. Over the years, many people from the 8 great families had tried to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to ask Xiao Fusheng to refine alchemy pills, but no matter how many people went back and forth, only a few of them were able to succeed. Quickly nodding, Yang Yingfeng said, "That's good. When you go, prepare a few gifts." "And I understand." Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Dong Suju suddenly became excited and asked softly, "Son, do you still remember the method to concoct the medicinal liquid?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Naturally I remember." Then, Dong Suju's heart couldn't help beating faster as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. How could Yang Kai not know what she was looking forward to? The 4th Master Yang had been injured by the Demon Lord, and suffered from a chronic illness. Even now, there was still some residual demonic qi in his body. If not for this reason, how could Yang Yingfeng still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? Even Dong Suju was now an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. At that time, the 4th Master Yang was Ling Taisu's eldest disciple, while the Demon Lord was the 2nd disciple. The Demon Lord's aptitude was heaven-defying, and now he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Yingfeng was Ling Taisu's brother, so obviously his aptitude wasn't any worse than the Demon Lord's. If it weren't for that incident, how could he still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? At the very least, he would be an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. The demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng and Ling Taisu's bodies came from the same source, but the latter was much denser. Since that magical medicinal liquid was able to resolve the demonic qi in Ling Taisu's body, it didn't necessarily mean it couldn't resolve the demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng's body. If he could cure the 4th Master's chronic illness, his future would be bright, and he might even be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. In the past, Yang Yingfeng's aptitude was one of the highest in the Yang family, even better than the current patriarch, Yang Yinghao. This medicinal liquid can be prepared, and the required materials aren't too complicated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 4th Master Yang and his wife's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Father, I want to take a look at your condition first." "Good." Yang Yingfeng nodded, sat down next to Yang Kai, and stretched out his hand. Yang Kai flicked his finger and placed it on his palm, circulating his yuan qi slightly and carefully examining it. When the yuan qi entered his body, Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became startled as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. He hadn't expected his son's yuan qi to be so pure and vigorous. Although it was only a strand of yuan qi, it was easy to see the whole picture. The yuan qi in his son's body was obviously extraordinary, comparable to his own over the years. Yang Kai was only at the 7th stage of yuan qi. If he was given enough time to accumulate and improve his cultivation, to what extent could his yuan qi reach? This child seemed a bit mysterious. Was this really his own son? The Yang family's 4th master had a surreal feeling in his heart. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his hand with a solemn expression. "How is it?" Dong Suju asked with a trembling voice. "Compared to Grandmaster's condition, it's better and can be cured, but because too much time has passed, that strand of demonic qi has attached itself to the dantian, and is not easy to resolve. Father must drink this medicinal liquid all year round, until it is completely eradicated. It's good that it can be cured." When Dong Suju heard him say this, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yingfeng, they both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Over the years, the husband and wife had searched everywhere for famous doctors and tried all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to resolve the strand of demonic qi in the dantian. Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond had no effect. But now, the worries that had plagued the husband and wife for many years had been resolved with the return of their son. They suddenly felt that no one in this world was as amazing as their son. Chapter 396. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai closed himself in his room, and told his 2 old men that he needed to refine the medicinal liquid. A variety of precious materials were sent to his room, and all of them were stored in the black book space by Yang Kai. These materials were not from the Yang family, but were instead found by Yang Yingfeng and his wife. Although they weren't precious treasures, their grade wasn't bad either, the highest of which was mysterious grade low rank. Yang Kai wanted to give them the illusion that this medicinal liquid was extraordinary, otherwise if he could just casually refine it, it would be impossible to explain its magical effects. It wasn't that Yang Kai intended to conceal the myriad drug liquid from his two old men, it was just that this thing's origin was very strange. Since it was related to the Medicine King's Valley Pill Saint statue, letting them know would only add to the danger, so it was better not to tell them. 10 days later, Yang Kai brought 2 large water bags filled with myriad drug liquid, and gave them to Yang Yingfeng, ordering him and Dong Suju to take a drop every day. He also gave them a lot of myriad drug milk, which was the key to dispelling the demonic qi. The myriad drug liquid was only for them to cleanse their bodies. As for the highest grade myriad drug cream, Yang Kai didn't use it. This thing could help one comprehend the heavenly way. So Yang Kai wanted to wait until his 2 old men reached the peak immortal ascension boundary to help them break through. Although that may take a long time, Yang Kai could afford to wait. The 4th master didn't know how precious the myriad drug liquid was, so he simply accepted it and put it aside, glancing at Yang Kai with a slightly strange expression, frowning as he asked, "The inheritance war, you want to participate?" Yang Kai felt like he had something to say, so instead of answering he asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Yingfeng sighed, "Your mother and I didn't expect you to grow up in these past few years, so we didn't want you to participate in the inheritance war. What your mother means is, you don't want to participate." Yang Kai stared at him with burning eyes. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had asked his father for his opinion, but his father had told him his mother's, so what his father's opinion was, there was no need to ask. "I want to participate," Yang Yingfeng quickly said. "Only by winning the position of patriarch can I restore the sect's name." "That's what I thought too." The father and son looked at each other and laughed. He laughed and laughed. Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Don't blame your father for being a little selfish. Back then, I owed your grandmaster too much. Now I can only count on you to repay him. High Heaven Pavilion cannot lose its inheritance in the hands of your grandmaster." "I know. Mother. I'll tell her. You don't have to worry about it." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and spoke in a heroic tone. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, letting go of the worries in his heart. Although the 4th master had always shown himself to be very henpecked, when it came to family matters, the 4th master was still able to make decisions. Dong Suju would only tease and oppose him on some trivial matters. "Right." Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "I want some people who are well-informed, flexible, and loyal. Father, do you have such a person in mind? Do you have something to do?" Yang Yingfeng raised his thick brow. The 4th master pondered for a while before tossing something to Yang Kai and saying, "Go to the North City District's Clear Sky Inn and find a man named Pang Chi. He should be able to help you." "Who's that?" Yang Kai played with the object in his hand. Suddenly, he discovered that it was a piece of cyan bamboo about the length of a finger. It was shaped like a flute, and if one gently blew into it, it would make a sound. However, Yang Kai didn't recognize the material of this bamboo. It was neither gold nor jade. It was also not an ordinary material. Bamboo Knot Gang's sect leader. Yang Yingfeng smiled lightly. "This is a force I cultivated myself. Although the strength of the people inside isn't very high, they are first-class experts in gathering information. If you can really subdue them, it will be of great benefit to you in the inheritance war." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. 4th Master Yang said somewhat guiltily, "Although I also control some of the family's forces, I can't give them to you, because in the inheritance war, except for those allowed to participate by the family, no one else is allowed to participate. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to mobilize them, let alone use them." Yang Kai nodded gently, also understanding this point so naturally he wouldn't say anything. "There's still some time before the inheritance war. You can use this time to familiarize yourself with them." Yang Yingfeng smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai also grinned, a dangerous grin on his face. 4th Master Yang stared at him blankly. He had never seen Yang Kai have such an evil side to him. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded outside the house, causing Yang Yingfeng's brow to wrinkle as he asked suspiciously, "Golden feather eagle?" Yang Kai, on the other hand, smiled happily and listened carefully. A moment later, another eagle cry sounded, and sure enough, it was a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng was suddenly confused. How did a golden feather eagle end up in our house? The Yang family's eagles had always been managed by a family with a different surname. This family was very small, with only a few people, but their ancestors had passed down a special method to enslave monster beasts. With this method, they were able to live in the Yang family and raise and take care of the dozen or so rare and precious beasts. After Yang Kai returned to the Yang family, the golden feather eagle that had followed him all the way here had returned to its cage. It hadn't appeared for more than 10 days, but now it had come here on its own. Yang Yingfeng didn't know why the golden feather eagle had come here, but Yang Kai was well aware. It was likely that this eagle missed the taste of the myriad drug liquid, so it had come looking for it. The father and son pair quickly walked out and saw a few people standing under a tree, holding some meat in their hands as they teased the golden feather eagle perched on the treetops. The meat was extremely fresh and had always been the favorite food of the golden feather eagle, but at this moment, its pair of eagle eyes didn't even bother to look at them, instead staring straight into the room where Yang Kai was. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the golden feather eagle actually spread its wings and leapt down, landing on Yang Kai's shoulder in a flash, its hook-like beak rubbing against Yang Kai's hair affectionately. The group of people watching this scene couldn't help marveling, and even Yang Yingfeng was amazed as he stared at Yang Kai. The golden feather eagle's intelligence was very high, and it had a very bad temper. Even the family that raised them, if they were provoked, would find it difficult to appease them, but this golden feather eagle had actually flown onto Yang Kai's shoulder and acted so intimately. This was something that had never happened before. The golden feather eagle was still crying out, its clear cries echoing for several kilometers, seeming somewhat urgent, as if it was urging something. "Don't be noisy," Yang Kai shouted. To everyone's surprise, the golden feather eagle immediately closed its beak and stood obediently on Yang Kai's shoulder, not moving at all. Young master's methods are really amazing. One of the maidservants covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her face filled with excitement and worship. Another old servant also smiled and said, "I've been in the Yang family for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can make a golden feather eagle so obedient. This time it's really an eye-opener." "Kair, how did you do it?" Fourth Master Yang frowned and asked. "It's probably because it followed me all the way here." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say much. Yang Yingfeng was stunned, obviously not believing this. Golden feather eagles were notoriously difficult to train, otherwise, they wouldn't have been handed over to another family's disciples. The previous generation of Yang family young masters had also been found by a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng had also lived with a golden feather eagle for a long time, but no matter how hard he tried, that golden feather eagle's attitude towards him had always been lukewarm. When had there ever been such intimacy and dependence? At that moment, a servant came in from outside and reported, "Master, young master, there is a man named Du Chengbai outside asking for an audience." Fourth Master Yang pondered for a moment before nodding, "Let him in." Yes. Du Chengbai. Yang Yingfeng didn't know who he was, but he knew that the family that raised and trained the Yang family's golden feather eagle was surnamed Du. Du Chengbai had probably chased the golden feather eagle all the way here, otherwise, in the Yang family's territory, no outsider would dare run around casually. Not long after, the servant led an old man into the room. Before he arrived, Du Chengbai cupped his fists and said with a flattering smile, "The Du clan's eagle keeper greets Fourth Master Yang and Little Lord." Yang Yingfeng nodded and asked casually, "Are you here to look for the golden feather eagle?" Du Chengbai's face was full of embarrassment. This eagle's beast nature is difficult to tame. It accidentally entered Fourth Master's mansion and disturbed Fourth Master and Little Lord. I beg Fourth Master's forgiveness. It's fine, it was this monster beast that brought me back. Yang Yingfeng shook his head. Since that's the case, take this eagle back and keep an eye on it. Yes. Du Chengbai nodded repeatedly. Many thanks for Fourth Master's magnanimity. Saying so, he smiled awkwardly at Yang Kai before turning his attention to the golden feather eagle, his expression becoming serious, and blowing a string of clear but inexplicable tunes. This was the method of communication between the eagle keeper and the golden feather eagle. In the past, whenever Du Chengbai blew this tune, the golden feather eagle would obediently listen to his instructions, but this time it obviously didn't work. The eagle seemed to be more intelligent than before, and was actually looking at him with its head tilted, its sharp eyes seeming to contain a hint of ridicule. A group of servants were watching from the side, wanting to see the means of the eagle keeper. Coupled with the serious expression on Yang Yingfeng's face, Du Qingbai's mood was both tense and complicated. After blowing for a while, the golden feather eagle didn't seem to hear, but Du Qingbai's mouth was sour. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Du Qingbai became even more embarrassed, coughing dryly and saying to Yang Kai, "Little lord, please excuse my offense." Saying so, he took a few steps forward and made a gesture to grab the golden feather eagle standing on Yang Kai's shoulder. "It's very dangerous." Yang Kai grinned at him. Du Qingbai didn't understand what Yang Kai meant, but before he could recover, the golden feather eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry and a golden light shot towards Du Qingbai. Du Qingbai's strength wasn't very high, only around the Yuan-Qi boundary 7th stage, but it was enough to block this attack from the golden feather eagle. Hurriedly waving his hand, Du Qingbai summoned an Yuan-Qi barrier in front of him, offsetting the golden light. Du Qingbai quickly jumped back a few steps and stared at the golden feather eagle in disbelief. He had raised this eagle for so many years, but he had never been attacked by it before. Never had he expected that today he would almost fail. Chapter 397. Speaking of which, due to the heavy snowfall, some of his relatives didn't have time to leave. So today and tomorrow they would have to go out during the day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Staring at the golden feather eagle for a long time, Du Qingbai could only see the hostility in its eyes. As the Yang family's eagle keeper, now that he couldn't do anything about this eagle he had raised for more than 10 years, if this news were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Du Qingbai suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do. Seeing his awkwardness, Yang Kai smiled lightly and quietly took out a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space. Then stroked the eagle's beak and fed it some myriad drug liquid. "Don't hurt people." The eagle shook its wings and cried out a few times as if it didn't want to. "Be obedient," Yang Kai frowned. The golden feather eagle immediately folded its wings and became extremely obedient. Du Qingbai couldn't help feeling shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. His eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Little lord, you can communicate with this eagle?" "Pretty much." Yang Kai nodded. Du Qingbai suddenly showed a look of worship. His Du family had relied on a set of beast enslavement secret arts passed down by his ancestors to enter the Yang family and become an eagle breeder specializing in raising and training golden feather eagles. Originally, he thought that his beast enslavement secret art was enough to be unparalleled in the world. But now, compared with Yang Kai's magical means, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Du Qingbai asked himself if he could reach the same level as Yang Kai, even if he cultivated his beast-taming secret art to its peak. It was impossible for him to achieve such a miraculous feat for a moment. Du Qingbai was shocked and aghast. There was actually someone in this world who could communicate with the monster beast to such an extent. Yang Yingfeng's eyes lit up even brighter as a look of pride appeared on his face. Yang Kai was his son, so the more outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, the happier he would be. Although communicating with the monster beast wasn't something to be proud of, it was still a skill. "Senior Du." Yang Kai glanced over at Du Qingbai. Du Qingbai's expression became solemn, quickly saying, "I wouldn't dare, little lord can just call me by my name." No one knew better than Du Qingbai how difficult it was to train the golden feather eagle. Yang Kai being able to make the eagle behave so obediently, he had to respect for him. "If I want this eagle, what? How can I obtain it?" Yang Kai asked Du Qingbai. "You want this eagle?" Du Qingbai was surprised and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Yang's of the S, of course Yang Kai's is of the family. Du Qingbai immediately understood what he meant. Lane. T. But this little lord of the fourth master's house was different. He could directly communicate with the golden feather eagle. If he could get his hands on such a strange beast, it would be of great use to him. At the very least, it would be a good choice for him to send messages. After hesitating for a moment, Du Qingbai said, "Little Lord, please forgive me, this eagle belongs to the family. This Du is just an eagle breeder, I can't give it to you." "I know that, but now I just want to know how I can take it for myself. You've been raising eagles for the Yang family for so many years, has no one ever taken a few from you?" Du Qingbai slowly shook his head. "No one has ever succeeded, even if the family allowed it. Even if the family allowed it, the eagle wouldn't leave its cage." Yang Yingfeng frowned and interjected, "If it were any other time, I would be able to use my merits to help you exchange for an eagle, but right now I can't. During this sensitive period, you have to prepare everything yourself." Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. In a few days, the inheritance war would begin. The family would not allow the relatives of these young lords to assist them in any way. Du Qingbai nodded. As fourth master said, "I can use my merits to exchange for an eagle." After a pause, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But little lord, you've only just returned to the Yang family. You have no merits to offer the family." "Merits?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "What kind of merits can be exchanged for an eagle?" Fourth master Yang didn't know much about this, so he could only turn his eyes to Du Qingbai. The latter said, "Merits that can bring obvious benefits to the family, such as convincing an entire force to swear allegiance to the Yang family, or offering the family some artifacts, martial skills, precious pills, and precious treasures." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Mysterious grade martial skills, is that enough?" As soon as this statement came out, not only did Du Qingbai's expression change, but even Yang Yingfeng was taken aback. He had never expected that his son would actually be able to practice a mysterious grade martial skill in these past few years. In his memory, High Heaven Pavilion only had a single mysterious grade low-rank martial skill, and all of it was in the hands of Ling Taisu and the other elders. Ordinary disciples simply couldn't practice it. "Kai, you can't be." Yang Yingfeng frowned. "No, I haven't practiced any martial skills in the sect." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that his brother was worried about him revealing the sect's secrets. Yang Yingfeng was even more surprised now. If he didn't learn these martial skills in the sect, then where did he learn them? Could it be that his son had wandered outside these past few years? On the other hand, Du Qingbai nodded repeatedly. A mysterious grade martial skill is enough. Mysterious grade martial skills were generally the most powerful martial skills of any force. Only the next generation could learn them. Exchanging a mysterious grade martial skill for a fifth-order golden feather eagle, the family had no reason to refuse. "Little lord, do you want this due to help you apply to the family? Generally speaking, I'll be the one to handle the golden feather eagle." Du Qingbai volunteered. "Good, then I'll leave it to old man Du. Little lord is too polite." Du Qingbai's old face blushed slightly as he cupped his fists. This Du only hopes that little lord can give this Du some pointers on the beast enslavement method in his spare time. This Du would be extremely grateful. Very well. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he was also interested in seeing the Du family's beast enslavement method. He didn't know if he could comprehend anything from it, and use it to enhance the power of his beast enslavement seal. Since the Du family was able to become the Yang family's eagle keeper, they definitely had a way of enslaving demonic beasts that no one else could. Otherwise, the Yang family would have already snatched the demonic beast enslavement technique from the Yang family. How would the Du family be able to raise an eagle here? Then this Du will go back and deal with this matter. The shortest will be 1 or 2 days. At most, we'll have news in 5 or 6 days. After Du Qingbai received Yang Kai's promise, his face filled with joy as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Glancing at the hostile golden feather eagle, Du Qingbai felt slightly embarrassed. "Little lord, this eagle will have to go back with this Du for the time being. Otherwise, if the family investigates, this old master won't be able to bear the consequences." Yang Kai nodded and gave the golden feather eagle a command. The golden feather eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly returning to its cage. "Don't lock it up, it will come to me once a day," Yang Kai ordered. "This Du will remember." Du Qingbai nodded and left in high spirits. "Not bad." Yang Yingfeng smiled and couldn't help but praise his son. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Little tricks. I'll be heading to the North City District first, and probably won't be back for a few days. Father, you should tell Mother. Good go. Young Yingfeng nodded. Young Kai didn't stop him. The central capital was simply too big. If he had to walk, it would have taken him at least a few days to reach the North City District. Moreover, it was not convenient to fly in the central capital, so Young Kai could only bring out a cloud-treading colt from his mansion. Riding it, he left. That night, when Dong Suju returned, she found that Yang Kai had already left and couldn't help complaining to Yang Yingfeng. Her son had only been back for 2 days before he went into retreat for more than 10 days, but when he finally came out, he actually went to the North City District. Dong Suju was naturally sad. The fourth master didn't say a word as he let Dong Suju complain. After Dong Suju calmed down, the fourth master said, Kai, has already prepared the medicinal liquid and told us to drink a drop of it every day. Saying so, he took out the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had brought over and placed it on the table. A drop? Dong Suju looked confused. Didn't he say it was for you to heal your wounds? Why do I have to drink it? Kai said that if we take it all year round, we can retain eternal youth. I want it. Dong Suju's face filled with excitement, not waiting for the fourth master to finish speaking before shouting excitedly, all of her previous depression completely forgotten. The husband and wife obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai's medicinal liquid could really preserve one's youth, but in any case, this was their son's kind intentions. Even if it was just a cup of water, it was still sweet. Bringing over a wine cup, Yang Yingfeng carefully poured a drop into his wife's cup before pouring a drop into his own. Then, the two of them looked at each other and frowned. A drop at a time, it really didn't taste good. Once they wet their lips, it would be gone. Why don't we pour a bit more? It's not poisonous anyway, and it smells quite good, Dong Suju suggested, her face filled with eagerness. That's fine. Yang Yingfeng didn't object, pouring a bit more into his wife's cup before pouring it into his own. Fill it up, since it can dissolve the demonic qi in your body. Drinking more won't do you any harm. Following his wife's instructions, fourth master Yang filled his cup to the brim. The two of them picked up their wine cups, Dong Suju naughtily linking her and the fourth master's arms and drinking a toast. The fourth master smiled slightly, and just like on their wedding night, the husband and wife downed the wine in one gulp. As the myriad drug liquid entered their stomachs, the two of them smacked their lips and carefully tasted it. This medicinal liquid smelled very fragrant and tasted very good. They really didn't know how their son had managed to make it. It was a wonderful aftertaste. Smiling at each other, fourth master Yang didn't even have time to speak when suddenly his complexion changed greatly, his whole face turning red. In the next moment, the yuan qi in Dong Suju's body began to madly circulate uncontrollably, and at the same time, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from his abdomen. The faces of the two men became extremely aghast. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the entire room. In that instant, the tables and benches were reduced to dust. On the surrounding walls, there were thousands of marks left behind by sharp blades. These were the marks left behind by the raging true essence. Not daring to hesitate, the two of them quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts, guiding the massive amount of energy in their bodies through their meridians. Chapter 398. Central Capital, North City District, Clear Sky Inn. Yang Kai wore a set of blue robes, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward with his head held high. The slightly chubby shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he immediately smiled and asked respectfully, "Does this young lord wish to stay or eat?" Yang Kai's appearance was extraordinary, and he was riding a cloud-treading colt, so the shopkeeper had seen countless people and naturally knew that this young man's background was not low. So how could he dare slight him? "I'm looking for someone." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he placed the piece of blue bamboo on the table. Seeing the blue bamboo, the shopkeeper's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly ran out from behind the counter and whispered, "Young lord, please follow me." Yang Kai put away the token, nodded slightly, and followed behind the shopkeeper with a calm expression. Although Clear Sky Inn also did some business, that was just a cover. The real face of Clear Sky Inn was actually the headquarters of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In the central capital, There were more than just the 8 great families. There were also countless forces that were hidden in the dark and could not be seen in public. These forces, large and small, were all supported by the 8 great families. They were mainly responsible for matters that the 8 great families were not convenient to deal with, and the Bamboo Knot Gang was just one of them. Compared to the other forces, the Bamboo Knot Gang was relatively small. After passing through the entire Clear Sky Inn, they came to a huge courtyard. Inside the courtyard, many cultivators were competing in martial skills, either one-on-one or in groups of 3 or 5. Yang Kai secretly glanced around and found that the strength of the people here was indeed not high. At most, they were at the peak of Yuan Qi boundary. Most of them were still around the separation and reunion boundary, with some even at the Qi transformation boundary. Inside the central capital, the better cultivators were generally taken in by the 8 great families, so the remaining ones were naturally a mix of good and bad. Yang Kai didn't care about this, but the cultivators who were fighting, when they saw the chubby shopkeeper leading Yang Kai in, all of them looked over in surprise and began to comment. After passing through the huge courtyard, the two arrived in front of a large hall. In front of the hall, there were some very fierce-looking cultivators. They were looking around vigilantly, and after the two appeared, all of them cast their eyes towards them. He stopped in his tracks. The fat shopkeeper cupped his hands towards them and said with a smile, "The 4th master has sent someone here. Please go and inform the gang leader." One of the cultivators, sizing up Yang Kai from head to toe, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is he one of the 4th master's people?" The fat shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Of course, he has 4th master's token on him." The man nodded. "Let's wait." After saying that, he turned around and walked in. After a while, that person came back and said to Yang Kai, "Faction leader said that you should go to the side hall to rest first. He will come after he finishes his discussion." Yang Kai frowned. Who would have thought that he would actually be rejected? This was interesting. Inside the main hall, there seemed to be an argument going on. The voices of several people could be heard. Yang Kai released his divine sense. Not only did he instantly see through the cultivation levels of the people in the hall, he also heard some things. His expression gradually turned cold. He couldn't help but snort. "Young master, why don't you go to the side hall and wait for a while?" The fat shopkeeper suggested cautiously. "No need, I will go in by myself." Yang Kai shook his head and stepped inside. "Sir, please wait." The cultivator who went in to report hurriedly stood in front of Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flew out. In midair, a hot Yuan Qi burst out of his body, rampaging through his meridians. Before he landed, he directly passed out. With a few muffled thuds, the cultivator guarding in front of the main hall all fell to the ground. Before the fat shopkeeper came to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the door. With a squeak, the closed door opened. Yang Kai slowly walked in from the outside. There were about a dozen cultivators sitting around a several dozen-meter-long table. Each one of them had a gloomy face and red neck. It seemed that the argument they had just had was quite intense. The Yuan Qi in their bodies was showing signs of tumbling. Yang Kai's eyes turned slightly and fixed on the person sitting at the head of the table. This person had a refined face and a slender figure. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had the temperament of a mature man. His appearance was quite interesting. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of sadness and helplessness between his eyebrows. The Bamboo Knot Gang's sect leader, Peng Qi. It was difficult to associate his imposing name with his refined temperament. The sound of Yang Kai pushing open the door naturally alarmed them. The moment Yang Kai walked in, the sound of the fierce argument came to an abrupt end. All of them turned their heads in surprise, several of them frowning slightly, their expressions displeased. But more than that, there was fear. In any case, Yang Kai was now someone sent by Yang Yingfeng and his identity was obvious. Peng Qi quickly got up and waved his hand to dismiss the fat shopkeeper who had followed him in. Putting on a forced smile, he cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Young family Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help feeling horrified. They had thought that Yang Yingfeng would at most send one of his subordinates this time. In the past, the Bamboo Knot Gang and Yang Yingfeng had relied on the fourth master's subordinates to handle matters. But as soon as the name Yang Kai was announced, they realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. This young man was obviously a young lord who had just returned to the Yang family. It was likely that he was one of the subordinates of the fourth master Yang. Realizing that Yang Kai's identity was noble and extraordinary, everyone quickly stood up. Pang Qi quickly stepped down from the table and respectfully said, "Pang Qi did not know young lord had arrived and failed to welcome you. Please forgive him." "Please forgive us, young lord," everyone shouted in unison. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand faintly, not showing any sign of concern. Pang Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had acted recklessly just now and had actually allowed Yang Kai to rest in the side hall while waiting for him. If this young lord had really blamed him, he feared he wouldn't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. For a moment, Pang Qi's back was drenched in cold sweat as he secretly rejoiced. "Young lord, please sit," Pang Qi hurriedly said. Yang Kai didn't act polite. Walking directly to the highest position, Yang Kai sat down. Pang Qi let out a hollow laugh as he stood to the side, unable to help feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Everyone else was the same. All of them standing in place, their hearts in turmoil. They had never been in contact with any of the Yang family's young lords. At this moment, they naturally felt some psychological pressure. Moreover, they didn't know what Yang Kai's purpose for coming here was. Thinking back to the quarrel just now, several of them couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Their hearts began to feel uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed a fragrant fruit from the table, leaned back in his chair, and put his two big feet on the table. Assuming a comfortable posture, he began to eat. Finding that he didn't understand etiquette, acting no different from a hooligan, the expressions of the people present relaxed, no longer as nervous as before. Their backgrounds were all very low, so when they saw Kai Yang acting so lazy, they naturally felt their tension disappear. The taste is good. Yang Kai ate a few mouthfuls before throwing the fragrant fruit back on the table, looking up and saying, "Sit down." The group of people turned their eyes to Pang Qi, the latter nodding slightly. Everyone sat down. Gently coughing twice, Pang Qi carefully asked, "I don't know if young lord came to the Bamboo Knot Gang this time because fourth master gave you some instructions." "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just came to play. You don't need to pay attention to me. It seems you were discussing something important. Go on, I want to listen." Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd with a smile. The faces of the people present couldn't help changing slightly as they bowed their heads and closed their mouths. Pang Qi smiled dryly and said, "In fact, it's just some trivial matters. Young lord might get tired of listening to them." "It's fine. Go on." Yang Kai indicated that he didn't mind. Pang Qi's expression became bitter. He really hadn't expected this Yang family young lord to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai sat up straight and smiled. "When I was outside the hall, I seemed to have heard someone say something about the Hua family. What happened to the Hua family? Tell me, I've been away from the central capital for so many years, so I'm not very well informed. I'm very interested in the Hua family." Everyone's expression changed at the same time as they were overwhelmed with shock and fear. "Don't dare speak," Yang Kai shouted, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. "Young lord, the matter is actually like this." Pang Qi quickly opened his mouth. He knew that if he didn't speak now, this Yang family young lord had clearly heard something just now, which was why he was acting so aggressive. Before Pang Qi had time to finish speaking, Yang Kai had already taken action, his yuan qi surging and a large number of blood-red petals suddenly fluttering around the hall. These sharp petals carried a cold murderous intent as they flew towards the four people present. 3 of them were unable to react in time, and were pierced through by the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, leaving countless invisible wounds on their bodies, killing them instantly. Only an immortal ascension boundary first stage master managed to escape with a hurried counterattack, but just as he stood up from his chair, a blood-red sword chi flew towards him. Kong. With a loud bang, the entire hall suddenly became filled with chaotic yuan qi. The man was struck by this sword qi and his face went pale, apparently having been injured. Realizing Yang Kai's terror and unreasonableness, He didn't dare remain and quickly flew out of the hall. But before he could reach the hall's entrance, countless petals appeared in front of him, blocking his path. In the next moment, like 10,000 arrows, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia fiercely struck him. The man's complexion changed again as he hurriedly leapt backwards. A purple light burst out midair, and the man's expression froze as he felt an intense pain in his knowledge sea. Just like that, he slammed into Yang Kai's attack with his back facing him. Yang Kai stood in place, holding the scarlet blood sword in his hand, motionless. Pooh. The man actually hit the scarlet blood sword directly, and his whole body was pierced through like a thin sheet of paper. Slowly pulling out the scarlet blood sword, the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage cultivator slumped to the ground, unable to get up. Sweeping his eyes over the remaining people, Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he coldly said, "The Hua family's recruitment? I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend the money." Everyone's expression changed when they heard his shout. Pang Chi stared at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes trembling violently as a cold wind blew up his spine. Chapter 399. Of the 4 people who had been killed, except for one who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage, the other 3 were all Yuan-Chi 8th or 9th Stage cultivators. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable in the entire central capital, but to the Bamboo Knot Gang, it was already a rare talent. The people here were all from humble backgrounds and did not have good secret arts or martial skills. Being able to improve their strength to this level was already quite difficult. But in the blink of an eye, these 4 people had died one after another. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of the young lord under the command of 4th Master Yang was obvious. The faces of the other people in the hall changed dramatically as they all stared at Yang Kai in horror, their hearts filled with fear. It seemed that only now did they truly understand the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families' direct descendants. Among the people present, the strongest was Pang Chi, a trivial Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage cultivator. He knew that he would not have been able to kill these 4 people in such a short time, but Yang Kai had done it. Didn't this mean that if they really fought, even he wasn't his opponent? Such a terrifying young man. A Yuan-Chi 7th Stage cultivator actually had such powerful combat strength. Who else wants to submit to the Hua family? I don't mind sending him on his way. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes around. Everyone's faces were calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. "Young lord, please be merciful," Pang Chi pleaded in a trembling voice. The 4 people who had intended to submit to the Hua family had all been killed, and the remaining people had strongly opposed this during the discussion just now. Pang Chi was afraid that Yang Kai would kill the wrong people, which would be difficult to clean up. But, just now, this young lord had clearly been outside the hall, so how could he have so accurately found the location of these 4 people? This kind of method was really incomprehensible. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to kill again. Taking back the 2 artifacts, Yang Kai slowly sat down, and the remaining people couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Pang Chi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, someone rushed in and respectfully asked, "What is Sect Master's order?" "Drag these ungrateful bastards out and bury them." Pang Chi pointed to the 4 corpses and ordered. The guard stared blankly, but after seeing the blood on the ground, his face suddenly paled. He quickly nodded. He ran out and called some helpers, trembling as they dragged the corpses out. The smell of blood still lingered in the hall, and no one dared to breathe, all waiting for Yang Kai. "From today onwards, the Bamboo Knot Gang will be taken over by me." Yang Kai swept his eyes around. "Does anyone have any objections?" "Lord." The Bamboo Knot Gang was secretly supported by the 4th Master. "Since you are young lord, we should follow your orders." Pang Chi quickly. "Okay, tell me about the Hua family." "Just now, outside the palace. Yang Yang's groups." Pang Chi pondered for a moment before he truthfully recounted the contents of the argument. Family sex masters. And family was another force. To eyes. Masters. Yang I. In the hall, a group of people began to quarrel. The people led by Pang Chi didn't want to betray Yang Yingfeng, but the other 4 didn't. People wanted to climb higher, and water flowed lower. Although Bamboo Knot Gang was supported by 4th Master Yang, They had never even seen Yang Yingfeng's face for so many years, so naturally they weren't loyal to him. With some external interference, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. Moreover, even if they betrayed Yang Yingfeng with the fourth master Yang's dull personality, he probably wouldn't pursue the matter, but if they refused the Hua family's olive branch, they would be in trouble. Thinking about it, it was inevitable that these 4 people would want to seek refuge with the Hua family in order to develop better. But now, these 4 people had been killed, so naturally no one dared to make any more noise. After listening to Pang Qi's story, Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that he wasn't deceiving him. After he finished speaking, Pang Qi also stood quietly beside Yang Kai, no longer speaking. Everyone else also stared at Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for some kind of instruction. After a long silence, Yang Kai said, "Before I came here, Father's intention was for me to convince you with virtue and make you all willingly submit to me. But I don't have the time or inclination to do so. I want to participate in the inheritance war. If you follow me, it means you will also participate in the inheritance war. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it will also be dangerous. None of you are children, you should understand this." Everyone nodded in unison. None of the people present were over 30 years old. In front of them, Yang Kai was just a child, but now hearing him say such words, they couldn't help feeling a little depressed. You can choose for yourself. If you don't want to participate in this inheritance war, you can leave now. I won't hold you accountable. But this is your only chance. If you don't leave now, you won't have another chance in the future. Saying so, Yang Kai waited quietly. Everyone looked at each other. Yang Kai being so open and honest was really beyond their expectations. Coupled with his decisive slaughter just now, everyone couldn't help but realize that this Yang family young lord seemed to be a decisive person who didn't like to drag his feet. For a while, no one dared to get up and leave. Pang Qi smiled faintly and said, "Although we have never seen Fourth Master's face before, for so many years, we have been sheltered under the shade of Fourth Master's shadow. Now that young lord has a need, we are naturally duty-bound to help." His words were neither salty nor light. Obviously he didn't recognize Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. How could Yang Kai not be clear about this? It was just that he really didn't have the time or inclination to subdue the Bamboo Knot gang like he had subdued the 2 blood warriors. Nodding indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. "I can tell you clearly, following me is not necessarily a good thing, but if you don't follow me, there will definitely be bad things." Yang Kai's smile was filled with an evil aura, causing everyone who saw it to feel a little creepy. Everyone in the room, quickly getting up, they shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve young lord like dogs and horses." Yang Kai had spoken so straightforwardly, if they didn't respond now, they would really be a group of fools. "Sit down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Pang Qi, you also sit." "Yes." Pang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thinking that this young lord and his fourth master really didn't have the same temperament, they were 2 completely different people. "How many people does the Bamboo Knot gang have now?" Yang Kai asked lightly. "About 600 people." 600 people. Yang Kai frowned. This number was indeed a bit small. But it wasn't too shabby. "How strong are they?" Pang Qi smiled bitterly, his face filled with shame. "Most of them are separation and reunion boundary. 30% are Yuan Qi boundary. As for Immortal Ascension boundary, there are only 3. But just now, one of them has already. Of the 3 Immortal Ascension boundary masters, one had already been killed, leaving only 2. One was an Immortal Ascension boundary first stage cultivator, the other was a second stage cultivator. Such strength was really shabby. However, Yang Kai didn't show a look of disappointment. He didn't need the Bamboo Knot gang to fight for him. "These 600 people, are they all in the central capital right now?" "Yes, if young lord needs them, just give the order. All of them can be summoned." Pang Qi nodded. "Send out 200 people. I need to inquire about the whereabouts of a group of people. Young lord, please give us your orders." Yang Kai explained the number of people in Su Yan's group and the characteristics of several key figures. Pang Qi quickly memorized them. "Also, find me 50 clever messengers and have them be on standby." "Yes." Although Pang Qi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted so many messengers for, since he had given the order, He simply did as he was told. Right, what does the Bamboo Knot Gang do for a living? Yang Kai asked. Pang Chi smiled awkwardly. Our main business is running some inns, tea houses, restaurants, and other such businesses. The gang's disciples often take on some work in the city, but it's mostly small businesses. What about the surplus? Pang Chi became even more embarrassed, hesitating for a long time before replying. So far, we only have 500,000 taels in reserve. So poor? Yang Kai was stunned. Everyone's face went red. Pang Chi helplessly said, making a living in the central capital is really not easy. The 8 great families were in too much of a limelight. Those forces in the dark, with the support of a good master, would often receive rewards from him, but the Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't so good. They were supported by Yang Yingfeng. 4th Master Yang's status in the Yang family wasn't very high. These years, in order to treat his hidden illness, he had spent a lot of money searching for famous doctors, so he didn't have much resources or money on hand to reward the Bamboo Knot Gang. It was no wonder that the 4 young lords were biased towards the Hua family. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Pang Chi. Take this money and use it first. Looking at the large stack of silver notes, everyone's breathing couldn't help becoming slightly rapid. With so many silver notes, it was at least a few million taels of silver. This new master was really generous. Pang Chi was startled, but he didn't refuse and simply accepted the money with a grateful expression. Looking at him, Yang Kai smiled softly. Do what I told you, I'll come back another day. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and walked out. The group of people quickly sent him off. After Yang Kai left, all the cultivator in the hall looked at each other. Gang master, how much did that young lord give? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Pang Chi carefully counted the money and exclaimed, a full 3 million taels. 3 million taels of silver. Those were the silver notes that Lu Liang had given to Yang Kai. And now they had all been transferred to the Bamboo Knot Gang. Many people exclaimed, some of them excitedly saying, the 4th master's son is much more generous than the 4th master. Although this young man is ruthless and straightforward in his way of doing things, he seems to be quite a good person. Pang Chi calmly said, now that we've taken his money, no one can say anything about betrayal. That young lord is a master who kills without batting an eyelid. Everyone was shocked, thinking about the 4 cultivator who had died before. They couldn't help nodding. Chapter 400. Regarding the Bamboo Knot Gang, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. All he wanted was for them to gather intelligence and deliver information. This gang, to put it bluntly, was nothing more than a motley crew. Any master could easily destroy them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to mobilize, Yang Kai wouldn't have had any ideas about them. Pang Chi didn't refuse and accepted the huge sum of money, obviously showing his loyalty. This was something Yang Kai was well aware of. Leaving the Bamboo Knot Gang, Yang Kai quickly returned. Halfway back though, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Yang Zhao on the 2nd floor of a nearby restaurant waving towards him with a smile. Little brother Kai, come up and talk. Yang Kai frowned, not having expected to meet him here, but he didn't refuse, jumping off his cloud-treading colt and walking straight into the restaurant. Going up to the 2nd floor and arriving at the private room where Yang Zhao was staying, Yang Kai felt several sharp gazes land on him as soon as he entered. Second brother. Yang Kai cupped his fists in greeting as he glanced around. His heart slightly moved. Although he didn't know most of the people present, from the way these young lords and young ladies dressed, Yang Kai could tell that their backgrounds weren't small. Come. Yang Zhao enthusiastically pulled Yang Kai over, pointing to a young man who was sitting in a chair, rubbing his chin with one hand and smiling towards them. Do you know who this is? Yang Kai glanced over and smiled. 5th brother. The Yang family's younger generation was ranked 5th, Yang Kong. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were blood brothers, so Yang Kai naturally recognized him, but he hadn't expected that he would also return to the central capital. Yang Kong swept his eyes over Yang Kai but didn't say anything, simply nodding lightly, a faint smile on his face. When brothers met, it was only natural that they wouldn't act so indifferently. However, Yang Kong didn't say anything. His contempt for Yang Kai was obvious. Everyone else in the room stared at Yang Kai playfully. seemingly trying to find some kind of embarrassment on his face. However, seeing that his expression remained unchanged, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yang Zhao didn't seem to notice this, and continued to enthusiastically introduce everyone to Yang Kai. As expected, they were all people with powerful backgrounds. All of them were disciples of the 8 great families. The Kong family's Kong Zhan, the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, and the Yi family's Yi Xian Rou. These 2 men and 1 woman were all leading figures of their respective families' younger generation. At this moment, meeting with the Yang family's direct descendants was obviously their intention to participate in the inheritance war. However, it was hard to say who they would choose in the end. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. Yang Kong suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "Little brother Kai, I heard that you only stayed in the dragon transformation pool for half a day before coming out?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, his aptitude is too poor. He won't get any benefits from it." Yang Kong chuckled and said, "For you, it's already very good." "Fifth brother," Yang Zhao shouted. Glaring at him, Yang Zhao immediately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and comforted him. "Your 5th brother is frank and outspoken, he can't keep his mouth shut. Don't lower yourself to his level. The dragon transformation pool isn't as magical as the rumors say. At the very least, I stayed in there for 4 days and didn't get any benefits." "Second brother is amazing," Yang Kong said in amazement. "I only stayed in there for 3 days before I couldn't bear it. I heard that your Yang family's dragon transformation pool is a place to test a person's aptitude." Yi Xian Rou pursed her lips and asked with a smile. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng also showed interested looks, Kong Zhan even interjecting, "I also heard that the longer one stays in there, the better their aptitude." Yang Zhao glanced over at Yang Kai with some embarrassment before nodding slightly. "That's what they say, but no one really knows. How can a person's aptitude be tested by a trivial dragon transformation pool? But the shorter one stays in there, the worse their aptitude is, that's for sure." Yang Kang's face was full of smiles as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Kai, you really don't need to care too much. In the past you couldn't practice martial arts at all, but now I heard that you've broken through to the Yuan-Qi boundary. This is already a great blessing. People should always be content with what they have. You also need to know your limits, don't you think so, 5th brother?" Yang Kai replied indifferently. Yang Kang's words were directed at him. How could he not see it? Towards his cousins, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for them, but he also didn't have much malice towards them either. However, Yang Kang's words were full of hidden threats, making him feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai didn't want to waste even half a sentence, so he didn't bother to look at these people's faces. Seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would dare speak to him like this, Yang Kong was stunned for a moment. The 3 young lords from the 8 great families were even more stunned, none of them having expected their youngest young lord to be so domineering. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he laughed. "Enough of that, the dragon transformation pool is just a pool. The future of my Yang family's young lords is not something it can decide." Kong Zhan nodded slightly before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Your Yang family's young lords are all wolves and tigers. The central capital used to be our 7 great families' world. But now that your Yang family has returned, we have no choice but to stand aside." "What is Brother Kong saying? The central capital is so big, my Yang family can't swallow it all. The future of this place is the future of our entire generation." Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked, "How many of your Yang family's young lords have returned?" 4. Yang Zhao's face dimmed slightly as he said, "In addition to the 3 of us, 4th brother Yang Xian Wu has also returned, but on the way back he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. Now the family's elders are treating him, but we don't know how he's doing." Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold while Yang Kang's face also became extremely ugly. On the way back, both of them had been ambushed by masters, but the 2 of them had been lucky enough to escape unscathed. However, the 4th brother, Yang Xian Wu, had not escaped his fate. A tall tree attracts the wind. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly as his expression shook. However, the family has already sent out more masters to greet them. I believe the people behind them won't have any problems. There's also news that big brother Yang Wei will be returning soon. Eldest brother is coming back? Yang Kong asked in surprise. Yang Zhao glanced at him with a smile. The shortest he'll be back in 2 to 3 days, the longest he'll be back in 5 or 6 days. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became bitter, seemingly quite afraid of Yang Wei. The central capital is about to become lively. Yi Xianro smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glittering. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao won't be lonely anymore, haha. Speaking of Lu Qingyao's name, everyone present couldn't help looking solemn. Even Yang Zhao's expression became serious. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was the former first young lord of the central capital. It was rumored that at such a young age he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such aptitude was basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. This person also had an unparalleled influence in the central capital. In the inheritance war, whoever could win him over would definitely be of great help. I really hope the inheritance war will begin as soon as possible, so we can see the true strength of the Yang family's young lords. Kong Zhan smiled slightly, looking forward to it. Brothers fighting against each other, haha. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. I've become a joke to the world. Gao Rangfeng said. I only hope that if I become an enemy of all of you in the future, you will show me mercy. Likewise. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got up and left. Looking at his disappearing back, the Kong, Gao, and Yi family young lords were all slightly dazed. Although Yang Zhao and Yang Kong didn't say anything to them, nor did they show any intention to win them over, all three of them knew that since they were sitting here, they naturally had such intentions. In terms of their words, there was more or less a friendly tone. But this Yang Kai was a bit more interesting. He didn't say anything, so in the inheritance war, where would he find support? Was this arrogance or self-confidence? Or was he simply feeling hopeless? The 3 young lords' brow furrowed slightly as they pondered. Perceiving the looks of the 3 young lords, Yang Kong snorted, Second brother, it's not that I'm targeting little brother Kai. It's just that I think a person like him shouldn't participate in the inheritance war, lest he disgrace himself. Yang Zhao chuckled. 5th brother, don't underestimate little brother Kai, he has his own means. Means? Why can't I see it? Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he asked softly. Let me ask you, the 2 blood warriors who escorted you back, what was their attitude towards you? Yang Kong said impatiently, don't mention them, just mentioning them makes me angry. Those 2 were like wooden statues all day long, completely ignoring my questions, as if they were the young lords. Yang Zhao smiled and said, although my 2 blood warriors weren't like that, they were pretty much the same. However, the 2 blood warriors who greeted little brother Kai back were extremely respectful and polite to him. Don't you think that's strange? That's impossible, right? All blood warriors have eyes above their heads. How could they be respectful to him? Second brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Kang's face was filled with disbelief, shaking his head as he spoke. That's why I said little brother Kai has his own means. Yang Zhao quickly said. Yang Kang's expression froze as his brow furrowed, not knowing what to think. After a long time he muttered, Second brother, you think too highly of him. His aptitude is so poor he's destined to have no great achievements. When the 2 brothers were talking, the other 3 just smiled slightly and listened, none of them interjecting. They just faintly felt that Yang Kai's performance today was too ordinary, so ordinary that it didn't seem like a Yang family young lord who was about to participate in the inheritance war. This discovery made them both confused and suspicious, wondering what kind of performance their youngest young lord would have in the inheritance war. Inside the 4th master's house, by the time Kai Yang returned, the sky had already turned dark. Just as he entered the house, the housekeeper's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly ran over and said with a sobbing tone, Young master, you've finally returned. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked anxiously, what happened? Something happened to master and madam, the housekeeper said as he hurriedly pulled Yang Kai inside. You should go take a look. What happened? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, at the same time releasing his divine sense and quietly covering the entire house, instantly finding the location of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju. Chapter 401. The housekeeper gave a brief account of what happened after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai listened carefully, and with what he had learned from his own investigation, he began to understand what had happened. After arriving at the door, Yang Kai carefully probed himself, and found that the yuan qi of his two old men was circulating fiercely, their auras surging wildly and radiating outwards. Obviously, something had happened. However, the situation the husband and wife were facing at the moment was slightly different. Dong Suju had broken through, but her aura had not yet stabilized, and the energy in her body had not yet been fully absorbed. As long as she finished absorbing the remaining energy, she would be able to completely consolidate her immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation. However, what Yang Yingfeng was facing was somewhat dangerous. The fourth master had also broken through a minor realm, but now he was facing signs of breaking through again. The shackles in a cultivator's body were like a lock. Every time a cultivator broke through, a lock would be opened and a door would be opened. Any cultivator would need to accumulate years of cultivation before they could open this lock. During this period, they could take some precious treasures to speed up their progress. However, the huge amount of energy contained in the myriad drug liquid had not only allowed 4th Master Yang to open the first lock and open the first door in a short period of time, but he was also on the verge of opening the second lock. Breaking through 2 minor realms in a row was both a happy event and a disaster. Yang Kai had often broken through several minor realms in the past, but at that time his strength was very low, so breaking through several minor realms in a row was not dangerous. However, 4th Master Yang was different. He had a chronic illness and was originally an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the 4th stage, he should have been able to consolidate his cultivation for a period of time, but under the influence of the myriad drug liquid, he had not been given any buffer time at all. If his understanding of the martial Tao was not enough, it was very likely he would not be able to break through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. At that time, the huge amount of energy in his body would have nowhere to vent, and would only explode. On the other hand, if his understanding of the martial Tao had reached a certain level, not only would this not be a disaster, it would also have great benefits. The key was whether his understanding of the martial Tao was good enough. Spreading out his divine sense, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's slightly panicked expression gradually calmed down. He waved to the housekeeper and said, "It's okay. You can leave now. I'll keep an eye on this place. If anyone comes to visit in the next few days, I'll tell them. Just say that my father has relapsed and is recuperating." "Yes." The housekeeper bowed slightly and retreated. He obeyed Yang Kai's orders. His invisible divine sense was released and retracted, wrapping up the entire area where his parents were, cutting off all the auras inside from leaking out. In this way, the people outside would not be able to detect the commotion inside. After doing this, Yang Kai stood quietly outside the house and waited. He wasn't worried at all because he had enough confidence in the 4th master. If it weren't for what happened back then, the 4th master Yang's strength wouldn't have been so low. His improvement in strength was indeed very slow, but the accumulation of the flowing time Great Emperor was enough for him to comprehend martial arts that was not inferior to others. Moreover, the 4th Master Yang's own aptitude wasn't bad. After so many years of accumulation, he had only broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. For him this wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Kai had never expected that his two parents would actually cause such a commotion because of the myriad drug liquid. Half a day later, of the 2 auras in the house, the one belonging to Dong Suju stabilized. He should have finished absorbing the world energy and consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Yingfeng's aura, it had been slowly climbing upwards, as if there was no end. Another half a day passed, and this aura suddenly soared as if it had pierced through the sky. It soared up to 90,000 miles, and it carried a carefree feeling as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in the heaven and earth was in chaos. Yang Kai grinned. Inside the house, Dong Suju also let out a low cry. The ecstasy and excitement in the cries were obvious. The aura that had reached its peak was quickly withdrawn, and a moment later, everything was calm. "Kaier, come in." Yang Yingfeng's majestic voice called out from inside the house. Yang Kai pinched his nose and stepped inside. The 4th master's tone was somewhat strange, so Yang Kai estimated that he would have to be interrogated. This wasn't surprising. The effects of the myriad drug liquid were simply too heaven-defying. How could his two parents not be suspicious? After entering the house, Yang Kai just smiled meaningfully, looking around, not saying a word. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a funny and distressed expression, biting her red lips and also not speaking. Yang Yingfeng furrowed his brow and broke the silence. Tell me honestly, what exactly did you give us? Before Yang Kai could open his mouth, the fourth master continued. Don't tell me you used the materials I gave you to refine this medicinal liquid. I know what grade those materials are. It's absolutely impossible to refine such a heaven-defying treasure. Fourth master is wise. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly flattered. Dong Suju almost laughed out loud, and Yang Yingfeng also couldn't help smiling, but he still kept a straight face as he stared straight at Yang Kai, unwilling to give up. This thing is called myriad drug liquid. It's the essence of tens of millions of different grade pills, and through some special spirit arrays, it took thousands of years to condense. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before casually explaining. The fourth master and his wife couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Tens of millions of pills, thousands of years. At first, it sounded like a fantasy story, but the look on Yang Kai's face told them that this was true. No wonder it had such a powerful effect. The accumulation of time and quantity had allowed this medicinal liquid to transcend the level of this world. It was likely that even Yang Kai had not been able to obtain such a thing. Thinking so, the husband and wife pair felt a little distressed. It wasn't that they were distressed about the preciousness of this myriad drug liquid, but rather the hardships Yang Kai had gone through in order to obtain it. Is it very valuable? Yang Yingfeng stared at him deeply, not asking about the origin of these things. A lot, Yang Kai comforted him, but couldn't help feeling a little confused. How much did you drink? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help blushing, and Dong Suju also wore an embarrassed expression. After a long time, Dong Suju stretched out his hand and said, I only drank the bottom of a cup, but your father. He drank the whole cup. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a hollow laugh. He really hadn't expected his two elders to be so courageous. He couldn't help blaming himself for not explaining the efficacy of this medicinal liquid, only telling each of them to drink a drop a day. However, his two elders had thought the myriad drug liquid was made from some heaven-grade materials. How could they have known it had such a powerful effect? As a result, one of them had broken through a minor realm while the other had broken through two. This wasn't a bad thing. In the future, you can't drink like this, Yang Kai said. The two elders nodded together, their expressions serious. This breakthrough could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Needless to say, Dong Suju breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage was tantamount to saving her several years of hard work. Fourth Master Yang's benefits were even greater. Not only did his strength increase by 2 minor realms, reaching the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage, even the demonic chi which had been clinging to the Dantian seemed to show some signs of loosening. Not daring to neglect, Yang Yingfeng immediately chose to enter retreat and used the myriad drug liquid to expel the demonic chi, which had clung to the Dantian for many years. Dong Suju also entered retreat to consolidate her current cultivation. The fourth master's mansion suddenly became extremely quiet, with only Yang Kai and the dozen or so servants moving about. The golden feather eagle came once a day to beg for food from Yang Kai. 5 days later, Du Qingbai came to visit and excitedly told Yang Kai a piece of good news. Yang Kai's application to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a golden feather eagle from the family had been approved, so he was asked to quickly go to the Elder Hall and present the martial skill. This was indeed good news for Yang Kai. The only thing that made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant was which mysterious grade martial skill to exchange for the golden feather eagle. He didn't have many martial skills, only 2 mysterious grade martial skills. In addition to the star mark, he only had the 9-star sword sect's 10,000 swords returned to 1. When facing an enemy, he mostly relied on Yuan Qi's flexibility and reflexes. At the beginning of a martial artist's cultivation, martial skills could indeed increase their battle prowess. But at Kai Yang's level, unless it was a mysterious grade martial skill, other grades of martial skills would not be able to fundamentally change his strength. The young liquid and unyielding golden skeleton's demonic chi were more than enough. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai decided to hand over the star mark to the family. First, the drawbacks of this martial skill were not small. When using it, one needed ample time to prepare. Moreover, even if an outsider learned it, it would be troublesome to store enough energy to use the star mark, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about others using this skill to threaten him. Secondly, the 10,000 swords returned to one was one of the 9-star sword school's secret techniques. If others were to learn that Yang Kai had mastered this technique, they would inevitably link him to the death of the 9-star sword school's disciple, Wuxia. The 9-star sword sect's strength was not weak, so Yang Kai didn't want to be enemies with it. In the Yang family, as long as you had a bargaining chip in hand, your efficiency would always be high, unlike in other families where you needed to establish relationships. What the Yang family valued the most was profit. After arriving at the Elder Hall and handing over the Star Mark martial skill, the white-haired elder immediately gave Yang Kai a document. Taking this document to Du Qingbai, the golden feather eagle that had followed Yang Kai back was now in his hands. From now on, it belonged only to Yang Kai, not to the Yang family. On the day he obtained the golden feather eagle, Yang Kai took it to the bamboo knot gang and had Pang Qi and the others take good care of it. This way, Yang Kai didn't have to run back and forth. 3 days later, Yang Wei, the eldest of the Yang family's younger generation, returned to the central capital. On the same day, the other 2 Yang family direct descendants also returned. Another 2 days later, another person returned. The loud cry of the golden feather eagle resounded throughout the central capital, seemingly setting off an undercurrent. Everyone knew that most of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned, and the inheritance war was not far away. The Yang family direct descendants who returned to the central capital frequently contacted the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families, but only Yang Kai remained unmoved, as if the inheritance war had nothing to do with him. The most popular of the Yang family direct descendants were undoubtedly the Lu family's Lu Qingyao and the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. So far, the 2 of them had received countless invitations, but at the same time, neither of them had clearly stated which Yang family descendant they wanted to stand with. On the other hand, it was rumored that Lu Qingyao had once declared that he would ally with anyone who could defeat him. The young immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master's words caused the Yang family's young lords to roll their eyes. Chapter 402. Of the Yang family young lords who returned, only Yang Wei had reached the immortal ascension boundary 1st stage while the rest were mostly at the Yuanqi boundary. It wasn't that the aptitude of the Yang family young lords wasn't as good as Lu Qingyao's. It was just that after all these years, the Yang family young lords hadn't been able to get any help or support from the family, so their cultivation environment was slightly inferior. If they had the same resources, Yang Wei's cultivation might not have been worse than Lu Qingyao's. But in any case, Lu Qingyao's strength and aptitude were unquestionable. Winning him over was tantamount to winning over the Lu family. With such a great support, everyone was eyeing it, but no one had the ability to swallow it, so everyone's depressed mood could be imagined. As for Qiu Yimeng, she had never said such a thing, but the several Yang family young lords who had been in contact with her could see that she didn't seem to have any interest in them, so they didn't dare force her, and could only put it aside for the time being and make plans later. That night, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if a storm was about to arrive, making it slightly difficult to breathe. The moon was dark and the wind was strong, so even the air was slightly cool. Yang Kai sat in his courtyard with his eyes closed, an invisible spiritual energy swirling around him, condensing it into a stream and sending it towards the void. His 2 old men were in retreat, and after a few days of hard work, Yang Kai's Yuanqi boundary 7th stage cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Although he knew that this bottleneck would be broken sooner or later, Yang Kai didn't want to wait for it to happen. Yuanqi's cultivation hadn't made much progress, so he could only cultivate his divine sense to see if he could find some inspiration. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense long ago. But what was strange was that even now, he still hadn't formed his knowledge sea. A divine sense without a knowledge sea was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, otherwise his divine sense would have long since dissipated. It was for this reason. The power of Yang Kai's current soul skill wasn't quite ideal. He was only 3 minor realms away from the immortal ascension boundary, so Yang Kai wanted to know what would happen after he formed his knowledge sea. What kind of situation would that be? Therefore, during this period of time, he cultivated even more diligently than before. As long as he had free time, there would definitely be no delay. Using divine soul attacks without limit consumed his spiritual energy very quickly. In just a little over 2 hours, Yang Kai began to feel weak. He quickly stopped and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. Yang Kai frowned and looked up at the sky. A faintly discernible golden light rushed down like a bolt of lightning. It landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. The golden feather eagle let out a few soft cries. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he sensed the meaning behind its cry. He quickly rose into the air and flew towards the North City district. For the past few days, the golden feather eagle had been staying with Bamboo Knot Gang's Pang Chi. It would only return once a day to ask for the myriad drug liquid from Yang Kai, but now it had actually flown back in the middle of the night. Obviously something had happened to the Bamboo Knot Gang. The Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't a big force, and the strength of its members wasn't high, so generally no one would have any ideas about it. But tonight was obviously different. Thinking back to the Bamboo Knot Gang's internal quarrels a few days ago, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. Disregarding the consumption of his yuan qi, it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the North City district. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters, the sound of battle could be heard, and it was very lively. Pang Chi led several of the gang's masters to retreat under the siege of a group of people. All around them, various martial skills and artifacts bloomed, and from time to time, someone would fall to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and the rain couldn't wash away the red stains on the ground. The Bamboo Knot Gang didn't have many people, and at this moment, the number of enemies had more than doubled. On top of that, the other side's masters weren't all on the field, with some of them even standing on the sidelines. In just a few moments, the Bamboo Knot Gang had suffered countless casualties. If this continued, it was likely everyone present would die. Pang Chi's body was also riddled with scars, but he grit his teeth and struggled to hold on. When the enemy attacked, he had released the golden feather eagle, so now he could only hope that his new master would bring reinforcements to rescue them. No matter what, he was still a young lord of the Yang family, so he should have some masters under his command, right? The only thing that made Pang Chi uncertain was whether Yang Kai would be willing to come to his rescue. Wu Qian, Pang Chi shouted towards a middle-aged man in the enemy camp. Your Profound Light Gang and our Bamboo Knot Gang have always minded our own business. Why are you attacking us today? Wu Qian heard this and sneered coldly. Pang Chi, why do you ask when you already know the answer? My young lord said that if you don't surrender, only death awaits. Do you know who is behind my Bamboo Knot Gang? How dare you point your sword at us? Pang Chi roared as he parried the attacks. Wu Qian curled his lips in disdain. The 8 great families have never interfered in the disputes between small forces like us. Life in the central capital is simply too boring. They can't wait for us to fight so they can have some fun. Do you think that after you die today, the one behind you will avenge you? In your dreams. Pang Chi's expression became bitter, knowing that what Wu Qian said was not a lie. The 8 great families really would not intervene in the fights between small forces like them. For the 8 great families, if these small forces were destroyed, it was not a big deal. At most they would just support another one. Every year, there were countless small forces that were destroyed, but these small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Once one group was destroyed, another would emerge. It was for this reason that he did not dare hope that Yang Kai would come to his rescue. After the two spoke, on the roof of Clear Sky Inn, a young lord was overlooking the battlefield below with a smile on his face, his eyes full of interest, as if he was enjoying a good show. Beside him, several other masters from the Profound Light Gang were quietly accompanying him. These masters were not stingy with their yuan qi, actually releasing their yuan qi to push away the raindrops that were attacking him. So even though he was standing on the roof like this, his clothes were still neat and tidy, not drenched in the slightest. When he saw something wonderful, this young man would even clap his hands and laugh, the several masters beside him carefully accompanying him, not daring to complain in the slightest. Young Lord Hua, the bamboo knot gang is on the verge of collapse. Do you want to kill these people, or accept them? Mu Nando, the steward of the Profound Light gang, asked softly. The young Lord Hua heard this and a cold smile appeared on his face, but he did not answer directly, instead saying lightly, "This young lord has a habit, that is, if I want something, I must get it as soon as possible. If I can't get it, then I don't want it anymore, so do you understand?" Mu Nando's expression turned cold as he quickly nodded. This subordinate understands. The Profound Light gang was supported by this young Lord Hua when he was bored. How could Mu Nando dare not listen to the orders of his master? Before, this young Lord Hua wanted to take over the bamboo knot gang, but was rejected by Pang Qi, which obviously made him unhappy. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them. Mu Nando bowed slightly, his figure flashing, wrapped in a blue light as he quickly shot down. But before he could reach Pang Qi and the others, a ray of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Feeling the destructive energy contained in this attack, Mu Nando's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly changed direction, dodging to the side. At the same time, several people from the Profound Light gang shouted from the roof, "Young lord, be careful." When Mu Nando landed on the ground and looked back, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He found that a young man had jumped out of nowhere, and was actually in front of the several masters of the Profound Light gang. His target was the young Lord Hua, who was surrounded by them. After a momentary daze, Mu Nando quickly flew back. At this time, naturally the safety of his master was more important. While he was still halfway there, Mu Nando's eyes widened. This was because this young man was incredibly strong. With a blood-red sword in hand, sword qi wreaked havoc and countless blood-red petals flew out. None of the several masters from the Profound Light Guild were able to withstand this attack, all of them dodging again and again. In the blink of an eye, only young Master Ho was left standing in place. Lu Qingyao is here. Mu Nando only had time to think this before he saw the young man walk up to the young Lord Hua and capture him. As if he was pinching a conch, the young Lord Hua didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until this moment that two tyrannical divine senses suddenly appeared and two majestic figures appeared, standing mid-air, their eyes extremely cold. Yang Kai gripped the young Lord Hua's wrist in one hand and held his sword across his neck in the other, not even sparing a glance at the Profound Light gang cultivator, just staring at the two figures in mid-air with a sneer. The opposite party was a pair of Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, their strength not inferior to a blood warrior. The Hua family was one of the 8 great families, and since this young Lord Hua was a member of the Hua family, naturally there were masters guarding him. However, in such a battle between small forces, these two masters were too embarrassed to show themselves. They were confident that under their supervision, no one would be able to harm their young lord, so they had quietly hidden away. However, they hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so fierce, not even giving them time to react before capturing their young lord. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. The two divine senses wandered around Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before slamming into Yang Kai's mind. When these two divine senses entered his mind, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's sneer only grew wider. The two masters both paled, only now realizing that the other party wasn't an ordinary young man. As a Yuan Qi cultivator, being able to withstand the divine sense attacks of these two masters meant he definitely had a soul-type artifact on him. Being able to possess such a high-grade artifact meant his status wasn't low. Fortunately, the two masters' attacks just now hadn't contained any killing intent. They had simply wanted to save their young lord from the other party. Even if he couldn't resist, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. Therefore, this enmity wasn't too deep, so there was still a possibility of resolving it. Looking at Yang Kai again, the eyes of the two masters became dignified, with a hint of dread. It wasn't until this moment that the Hua family young lord recovered, but his courage wasn't bad, not showing the slightest change in expression, simply sneering. "Daring to put your sword against my neck, you're interesting, really interesting." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Is that so? Do you know who I am?" Hua Stars chuckled, a playful look on his face. "Have you asked? Hua family Hua Stars." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.